Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Is YouTube back? We're back. Okay. The one I'm looking at, but I'll reboot also. No, I did. I refreshed. I'm still looking at Shasky and Styles, which is great. I mean, a couple of good-looking young men right here. But anyway, our YouTube feed went down for a second.
Yeah, we're back. We're back. Yeah.
Get your butt back on YouTube, if that's the way you choose to take in the show. But, of course, many, many ways. Odyssey app, obviously traditional 95.7 The Game. You can hit us on our Xfinity mobile text line, Twitch, all of that available to you.
You can actually catch it on Xfinity. Deep down the dial on your channels, there's like the radio comes through your TV as well. I found.
Or you can go to the top of a building here in San Francisco, and with a high-powered scope, you can try to look through the blinds. That's not the preferred way.
Very windy.
Very windy.
Yeah, it's
scary.
Is it still the same? Is the wind the same out there right now?
Nah, it died down this morning.
Good Lord. I had one of those boom power outages last night. You know when you get a power outage where it's just like, power went out, and you do the same thing we all do, which is you poke outside, and you're like, does anybody else have power? And the whole neighborhood's like dark. Like, okay, it's not just me. But I had one of those... And then pow, like everything.
Wow,
like oh,
that's a transformer.
Yeah, but it was the neighborhood. It was the grid. It was a small grid. So most of the people in the city had power, but our grid did not. And let's just say we had a lot of flashing PG&E lights right outside our window until deep into the night. But it was they got it back on, I think, by about 10:30 last night.
Yeah.
But
shout out PG&E for doing so much work, so much hard work in these storms. It's easy to give PG&E a hard time for this and a hard time for that, but I appreciate what they do, because when you lose your power, we have about 30 seconds worth of patience until we get our power back.
Done. And your mind goes to all kinds of places. And it's one of those things, too, where people today were so reliant on our electronics that we immediately are like, oh, my God. I went to bed. I texted you guys because texting was literally the only thing I could do. I'm like, hey, guys, you come up with some ideas. I got nothing tonight. I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
And I got like the best night's sleep I've had in weeks because we're going to be without heat. So I even let my little guy go, you can hop into my bed tonight, little guy. And we just slept in there, and I'm like, our body warmth might help each other in this particular case. And we're going to bed at 9:30. And I did. And that was it. So I didn't even know when the power came back on. I woke up at one point, and the teenagers were in there watching TV. They probably had a blast. They're like, oh, Dad's gone. Let's make cake. So I don't know what the hell was happening in the other room. But, yeah, they were working hard deep into the night. That's
we were
for sure.
having the same body heat debate because baby girl goes down at like 6:37. And so if we lost power, we're like, we're going to have to go. We don't do the co-sleeping, but we're going to throw her in the big bed just to try to make sure that everything could work out.
She's big enough where that wouldn't scare you anymore, right?
Yeah. 6 months. It's still
a little tight.
Yeah, still, every now and again she'll be sleeping in the crib and my wife will say, go in there and poke her. Make sure she's alive.
Yeah, that's just first baby.
Yeah,
that's all that is.
Well, and I got a couple of these.
So around the block.
I always say she's fine, and then she'll say, "You don't know that." It's like, okay, I do know that. I'll
humor you.
Yes, I'm going.
Which NFC West team would you like to be right now, from the quarterback perspective?
Oh, boy,
like right now?
Right now, today.
Spinoni, game show music, if you would, please. I don't even know if we need it, but thanks. I still would say by default, it would be the 49ers because Seattle, you are going to re-sign Geno Smith, right? Or you're not.
We don't know.
And if you're not, what are you going to do in Seattle? So I don't think that any of the real high-profile free agents, and by the way, there aren't that many free agent quarterbacks out there, and I'm not counting Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, like that's the thing. We're sort of jumping ahead in terms of who's available. Like even, Jimmy should go to Tennessee. Well, you're right. Ryan Tannehill is technically not available right now.
Right.
Will he become available? Maybe. But there's Jimmy.
If you're Tennessee, would you rather have Tannehill or Garoppolo? See, that's kind of the point there.
I think Garoppolo. I think Garoppolo, just because he's more accomplished, and you feel like you've reached as high as you're going to go with Tannehill with that particular group. And Jimmy would be fitting into a scenario that's very similar to what he knows before. Elite running back, good defense, a coach that wants to win the game 23-17. I'd rather go Jimmy, but it's not. Yeah, it's not a blowout.
I think that they're more likely to stay with Tannehill. It's an $18 million dead cap hit if they move off of Tannehill. So if you got to sign Jimmy G 3 years and $60 million, let's say you get him in a bargain. Well, now that 18 is the dead cap plus the 20 you're going to pay Jimmy G, that's $38 million for Jimmy Garoppolo ostensibly. I think that Tennessee is 1 year away from really getting out there. I think they ride with Tannehill one more year.
Yeah, and they've got Malik Willis. I don't know what they really think about him at this point, but they took him relatively early not too long ago. Right. That's an interesting situation. That whole division. Obviously the Jaguars now look like they're on the right track, and outside of that, I don't know what anybody's doing. But
to your question, though, I still think it's the Niners because Seattle, it's either Geno Smith or fill in the blank, and I don't know if you fill in the blank any better than Geno was this year. Arizona with Calamari out for the year, most likely with the ACL. And, you got Blau and Colt McCoy, and you're drafting a quarterback in Arizona, so you're going to have a rookie.
The Cardinals, I would submit, are in fourth place in this conversation.
Absolutely.
Because they're stuck. They paid someone big money, so you can't turn it over to somebody else. He might be back for a part of this year. He might not be. And even if he is, what do we know about people returning from an ACL? Somebody who uses his legs as much as Kyler does, it's probably not going to look the same right away. And then even when everything's all back to normal, I don't think he's that good to begin with.
Yeah.
So I hate the Cardinals situation the most.
Well, they do have a potential out in 2028 with no dead cap hit.
Okay, good.
So they'll
be fine by that.
Yeah, they're going to the cap hit's only $16 million this year, and then next year 51.8 is your cap hit.
Yeah.
51.
They're stuck.
0.8. They're totally more than stuck, Mark. They're in quicksand. And you look at Los Angeles, I guess they would be the number 2 choice, but Matthew Stafford, is he still going to play? If Stafford comes back and plays and is healthy, maybe they are the number 1 choice, but I still would rather roll with what the Niners have.
Matt Stafford is such an interesting case because look, he's 1 year removed from winning a Super Bowl. And, how old is Matt Stafford?
He's 35.
35. All right, 35 years old.
Married to Kelly Hall in 2015.
And
which was crazy.
He is.
Thank you when you think about it. Thank you,
really was. They looked at each other.
Our winning night was crazy. Yeah, sorry, Kelly.
I heard that Kelly's Maid of Honor speech started with, it was crazy because, that's Matt Stafford. He's like a quarterback. He's famous. It was crazy. Anyway, he's signed for 4 more years.
The out is in 2026, which means it's $49.5 million in 2024 and $50 million the following year. Yikes!
Then you have
he's not retiring.
No, then you have the rumors about his back and his neck. We haven't really seen it necessarily on the field, so I don't know how big of a problem it is, but are we getting to the point at age 35 with 4 more years left on the deal where Matt is going to be unlikely to make it through seasons? That's a possibility. And then same conversation as Kyler Murray. He gets all the way back and everything's normal, right? He's ready to play. Here we go. Matt Stafford, Cooper Kupp's healthy, all that. Is he still elite, or does he have a Golden State Warriors feel to him where after his Super Bowl, it started to end quickly because, wasn't he leading the league in interceptions when he got hurt last year? I think he was.
Yeah.
So, I don't hate their situation, but it's not great.
No, and it's not great, especially if he's not as healthy or, like you're saying, is he not as motivated or are they not as good? Because they're on the hook for Stafford for 3 more years. They don't have a potential out until 2026 unless they want to take a huge cap hit because they owe him a lot of money still, Mark. So they're not in as bad a spot as Arizona, and Stafford's a better quarterback than Kyler Murray is, without a doubt, but he's not getting any younger. 35 this upcoming year, and the Rams are kind of in an interesting spot coming off a bad year.
The thing about the 49ers situation that I think is different than the other three, though, is this is like desperation level, got to win a Super Bowl window. That's the thing for me that changes their situation. The Rams are not in that. They just won. The Cardinals and Seahawks don't ever have those expectations. The NFC is so open right now, and the 49ers have such an incredible roster, and how much longer will that be the case? How much longer is Christian McCaffrey healthy? How much longer is Debo on the team? How much longer is Trent Williams going to play football? Flirted with talking about retirement just a month ago. So, they got to get through right now, and if they don't have a right now quarterback, then that's a huge problem. And the two quarterbacks they have, I don't know if Trey Lance is ever going to be that. And I don't know until he has surgery if Brock Purdy is going to be available. And so I'm with you. I think that I'll take the 49ers situation unless we find out in a week and a half that Brock Purdy's arm is just a total mess. And then what? Then what do you do? It almost you could. I don't want to call Trey Lance square one because it's not. But if they decide in the offseason that he's just not the guy, then they're the same as the Seahawks. They're just square one.
Yeah.
With a better roster.
Much better roster. But I think that, and let's just say worst case scenario, Brock Purdy goes in a week and they take a look at his arm and they go to have surgery and they say, you know what, Brock, you need Tommy John. Your UCL is so badly damaged that it's a borderline case. If we can put the internal brace in and you can get better in 6 months, but we know for sure that if we take your UCL out and we put a new UCL in, we reconstruct your ligament, you're out 9 to 12 months. We'll see you in 2024. They may go that route with Brock Purdy. And if I'm Brock Purdy and it's a borderline call, I'm telling them give me the Tommy John because I'm under contract for a pittance amount of money. So why would I want to rush myself back and potentially have a season-ending Tommy John-like injury to my UCL as opposed to let me take the whole year and come back in 2024 and give it a go then?
Is that a local or general anesthesia?
Oh, it's a general. Okay. It's a general. All surgeries of those.
That's what I would have figured. So
I've had 4 surgeries, and they all have been general.
So when you say, hey, it's a borderline call, and I'm Brock Purdy, I'm telling him go Tommy John, Brock Purdy's not going to be able to answer that question.
No, but and I heard him say this from Radio Row. He has already told the doctor, Dr. Meister, make the call that you think needs to be made.
Yeah.
So,
that's what most patients will do. Like, you're the doctor.
Right.
You tell me what's best.
But normally, like all the surgeries I've had, it's been like, we're going to do this. And obviously, if you go in and it's like, oh, we found
there's a fork in the road.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're gonna do what you need to do as a doctor. But when you're dealing with a quarterback, if it's a borderline, whether or not the internal brace will be good enough, or if we should go full Tommy John, if I'm Brock Purdy, I'm saying, let's just do the Tommy John.
Let's go to headquarters in Oakland. That's the name. Headquarters. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing?
Yes, how y'all doing? I'm just calling in talking about Trey Lance. The reason I believe Shanahan wanted Trey Lance because he reminded so much of Patrick Mahomes. He's definitely not a runner, but he will improvise if need be. But he has that arm. He has those traits just like Patrick Mahomes. So that's why I believe that he wanted Trey Lance.
Okay, so we're talking about traits, though. Like, do you know? This is so tough. Like, I hate this for Trey, to be honest with you. Like, to put Trey Lance's name in the same conversation with Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes as we do because they have the same traits, they have very few of the same traits. They're large people, and they're strong, and they're fast. And that's it. So far. I mean, do you know how much that's underselling Patrick Mahomes to say that Trey Lance has the same traits? He doesn't move in the pocket the same way. He actually doesn't have that strong of an arm. Nobody does. Patrick Mahomes' arm, Patrick Mahomes right now, when you look at the last 4 years of the NFL, like slowly but surely, we didn't notice he's running this league. He runs the league. We looked at the AFC West. All right, Herbert's ready. Russell Wilson's coming to town. Raiders are in Vegas. Super Bowl win.
Yeah.
Whatever, you guys. But Josh Allen, Super Bowl win. Joe Burrow, Super Bowl. What if we throw something different at you, like Jalen Hurts?
Philadelphia.
Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Patrick Mahomes is the best player in all of sports right now. All of sports.
Not with
not
Giannis
just the
hurt,
NFL.
maybe.
I don't even think Giannis healthy.
The Joker?
The difference,
Nikola Jokic?
the difference between the best player in each sport and like how much effect that has on the end of the season, I'll take Mahomes.
The quarterback definitely is always going to be
This
a
is
more impactful position,
like,
certainly.
I don't want. Did Kyle Shanahan take him because he has traits like that? Yeah, but I mean, obviously, to this point, it's already at minimum been a miscalculation. At minimum, and an admitted one. I mean, it was in print last week. He doesn't run like we thought he'd run.
That's according to sources.
Well, but who do you think that guy's talking to?
Who? Not Kyle Shanahan?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Talking to people in the organization.
It's different than, and again, we can talk about the reportage and all these reporters who said the 49ers are going to take Mac Jones, and then the 49ers didn't take Mac Jones.
That's different.
So it's not different.
It's totally different.
It's only different in that we want to remember.
No.
We want to remember what we want to remember.
That's a draft,
You know what
Dibs.
season this is? This is hyperbole season and rumor season. And
So-
until Trey Lance gets healthy, and until he has a chance to be starting quarterback again, and until the team decides to go elsewhere, that to me is actual evidence. All the rest of this is according to sources.
Let me ask you this.
And words and hyperbole, and I'm a reporter.
That's totally different.
No,
It's totally different.
It's actually, it's equally insignificant in my opinion.
Yeah, in my opinion, you go into a draft and somebody thinks you're going to take somebody other than who you're going to take. That's advantageous to you. In other words, the 49ers are motivated to have people think they're going to do something other than what they're going to do. What would be their motivation to publicly put out, we don't like the way Trey Lance runs?
See, they didn't publicly put this out. This is a
but they're
reporter.
speaking to a reporter on the record. He wouldn't publish it if it was off the record.
But who is speaking to the reporter?
Somebody in the organization.
And who would that be? Because if it's not
I
one
don't
of
know.
one or two people, it doesn't matter
It
to
goes
me.
deeper than one or two. It could be anyone on the coaching staff. I mean,
Sure,
listen.
it could be somebody in the training staff.
Listen,
it could be the ball boy for crying out loud.
Listen, I trust the media more than most people do. I know what's happened in our country the last 10 years. It's super cool to be like, the media's out to get us. And you do have a point on some level. Like, there's a lot of bad stuff that happens in the media. Now, that conversation is more about politics and less about sports. But I have found, and this is just me now, this is kind of a Twitter thing, we've decided on many levels that people who have been doing this stuff for 20 or 30 years and have incredible relationships and have worked very hard to build those relationships and talk to people and gather information, we love to be the first one in line to be like, the hell do you know? Albert Breer is a very large name.
Right.
In the NFL sports media.
Has he ever been wrong? Has he ever concocted a story?
He's a human being. Has he ever concocted a story? I bet no.
Is he boots on the ground here in the Bay Area? The guy's in the East Coast.
So he doesn't have a phone? Like,
Of course
he
he has
doesn't
a phone,
travel to
but
camps?
What we do in our side of the media is we take these reports and we blow them up into fact. And all I'm saying is, from what Albert Breer is reporting, doesn't tell me definitively that this is how they feel about Trey Lance.
It tells me definitively that he talked to somebody on the inside.
I'm happy he did. That's awesome for him.
Yeah. Like, I mean, where's the distrust from? Who wins there? Why would someone tell him that, and why would Albert put that out there?
He would put it out there so that he can have his story be put out there and picked up and make him more important. If he doesn't report this, then
I mean, you're calling Albert Breer a fraud.
I'm not calling him a fraud.
Sounds like it.
What I'm saying is
his report
is based on who he talked to.
Yeah.
Who did he talk to?
Somebody very high up.
You don't know that.
I do know that because Albert.
Somebody very high up.
I just
the fact that
not the way it works. You know this.
But you know the way it works is when we get to week 1, the 49ers will have a quarterback that they think is good enough to be the quarterback. So if it's Trey Lance come August, well then Albert Breer's narrative or whatever reporter, their narrative will be, well, he did all the work to change the narrative because the narrative in February was X and Y and Z.
It's not a narrative. It's
a report.
Yeah, and there's a specific sentence in there. This is the 49ers are not. He does not run the way they thought he would run. That's not made up.
Right.
That's not made up.
Well, that's
Kyle.
That's not brain surgery to say that he doesn't run the way that they thought he would run. You could see that in the fact that he ran himself into injury, and they ran him inside the tackles because he didn't run outside the tackles.
That has nothing to do with their state of mind back when they drafted him. Back when they drafted him, they obviously thought a certain thing, and now as they put him onto the field, they think something different. That's interesting.
Yeah,
that's an admission.
It's pretty clear to see.
It's not made up by somebody like Albert Breer. Don't make that stuff up. That's not Albert's opinion. That's not, I watched the game and they clearly don't. That's, I spoke to someone and they're on the inside and they told me this and I'm sharing that.
Yeah, and you can see that by watching Trey Lance play.
How can you see what they thought on draft day?
You can see, obviously they thought he was more mobile than he is.
I just think this whole thing is really like, it's fundamental to the entire 49er quarterback conversation because it ends up leading to, for instance, what you see on chat boards and Twitter all the time. You can't say something right now about Trey Lance without people being like, oh, you hate him, you're rooting against him, it goes to racism, all of this stuff. When actuality, the way that most people work in the media is we're simply passing along and working with information that is being given from the people who are actually doing this. Nobody hates Trey. Why would anyone hate Trey Lance? What's to hate? It looks like the nicest kid on the face of the planet.
So what does the Niners benefit by leaking this to Albert Breer? What does this do for Trey Lance?
You're in a spot of honesty. But what does this do for Trey Lance? It sets up the 49ers quarterback situation for the offseason.
But if you're Trey Lance and you read this, how do you feel about it?
I don't know, man. It probably would motivate you, I would think.
Well,
I would hope.
Motivate you to what? Get faster?
Again, we're spotlighting one sentence when the entire article, what it was actually about was the fact that Brock Purdy's the quarterback, but he's hurt, and that injury may present an opportunity for Trey Lance. And if Trey Lance can do something with that opportunity and become something other than what he was before, then the sky's still the limit for him.
Right.
But that's very, very revealing to me about where this has been over the last 2 years of Trey Lance being a part of the organization. And it way too quickly turns into people going, oh my gosh, you hate Trey Lance, try to keep the man down, try to this, that, the other. Guys on the inside like Jimmy, and it's all a bunch of junk. This is all coming from real people with real relationships, with real stories about what happened here.
But the narratives are all fanned by the flames of these reports. And I'm not saying that Albert Breer didn't talk to somebody, but the fact that the team is giving him this information and he's writing this piece, all that does is to fan the flames of discontent about the entire situation from a fan standpoint.
How so?
Because fans who love Trey Lance, who think, I haven't seen Trey Lance, and I'm excited for Trey Lance. We traded up to get him, and he sat his whole first year, and then he played 5 quarters, and he's never gotten a chance. And now these reports are coming out via Albert Breer about what the team really thinks about him, and Trey Lance has never really been given a chance to go out there and play, according to those fans who are Trey Lance fans. All this does is fan the narrative of the team giving up on Trey Lance.
The word narrative and fanning flames, this is all, that's all.
These are my words.
Yeah, that's fan stuff. We've only gotten to watch Trey Lance a couple times. The team's with him every day. So their opinion, greater than ours.
Absolutely.
No,
it is.
Okay, so I want to know what they're thinking. That's all I ever want to know.
They're thinking if they want to go out and say it. When teams do this, when they use reporters and reporters write their stories based on their sources and what they've heard, to me, that is a passive-aggressive way to get your message out.
You're not going to just call a press conference for no reason. I mean, that's what reporting is. It's all sponsored by Pfizer. We can keep going with your phone calls, and we're tracking toward Dr. Brian Feely on the entire Brock Purdy situation about a half hour away. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. Now back to Willard. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
I mean, we've been saying that it's Warrior Wednesday. We ought to take a moment. The Warriors tomorrow night, back to action. And all we can do is scratch our head right now with the Andrew Wiggins situation, by the way. I don't know what to do with that. Yeah, like sounds – I don't want to say sounds bad. It doesn't sound like anything.
It sounds serious?
Well, I mean, based on the fact that he's not back yet, and it is a quote-unquote personal matter.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Just hoping everything's okay with Andrew, hoping everything is okay with his family. But it sounds like the Warriors are not expecting him in action tomorrow night.
Right. Just based on what we've seen of his play since he's come back from the illness, the adductor and the non-COVID illness. Since he's been back, he seemed a little bit, I don't want to say disinterested, distracted might be a fair way to say it. And so if he's having this sort of a personal matter that's now taking him away from the team, I would imagine it's not a leap to think that maybe this has been going on before based on the way he's kind of been up and down, inconsistent. So whatever it is, hopefully he can get it straightened up and get things taken care of off the court, because a motivated, dedicated, very interested two-way Wiggs is a huge, huge thing this team needs.
Well, I know where a lot of minds go with this, and it's easy to do. When you see this, with all the stuff that's going on with the Warriors this year, this is another one of those where you're like, this is just not their year, right?
Right.
Like, I mean, and I don't know that. I don't know that because I'll keep saying the same thing. Like, it's still on the table that everything just comes together next month. Everybody's just happy and healthy and back, and here we go. GP2 gets to be back on the team. Andrew's through his personal situation. Steph's done with his injury. Clay's ready to play. You go into the playoffs. There's no back-to-backs.
They're a game out of the 6.
They're a game out of the 6.
I mean, so when you think about it, like all the things that have gone wrong from Andrew's season, Steph's injury, the James Wiseman conundrum, and all the rest of it, Mark, you're right. I mean, maybe if they can go 3-3, they go 4-4 in their next 8. Andrew figures it out, what he needs to figure out off the court. Steph gets back, and you're 33-33. Then maybe 7 games later, you get GP2 back, and you're the 9 seed. You can make a late push and still make the playoffs.
They're also a game out of the 11 seed.
That's awkward.
Which is not in the playoffs. Which, by the way, goes to a statement that Adam Silver made at All-Star Weekend, that this is the most competitive season in the history of the NBA. How did that one grab you?
It's an interesting way to describe it, because if you look at the standings and you see Sacramento all the way down to the Lakers, that is 11 teams separated by 6 games in the Western Conference. So, yes, they're very competitive in that a lot of these teams are largely the same. But I look at the product itself.
Yep.
There's not much competitive about an average NBA game. What it is player with the basketball is going to score, and it's just a question of, will he get fouled? Will it be a three-pointer? Will it be an and one or a dunk? But the offensive player is going to score. So I don't see a lot of competition in the actual game itself.
The Eastern Conference is different. Look, Boston and Milwaukee obviously have the 2 best records in the NBA. So let's put them aside. But even after that, I think we undersell how far over 500 Philly is and Cleveland is. And even with what they've been through, it doesn't matter now because it gave all the good players away. But Brooklyn is 10 games over 500. The Knicks at the 6th seed are 6 games over 500. Let's use something like that as kind of a marker. 6 to 7 games over 500. The Western Conference has 2 teams that are north of that. That's it. Just Denver and Memphis. Then you get to the Kings in the 3 seed. They're 7 games over 500. And then it heads into this mishmash, like you said, from the Kings to the Lakers is 6 games. That's it. That separates the 3 seed from the 13 seed.
Don't sleep on the 13 seed.
Well, here's the problem with it. The problem is they're all somewhere in range of 500.
Yeah.
I mean, the Kings, that's 7 games over, but that's not crushing it. It's good.
The Clippers are 5 above. The Lakers are 5 below, to your point.
So, this is so competitive. Or is it just so average?
Right.
It's so average for multiple reasons. A, maybe there just aren't any great teams. But B, it feels like teams are not trying to be that far over 500.
Yes.
Because they know that it's all just right there for the final 2 weeks, and let's just wait till then and then push on the gas as hard as we can.
And that's where this play-in tournament, I think, has robbed the NBA, at least in this year, of what Adam Silver is looking for in terms of the competitiveness. Because if you are the Thunder right now, or the Jazz are the 11 seed, the Blazers are tied for the 11, the Lakers are the 13, whatever, you realize that now, 20 games to go or so, is when you can make a push and still get into the play-in tournament. And if you get into the play-in, then you can make it to the playoffs, and on from there, maybe you can win a championship. So this may have... I think what they wanted to do was to ward off tanking, straight up tanking. Well, you still have, 4 teams who were openly tanking for Wembanyama, and they're going to tank no matter what.
Did you see Fertitta at Mardi Gras?
No.
The owner of the Rockets. He clearly had drinks.
Oh, yeah, fair.
Right. I mean, it was Mardi Gras. I'm not against have a drink. But he's got flowers on his head and all, some Houston reporter catches up with him and kind of asks about the season, and he took a shot at his own team for their inability to play good basketball, and then openly was just like, so pray for Victor. Am I right? Just pray for Victor. And the reporter's like, okay, back to you guys in the studio. And it didn't offend me because we all know what these teams are doing, and why would you do anything different? But at the same time, literally before you even get to the All-Star break, to have owners drunk at Mardi Gras screaming about players that you'd like to draft.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think Adam Silver liked it. I don't think we care, but I bet Adam Silver didn't love it.
Of course, I'm sure he hated it because, you want a competitive product night in and night out, but you don't have that. And now you have a situation where with this play-in tournament, Oklahoma City is 28-29. And even if there were no play-in tournament, they would only be a game out of the 8th seed.
Right.
So they still would, if they wanted to, could be competing for a playoff spot, or they could be going into tank mode to try to get into the lottery for Victor Wembanyama. I think the biggest problem with the product, Adam Silver is wrong in terms of the competitiveness. Most of these games are very disposable. So-and-so had 54 points. Yawn. It used to be special. Now these games are just up and down pickup games.
I mean, 54 points from an individual, and you might lose.
Right.
I think Steph had one of those this year. They got cooked. They had 50 points, and they got whacked. So I'll ask you this, though. Play-in tournament. You hate it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hate's a little strong. I sports hate it.
You don't like it.
Nah, I think it...
You'd rather not have it.
Yes. I would rather have teams compete for a top 8 playoff seed.
In this Warriors situation, aren't you glad it's there?
No, not really. No, I'm not. Because if you...
It feels like a little bit of a cushion.
No, it is a cushion.
Right. And
don't get me wrong, we here at 95.7 The Game would love to have additional Warrior games. I'm not going to be anti-Odyssey.
Sure.
And I'm going to be transparent and say, I want the Warriors to have as many basketball games that are meaningful as possible. It's good for the station, which means it's good for me. So to that end, yes, I'm happy there's a play-in tournament because that means the Warriors, if they wind up as the 9 seed, that means the Warriors are going to have a home game, good for Joe, and then if they win, they'll have a road game, good for us.
But forget the Odyssey part of it.
But I had to get that out there.
But the fan in you.
Big staff meeting today. Can't wait to get there, Stacy.
Oh, my gosh. We are, maybe.
Got to cut the changeover short.
Cut the changeover way short.
Yeah,
we got to get over there.
Yeah.
Okay, no, the fan in you.
I hate it.
Why?
Because
if you're a Warrior fan, don't you want that buffer there right now to see if you can get in a season? And this is not to, please don't let this sound like excuses, but when teams go through stuff like this, when you lose your best player for an extended period or your second best player has injuries and personal stuff, I get it. That's part of the deal. It's always been part of the deal. But when you have that, and you feel like a team that's maybe better than their record, don't you want a little buffer to at least give them the opportunity to work their way back in when all of that adversity has been thrown at them?
Yeah, I really don't, because that's just the way it goes, right? It's just bad luck. We talked about luck with the Niners before. This is bad luck. Steph Curry has somebody clatter into his knee And it happens in such a way that he tears a couple of ligaments that we had never even heard of. Even I, the radio doctor, had never heard of the interosseous and the rest of it. So that's bad luck. And Andrew Wiggins with an adductor and, whatever you want to look at in terms of good luck, bad luck, this has not been their year. That doesn't mean that I want them to have a buffer because here they sit, even though it hasn't been their year, they're a half game out of the 8. So they still would have a chance under a normal playoff situation
for sure.
to be a playoff team. What I don't like in sports, Mark, is what we've gotten to where it's the Oprahification of the postseason.
How do you mean?
You get a playoff spot, and you get a playoff spot.
Yeah, but
baseball is the one that really rankles me the most because now 162 games used to mean something.
Right.
If you were good, you got to go to the playoffs. Now, if you're just mediocre,
you still have to be good.
You just have to be mediocre.
You still have to be good.
What was Philly last year?
87
and 75?
Yeah.
That's not that good.
It was good.
I'm not saying go back
great,
to just
but it's good.
The best and the best.
Straight
to the World Series.
Went to the World Series.
I would love to go back to just 4 playoff teams in each league in baseball.
It's interesting because you love March Madness, and they let all kinds of junk in.
Well, it's different when you think about
why.
Because there are
7th place in the Big Ten. You're the 10 seed.
Don't you dare come down with March Madness.
No. I am because it's true.
If you want to talk about percentage of participants,
why is that okay?
Because you get 68 out of 355.
But nobody is going to go to the 7th place team in the Big Ten and say you actually have a real chance to win the national championship.
It's happened. NC State is on the phone.
Well, that was not 7th place in the Big Ten. But anyway, you get my point.
To that point.
I understand that there are a couple of outliers, but you get what I'm saying. Like
I do.
You're saying that the regular season used to mean something. Are you telling me in college basketball the regular season means something? No, it doesn't.
And I'm not saying college basketball is perfect. And I would love to go back to where college basketball didn't have these conference tournaments where I'd love the conference tournaments because, especially for the smaller
I like
conferences.
the little ones, yeah. Because
exactly. But if you're in the Big Ten and you go 27-2 and you win the Big Ten and you're undefeated, you don't care about the Big Ten tournament because you're going to be a 1 or a 2 seed anyway, even if you lose. So it actually helps you to lose early to not have those games and the wear and tear. 68 teams in the tournament out of, I think, 355 in the country. It's roughly about 1/5 of the teams in the country make the tournament. You get to the NBA, and now 20 of the 30, 2/3, have a chance to win the championship. That's too many, Mark.
2/3. I mean,
it's 20 of 30.
Look, here's what I would say about this. And I know
it's the Oprahification of pro sports.
But it's not. It's actually the Americanization of pro sports.
Because it's money.
And it's more. We all like more. We just do. We like more. Think about it. If you've ever had kids and you go to Target, what happens? I promise you, you're leaving in an argument. Why? Because you'll go there for the reason you went there, and then you'll see the second and third thing that they want, and you might say yes. But it doesn't matter how many things you say yes to. You're going to get to the point where you say no, and the kid is going to focus
early.
And the kid's going to focus on that. The kid's going to focus on the one thing that they didn't get, and they're going to forget the 50 things that you just bought them. Why? Because we've been conditioned, whether it's Christmas, whether you go to ballparks now. What do you see with ballpark food? Can you just get a burger, or what are they promoting on social media? We've got the bananas burger. It's the size of your body.
Right.
And you can order it for $69.99 with 3 friends. And more. And our sports watching. Like NFL goes to 17 games, and we all know it's going to go to 18. College football's finished. Well, we went from 2 teams to 4. We all know it's going to go to 8. It's probably going to end up at 16. Like, we are the country of more. And so, yes, there's the financial aspect of it, but the other side that you're sort of saying no to, and we get this point 47 times a day. What's everybody's fix to everything? Fewer games. We need to shorten the season.
Yeah.
It's not urgent
It'll
enough.
never happen.
It's never going to happen. And by the way, you'd hate it if it did. That's my contention.
Well, ticket prices would go up.
Not just that. You'd have less entertainment. You'd have less stuff to watch on TV or less things to go do. I mean, how many of you are freaking out right now because it feels like it's been 8 years since there's a Warrior game?
It's been a long time.
Come on, let's get to the games.
My feeling, though, is if you had fewer playoff teams, the games that you did have in the regular season would have a greater import in terms of you got to get to that top 8 seed to be a playoff team. Instead of, you can limp into the 10 and maybe get your guys back and get hot and win a couple, and now you get to go in and you get a series. The play-in tournament, to me, is not solving the issue that they were hoping to solve, and that's why this mid-season tournament, to me, if it even ever happens, it's going to be a complete joke.
Well,
you want to talk about load management.
Yeah.
The Golden State Warriors, 4-time NBA champs, are going to go to the mid-season jamboree in Las Vegas and give a crap about winning some trophy.
Now that's what I've always thought about. Like when Gilgeous-Alexander with the OKC Thunder said over the weekend, money talks. That's how you could get people to play hard at the All-Star game. Is that what they would have to do, I guess, at the midseason tournament? Would you have to have a side contract with another $1 million to go play at this? Well, I mean, you're only playing for a week.
If you're Steph Curry, you don't get out of bed for less than $5 million.
I understand that. But you know what? Like, they're not all cut that way.
And he's probably not cut that way, so I shouldn't defame him with that.
I heard this. I don't even know why. I scrolled along social media and saw this yesterday, and it caught my eye because of the conversation we're having both about load management and the All-Star game. Not that long ago, highest paid player in the NBA had this opinion. He went by the name of Kobe Bryant.
I think the All-Star game in general needs a little revamping because it used to be competitive.
Yeah.
It used to be competitive. And, fans want to see the best pickup game in the world. That's what this is. They don't want to see you running up and down and dunking and doing all this crazy. They want to see what happens when you get this collection of best basketball players on the planet and they play and they go head up against each other.
Man.
I mean, you guys play harder at a pickup game in UCLA.
For real.
And ain't billions of people watching.
For real.
Definitely do.
You know what I'm saying?
Definitely do.
They gotta turn
the
it up.
All-Star game needs a little changing. I always love competing in them. I didn't lose many of them.
Nah,
me
you
and
was
CP
one,
used to
nah,
talk
you
all
was
the time.
one of the
Like, hold on.
ones. You took it serious.
Yeah, we win it. Like, I don't think me and CP, when we played together in the All-Star game, I don't think we've ever lost a game.
Yeah.
And we used to look at each other and say, okay,
Going serious.
Let's
They
go.
don't want to play, we going to play.
Fourth quarter, let's go get them.
I mean,
he's a different dude, though.
He's
He was
such a different dude. I get that. But it was also prophetic. Like, I mean, this wasn't that long ago. And he's like, the All-Star game's on a bad track. And I got to think that Kobe, my man, did he roll over in his grave over the weekend watching this junk?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It's awful. And so.
What he said about the pickup game at UCLA is so true. I've never seen these, but when all these dudes get together in the offseason and they go play pickup at UCLA, Bob Myers has talked about it, playing some of those games. And that game, guys would cut you for a chance to get a bucket. And yet you're playing in front of millions and hundreds of millions of people, and you don't give a rip?
Yep.
It's a shame, Mark.
It is. And I mean, I think it's funny because normally when we have conversations like this, it's always, they don't do it like they used to. And it was like you had to go back to, I don't know, someone with gray hair. Like it had to be Dr. J or whatever. You had to go back like 30, 40 years.
Yeah.
This Kobe, man. This just a few years ago.
Yeah.
This is not that long ago. And he's telling you this is heading in a wrong track. And what's most important, because I don't want anyone to go out there and get hurt, and I don't really need you to go like press the gas. But what Kobe was in tune with, I think better than people realize, and it's why he did well as a producer of content after he retired. Kobe's in tune with what people wanted to see. Like, I can't believe the NBA didn't realize prior to Sunday. Nobody wants to see that. I don't care how big the names are. Watching LeBron and Giannis play grab ass is not entertaining. Not even a little bit. And the data came out yesterday. Lowest watched All-Star game in the history of our lives.
Exactly.
There you have it.
And you know what? I would rather watch Giannis and LeBron side by side playing Pop-A-Shot.
I'd rather watch them play chess.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Table tennis or billiards or, darts or throwing axes.
I'd rather watch them go on comedians in cars getting coffee. Like, get in the car and let us interview you. Do something. That was nothing. Yeah, Kyle, what's up?
They need one player to try. They need one player
to just blow the system up.
Yes, they need Jason
It's so
Tatum.
funny.
Pat
Draymond
Beverly.
Green.
Pat Beverly. Let Pat into the All-Star game
Even-
and just mess with everybody.
But
yeah.
even like Jason Tatum, Tatum, go get your 55. Go get your scoring record, but lock up on the other end.
Right, but the problem,
Play defense.
the problem with Tatum was that was the softest, lamest 55 ever. Like, you didn't look at that and go, oh my gosh, he's going to break a record. You looked at that and went, well, right, you're by yourself and you're walking to the cup and laying it in.
Okay, forget
and you're
I
6'9".
Forget I said that.
No, I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you just one guy to be like, yeah, I'm locking up. And that just ramps up the intensity.
They'd all get so mad at him.
Set the tone.
They'd all get so mad at him.
What if they gave out, instead of you give out the Kobe Bryant trophy to the MVP, you give out the Kobe Bryant trophy to the defensive player of the game?
Who tries the most? Listen, I'm going to do this.
Defensive player of the night.
Hey.
You get the trophy and you get $500,000.
My Little League team this year, our first practice is going to be on Monday. I'm going to be giving out stuff, baseball cards, different things for the kids. You think I'm giving it to the kid who hits the ball the furthest? Do you think I'm giving it even to the kid who gets down the line the quickest?
Don't you enable the bad players.
I'm giving it to the kid who's going to be the best teammate.
Ah, boy.
I'm going to give
I'm
it to
out.
No, we're building a team. This is going to be a family now. Okay?
I'm definitely coming out to some of your games.
And if I see
I'm going to get an ump assignment.
Man, you can strike out all you want. If I see you get ticked at a teammate because you don't like that they didn't give you the ball or whatever, sit down. We're not doing that here. We're not doing that here. It's the same thing.
You going to go in on a 9-year-old?
Well, no. I'm turning my hat sideways.
Are you going to call that award the Andre Iguodala?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, but that's. I think we got to support other stuff sometimes, and the All-Star Game has reached that point. I'm not supporting Jason Tatum's 55. I'm ignoring it. It was insignificant.
This was not a very high-scoring All-Star game. If you look back at, and I'm looking at the list of games, 2017, 192 to 182. 2016, 196 to 173.
So stupid.
It's
so bad.
And then you go back to, and I looked at this in the 70s. Shout out Steiny. He remembers this one. 111, 107 back in 1964.
There you go.
D'ing people up.
Sounds like a real basketball game. It's all brought to you.
79-75 in 1953.
No way. What, they play three quarters?
George Mike and your MVP.
It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. All right, the Brock Purdy situation. Good, bad, otherwise, what's it all mean? Doc Feely on Clear to Play joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Listening.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibbs.
Mr. Poole. In action tomorrow night.
Yeah, no Jordan Poole.
I don't. We're still getting to know Jordan Poole. Tomorrow, Lakers, Warriors. But right now, we've been waiting for this maybe even more than we normally do. It is time for Cleared to Play, and we take you inside the tent to get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Professor and Chief of Sports Medicine at UCSF, Dr. Brian Feely. Hello, Doc.
Hey, guys. How are you?
We're doing fine, except for we're scratching heads a little bit with this Brock Purdy news. Still inflamed 3.5 weeks later, and now surgery is put off. What's your reaction?
Yeah, I got to be honest. I'm kind of confused, too. This isn't something that we would normally delay for. So either something new came up on his exam or there's something else going on that's causing a delay. So there could be some soft tissue inflammation that typically would have gone down by now, but maybe he's got a bursitis in the back of the elbow that they really need to get him to decrease and go away before they can operate. But in all honesty, I'm as confused as you guys.
So this doesn't necessarily indicate that the severity of the UCL injury is worse than what we previously would have thought.
No, I don't think so at all. I think it just means that he's got some swelling. They would rather hold off. And I don't think long-term it changes the timeline. So if it increases the predictability of the surgery a little bit, and that may save a few weeks on the other end, I think it's totally safe. Waiting a little bit for this surgery, if there's any doubt, is always the right answer. So my guess is the team doctor or the person doing the surgery is likely the team doctor for the Rangers, knows what he's doing around elbows, and he's going to do what is going to be the safest, best long-term option for Brock Purdy.
Okay, so your lack of concern, but the height of confusion, I want to hear more about that. So, because we read some other things from, other doctors out there today who are saying, yeah, it makes sense that it would still be inflamed if it's a significant UCL injury, and it looks like this one is. So tell me a little bit more about what exactly is confusing.
Sure. So I think without seeing the imaging, it's tough to say. And the severity of the injury doesn't necessarily predict which surgery we're going to do. So when we look at Brock Purdy, we're looking at two different potential surgeries. One is the suture augmentation, where you put essentially a suture brace, which is an internal, essentially heavy suture into the area to allow what is a healthy ligament that popped off the bone to heal. That's the one that they talk about having a 5 to 6 month time point in terms of return to play. The other option is you say the entire tendon is shredded. It's not reconstructible. We need to give him a new tendon, which is essentially the Tommy John surgery. That's the one where you're looking at 12 to 15 months. The confusion is that inflammation, unless it's really severe, doesn't usually slow down this surgery all that much. That being said, if his elbow is really still swollen, waiting a couple weeks to allow the muscles to recover, to allow the soft tissue and the skin and everything else around the elbow to have a more predictable recovery and get him into physical therapy a little bit faster afterwards is always going to be the right call.
What's the nature of inflammation continuing to persist after this length of time? Does it vary from human to human, or does this indicate maybe that there's been some additional usage or some mobility in the arm that's kept the inflammation high?
Yeah, I think it's pretty variable. Some people tend to swell a lot with relatively minor injuries. It's probably due some to the severity of the injury to the soft tissues around it. So you've got the muscles that flex your wrist or bend your wrist towards your elbow. And if those have a partial tear in it as well, there could be a little bit more bleeding. You can have enough of an injury also when you have almost a near elbow dislocation when your arm is bent back like that, that some of the joint fluid inside the elbow could have for a few weeks been persistently leaking out and causing a little bit more swelling.
Dr. Brian Feely with us here on Cleared to Play. So just to kind of put a bow on that, and then I want to ask you about Steph, but to put a bow on that for people who are maybe just tuning in, you do not think that this necessarily means anything bad, and it certainly doesn't even take week one out of play.
Yeah, I don't think it means anything bad. I think it means that they're being conservative, and if they do the internal bracing procedure, he's still on track for being back mid-August, being ready to play by week 1. And if he has the other procedure, he's gone for the season. So waiting a couple of weeks to make it a more predictable rehab, I think is totally fine.
Yeah.
And Twitter and the 49ers world should not panic.
Okay.
Yeah, we're trying not to panic.
Well,
but,
Twitter's always going to panic. We're not going to do anything about that, Doc.
Yeah, and we were hoping, Doc, today to have news that the surgery was, quote, a successful surgery, as most of the surgeries that you guys perform are of that nature. The Gary Payton II injury is a curious one. They traded for him, and he was playing in Portland. Now he's out with the Golden State Warriors. What do you think the return to play is for the injury of this nature?
Yeah, honestly, I think they're doing everything right and letting him completely rest. When you have any of these groin and core muscle injuries, there's a whole host of things that attach down in that area. So you can imagine at the bottom of your stomach muscles is also where the muscles where your hip adductors, the muscles that turn into your groin, originate. So you can have a successful surgery in that area, but as you're recovering, be more at risk for having a groin strain. And honestly, my guess is it really depends on how the next few weeks go. If the Warriors are looking good without him, are still in playoff contention, I would rest him as long as possible and get him healthy for a playoff push. If it looks like we're falling out of contention, I'd get him ready for next year.
What about Steph, Doc? Can we answer it this way? Like, at what point should a Warrior fan get concerned if he's not back on the court?
Again, I think it depends on the record. I think with this injury, it's a really uncommon injury. So even in football and other collision sports, we rarely see injuries to the tibia and fibula up that high by the knee. So it's really going to be based on how he feels and how his recovery trajectory is feeling. This is something that I would assume that he's going to have to be totally pain-free for and feel like he can do all the jumping and landing in that area. So, I would say on average another 2 weeks before even thinking, gosh, this is taking longer than expected.
Doc, great stuff, and thank you as always.
All right, guys, take care.
Okay, the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health, Dr. Brian Feely. I got to admit, that actually was a little bit of a relief. That's not what I thought he was going to say when he came out and said, I'm a little confused by this.
Right.
But he's more talking about the internal operations, if you will, rather than just inflammation is still there, conservative route. And I kind of like the way he put that. Look, if this is going to be Tommy John, there's no rush.
Exactly.
And if it's not going to be Tommy John, week 1 is still in play.
Yeah, and I like to hear that. And the Tommy John, he's right, 12 to 15 months. It doesn't matter if you do it in March. He'll be out until next off season. But just the way he described that with dislocation of the elbow and bursitis and bleeding and fluid leaking from the elbow into the forearm as reasons for inflammation, man.
You love those words, though.
I do.
Yeah, that was exciting for you.
I liked it.
Anyway, so
semi. I'll be honest.
Now I'm going to go back to what I said a few weeks ago that everybody's all waiting to jump on me about. Book it, Brock Purdy, week 1 starter.
All right, I'm not willing to say that. I mean, it's getting riskier with every day.
No, that was at minimum partially tongue in cheek. You asked me if I thought he'd be ready for week 1, and at this point. And even now, talking to Dr. Feely, at this point, we don't have any substantive reason to think that he won't be. Doesn't mean that we won't.
If I was to put odds on who starts week 1, Brock, Trey, or the field, it's closer than ever before between the 3 options.
I still think it's Brock today.
Yeah, today.
Today. We've got to ask
even though
again
he was
next
supposed
week.
To get cut on today. And
next Friday, we'll ask again.
Yeah.
All right, Steiny and Goo going to jump in here next. On Willard and Dibbs.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
I don't want to say we're 0 for 1, but it feels a little bit like that, and maybe it's already happened more than once. Here's what I'd love to know, and you can answer this. Any listener can answer this. By the way, I love our YouTube feed. For the first time since we started it, I turned it off today.
Off?
I turned off the feed.
Man.
Meaning like I didn't stop it from happening. I just turned it off my screen because it was distracting me. It was distracting me from having the conversation that I want to have with you about all of this, because I would love to know. Somebody just answer this for me, and that way I'm just asking a question, and somebody can tell me how we can travel this road together. I would like to know how we can have a healthy, productive, factual, and opinionated conversation all summer long about the 49er quarterback position without it immediately turning into, oh, you hate Trey Lance. I see. You hate Trey Lance. How do we do that? I have not figured this out yet.
It's a tough one to navigate because the people who think that Trey Lance is still the guy, he's still the sauce, they're going to say that Trey Lance hasn't really gotten a chance to show you what he can do, and that Kyle Shanahan is not putting him into a position to where he can really be successful at quarterback. The people who don't believe in Trey Lance are quick to say Trey Lance is a bust, and Trey Lance will never be any good, and Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch made a mistake trading 3 first-round picks to move up to take Trey Lance. They should trade Trey Lance.
Okay, so when a person, and I think this is the majority of the human beings, sit in between those 2 points, what do?
Well, we talk about how...
Because I don't think he's a bust.
No.
I don't think he's a bust, but I think it's silly to sit here at this hour and just be like, boy, I have no idea what Trey Lance is, and he hasn't gotten a fair shot. The 49ers have been with him for 2 years.
And the 49ers still don't know. They either know or they don't know.
Right, but there's no way to be with someone for 2 years and not form some opinions.
Correct.
They can at minimum have a reasoned opinion that Trey is not where we hoped. I said this last year. I tried to say this last year when Jimmy got re-signed. It doesn't mean he's dead. It doesn't mean he's a bust. It doesn't mean we don't like him. Trey was not where they hoped he would be.
Exactly.
And
I think the Wiseman
isn't.
comp is a great comp in terms of the Warriors knew what they had, but they weren't 100% totally certain with what they had. So this past October, they picked up Wiseman's option and agreed to pay him next year $12 million. And then they got into camp this year. Wiseman was finally healthy. They saw James. They saw their team this year. They saw what James was, or they thought they knew what he was going to be, and they decided at the trade deadline enough is enough, and they traded James Wiseman. So now we know what they thought of James Wiseman. They got damaged goods back and not much else. So they told you what they thought of James Wiseman. So in terms of the Trey Lance conversation, as we get to May 13th and the official tampering period begins for free agents and the negotiating begins, the Niners are going to tell you without telling you how they feel about Trey Lance. If they are rumored to be in on all these quarterbacks who immediately will be elevated above Trey Lance, they're telling you what they know or what they think about Trey Lance.
Yeah, if they get elevated above him. I mean, the hard part about this, and that's why I started the show by saying timing is everything, is that the 49ers are going to have to figure things out from a free agency perspective well before OTAs. And yes, I'm sure they can work directly with Trey. They can get reports. Who knows what they're doing right now at this hour with Trey Lance. But you're not going to really see Trey on a football field showing either accuracy or lack thereof or whatever. You're not going to see that. Right. And even that is only dipping your toe in the water.
But let's look at what you talked about. And I got some odds to throw at you here in just a second that you're going to find very intriguing. But if the Niners go out here in March and the free agency period opens and they sign Nate Sudfeld to a $2 million guaranteed deal, you know what they think about Trey Lance. They still believe that Trey Lance could be the guy. Brock Purdy has surgery, the 6-month surgery. He's out until August, and they signed Nate Sudfeld. They're telling you, we believe that Trey Lance can still be QB1.
Or we believe Brock Purdy's going to be ready by week 1.
Probably both.
Yeah.
Or they go out here in March and they find a way to trade for Matt Ryan, and they bring Matt Ryan in the building. Well, they're telling you what they think about Trey Lance at that point.
I agree with that.
So we're not going to have to go all summer without knowing. Jimmy Shapiro, friend of the program, has sent out the MVP odds for the National Football League, and there are a couple of quarterbacks on there from the 49ers. Brock Purdy,
quarterbacks on there from the 49ers.
Patrick Mahomes, your favorite at 5-1.
Obviously.
Followed by Burrow, Hurts, Josh Allen at 10-1. Kind of a nice price here in the preseason market. Then it goes Herbert and Tua at 14. Ayahuasca is 16-1. Lamar, I don't have a team, and Trevor Lawrence are 18. Guru's guy is at 20.
Okay.
Along with Justin Fields, I don't have a team. Brock Purdy, 25-1. Additionally, Trey Lance on the board at 33-1 to be the NFL's MVP.
Those are not good numbers. Those are not good numbers.
Brock Purdy, 25-1?
I like, okay, so one of them is going to undergo surgery who's just been delayed.
Yeah.
The other one, we're sitting here having conversations about how he doesn't run as well as they hoped, and we have to find out if he can actually throw the ball accurately at the NFL level. And we're talking about MVP, and they're both in the, top 15 to 20 names?
Jimmy Garoppolo, by the way, 50-1. This according to betonline.ag.
That does not feel like value to me. You go ahead and bet it if you want. Fire away. Put your $10 on it.
Cooper Kupp, by the way, at 100-1 is your first non-quarterback on the list.
I actually know of some odds, and Stein and Guru here. You guys all tell me, what's more likely this year? What's more likely? You tell me where you got a $20 bill, where would you like to put it? On Trey Lance to win MVP, or on the San Francisco Giants to win the World Series?
Trey Lance MVP.
San Francisco Giants to win the World Series.
I would go with the Giants because everybody makes the playoffs and they've got a fighting chance. And Trey Lance, we don't even know if he's going to get a snap.
Let's find out over here from door number 1 why you selected Trey Lance.
Because I don't see a scenario in which the San Francisco Giants win it all. But I do see a small chance that Trey Lance is good this year. He becomes the Jordan Poole of the San Francisco 49ers. And remember, all he's got to do is do it in the regular season. And the 49ers are good. So if he can be solid, it's funny. I remember getting into this with you and Bonte back in the day. The year the Niners were 8-0, I think, or 9-0 to start. And I said, well, Garoppolo's got to be an MVP candidate.
Yeah, I remember.
And you guys were like, no chance, because his numbers were modest.
Well,
but if Trey Lance... But if Trey Lance, is running the ball a little bit, throwing it around.
See, that's funny because, first of all, teams in baseball who don't necessarily have eye-popping rosters win the World Series all the time.
Giants won 107.
Yeah, I mean, so that's number 1. Number 2, the football side of this, I'd almost argue, remember when KD was with the Warriors? It was like everybody on the team was eliminated from MVP conversation simply because of because of the presence of one another. Same thing with the 49ers quarterback position, I believe right now. If Brock Purdy had done through over 17 games what he did through 8,
right?
Do you think he's an MVP candidate?
Candidate for sure.
You think he would win?
I don't know. No. Probably not.
I'd say
against
hell
Mahomes.
No. Hell no.
Well, it's not an NFC. It's both conferences.
Right.
And are you a byproduct of what's around you? Are you the beneficiary
the
of what's around
49er quarterback
you? I think that's the case.
Yes, the 49er quarterback is always under Kyle Shanahan, especially if Christian McCaffrey and Trent, it doesn't matter who they are, we're going to say, wow, they're being helped out by what's around them.
Yeah.
And so, you know, when MVP is doing that.
Yeah,
I agree it's not fair.
Eric B&B on line
anyway,
1.
I asked
Trey
Lance
because 49ers go 15-2. Trey Lance has 24 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and he rushes for 900 yards and 11 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah, he
has
a Jalen Hurts-like year. If he has a year like Jalen Hurts,
he was
absolutely.
He was putting up numbers.
How many CD passes did Hurts have this year?
I think about 24.
Was that it?
He might have just recited the Jalen Hurts line.
I'm going to say 23. Michael Jordan.
I'll look it up. But
I threw
anyway,
this out to Mark earlier.
I don't want either one, though.
What's the most likely Game 1, Week 1 scenario for the Niners? Brock Purdy starts, Trey Lance starts, or the field? Some other quarterback.
I'm slam dunking Trey Lance starts. And I was telling Steiny, life is amazing. Here we are after the Dallas game. In my world, I would have told Trey if I knew him, hey, Trey, what up, dog? What you doing? Hey, man, might not pop for you in San Francisco. They got this young guy named Brock Purdy, just beat Dallas. Everything was perfect. It was his job. And now because of injury and delays, Trey Lance, get off the mat. We're about to see what you can do. And I believe Kyle used him the wrong way. So I'm not saying he's James Wiseman or he's a failure. I want to see it. But I just feel like Kyle was like, his dirty little secret was Trey. and what he couldn't do, and we weren't going to find out, and it was okay because of Brock Purdy mania. And now all of a sudden, get in there, see, we're about to see what you got.
If I had a bet, I'd bet on Purdy still because
no way.
Look, March is a week away. That's all March is.
Okay.
Now,
where you going, though? What about the elbow and reconstruction, which is on the table?
Yeah, we don't know.
It's on the table.
I'm going to go with the doctors on this one. That in 6 months, they say he should be basically ready, not rehab, ready.
Right.
So I'm gonna say, he's going to get surgery in March, 3 months recovery, then he starts working the arm out. I don't know if there's nothing to see here.
Well, he may not have the surgery in March. It may be, because we had Dr. Brian Feely on, cleared to play UCSF Health, and he was talking about the reason why there could still be inflammation, and that's why they're waiting on the procedure. So in a week, he may still have inflammation. He may not be ready for
that don't scare you
surgery.
Too, huh? That don't scare you,
It's not that it doesn't scare. Like we're playing odds here. Well, the odds that we get to. I mean, you're sort of saying you're like right now. Trey Lance, name him the starter.
With 2 parents that had 12 surgeries between them. What did I learn? Delays.
Well, sure.
It's going to take longer.
And who knows what you're going to get when you're going to get in there. But to say that now, while at this moment the doctors are still saying it's much more likely that this is a repair than a reconstruction, the second we get that answer, your odds come into focus. And if it's a repair, then, Purdy's the odds-on favorite.
I looked at odds that were posted 3 weeks ago, and it was almost identical. It was Trey Lance was plus 175, Brock Purdy was plus 165.
And that's just for week 1, right?
Correct.
Week 1.
And the third option on the board was Ryan Tannehill, the aforementioned.
I heard you guys talk about him this morning.
Again, this is from 3 weeks ago. A lot has changed.
Yeah, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. And real quick, Jalen Hurts had 22 touchdown passes this year.
How many picks?
6.
Okay.
6 picks.
That's pretty good.
Yep. And then the other thing, the reason I asked is the odds for Trey Lance, as you said, 33-1, right? To be MVP. For the Giants to win the World Series, 50-1.
Wow.
50-1. So Vegas actually kind of agrees with you, Steiny.
That's interesting, though, because if you play it out in terms of like the logical end of it, if Steiny's right, if he has a Jalen Hurtsian season, we'll give him 3,700 yards like Jalen, 22-6. I don't know how many rushing yards Hurts had, but probably about 700 or 800. And they were 15-2, if I'm not mistaken, or 14-3.
Yeah.
They're fantastic, best team in football. Hurts still didn't win the MVP, but could have if he didn't miss a couple games. Yeah. The Giants, you go 87-75. You're a wild card team. You're viable. You got Kyle Harrison up. You got Logie and Harrison as your 1-2 punch in a Shark series. Manaya. I mean, they're a team that could be live in the postseason. I would go Giants, too.
That was my answer.
In terms of your
They won 107 2 years ago out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And the Warriors won it last year.
Oh, boy.
You got to stop
Andrew
living in
Wiggins.
the past.
I know.
What is going on?
Not going to know.
Like, they can ill afford to not have him, but damn, it's like that fault, whatever he's dealing with, is more important than ball.
Absolutely.
But it's under BL. Bad luck.
Well, I was saying to Mark that it seems to me like this has been going on for a while because you see the way he's played. He hasn't played with that same level of edge.
I blamed it on the
I didn't put those two together.
I mean, maybe something happened out of the blue, and hopefully everything's okay. Yeah. But just judging by the way he's played, there's been a lot more up and down this year. So maybe it's something that's been plaguing him for a while.
And he's been sick, Willard, with all these various viruses that are not COVID.
And I get the sense he's relatively, compared to the other guys, is a private guy.
Yeah.
More private than the other guy.
Yeah.
Private dancer.
One thing about the 49 quarterback situation that I think is I don't know how it's going to weigh in, but I think they have to take it to the limit, the Eagles, with the way things are right now, because they remain in a significantly advantageous financial situation right now with their quarterback situation. Like if they were to bring Matt Ryan in for a year or Tannehill, what is that, $10 million?
Well, Tannehill would have to get bought out.
Okay.
Which is, I think it's an $18.8 million cap hit for Tennessee. And I think that's, for Tannehill, he's got more than 1 year. Both of them have about the same cap hit, but you're going to have to.
I'd want to avoid that.
And I don't think that, to me, Matt Ryan is not, he wants to go to a spot where he can maybe start.
Dibs.
But if you come here, you're not going to get that chance to start. You'll be like a temporary guy. So I don't think that they're going to be able to draw a guy like Tannehill or Matt Ryan.
I got a scenario now.
The deal that Ryan is on right now is $30 million a year, just so you know, and that's one more year left.
Wow.
Yeah,
he won that one. They didn't get it. So last year, this time, Mark Willard, we were all in the same spot, same show, same station. And we laughed and scoffed at the notion that Jimmy Garoppolo could not be a part of this team. We looked at one another. It was bad for Trey. There was no Brock Purdy. And lo and behold, Jimmy, I'm here to save the day. So I know what Kyle said when he was hurt a couple days after the loss. But I'm asking all three of you, if you're going Tannehill just to even process the possibility, are we so sure if you got some bad news on Brock that Jimmy's seen his last day here in San Fran? Because that's where I would want to
It's like the Warriors winning it. There's no chance. Well, there's a chance.
I promised.
Talk to me.
I promised last year that I would never, ever again
we did it.
that Jimmy and the 49ers are done. So I won't say that. I won't say it ever again. But I will say this. This one feels different in that, and you guys tell me if you're sensing this. I really feel like Jimmy and Kyle are just done with each other.
Wow.
I agree.
And when we
good.
have this conversation, we always, because it's our team, we have the conversation through the prism of our team. Jimmy would have to want to sign back here. And I got to think, even if he got to a point of something bad happened in free agency and he's just weighing 1 and 2 year deals, there are going to be those out there for him elsewhere. And I think he'd take those.
No doubt.
I think he's done with this clam bake.
That's interesting.
Especially knowing what's sitting there next to him in Trey and Brock.
Well, if you think about the Niners, let's say Brock Purdy has the Tommy John and he's out for 12 to 15 months. You need another quarterback. Of all these quarterbacks we talk about, Jimmy Garoppolo wants a multi-year deal. The Niners, if they still believe in Brock, and I think they do, on a rookie deal, and maybe they still believe in Trey, we don't know yet, you're not going to look to sign a guy, I don't think, to a 3-year, $60 million deal with $40 million guaranteed. You're going to be looking more for either a guy who's not very good and young, or one of these veterans at the end of his run, like a Chase Daniel or a Case Keenum, the aforementioned Blaine Gabbert, or Beathard or Mullins you've already had. A guy like that, a guy who you can give $2 or $3 million and say, you're our Josh Johnson, come in here and be QB3.
Interesting.
That's the way I think
can't
that they're
wait
going
to
go.
see where Jimmy.
Yeah.
I mean, he could go to New Orleans, the Jets.
Jets, yeah.
The other thing that
I'm rooting
feels
for
like
him.
it's happening is the fan. I don't know if it's a fan base, but I'm like it's becoming like part of the narrative that Trey might not be good, and I'm not there yet. Like I wasn't crazy about him last year, but
he lost his job.
I don't think I haven't given up on him. I've just always been. He still doesn't have experience.
I don't think a fan can give up on him. I just think that you know we've seen enough now to know. And when I say seen enough, we've seen enough from the team. We've seen enough from their decisions. We've heard enough of their words to know that. And I said this earlier on the show. I feel like we should settle with this. Right now, they're a little disappointed with what they got.
You think?
Yeah, I do.
Is it more so disappointed in how Kyle tried to use him as opposed to use him?
No, I think that I think
what was
that's
that
all
we saw? That was not good.
How much is the Purdy injury though that you're talking about?
Well,
like did that? Or you're saying even if Purdy had not gotten, let's say they lose to the Eagles, he was okay.
I don't know how many different reporters have had to come out and say the 49ers, like he doesn't run the way they thought he was going to run. So let's start there.
You're buying that?
Absolutely.
Why would they let that out though? And what does that mean?
Well, it doesn't
because you
necessarily
ran
mean
him
the
up
Niners
the
let
middle,
it out.
guys. You ran him up the middle.
Right.
When he got hurt,
But why are you running him up the middle?
Right, that's my question to you. And
No, I
why
can
would you
answer
get
it.
disappointed in
Why
that?
would
He
you-
ain't a running back.
Thank you. Steiny just said it. You run him up the middle because he can't get to the edge.
Wow. And that is what then.
And you didn't
good
know
Lord.
that when you scouted him? I mean,
like what was going on
Like,
that day?
this isn't. There are no
Let's go to
excuses
happy
here.
hour, didn't
Like,
scout.
if
What
they're-
was going on?
Like if they're right, if it's not good, then they made a horrible mistake.
That is wow.
And maybe get bailed out by Brock Purdy. with the last pick? I don't know, but
Much like the Warriors got bailed out by winning a championship. Because if they didn't win the chip, we'd be feeling a different way about this Wiseman for nothing trade.
Totally.
Wow.
Totally.
You know.
So I mean, I just
that ain't forgotten.
No, but it's kind of forgotten because they won the chip. We're getting showered by confetti, so it's kind of okay that you blew the pick on Wiseman.
Like players get better. You know, Jordan Poole got better, so Trey Lance can get better.
All right.
But like they've been with him every day for 2 years, and I don't think, and their behavior proves this, I don't think they're like overjoyed, overwhelmed, and thrilled. When Brock Purdy wins 8 in a row, and they go,
it was incredible.
But then you get, well, he's our starter next year. What did I tell you about Trey Lance?
Man.
Like there's something that they're not seeing that they wanted to see.
And I believe we're about to find out if Brock is delayed.
But I think in the next 3 weeks with Brock, let's say Brock's not delayed, but you might need another quarterback anyway. What quarterback they bring in, to me, tells you all you need to know about how they feel about Trey Lance. Because if they bring in, and I said Nate Sudfeld earlier, bring him back on the same 1 year, $2 million deal, well, you still believe in Trey Lance. But if you go out and you trade for Matt Ryan or you get Tannehill, then it's Trey Lance is not the
imagine?
one.
I mean, if they were thrilled with him, like, because there's no way he's played 4 or 5 games. You can't call the guy a bust. You can't end his career. But if they still have the same excitement they had the day they drafted him, then how on earth would you get to this scenario we're in today, and Brock Purdy's already the presumptive starter? How would you get there? You would have to be like, well, at minimum, this is going to be an even competition because Brock wowed us, but we're still so excited with the beauty of the package of Trey Lance. They're not.
Wow.
They're not. So they moved on, at least emotionally.
So you trade him for Justin Fields. Who says no? Trey Lance for Justin Fields.
The Bears would say no. Justin Fields shows some things, you guys, at different junctures this year to me.
Well, he can get outside the pocket.
But why would the Niners do that?
Because Brock Purdy's going to be hurt, and you don't believe in Trey Lance, and now here's the mobile quarterback you've always wanted.
You believe in Justin Fields? I don't know that they always wanted a mobile QB.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
He come on now for a fantasy. Justin Fields.
I wouldn't.
If you don't believe in Trey Lance and Brock Purdy's going to be out, then.
I don't know why Kyle Shanahan would believe
Fields is up,
in Justin Fields and he has not been. They haven't been together for not even a day.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like that has to be worth something too. Which if you do have to go with Trey Lance, like 2 years together running the offense, you know what I mean? I don't know who. That was a weird trade idea. I don't know if either one of them benefit.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm thinking in terms of the James Wiseman. You get a change of scenery because Wiseman's gonna at least have a chance now to play and show everyone if he's for real or not. And if if the Niners have given up on Trey Lance, I'm not saying they have, but maybe that would be something that they would think about doing.
I also think the Bears, if you are going to shop Justin Fields, you're looking for the kind of capital in return from a team that thinks Justin Fields is going to be their guy.
Yeah.
And the 49ers, what are they going to give up for someone who they're hoping starts 5 games? And then you're going to go, you know what I mean?
Like, if Brock Purdy has the Tommy John. Now you're looking at a whole season worth of.
But even that's 1 year. That's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you're like, I don't know. That's why I'm just kind of out on any QB that you bring in who you're like, they're going to be the next 4 years. Because as you said, Steiny, that's giving up your financial edge that you have on the league right now.
I don't think that's happening.
But you'd have that with Justin Fields is why I was thinking that because he's on a rookie deal.
Yeah. A big cost certainty.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I love it. What else you guys got today? We got a big staff meeting we got to get to.
I hate when
Zaza Pachulia at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Zaza.
That's, we got Zaza. We're going to talk about this situation. I'm going to start the show probably with a little White. I don't think it was the Niners that leaked that stuff.
The Albert Breer?
Yeah.
Because that's like, Willard, what are we saying? He's slow. Like, you went to scout him. What is that, Trey Lance? If that report, I told him and Ray, like, how could you let that get out?
I should say it wouldn't
because sometimes I
have to
came
be
in here,
the
I said,
49ers.
Steiny, he's not Vince Young. Like, he's not faster as I thought he would be. But for them to use that as a negative, like, he ain't even with the will part of it. We're disappointed. Oh, brother.
Yeah. Hit me with a minutes to that meeting after we're done.
Yeah,
no doubt.
All right, perfect.
Yeah.
Right. I look forward to hearing what you say about that. All right. See you later.
want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Here's how I would give it to me. Here's how, I'm imagining something like that goes. If Mark is saying, a bunch of writers are writing that the 49ers are disappointed, there's got to be something to it. Wow. You said, well, why would the Niners do that? I don't think it was the Niners. It could be I'll just use this guy's name. It could come from anywhere. Like DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah.
Where he's Houston, right? Yeah. So he goes to Houston and they got their assistant coaches and they got people in their facility, and somebody asks him, what's going on in San Francisco? You know what? They don't like Trey. I can just tell you they don't like Trey. They thought he was going to be this and that. So, and then from Houston, it gets out somewhere to a writer or whatever city. Because you kind of don't need it to be the Niners.
Right. But the bottom line is I feel like Trey Lance, and this is not how he wanted it, nor would he ever admit to it, but if this injury situation with Brock Purdy is delayed and it keeps him from OTAs or whatnot, here we are effing again with Trey Lance and all the stuff that makes us nervous, the bad things we hear about. Steiny, he's going to be on the stage and the lead to get the opportunity to show us if he was the man that they drafted. That's fascinating to me. And I thought Brock Purdy was going to put that on hold or kind of dispel it in totality. Dude, it ain't going to pop for you here because we got our guy.
I don't necessarily think, there are degrees to everything. Do you think the 49ers have, in a way, maybe not given up on Trey Lance, but kind of like the Warriors with Wiseman? They look at him and say, he's not going to help for a little bit. And we've got to figure out something in the meantime, because I do feel like if Brock Purdy is delayed or has to miss the season, if Trey Lance isn't the starting quarterback week one,
oh man,
I'd be shocked. I mean, I would be shocked.
And I'll be right behind you. I would be right behind you. There's just no doubt about it. And I'll say this. I'm wondering for Kyle Shanahan and just his tenure here in San Francisco, can he go a whole football year without losing a quarterback? Is it going to be 3? Is it going to be 2? I don't know. But if you're telling me they're not happy with his running style, then again, what did you see in the workout that had you move mountains to get him? That's why I'm holding out hope. And I'll say this about Trey. There were concerns. Accuracy for me, getting how fast he was getting rid of the ball, and we saw Purdy show what that looks like, when you're in control and you're doing it the right way. I just don't think there's been enough football with Trey Lance under center, Steiny, to where they're like, this dude is what James Wiseman was to the Warriors when they decided he can't help us. So to your point just a second ago, I don't think we're nowhere near there with Trey Lance, Steiny. It was game 2, I believe, against Seattle after losing to that 10-point lead against the Bears. So I just don't I don't think they're that that they look at him like, holy crap, this dude can't play.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't disagree with you there at all. It just to me, I wouldn't have given necessarily Brock Purdy the start. I mean, I guess if you have to come into camp with a guy taking reps with the starters and one guy not, fine. Then somebody's going to have to be the 1 and be the 2 at the start of camp. And if it were Purdy, that's fine because he ended the year like he did. But what if the only thing that I would come back with on the Wiseman comparison, and we got into this, Steiny, you would say, Steiny, let's get Wiseman out there. he should be playing. And I said, well, what if he's practicing? Like, sometimes you can see stuff in practice where you almost have to protect a kid.
Wow.
And I firmly believe that the 49ers have more of an indication, obviously, of what they think of Lance than anybody else. I just don't know what it is. I don't know. I still think Kyle Shanahan, because of his personality, if Lance has the tools, then Kyle Shanahan probably thinks he can turn him into a real good quarterback.
Yeah.
I would think.
I agree wholeheartedly. And what did I say is the Niners went on to win 10 in a row. I was like, I'm getting the feel, and I told you this. You're going to remember. I just get the feel Kyle can do it with any quarterback. Remember I told you? I mean, I was drinking the Kool-Aid that much, and then I think about Mullins and Beathard, but there was no McCaffrey and these cast of characters they have now. This offense outside of the quarterback is loaded. Any quarterback outside of Trey Lance to come here and inherit this weaponry, Steiny, watch out now. So it ain't going to be, to me,
that's
a Mike
the thing.
White or a Matt Ryan, that corpse. They're done.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's the part I don't know. And it's like when you say, I think, and let's be clear. Let's be clear. When we say, I'm starting to think Kyle can win with any quarterback. With this particular team.
Preach. Yeah.
Not with, you better be this good offensively and defensively for you to win with any kind of quarterback.
And let's throw the kid a bone. Trey Lance. He didn't get the luxury, and you pointed this out about a month ago, when we had the conversation in regard to, you know what, Goo? Trey Lance never played it down with McCaffrey. I mean, that would just make it better. You know what I mean?
You would think.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's logical. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. Where are you at with the San Francisco 49ers quarterback position? Brock Purdy's surgery delayed until March. March is a long month. 30 days has September, April, June, and November. Yeah, March has 31 days. It's a long month.
Black History Month is the shortest. Go figure. 28 days, Donnie.
Well, 28 days, I think, once every 4 years, something like that. Leap year.
That's 28 days every year in Feb.
There's a year. No.
Yeah.
29 every 4 years.
Thank you.
So what did I say?
You got to get in the game sometime.
You were right, Goo.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah. 228. My mom's birthday coming up.
Right. 28 this year.
Right.
And I said, but it's not.
Every 4 years, it's 29.
Right.
But all the other 3 years is 28, so I'd be right.
Well, you'd be right 3 years, but you'd be wrong in the fourth.
Right.
And I was more precise because I said.
How many this month?
I said
28.
February.
And I'll give you the one. Black History Month, still the shortest month in the calendar.
So technically, that 1 year where there's 29 days, there's still a 28th day.
You know what, John?
Of course, there's still a 28th. I mean, you could say September 15th is March 3rd. It doesn't matter. It's just a day.
February's the shortest. Tattoo. Fantasy Island. The plane. They don't know what that is.
Let's ask him. Now, Kyle knows. Kyle. Ricardo Montalban.
He may not know.
Have you heard of Ricardo Montalban, guys?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Okay.
Wow.
We're going to get to the Niners. We're probably going to talk Niners on the other side, but I want to jump in real quick with the Warriors.
Dude,
I did this little thing before the show, and I got to tell you, I was shocked.
Thing. Okay.
I was shocked. We had Guru, John. Kyle was in here, so he wasn't there. Guru, John, Ray Ratto, and who was the fourth? Oh, me.
Shasky.
Oh, Shasky.
Yeah.
I went around the room, and I said, there's 24 games left in the Warriors season.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
How many games do you think Steph Curry will miss of the 24? And not one of you guys said fewer than 10.
Wow, man.
Not 5, not 6.
I mean,
I hope your number is 6. You brought that to the table yesterday.
Ratto, of course, Ray had 15, and I'm thinking 15? Like,
yes.
They might be done right now if he's out 15 games.
And then whatever's going on, what we hope is not going on with Andrew.
Right.
Like, Stoney, how are they going to win that game tomorrow if he's not available?
They weren't. They can't. Because they're missing their two best players when they're at their best.
They can't.
Well, they're missing their two best players.
Yeah, no doubt.
How many teams can win with their two best players?
Hey.
415 Guru always changing what he originally said.
Laugh out loud. What?
Standard Guru, LOL.
Yeah, you had to read. I feel like you wrote it. The guys in the back gave me credit. The point was February is the shortest month out of all of them. And February is Black History Month.
Right.
Tired of keeping the man. Get off me.
I think he's talking about all the other things.
You PO'd we're not at that meeting.
Not at all. You know what, Goo? This is like.
But you hear
see,
stuff.
this is where.
These meetings have nuggets.
No, this is what I got to tell.
Guys want to be there.
See, this is the one part of you I really don't understand.
The corporate side. The teammate side.
Those meetings stink. They stink.
What about you seeing all the people you don't see on a daily basis? That's what I get off
speaking
on.
of that, I saw so funny, you reminded me. I saw a shirt today that this guy had on, and I was like, I laughed, but I was like, yeah, I wouldn't wear that. You know what it said on it?
What did it say?
This guy had a shirt on that said, it was actually a hooded sweatshirt. It said, I like fishing and maybe 3 people.
Ray Rattle had that on?
No.
Oh, wow. That's pretty good.
You wouldn't wear that.
It's pretty good. I would.
No, you wouldn't.
I love it.
Because you're a people person.
Yeah, but sometimes I'm in my mood. But that's pretty good.
I would never.
You wrote that down.
Yeah, well, I remembered it. Oh, also, happy birthday to my idol, Julius Erving.
Dr. J.
Horses behind.
He looks good.
Please. He doesn't look as good as Harold Carmichael. Harold Carmichael looked great at the Super Bowl. The Eagle wide receiver, 6'8".
I'll tell you who didn't look good, another Harold, Minor.
Really?
He didn't put on a few Baby Jordan. He was a judge at the
He put on a few Baby Jordans?
Right. And not that I can talk, but I was like, Harold, no.
Well, you can't talk now with that camera in your face.
That was just
camera
I feel
2.
Better. Yeah,
camera
ain't about
2.
Me.
Nasty camera. Hey, it's Warriors Wednesday, and it's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Zaza Pachulia coming up at 1 o'clock, next half hour. How you feeling about the San Francisco 49ers quarterback situation? You still think Purdy's going to be the starting quarterback week 1? You think it's going to be Trey Lance? Could it be somebody else? 888-957-9570. We'll be back to talk about it.
What the F do you got to lose?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt Stein, it's now the Guru Johnson with you. Zaza Pachulia.
Nothing
he
easy.
Joins us at 1 o'clock. He is, of course, part of the executive show. He switches off weeks with Bob Myers, and it's Zaza's week. Let's see. There's one other. Go ahead. You said you had something for me.
Oh, no, just you, Kyle, and John. Some Warrior trivia.
Oh, you got
get
trivia?
The music. Yeah, I know you like it.
Oh, man, I do.
I'm working extra hard today. So the Warriors have played 58 games, guys. 58 games, and only 2 Warriors have played in every
Kevon Looney
game.
and Jordan Poole.
Cut the music. I'm so sick of you.
That's not even trivia.
But it was great when I read it. I was like, that's show material. Kyle, be honest. John, please be honest. Would you guys have gotten it? Oh, see, damn you.
You know, can I say one thing about like the Purdy thing? You know, you say Steiny, you worried about Purdy? You worried about Trey Lance? You know who I'm worried about? I'm serious. I'm a little worried about Andrew Wiggins.
Well, if it's a family matter,
that's why I'm worried. Like I don't wish that kind of stuff on anybody. And if he's missed the last game before the break because of personal reasons, and the first game after the break, that's 9 days.
After having a great game, the game before that. I'm with you.
I mean, that's one of those, I don't like any of it.
Like, how do they win tomorrow without Drew and Steph? Seriously, man.
Yeah.
You don't even want
that's
them
a
to
must-win for the Lakers.
Well, 17-6 is what I predicted them going in the last 23.
I'll take that bet. I'll bet they're not 17-6.
You know what? I'm done right now.
It's
step
smart,
away. Sometimes
smart
you step
move.
away. You know when to hold
Smart
them,
move.
fold
You know
them.
what's funny is Guru does this stuff on Instagram where and social media where he goes, hey, I'm 4-2. I had the Titans in the over.
Yeah, right,
Your boy's on a hot streak. Blah,
we come
blah,
back
blah.
tomorrow.
How come you don't do Instagrams on your 1-11 in bets with me?
I don't think I'm 1-11.
Yeah, I think so.
I won the
I don't even
Lonzo
know.
Ball Ben Simmons.
No, you didn't.
Dude, if you go back and listen to that argument, we were in the other building. Stoney,
Who's had a better career?
Lonzo.
Neither.
No, he hasn't.
But
Ben
guys,
Simmons
I think
has
it's
more accolades. Ben Simmons has
accolades of.
First of all, Ben Simmons is playing now. Ball's done.
Oh,
he's out all year,
but
he didn't play.
Right.
So I don't
but
care.
Is Ben really playing?
I don't care. Ben wins this year. Ben wins this year.
I think I told you that yesterday.
And I gave you ball last year.
Lonzo, yeah.
I gave you ball last
His
year.
His career's in jeopardy, Stoney. They don't know why.
Greg Kinn.
So, soreness.
You don't even know what I meant, did
Greg
you?
Kinn.
Yeah.
Cousin of who?
No. My love's in jeopardy, jeopardy.
Oh, that's a 4.
Yeah, you know that song, right?
I
It's
love it.
Good
I don't
song.
love it, but I like it. Yep.
By the way, your effort trying to finish the question before I answered.
I saw that's what they completed.
Nice try, Goo.
Hey, real quick, tell me we hit the 250 kind of hard. We just spent it all though. Dude, the feeling I had of knowing I was covered.
It's gone.
You didn't see me smiling, just
it's gone.
I ain't got to go in my pocket.
It's gone.
Yeah.
It's all gone. They're all gone now.
Orlando.
Too soon? 1972, 82, 92, 02. 50 years you can joke about the Munich Olympics. I think it's been 50 years. So I think you can joke about it now, right?
Yeah. The greatest call by Al Michaels. A miracle.
I got something completely different.
We're talking about the hockey.
No, I was talking about Jim McKay, the 1972 Olympics with the hostage crisis involving the Israeli athletes. That was 1972.
My bad on that.
And then the Miracle on Ice is
Al Michaels.
It's an anniversary of the Miracle on Ice.
Tell the people why I said the Miracle on Ice. You were watching that video with that great call in the green room.
1980 Salt Lake City. Yeah. Show no pity in Salt Lake City.
I'm going to give you a 4.
That was the pen. The Lake Placid. Check that. Lake Placid. Lake Placid. That's right. You know what Show No Pity? We are just. You know what Show No Pity in Salt Lake City was?
No, I don't.
That was the slogan for the Penn Quakers in 1979 when they made it to the Final Four. Now that was in Salt Lake City.
Who beat them?
Michigan State, Magic's team.
Oh yeah,
and Bird beat DePaul, and the rest is history. Richard's in San Bruno. Hey, Richard, how you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. You posed a question, or you said that, the Niners can win with any quarterback way they're constructed. And I'm a Bears fan, to be honest with you. I lived for like 50 years. But I have this question for you, Steiny. Does that mean that the Niners, with any quarterback, can beat Kansas City with Mahomes or Josh Allen with Buffalo the next 2 to 3 years? Let me say this.
Yeah.
If Mahomes is a generational quarterback, remember when nobody could beat Jordan, didn't matter who it was. So can they actually beat those two in the next 2 to 3 years? What do you think?
That's a fair point. I mean, what are we talking about here? Kyle Shanahan, let's be a little more precise. I like that call, actually. If we're saying, Kyle Shanahan can win with any quarterback, can he win the Super Bowl with any quarterback?
Okay. Well,
let's be precise.
I think he can, and he had the opportunity to do it.
With who?
Kansas City in 2019. The quarterback to me, and I know he missed a throw with the Sanders. They had that game, Steiny. But then last year,
would you call Jimmy Garoppolo any quarterback? You know what I mean?
Well, he's not Mahomes, so he can do it with lesser. And that's what was on display is Brock Purdy came out of nowhere and held it down. So for the people out there, I do have questions about Kyle and his coaching and his play calling and high leverage situations. But don't you dare think for 1 minute he can't take and Beathard and those guys and Mullins are different than Jimmy. Jimmy's not Mahomes. So I think we got the answer to that question. And then he did it last year with Jimmy. To get him to a tart interception or a catch away from going to the Super Bowl again. So I'm emphatically, hell yes, he can do it without a top-tier quarterback.
I think we have to define what any quarterback means.
I agree.
Any quarterback indicates that Nick Mullins would have the success that Brock Purdy had.
Yeah.
No, it's not any quarterback, but it's just a not elite quarterback. Right. But there's a
and that's Jimmy, right? Jimmy's not elite,
cleared.
right?
Yeah, I think Jimmy clears the bar. He's obviously not an elite guy, but he's above that line of demarcation of hey, this guy's just not going to win with anybody.
And let's be honest, guys.
I wouldn't call Jimmy an anybody though.
Okay,
I think he's a little better than that.
No, and he's going to have a new team, but. We were one Reddick hit away from Brock Purdy of seeing if Kyle could get back to the Super Bowl with another quarterback that wasn't, quote unquote, a Patrick Mahomes type. So that's why I feel so mad and bad for Niner fans that, you got a block. That's how we got hurt. But could you imagine the tea leaves if the Niners would have went and played in that Super Bowl and Kyle did it with a rookie, with Brock Purdy? Gosh, that's why how do you watch
your team give up 31 points to the Eagles, then see now here's where I'll ask you guys this, because if I'm Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and I watch the NFC Championship game, then I watch the Super Bowl, I would from my point of view, I'd assume we probably weren't going to win it with Brock Purdy.
Wow.
So I would need Brock Purdy to be a little better next year than he was this past year, which I don't think is out of the realm of possibility.
Hell no.
But
we're talking one game, Steiny.
You're right. But I think if the 49ers would have played the Chiefs, then they need a hell of a game out of Purdy. To me,
in the offense,
they might need a 3-touchdown, no interception game.
I'm not mad at that at all.
Can he do it with that kind of quarterback? Yeah, but at some point the quarterback's going to have a big game.
Let me ask you this question because it goes back to the crossover with Willard and Dibbs.
Yeah.
I think Willard said it, or you said it. You help me out. You really believe that there's something? I don't want to say poisonous. But you really believe Kyle and Jimmy have had enough of each other? And the reason I say that is when I brought up the possibility of Jimmy somehow, shouldn't you have an advantage? The fact that Jimmy, you were able to facilitate something to where he came back and quarterback, you didn't yank the rug out from underneath him. Jimmy got hurt. So I'm saying that because I don't think Jimmy's mad. Or is Jimmy mad how it all jumped off last offseason?
I think he's sick of it.
Okay. And I'm not mad, but that's where I would go first. Hey, Jimmy, can we save this? If something's up with
I don't
Brock.
think the 49ers want to save it. They know.
But if we're going 10,
let me use my favorite Draymond Green. The writing's on the wall.
So it was spray painted last year on the wall.
No.
Steiny, it was on the wall thicker than this year.
First of all, again, never say never. But remember, when they held the joint press conferences 2 years ago or a year ago, when Lynch and Shanahan talked about Garoppolo, they were careful not to say, oh, he's done. They left it open. Jimmy then, Garoppolo, when he talked after those two guys, seemed to make it clear he was gone.
Man.
Okay. Now, this year, when Kyle Shanahan was asked the question, is there any scenario you see where Jimmy Garoppolo comes back? And he said, no.
Okay,
so that to me tells me that it's over. Because why wouldn't he say?
Because he was hurt, and it was It was 48 hours.
Probably not
after the game, Steiny. What if I said that to you? Like if we were to ask him now on a golf course, or like,
you want to bet?
No, I've told you I'm done. I'm stepping away. But listen, I think that, and I think
you know what? This is how you know how convicted Guru is.
The way that question was posed to him, I'm being honest. I think Kyle took it like the reporter was trying to drive in, rub a bruise or a scab.
Sometimes you have to. No,
I think Kyle
disagree.
reacted to that like, let's just move on. Hell no. I just got to believe if they don't get the right news on Brock and there's a delay, why wouldn't you start with Jimmy just to see if there's something you can do to get him back? Because then
why would Jimmy? Missing. Come on, Goo. This is where
it's a long shot.
You don't believe what you're saying.
Oh gosh, I've never heard you say that to me.
I don't believe you do.
I totally do.
No, you do. You've been around here for the tenure of Jimmy Garoppolo, right? You've been around.
Last year the line was supposed to be around the corner for Jimmy.
Right, he was hurt.
Well,
why the hell does he want to be the San Francisco 49ers quarterback? Why does he want to be on? Why would he want to be on the Niners next year when there are openings peppered around the NFL?
I'm going to say this, and I'm going to give you the lead and the point in somewhere else. But to finish what he started, and he was on his way this year doing that, and he got hurt. And he continues to get hurt. But I know it's a long shot, but so was him being
doubt last year.
But
you know what?
And that's why I'm still captivated by how all that went down when I and every show on the station was put.
You know what?
And it wasn't, nobody was wrong, but we just share what was in our gut and what we saw, and what we all came to agreement was there is no way in hell. We went to the practice, you and I, out there, Kyle, everybody that was out there, Kyle was out there, everybody that was out there, they had Jimmy on the side somewhere in somebody's backyard.
That's the other thing. That's the other
crazy.
reason. No, and this is the thing. And I apply this same standard to the Warriors.
Okay.
Believe it or not. Last year, it was a long shot that Garoppolo would come back. I mean, it was like one in a million.
Go ahead.
Well, if it's 1 in a million, it's not going to happen again this year. That's why it was a long shot that ended up working out. I feel the same about the Warriors.
Look at you.
They shocked the world last year. If they do, it's not shocking the world anymore to do it 2 years in a row. Yeah. Like,
health is wealth.
Plus, you know what?
I hope I'm
not talking out of turn. But Kyle Madsen said something to me yesterday.
Stitches get stitches.
That resonated. And it was like, there's something about last year's title that put a bow on everything. It was unforeseen. It was gravy. It probably meant more to the big three than any of the other first three because they really proved it. And there's something about when you do that, you
ease up.
I don't know if it's ease up, but you hit your goal. Well, you hit your goal. Their goal was to win a title.
And they've done that three other times.
Now they're going to win the next. But you know what I'm saying, Kyle? Do you want to expand upon that, or did I poorly explain your view?
No, I just think there's, like, I don't want to say they're unmotivated, but last year when they struggled at the end of the year and they needed to win the 5, and then, like, they had to dig deep and they found something there. And this is all, like, this isn't, like, empirical data. This is just kind of feel. Whereas this year, like, you saw the outpouring of emotion from Steph after they won. Like, they overcame this mountain that everybody said you cannot climb it. And then what do you see? Everybody that tried to downplay what Steph had done in his career is like, oh, it's KD, win without KD, da-da-da. Like, they did it. You did it.
And you know what? And 408, a 650, and Curry won the MVP in the finals too, which was the last thing he needed to do on his resume. Like,
but we're not watching. You guys aren't dare saying to me.
There's a natural. There's a complacency that clearly they've been fighting against all year long.
Well, no
for
pun
a variety
intended.
of reasons.
Draymond fought with Jordan Poole, and we all agree that obviously is not ever a good thing.
I think it's more than that, though.
So that's what I'm saying to you. You're not watching the Warriors, and you feel like they're not giving their all.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I don't.
But but look, it's
subconsciously.
See, this is where you can't. You can't discuss it in black and white. They're playing hard or they don't care. It's not that simple. There's less motivation this year. Look at all the receipts they kept. They were pissed last year. They could not stand that they were counted out.
Yeah.
And they were right.
He was counted out too,
They stuck it in
Steph.
everybody's face, mine included.
Wake up, man. I appreciate it.
They absolutely, positively stuck it to everybody who didn't think they were going to do it.
And Dre went on.
It's like a crowning. You know what? I'm sorry. It's like a crowning achievement. It's hard to,
But
it's
they
like,
haven't quit, Stoney. I hear what you're saying.
They're not going to
I
quit.
get it. Yeah.
They're going to get beat, is what's going to happen.
And then you might be right, but it ain't going to be because they won last year. I just think they've got bad luck, and it started with the punch.
Somebody's got a journalism question they want to ask me.
Oh, on the line?
No, on the Xfinity mobile text line. Steiny, journalist question. Would it be okay for a sports reporter to ask Shanahan, do you and Jimmy like each other? Yeah. I would probably say, can I ask you about your relationship with Jimmy Garoppolo? Yeah, sure. How would you describe it? You're obviously a head coach. You have relationships with all your quarterbacks.
Yeah.
How's the one with Jimmy? Yeah, you could ask that. Sometimes you have to ask questions that you kind of know the answer to, too. For example, Goo, when Spreewell choked Carlissimo in '97.
I'll never forget.
And they suspended him. And then he got suspended for 68 games.
All the black players were by his side.
There was a press conference that Gary St. Jean had, and there were questions after questions after questions. And I was like, we haven't asked the question that we need to ask. And I said, Saint, will Latrell Sprewell ever wear a Warrior uniform again?
What was his answer?
No.
Damn.
So there you have it.
You asked that, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, come with the high heat. Hey, I'm giving you a compliment.
No, I know, but it's just my job. Like there's nothing extraordinary. There's
Johnny
nothing
on the
extraordinary.
spot. Like, hey, we're about to blow this thing. If nobody asked the pertinent, dude, you went goalie style in the NHL. You saved it.
Mark's in San Francisco. Hey, Mark, how you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Going well.
Good. Well, I wanted to talk about the quarterback situation and what I would do and what I think the 49ers should do.
All right.
So what I've seen is that we have a window that is going to stay open for maybe just like 3-4 more years the most. Okay? And the 49ers have to wait, I feel, on what's going to happen with Purdy. If he's going to be out for only 6 months or up to a year.
Yep.
If it's going to be up to a year, then what I would do, if it was in my hands, I would first of all go talk to Lance. Before I even thinking of making a move, what I would do is talk to Lance and tell him we have a window that only stays open for so long.
All right.
And we got to go for it now So I will talk to him that I feel
And then who you get?
to go talk to Brady and try and get him do everything we can to get Brady.
I'll tell you what, Mark. I'll tell you what.
Brady's done.
I actually don't think. I think that's within the realm of possibility. Now,
You want to bet? Like, I'll take that.
No,
bet.
see, that's how I phrase things. See, I'm saying it's a long shot, but I think Brady could.
You think that's on the table? It's a long shot.
I mean, I would never bet on it.
Okay.
But see, you say
thought
things
I
more
had
sure. Like you say, oh, Steiny, Garoppolo, I could easily see him coming back. And that's when I say, oh, really? Let's make a bet. And then that's when you realize that what you said didn't accurately represent the way you were really feeling. And so when I call you on that, it's kind of a wake-up call for you. And, yeah, so there you go. What are you looking at?
Somebody giving you some radio advice.
Oh, give it to me. Don't mention the name, though.
Okay. But that takes,
go ahead. Go do it. I don't care.
Grant Napier says a good radio host should talk as if you're talking to someone across the room and not to all of them to end your sentences. Do you agree?
Yeah, we do that a lot on this show, both ways. We do that a lot, both ways. But that's the beauty. That's what we're friends.
Yeah.
We're friends.
Business is good. I feel that way.
It's all right.
The most important stuff.
It's all right.
Come on.
Zaza, what are you going to ask Zaza? You got anything up your sleeve?
We got to get to him because he always talks about what's going on in the world. So I'm thinking Michigan State because they had it.
Actually, I'm going to ask him something. I'm going to throw him a question about they had a big fundraiser for the Warriors Foundation over the All-Star break.
Awesome. Okay.
And he participated. All the players participated. So I'll have him give some insight on that.
Am I the only one that you know that said how weird it was that the Warriors didn't have any representation of themselves at all this weekend?
Yeah, Draymond was there.
Jordan Poole could have been. I know we talked about this yesterday. Could have been in a 3-point contest easily. Julius Randle on line 1. Kuminga should have been in the rookie sophomore
shouldn't
game.
have.
Dude, I watched that.
He's out of the rotation.
Dude, it ain't about the minutes. It's about your athleticism. Quit hating on G State. Everybody. The NBA.
Look, Draymond.
He was great.
Exactly. He represented the Warriors terrifically.
You know what? I'm going to give you that. But, man, how good is he? Just Draymond on the mic explaining the game that he left. You don't throw that out.
He's great.
Phenomenal.
He's incredible.
That's my Jim Rowe. Phenomenal.
He's absolutely incredible. There's no doubt about it.
Clones.
He's a hell of a player. And he's going to jump right into the.
I know. You're great.
What if let me ask you this. You think there's any chance Dre opts out, retires, and signs a contract with TNT that's bigger than anything he's going to get in the league?
There's no seating available.
Exactly.
All those guys just re-up their contract.
Oh, please.
We don't want him on Tuesday nights.
You can make room for Draymond Green.
You think so?
Absolutely. Oh, my goodness, yes.
You bring up another chair?
I mean, think about it.
That would be fine.
Draymond can either stay with the Warriors one more year, $25 million. He can go to Lakers 3 years for $75 million. Or he can go to TNT for 5 years and $175 million. Ooh.
Yeah. Want to bet?
Dude, those guys make big-time bank.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But Draymond, I think he's going to L.A. My 2 cents.
We'll see.
Yep.
This year, he's going to opt out and go?
Yeah, I think so. It could be a sign-and trade, but my number one concern, and Day-Day, I love you, is our guy Bob Myers. Like, when will we know his situation, Stoney?
Shoot, we had Tim Kawakami on with the afternoon show yesterday, and I want to play the cut that he talks about Bob Myers and whether he thinks he's coming back or not. But that'll be after Zaza Pachulia. This segment brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromise. That's right, coming up next, The Executive Show with Zaza Pachulia right here on 95.7 The Game. All right, Matt Steinmetz, Daryl, the Guru Johnson, and it's time for the executive show. And this week it's Zaza Pachulia. And Zaza, we like to, open up usually with something maybe non-basketball related. So I'm going to ask you to talk to me about this big poker tournament that happened over the All-Star break, in which money was donated to the Warriors Community Foundation. Apparently all the players played in it. You raised over $3 million, but how much did you win?
That's definitely I was not expecting for the question, but it's fun because honestly, this is my favorite event I ever done with any NBA team, and I love all the teams I played for, and I love all the communities that I interacted with. But this is the favorite event that I've experienced, the poker tournament the Warriors does annually. And, I believe we was a record that we broke over $3 million that we raised that's going to go to amazing causes. And, Nicole Lacob and her whole team is doing a phenomenal job, to make these things happen. And it's just great to be part of it. To answer your question, I don't know what you mean with the win, but I think we all win because I know the money we raise going to make the difference in our community, and so many amazing nonprofits that we work with, the Warriors Foundation is working with, and bottom line, we all win because doing something positive for our community, for this city, and the people we interact with, and as far as they getting something out of it, we all win. So that's what matters the most.
Zaza, everybody, was in euphoria last year, and rightfully so. The Warriors win the chip. And right now, Zaza, at the break, they're 29-29. What would Zaza tell Dub Nation? What would you give them to lean on to be confident that this team can get it together and try to go or get as close to back-to-back as possible?
Right, I remember when we won the back-to-back, first year in 2017. If you guys remember playoffs, it was 16-1 record that we won the championship. And obviously next year we're the same team, maybe one or two players changed, and it was not 16-1, it was 16 and more than one losses that we got throughout the playoffs, right? But to win is very hard. It's very hard, and I think I already feel fortunate to be even mentioning and discussing about back-to-back championships, hopefully again, for this amazing franchise, so it's already a positive sign. Looking at so many teams not even having this conversation, fans not even thinking about playing in April, May, and June. We've been already been fortunate to be experiencing, and now in the Chase Center last year, we got to celebrate, right? So we have a chance. We have a good chance, but at the same time, it's going to take a lot of work, some luck as well, and most importantly, a lot of healthy bodies. So we need healthy players for us to make this happen.
Zaza Pachulia joining us on 95.7 The Game. It is the executive show. The ratings for the All-Star game, not apparently, of all time. Zaza, how are we going to fix the All-Star game? What you got any ideas, buddy?
That really concerns me, honestly. That really upset me as well because I love this game, and I'll be fortunate to be part of this NBA family that we call it for more than almost 2 decades, right? And maybe it's a 2 decade right now. And I'm grateful for that. So it really worries me when I read the stories like that. The ratings are lowest as ever. I think everybody can definitely help this cause, and everybody has to commit. Most importantly, I think it starts with the players. Obviously they deserve to be there, right? They deserve to be called All-Stars, but at the same time, it's a commitment, and for them to. And I'm pretty sure they see all this news and all these updates, that we see on the internet, right? So I think it's more coming from the players to take it more seriously. And when I say me taking it seriously, dunks are fun, but nothing better than competition. And I think that's what fans wants to see, I believe. And there's no exact answer what should be done, but I think everyone should do their job a better way. And obviously, me as a former player, I would just love to see players, taking more seriously and focusing on competition more than just a show. Because I believe those best players that are going to be out there, if they compete, shows is just going to happen itself, right? So, and plus on Adams, the Adam Silver's comments that I listened during the All-Star weekend, that it's all-time high when it comes to the season, the tickets sold, the tickets revenues and renewals, ticket season renewals. So, it's obvious that the fans want to see the competitive basketball out there, right? Numbers, they're definitely backing up. But when it comes to the All-Star, I think it's a little more show and, people want to see more competitive basketball.
Zaza, I need your help. My partner and I, speaking of gambling, we got a bet. I got the Warriors going back-to-back. He has the field. And I got to be honest, Zaza, I'm a little nervous right now, and I know this is go time, but you know what it takes to play in this league, longevity. Talk to me about Andre Iguodala. He's my wild card, but can you speak to Dub Nation, Zaza, on is it really realistic for me to expect him to come back and have an impact?
Well, it's a good question. First of all, it's very difficult to be in that age and have all those miles and wear and tear, and still play whole season, right? But if somebody understands and loves this game and wants to be out there, it's Andre. And I'll be fortunate to know this guy for on and off the court for years now, and see him in the gym, coming early, leaving late, working on his body, his health, I assure you guys that he's trying his best and he's doing his best to help this team because he understands how important, how valuable he is. And he's been, from him to winning the MVP, obviously in 2015 finals, and every single year we won because of Andre, because of what he brings for this team in the locker room, on the court. And hopefully to see him. But, it's tough when you're that old, for the basketball, obviously. I'm talking about for, he's a young man, just general, but for this game to be that age and, to play whole season, it's very, very difficult. It's some extent we had this expectation for him not to be able to play a whole season, but here we are. It's only 24 games left, and hoping to see him back on the court sooner the better, obviously, because we're not in a situation to have a luxury of resting the players or and not having a guy. We're already dealing with some injuries with obviously Steph and GP2. And sooner we're going to get those players, the better it is for us. And because the clock is definitely winding down. But Andre knows it, and we're just hopeful to see him back.
Zaza Pachulia joining us on 95.7 The Game, and all guests appear via the Bud Light guest line. Every year in the NBA, guys have decisions to make on free agency. And, just like, Bob Myers doesn't have a contract yet for next year. Draymond Green has an opt-out. I'm not asking you what do you think they're going to do. But what I am curious about is, because it happens all the time, is that something that your teammates ask you about or stuff like that? Do they just say, that's his business, I don't worry about it? Or you check in with Dre, hey, how you feeling about stuff? Is it? Do you guys consider that kind of a private thing? Or do you check in on guys when their future might be uncertain?
That's a really good question, guys, because here's my idea about it, right? It's kind of selfish to talk about yourself or your future while you are in the season. And while you not necessarily have margins of errors, right? And every game matters, every win matters for us. And we've just been talking for like 10 minutes. We've been talking about back-to-back and what it takes to win, and the guys that we're missing, and Andres and Steph's injuries, and GP's absence, obviously. So I think this is the most important thing right now. And about what Bob and Draymond approach. They definitely understand it as their more personal side, but we should always put the team first. And because there's millions of followers, the millions of the fans throughout the world the Warriors has, and I think we open another amazing and unforgettable season, hoping that we're gonna make playoffs, hoping we're gonna have a deep run, hoping that we're gonna play the finals and win another championship for this franchise and for our fans. I think that's what matters the most. Rest is just, like I say, of course for them it's important, but I'm pretty sure they feel the same way, because even if you have to leave, and I'm not talking about necessarily about Bob or Draymond go to the different team, there's nothing better than leave any franchise as a champion. And I experienced that. And when I left Warriors, after winning the back-to-back and went to play for Detroit Pistons, there's nothing better feeling, right? And for the confidence and with everything else. Yes, 4 championships sounds amazing for both guys' resumes, but what's wrong with having 5 championships? So I think that's the most important thing, and I'm just gonna stay with that and focusing on about this year, because, like I say, first of all, it's not easy to win, and second of all, right now we need everything is possible and everything that's necessarily for us to fix this. How are we gonna get out from this, 500? The standards we have, right? So how we can get better, right? How we can put the wins in a row. I mean, that's the most important thing, So I would love to, focus on that more.
Zaza, you mentioned you being a champion, and you know what it takes. Phoenix got KD. We know they improved. Kyrie went to Dallas. The Clippers made some moves. Enhancements everywhere you look. I always tell my partner and the listeners every day, the Warriors got that pedigree. Steph, Clay, Dre, Iggy, they've done it before. Can you speak to how important that actually is? Like, when it is go time, and I know it is as soon as they tip off tomorrow in L.A., but how important is that, Zaza, that pedigree that guys like me speak of that the Warriors have?
Yeah, we saw obviously there was a lot of movement, and there was change. I think I believe that what I read and saw as a stat is 10% of the players, changed the team, right, and got moved before the trade deadline. And you saw some teams got better. You saw some teams just focusing on off season and just giving the chance for the younger guys to experience and to play, get more minutes. That has been part of the game for years and years now, and especially with the West, especially in the West, there are teams that made moves, and it's going to be interesting how it's going to end up. Obviously, change always might look good on the paper, it might not look good, but it's important to see how it's going to translate on the court, right, with the result, with wins and losses, right. So we're going to find out, within the next couple of weeks and months. And we made a small change, obviously. Well, not small change, but it's big for us. Obviously, we, to letting number 2 pick and James Wiseman to walk away and getting into a GP2 in our situation. And it's a big move for us, right? And the whole thing is going to work. And last year GP2 was a very, very important part of our success and championship run, I believe. And especially seeing what Western Conference and we might face in that particular position as a guard position, and GP2 going to be even more important this year, I believe. First of all, we just need to get him healthy. So it's going to be interesting how this thing's going to turn out. Like I say, it's February, right? So there's only 20 to 25 games left for the teams. Is it enough time for those teams to, find a chemistry and on and off the court, right? It's not like, we're in the preseason. It's only 20 to 25 games left. So now everything is on the table and we're all in. I think all the teams who are thinking about championship or deep run, they're all in. It's a matter of the efficiency now, how the team's going to benefit from these moves and changes.
Zaza, as always, we really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you. See you guys in 2 weeks.
Yes, sir. That's Zaza Pachulia, and that was the Executive Show brought to you by Yellow Sack. Try a dumpster bag for easy waste removal, less mess, reduce stress, budget-friendly, clean freely. Call 833-3YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com. He's a good dude.
He is a great dude. And, Stoney, we're running out of these.
Oh, running out of what?
The Executive Show. I mean, we're almost through the season.
Yeah.
Hey, dude, this and the Wiggins
Now or
thing,
never.
I want to say that's
I
James
made that
Bond.
up.
Oh, no.
No, it's me.
I mean, yeah, 3. Snitches get stitches. You know I came up with that one.
It's now or never for the Warriors, right? We got to put the rat on the table. It can't start in 8 games.
Well, now is
now. They got to start
well,
now.
you got to qualify.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah. Okay,
it's
so
right now. They got to start winning.
But tomorrow scares me if there's no Wiggins already off the
guess
top.
what?
When does it stop? That's all. And he's probably dealing with something heavy. But as far as Dub Nation, dude, we take a damn week off, and then we're about to embark on the most important stretch of the season, and lo and behold, 22, he can't play. And LA's playing for everything. They're going to treat it like a playoff game. Now, if you tell me you think they can go out there.
You don't know that.
LeBron
You
said
don't know
these
that.
are the most important 23
I'll
games of his
believe
career.
it when I see it.
All right.
Come on, Goo. Come on.
I'm going to let Bron know you think he's lying.
It's like you have a pipeline to one of the greatest players of all time. That's
Phil
funny.
Handy from Union City, my dog, on the staff.
Speaking of dogs, you're like a basset hound following LeBron and Handy around.
I ain't even took a trip to LA this year. Remember I did in COVID when we were doing remote. Took a day off.
And then I remember other guys missed work because of COVID.
we weren't even in. We were remote, dude. So I didn't come back in.
I'm not even convinced Goo knows Phil Handy.
Tell him the story.
I don't have a
I
story.
let Finn
Stoney,
know.
no, I've got one for you.
Yeah. Oh. When do we want to do it?
I have some friends that work in Sacramento, and we go to Kings Lakers, get the credential. I'm walking, courtside before the game. I'm dressed nice. I feel good. I see Phil Handy, and I walk up to him like, Phil Handy, he's chopping it up with another one of my friends, and I go, Phil, how's it going? I work with Daryl Johnson out in San Francisco. This guy gave me the oh, okay, the most disinterested okay I've ever heard.
Phil know. Yeah,
I
he
left
told
dejected.
me that last week, Stoney. I went,
Why didn't? Maybe he's used to. The
I don't think he knows
guru.
I don't know who Daryl Johnson is. I don't think he knows.
Yeah, it's probably.
Well, we laughed
Does
about
he know
it.
you by the guru?
Just
because I didn't
the
call him whack.
despair in your voice, God. Kyle, but that bothered me. I brought it up.
I
to
was
him.
really bummed.
I said, hey, look, but maybe it was Guru. Maybe he was Daryl Johnson. Anyway, I got a pipeline to Bron. Bron, whose son? How good is Bronny?
I don't know.
He's going to get there because of his daddy. I'm not hating.
No, he won't.
I said
no, he will
they
not.
said he's a lottery pick.
No,
in the
well, if he's a lottery pick, listen.
20, what draft was it?
There ain't
Help me out.
There ain't no
2024,
charity
thank you, John.
in the NBA. If LeBron James's son isn't good enough to play in the NBA, he ain't going to play in the NBA.
Oh, that I'll get.
That's
but the
the
point
way
was
it
get
works.
there. He'll get there though.
Well,
but you're saying
so did your guy
power.
Jordan Bell.
Yeah.
A lot of people get there. Can he stay there?
Chris A on YouTube, Goo-hoo. Phil pulled the goo-hoo.
I have. I don't have the.
I've been focused on you, baby. Because when I
Well, I
tuned
don't have
in
the-
when you
I don't
were
have the,
working with Willard, something else I jotted down.
What?
The eye engagement by you to Willard was dreamy.
Yeah.
Just like good.
I'll tell you
luck.
what.
I said, look at this crap. This dude acts like he's on a prom date.
I'll
Give
tell
me
you
that
what.
attention.
The thing that was
Kyle.
it was so unexpected, but it was so rewarding.
Oh, God.
Working with Willard, we have so much in common, he and I. But it takes us to scratch the surface a little bit and get deeper beneath the surface. But it was a pleasure.
The fact you think that bothers me, though.
I don't think
I don't
think it does, or I don't care if it does. This is about a burgeoning friendship with Mark Willard that, quite
I'm
frankly,
happy that it's happening.
might cloak our relationship. Tim Kawakami was on the afternoon show yesterday, writes for The Athletic. Hey, Tim, is Bob Myers coming back? What do you think? I'm using the. I got it, John. I was using the wrong mouse. Hey, Tim Kawakami's Bob Myers coming back. What do you think?
I think Myers is coming back at least for a little while because I don't think Joe Lacob is going to stand on, well, we'll pay you, third most among executives. Like the things that Bob Myers does for this franchise should make him the top paid executive. And it's a high number. I'm spending Joe Lacob and Peter Guber's money, but I just see it as negotiations right now. I see because we're having this discussion and because we can't really see who and how they're going to fill the void if Myers leaves, is at some point they're going to have to pay him what it takes, whether it's $14 million a year or $16 million a year or whatever. It's a $7 billion franchise. Is that the latest estimate of their worth? He might be the most important person other than Steph Curry in that, the rankings of valuing for what they do and what they mean. I think he's worth it.
Then why is he at this juncture?
Exactly. And here's the one thing
I'm disagreeing with TK, but why is he at
is he coming back or not, do you think? I don't think he is. I just don't. I don't think it would have.
For the first time in my life.
I just don't think it would have gotten this far.
A guy of his caliber should never get. You know what I mean?
Well, what's interesting.
What's the holdup?
Is Tim said, they don't. He said, I'm not sure they have anybody to quote unquote fill the void of Bob Myers. I mean, last time we had Joe Lacob on, he said our front office is very deep.
Yeah.
Remember?
When he said depth, he said that in the TK interview.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Correct.
Steiny, that was like, whoa.
I know.
What are we going to do? Bob's coming back.
Okay. As long as you think so. I didn't mean it like that, actually.
Well, I sent him a text.
But it's just I think it's a guess on both our parts. So.
Well, hello.
707, you disagree with TK. He's going to block you, Stein. Well, he's already blocked me.
That's a joke.
I know.
You're blocked from TK?
Totally.
What was it over?
Oh,
so when he came in with Vontae and Shasky, did you see him?
Yeah, I said hello. I saw him outside. What, am I supposed to not talk to him because he blocked me?
But does he?
What?
It's like an episode of Curb. Like,
not really.
You want to bring it up. Why did you block me? So you had to get into a tweet.
Yeah, probably.
You don't know what it was over?
I can't remember. I'm sure it was something with like the old regime. But
dude, you need to write about that. TK has to be blocked. When I see him again, I'm going to bring it up. I'm like, TK.
Do you even know him?
Yeah. And he's so cordial and cool. He don't try to big time.
Not to me. No, I'm just kidding.
You're not blocked, though, right?
No, I am. Well, let me see if he's done anything.
And you said hello to him in here, but you really wanted to, like, dude, come on. See, I don't get off on blocking.
I don't block a lot to either.
For what? This is when you take yourself too serious.
No, not necessarily. If somebody's getting personal, I don't
You're from Reading, PA. What can somebody say in 140?
I don't like when my integrity gets questioned. I don't mind about knowledge, Steiny. You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, Steiny, you think you know basketball.
Yeah.
That's fine. I can live with that. But not like you're a cheater, you're a liar, you are a bad person, you have no integrity. Do you get a charge when you block somebody? I don't know.
Do you get a high? I think some people do.
I used to get a high when I got a charge on the basketball court. I always led my team in charges taken.
Did you wear cup?
When I said that.
Huh?
Did you wear cup?
No. In basketball?
Yeah. They got the soft ones.
You're weird.
Dude, the family jewels. Dudes I play with wore them.
Nice games you're involved in. You sure you were playing basketball?
That's a 4. Dude, yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got a lot to jump into. I want to talk a little bit about Wiggins, and I want to talk about this Steph Curry timetable. And I also, KD said something that's very interesting. I want to hear if you agree with it or not. We'll go back to football probably around 2 o'clock. And here's the deal. It's a Warriors Wednesday, and it's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. All righty, Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you halfway through the show. How's it going, buddy?
I'm ready, and I'm going to see my son hoop tonight. Intramurals.
Nice.
That ain't a real, but I'm going to support. Anyway, what about you? You got anything cooking?
I actually do have something cooking.
Oh, you're smiling.
You know what I'm going to do tonight?
I don't know.
I'm going to drink 2 Yingling beers tonight.
Why? That's what you lost to a Banez, Yingling.
I didn't lose. Well, I lost the opportunity to get it, but it's only sold in like 14 or 15 states.
Is it good?
It's great. It's made by America's oldest brewery in Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
Oh, your hometown.
You can't get it until I found a site called GiveThemBeer.com.
Come on, man.
GiveThemBeer.com. I have had a case of Yingling shipped out to me 3-4 times a month. I treat myself. I can do that.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Nice cold one.
But it's really this cool thing. Let's say you got a buddy back east who likes Sierra Nevada, but they don't have Sierra Nevada back east.
Yeah.
You know what? GiveThemBeer.com.
That's tight.
Ship it out. How about this? What if you... The military. Everybody loves the military. You got military stationed in Guam,
Look at
Iraq.
you. Yeah.
Fire them off some good beer from home. What a gift. Great gift idea.
It's like a beer broker you are.
Yeah. I like that. The beer broker. Anyway, that's what I'm going to do tonight. I'm going to have 2 Yingling and maybe watch a movie.
Be careful.
Only 2.
Go with Shaq. Friday, something, man, to where the culture can... Hey, what did Stoney think about such and such? Go on Friday and come back and share that with us. People will really get off on that.
You know what I did? I watched a movie that I saw.
A
I've seen about
documentary
4.
or a movie?
No, this is a movie. I've seen this one about 5 times. I just love it.
Jaws.
No, Office Space.
I have not seen that one. Who's in
Come
there?
on. Kyle, John.
Did you just use your glasses to stir your coffee?
Yeah. Yes.
And you
That's
licked
gross.
it.
Well, it's got coffee on it.
That's really gross.
No, why is it gross?
I really
it's
think
my
different.
It's my
of you.
reading glasses.
But you're tripping.
You put the part you put behind
And the
your
way you
ears.
sucked it.
I wash behind my ears.
Yeah, well, I do too. Dude, that my visuals are all messed up. I do my shades. Damn. Get her in. Get her done.
It's my germ. I can't really do anything.
I saw Office Space, but I was like 12, so I didn't get it.
It was pretty funny.
What's it about?
It's a little dated.
Office Space.
It kind of is the precursor to The Office.
Which is a classic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Although the one with Michael Gervais was, I think, a little better than the one with Steve Carell. That's just me. To each his own.
Ricky Gervais?
Man, that's...
thank you. 650 reminded me to mention there's some new content on the MatthewSteinmetz.com blog. Thank you so much, 650. Appreciate that. If you want to check out some of the stuff I've been writing, you can do so at MatthewSteinmetz.com. Let's bump some of those numbers up.
You got $5, though.
Very intriguing things on there lately. Good stuff. Thank you, Steiny. Nice guy.
I'm happy for you.
Why? Because I made $5.16.
Dude, well, what if that's 500?
Well,
Five racks.
It's not.
Yeah.
I'd have to write
They could still keep
maybe
going.
100 times as much as let's talk sports. Even though I know people want to talk more about what I got going on. Oh, I saw this headline today, and I thought of you immediately. It was from a story from Mark Spears, who won the Kurt Gowdy Award.
That's big.
Congrats, Mark Spears. He's a friend of the program at times.
JD and I at his NBA Finals party 2019.
Whoa.
Oh, boy.
Wait, where?
Lake Merritt. I can't tell you the venue. It went down. Me and your boy. It almost was an all-nighter. It was.
I live in Oakland. I'm within walking distance to the Lake Chalet.
Smug and not returning text. So
I returned Spears' text. He's a big boy.
I was at the party, and so was JD. I doubt now. We had
Check
a great
that
time.
about being a friend of the program.
Did
was
you not get the
Spears.
call?
I can't.
Yeah, he asked about you when I was in there. Go ahead.
So anyway,
You thought about me.
He wrote a story on Brad Beal, and the headline was, I didn't read the story because the headline said it all to me. Bradley Beal takes pride in his commitment to win in Washington.
That's an oxymoron.
No, it's not.
They don't win.
So This is exactly this guy's taking pride in the fact that he's not jumping ship. That even though Kevin Durant's trading players and movement and that player empowerment, it's great for the league. Is it? Is it?
I commend Bradley Beal, Dame Lillard, but dude,
what's
you're
the but?
losing out because you're not playing. NBA fans across the nation are losing out because we don't see Bradley Beal in big time basketball games in the playoffs where reputations are made.
Been in the playoffs 5 times
last year.
A couple 21.
I remember. Well, you know what? Him and Russ might have got in, but. You know what I mean.
First three times he was in the playoffs, he got to the second round.
Go somewhere where you can play big time basketball.
This is what you do. This is what you do. You say it's admirable, and then you say go somewhere else to win. Like where are you? See, I actually think it's admirable that a guy does that. And I think there are things more important maybe than even winning.
Like what?
Loyalty. And by the way, quit laughing at Washington. They have the same record as the Warriors.
I'm not laughing.
Yeah, you did.
I like Kuzma.
No, you did.
Stop. I'm just telling you, I want to see him play playoff basketball. But if that's your
probably
fallback
will this year,
and you know Dame, he can get no wrongdoing because he's staying in Portland. But if Portland is failing you, Dame, we want to see you on the big stage. And how can I argue with that? Hey, you know I love my city. I take pride. I got you, but I want to see those dudes ball in big-time games, like when Dame hit the walk-off on PG-13 in Westbrook. That was his last. I mean,
Dame's
come on.
played in Western Conference Finals.
Yeah.
He's trying to get over the hump. I respect it. I respect that.
You going to write about it?
Damian Lillard? I was thinking, you know what I think?
Players in general that don't go to, big time, don't request a trade.
No. I think I'm going to write on Phil Jackson and the Bulls next. I got a pretty good Phil Jackson story. I may share.
Just don't bite it from last.
I may share on MatthewSteinmetz.com. 2 T's in Matthew.
I'll have bets up tomorrow. Daryl the Guru Johnson on IG. Second half, baby.
No Andrew Wiggins. Well, actually, it looks like no Andrew Wiggins tomorrow against the LA Lakers.
Am I being nosy if I ask?
Yes,
what do you think?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
And I'm being selfish.
It's got to be a family issue, and I'm going to let that there. I don't like personal reasons before the break and personal reasons after the break.
That means it's serious.
So
they can ill afford to do without him, man.
Well, they're going to have to do without him and Curry. Dude, I cannot believe all you guys think Curry's going to miss like 10 games.
Well,
at least.
They're in L.A., and I guess they were at UCLA.
Who knows?
The Warriors, the college, and they said Steph was getting some on-court work, whatever that means. So maybe that's a good sign, but I'm with you. I don't think it'll be 6. I'd be ecstatic if it were, but we could be embarking on the most important time in the season. We are. And 2 of your best, if this thing is not, rectified with Andrew Wiggins, Lord knows when he's coming back, and we know it's FOE. You know what that is. Shout out G-Nut. Rest in peace. Family over everything.
Oh.
Yeah. So
let me think about that for a minute. Family over everything.
That everything. FOE, Steiny. Look at you. Hipper to the hip bone.
See, we have my Catholic school. It was God, family. No, it was
GF.
God. Well, it's like God, family, work, fun. It's like, come on. You got to get all the way down to 4 to have a little fun.
Right. But what was the saying?
I got to look on their
family, faith, football.
Family, faith. I can't remember what it was.
Dude, you want to know how weird people are getting real quick?
Sure. Is this YouTube?
Yeah, YouTube.
Okay.
I bet. Now, who would say this? I
say
bet
what?
Guru's hands are as soft as a baby's butt. Like, is that what you watch us on?
No, they're not.
I lift weights, but I lift other stuff too. But come on.
There's no way you had good hands on a basketball court.
Oh, that was my.
And those are said. That's when you say a guy's got soft hands.
I used to pitch. You see me
that
bowl.
Doesn't mean anything.
And you see me hard foul. Well, I think my hands are and you see me throw a football. So
I've never seen you throw a football.
Well, you
I've
see
seen
me
you with
throw
a bowling ball.
So
if you can't stick your fingers in those those holes, you got nothing.
Right.
You got nothing.
I'm good with my hands.
Hey, by the
If
way,
you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. An original.
All-Star game. Record low ratings. The least viewed All-Star game in history.
It earned it.
And
it earned every
you know
bit
what?
of that. The NBA's in trouble.
Let me guess.
Checks clearing.
You watched it.
Actually, we had a house full. I was offended. They showed, and Kyle's gonna back me up on this. NFL Network was showing the replay of the Ravens Niners in the Super Bowl cap, and that was on at the same time.
And game was 7 years ago. Get over it.
The lights went out. New Orleans.
Coach, that game was 10 years ago.
Exactly.
We watched it.
So wait a minute. There's no way when the lights went out, they actually didn't they cut it?
No,
at least?
it was there in the dark. Everybody talking, the announcers.
They didn't fast forward over that?
They were at the 5-yard line, Kyle. I always think about Pete Carroll and the decision to let Russ throw because they wanted him to be the hero. But right behind that, those were the worst play calls I've ever seen. Coach, run. They tried to run Cap one down. Man, Niners, remember, when we get there, we win. Not lately.
That's a myth now.
The problem with that was they called the timeout when they were going to take the delay a game.
Okay.
And they called the timeout so they wouldn't move back 5 yards, but then threw it like, save your timeout, eat the 5 yards if you're just going to throw it, and give yourself a little more room to operate.
And the throws, Steiny, were before the pylon. Like, what are we doing? Anyway, yeah. Sorry, Kyle. John, too?
You want to listen to, you want to take a couple more listens at Kawakami from yesterday?
What if I said no? But
then I wouldn't.
No, but it's radio etiquette, of course.
I mean, you could have said, Steiny, we didn't even talk about that during the break. I didn't know you were going to do that.
Oh,
and
never.
you know me, I need to talk most of the segment.
No, please. Go ahead, play it.
What do you want to hear? Kawakami not sure about the buyouts. Patrick Beverly. Wiseman.
Give me Wiseman. I want to take him.
I think it's Wiseman. It says, when GSW gives up on a I got to believe that means young player. Let's take a listen.
Name me the really good young player that the Warriors have given up on and has turned out to be good when he left the Warriors. Now, they haven't had the number 2 pick, so that's, it's a little different. That's important context. But it's not like these guys, Jordan Bell or Patrick McCaw. It's not like these guys, Nemanja Nedovic to pull another one back. It's not like these guys that they thought were initially good and then didn't pan out, then they got rid of, turned out to be really good. Steve Kerr's tough on young players, no question, but usually if you can make it through, you're a good player. If you can't, you're not that good. And I kind of rolling with that. And I don't think Wiseman's going to be that great at NBA player.
Okay, but here's the thing, and this can't turn. I'm sorry, this cannot turn into this. It's not about how good Wiseman is for somebody else.
Okay,
it's about drafting at number 2 and finding somebody who can't play for you.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. That is real talk.
To me, it's over now.
Yeah, it's over, and it's a fail.
It's
a fail.
But I want to say, Tim, I kind of agree with him. I got to see Wiseman play in a winning atmosphere and contribute. I think he's a little ways from that. But I mean, to me, if I'm a Warrior fan at this point, well, I don't know. Here's what I was going to say. You tell me if you agree. I was going to say, if I'm a Warrior fan at this point, I don't care if he's great or not anymore because I think some Warrior fans don't want to see Wiseman
in the worst way. Yes, if he goes on to be an all-star, you're going to be like, damn. But hey, forget waiting on that. If I just tell you the Warriors could be, just imagine this. LaMelo Ball could be on this roster. You can't tell me he wouldn't help. And that's what the number 2 pick was. That's what it represented, Steiny. And for you to pull the plug on a guy that can't help you down this stretch run, now he can help you in the playoffs, possibly. GP2, that's a total fail. So the impact will just get worse. And if Wiseman goes on to be an average player, I'll never. And I got my guy. It's LaMelo Ball. Like, that's bigger than what Wiseman's gonna go be. LaMelo Ball could be in a Warrior uniform. Oh, all I got to do is pass the Splash Brothers and Poole and Wiggins. Oh, my, Looney, Trey said, Like, wow.
Getting,
You
hello,
said draft the best
159,
player.
156.
You said it. You don't remember it, but
Yeah,
you said
I
draft.
do. I do.
Draft the best
I
player.
don't need to toot my own horn. Toot toot. Is that what you did? Beep. Yeah. Oh, goodness gracious. This is about hey, Warriors. Anything? Can we get somebody in here? A buyout candidate?
I don't think Steve Kerr is going to take almost anybody in the buyout market over Anthony Lamb or Ty Jerome. I just don't see it. They've been with the team the whole time. They said what he wants to do. This is how he's working. They're the ninth and 10th man or whatever on the rotation. It's hard to see a buyout person who's going to jump over them.
And when's that going to reveal itself? It's got to be Lamb or Jerome. Like
You can
right
do
now,
that at
gun
any
to your
time.
head, anytime.
Yeah,
I thought there was a juncture when Gary Payton, you had to do it by such and such date.
No, I think they can turn any of those they can turn those contracts into guaranteed for the rest of the year.
And it's only they only got room for
contracts
one
right now, but they could theoretically waive Iguodala.
Oh, okay.
And
Wow.
do both, or waive who else is on this team who doesn't play? Moody. Waive Moody.
No, that won't happen. He's a commodity.
Phil Mike is on the line, but I'm a little bit worried.
Uh-oh, he coming at you.
He stirred it up here, and he hurt.
I missed that.
He hurt some feelings.
Where was I at?
You were taking the day off. I know it wasn't Thursday. I know it wasn't Thursday. It was on Monday.
In the rankings.
Let me tell you something. Phil Mike, I can handle it. I can handle it. I was the second meanest guy in the station. I didn't like it, but
I feel like I loved it. Yeah.
But a lot of people did not like what Phil Mike had to say. Hey, Phil you want to explain yourself, please?
Oh man, so I kind of feel like I did kind of put Bonte and Guru kind of high. Guru really is a nice guy though. I should have put him a little bit lower. But Steiny, I think I got you in the right spot. I probably could have switched you and Damon up. But overall, I think my list is pretty solid, man.
Yeah.
Where was Dibs at in the list?
Well, I got to be careful.
Where
was Dibs, Philmo? I
Where
forget.
was Dibs, Philmo?
Okay, so the Dibs was Ray, Steiny, Damon, Bonte, Dibs, and then you, Guru.
Oh, yeah, I think I'm one of the nicest.
I got Dibs a little meaner than Bonte.
Yeah, I think so too. And I forgot Michael Tyler, Whitey Gleason is very
That's
good.
the winner. Yeah, that's the nicest guy. Whitey. Look at Mike.
It's a good call. What do you got, Philmo? Oh, give it to him about Bradley Beal. He's all over the place with Bradley Beal, isn't he?
Yeah, Guru, man, you got to make up your mind, man. I agree with Steiny because what happens is when you get these local stars, you feel me, or regional stars in the areas, you get people like a Monte Ellis or, Artist Gilmore. You get people to really champion them like, man, he was loyal, and people love him for that. It ain't always about the total NBA.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
But let me tell you this, Mike, not to cut you off. I ain't used that in a while. I get what you're saying. That's why I gave love to any athlete that feels that way. But at the end of the day, we all lose basketball spectators by not seeing Bradley Beal and Dame Lillard in the offs. So that all that stuff for your city and being loyal does not supersede the real hoop fans wanting to see the bad ones playing meaningful games.
We do see them in the offs. We see Damian Lillard in the playoffs every single year.
We're talking about Bradley Beal here.
5 times he was in the postseason.
And he's been
27.
in the league. Yeah, but man, how many years has he been in? 11? Nah. Not enough for my liking, Mike. I'm not coming down.
No, you are.
Okay. You know what, Picasso? Paint the picture of how I'm all over.
Okay.
I gave love. And on the other instance, I said as a fan,
that's
we
how you
lose
did
that.
it.
You don't
that's
like
what you did
that
it.
when I cover my bases.
Exactly.
That's an adult thinking.
No. Yeah,
Like
came in the league
so
at 14.
blood and crips with
so
you.
8 years.
You got to be on one
9,
side. Don't that get old? As you grow, you kind of meet you halfway.
Oh, no, it's great for talk radio to just be milquetoast.
You just want a bit, huh? Just stick.
Ain't no bit. Ain't no bit.
If the ring don't fit.
Ain't no bit.
Who was that?
That's Steiny. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
See, you want to rip Bradley Beal for not being a winner.
When did I?
But you won't even give him a hat tip for his loyalty.
I did everything that you said I didn't do.
No,
I said I understand any athlete.
I'm sorry. What am I doing? I thought I turned over a new leaf. Dude, you know what? That's a good point.
Mr. Pirelli, we would hit the ball, and we would go get the wiffle ball.
Why does everybody? You're right.
We would get the wiffle ball, and sometimes he would
I'm
get
trying
mad.
to be nice to you now, and you're going to make it hard for me.
I'm doing Willard. Tell me what to do.
Okay.
Stoney, how did that feel when you got the ball from Mr. Pirelli's backyard? I'm out.
Mr. Baver. Or Mr. Russo.
And Pirelli are tires.
I know they are. But they're not as good as, what's that one brand I love? Is it Hankook? What's the...
Hankook tires?
Yes. Those are the best tires in the business. No doubt about it.
Nah, Pirelli's.
No, they're not.
Yeah. Streets will tell us in a minute.
Well,
how would you know? You drive a little...
No, I don't drive a little.
Uppity, snobby car.
Oh, now it's an uppity, snobby
but you know what
car.
I mean. It ain't street. I'm a snob.
Because it's electric, is that why?
Pretty much.
Yeah. Hey, book your getaway to Bodega Bay at the iconic Inn at the Tides. Their midweek winter special offers the lowest rates of the year, starting at just $199 per night. Enjoy stunning views, refreshed rooms, and free breakfast. Book now at inatthetides.com. How you feeling about the 49er quarterback sitch going into next year? And we'll talk about it on 95.7 The Game.
The Warriors are 29-29. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Dirty, baby, I got your money.
Can't find my
glasses.
Yeah, my reading glasses. Now, I have an extra set. I'm sure everybody wanted to know that.
Do the Relaford and get some like more hip frames. So if we're out somewhere and it's you and me, we'll look a little younger.
I don't need to camouflage my age. I'm proud of it.
I'm not either.
Yeah, you're not. You lie about your age constantly.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not.
I say I'm a 50-year-old baller on the court.
But you're more than 50.
Then when they pass it to me, they say, good play, Unc. I'm like, what you mean, Unc? Hey, somebody said your glasses may be in your coffee. That was John. That's a 4. I got a question for you.
Give it to me, baby. Rick James.
Okay. So we got our sister station in Sacramento, D-Lo and KC. Great show, all right? So Friday, K. Diddy on Twitter put out his thoughts about Tiger Woods and his impact on golfing and the impact on young black golfers. And I knew how I felt before reading the tweet, but just this thing got a lot of traction. Steiny, I start thinking, I'm going to run this by you.
Okay.
And as much as I love Tiger Woods and the interest that was created in the black community with golf, I'm thinking K. Diddy may be onto something when we talk about the young black golfers behind Tiger, and it's been some time. I'm like, where are they at? I'm asking, or do you feel?
Oh, well, okay. Go ahead. Ask me the question. I'm sorry.
Do you feel like the impact? Where are the black golfers that have come from the Tiger Woods, if you want to say, impact?
Okay.
Because I don't see them.
Here's what I think, and this is just my opinion. He had an unbelievable impact. You may not there's two. I think we're talking about two things. Has he been or has he gotten more black guys on, or more black guys are playing golf and therefore making the tour? I'd have to look at the numbers.
Okay, right.
But there is no doubt that he spawned a generation of 20-year-olds, young,
all colors though.
Men and women who picked up golf. Back in when did he break onto the scene with that one major, 95-ish?
Yeah, around there. That's
okay. Well, that's 25 years. I'm just my buddy Dana, so when Dana's 30 years old-ish, here comes Tiger Woods. Gotcha. And he Dana came from a golfing family, so he's not but he started playing more.
Well, what about if
I think. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, I'm not. Yeah. We would have to get the numbers, but I guess what I'm asking you and John and Kyle is, where's the next Tiger?
I think you gotta ask Dibley this question because he's real. Because he might.
Because the impact is there, but that covers all races. I'm talking about the next Jordan or Kobe. I don't see him on the circuit.
There'll never be another Tiger Woods. Why? This is what I take exception to. Not really. There'll never be another Steph Curry. There'll never be another Tiger. There'll never be another Jordan, Bird, Magic. They just won't. There'll never be one. So
will we see more color on the tour?
When's the next black golfer who's going to win more majors than every other player who's ever played except one guy? Come on now.
That's impossible. But I'm trying to condense what you're saying to. Hey, have you seen we do baseball and we talk about the lack of black American born athletes? The numbers are there. It's 7%, if not lower than that. Can we do that with golf in regard to not you got to be great, that you're on the tour, that you're taking up the game? You know what I mean? Not the accolades. Are we seeing more black golfers? And I think that was the crux of the impact. The interest is there, no doubt. He's a rock star, but I'm talking about, are there young black men and women?
Not now.
Ready?
Nobody's looking at, no 15-year-old is looking at Tiger right now saying, oh my God, I'm going to pick up golf.
See, I think that 15-year-old is 25 now or 26 when he was really at his.
But nobody's picking up golf right now because they're watching Tiger Woods. I don't think.
Well,
now, when he was in his prime,
that's what we're talking. So
I think that's different.
I feel like those babies should have been delivered. Like
They
would
are.
see the next.
They have.
Not 15-year-old, like 24. To, all the Kepkas and all that. Like the.
So you bring up this subject. It's so difficult to talk. You should have numbers. I mean, I'm sure they have numbers of percentage of black players on all the tours. 20 years ago, 10 to. Would have been good little homework for him.
So currently, with
Thank you, John.
FedEx points in the PGA Tour, you have 3 African American golfers above the top 100 in Cameron Champ, Tony Finau, and Harold Varner III.
Wow,
there you go. So 3.
Well, yeah, that's. I was hoping it was 13, but it gets you to thinking. And again, golf's not. In the inner city, Steiny, they ain't got a golf team. You know what I mean? At a bunch at Crenshaw High School
and I would,
or Oakland Tech.
hold on.
Yeah.
You could say the same about tennis, but look at the Williams sisters.
No doubt. And that was, I mean, man, you got a movie made about that, and rightfully so. Shout out Richard Williams, the dad. But
the other thing about Tiger,
golf is super expensive, Steiny. Uncle Looney on
it doesn't
YouTube.
have to be.
Now,
it doesn't have to be super expensive.
Explain that.
You got to, okay. It's not hard to get a set of clubs. Anybody who loves the golf or has golfed a lot has an extra set. I got extra clubs. I could put together a set so you'd have a set of clubs. It wouldn't be top of the line, but they'd be totally fine for a beginner and for the first couple years. Okay? If you golf at certain times, it's cheaper than at other times. Like if you say I want a 9 o'clock tee time, 9 a.m., that's going to be the highest rate the course charges. Okay. But if you play at 3 in the afternoon, they call that usually twilight, and it'll be half as much. Yeah. And then they sometimes have super twilight, where if you go golfing after 4, it's like $15. Mm-hmm. Here's the other thing about golf. Yes, it costs a lot of money, but it's also occupying 4 or 5 hours. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you play a twilight round. You put a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in your bag. Might be it's $25, but you're on the course from 4 to 8, 8:30, and
that's a damn work shift.
You're not really spending any money unless you want to drink with the cart girl, and
yeah.
Quite frankly, I don't know why you would play golf without drinking.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Austin and Redwood City. How you doing, Austin? What's going on?
Hey, I'm in San Jose, but that's
Austin.
Okay.
What's up, baby?
What's up, brother? Hey, good to talk to you guys. Listen, I just saw something on CNN on the Tiger thing, Guru. Little context. They said 1997 to 96, the rounds jumped. 63 million rounds were played year over year. So and they attribute that to the Tiger effect. So there's a metric right there. 63 million rounds. Tiger effects. That's a lot of rounds, and I guess our buddy Steiny can tell you how much that rounds up to as far as numbers. The other thing I would say though is golf is a culture. It's not just a sport. So
that's a good point.
That it takes a while. It takes a lot longer for something to have an impact. It's a culture associated with golf. You can't just go out and just play it. You can, but the socializing and everything else that goes with golf is a whole different thing. So that would be kind of my input. But definitely the effect is amazing, and even old guys like me are playing. Because of Tiger. So that's
wow.
Olympic. Oh, one last thing.
Give us your Wiseman take too, Austin. Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm pulling for him. I think they waited longer than they should have to make the move, frankly. I'm surprised that the 95.7 The Game radio hosts haven't come down on the Warriors a little bit more on the whole way they handled the Wiseman situation. I think they could have made that decision a lot earlier. And look at the impact that Weissman's done to the team. I mean, you really look at the impact of that draft, projected over 3 years. Look at where they are now in terms of roster. If they had made the right decision on that draft pick, look at who they could have had in the lineup, and they could have possibly traded that. Even if they didn't like that pick, they would have gotten a lot more for that pick versus Weissman. So that's just my input, guys. Talk to you guys soon.
Appreciate it, Austin.
He should have said, do it.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
All righty. We've got a Steph Curry update, ladies and gentlemen. You ready for it? Here you go. The reevaluation of Steph Curry has indicated that Curry is making good progress. He has started various individual on-court workouts, which will continue in the coming days. He will be reevaluated again in 1 week.
Oh, man.
1 week, a reevaluation.
Yeah, no, but there, I got to be honest, I didn't know what the news was, and your face got kind of stoic, and I was like, he's about to tell me it's a delay. That's good news until it's not. And he's making progress. That's what those words came out your mouth.
Yeah, that's what the release said. So there you go.
Maybe it is 6 games.
Let me I had the Warriors schedule up here. Dang it. So they play
LA Thursday.
The Rockets Friday, the Timberwolves Sunday, and then let me get this.
Those are the next
up.
6 and 9 are on the
Warriors
road, right?
Schedule. No, Warriors schedule. 5 of the next 6 are at home. Close.
So between now and March 5th, they have 7 games.
Okay. So there we go. Here we go. So I just want to make sure. I want to say how much he's got. Okay, so he'll miss Thursday. This is for sure. Right. He's going to miss Thursday, February 23rd, which is tomorrow. He's going to miss Friday, the 24th. He's going to miss Sunday, the 26th. And he's going to miss Tuesday, the 28th. So that's 4 games. That's 4 games. And then on next Wednesday, he'll be reevaluated again. And now, I think it's optimistic that they would say, he's good, he's playing tomorrow, but it's possible. And that would mean he would play Thursday, March 2nd, a week from tomorrow. But that part I think is over speculating. But so he'll miss the next 4 games.
But that was positive. And I know the whole he'll be reevaluated, but he's on the court right now.
By the way, the one thing I want to say about Tiger Woods is he didn't just spur a generation of black golfers. He spurred a generation of golfers, men, women of all colors.
No doubt.
Maybe African Americans do a greater percentage, but there's a lot of people that took up golf. By the way, from Dibley, you really should be asking him the real.
You did say that
inside.
I was
going
to save it for tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah. He said Tiger's not the only black player on the tour. Finau, Theegala, Varner, Cameron Champ. So he had another guy in there. This guy Theegala was good at Riviera this weekend. Mm-hmm. Yeah. There you go.
But right now, there's
Steph Curry.
next. Oh, go ahead.
Steph Curry will be reevaluated. The Warriors have said he's making good progress. He's doing individual on-court work, and that's going to continue, and he will be reevaluated. This is Steph Curry, reevaluated in a week, which means he'll miss for sure the next 4 games, and those games are at the Lakers, home against the Rockets, home against the Timberwolves, and home against the Trailblazers.
I can see 3. I'm hoping for 3-1.
3-1 without Steph Curry.
Yeah, those next 4. Minnesota, I still think they could beat Minnesota, even though Minnesota.
They can.
Okay, but we've been saying that they couldn't beat Portland the game before up in Portland. So you see them just squander leads, but I'm not saying it's a must or it's dire. But Steiny, 3-1 can happen out of those next 4.
It could.
And what if they go beat LA tomorrow night? But damn, LA's low. This is the new Lakers. They're healthy. No Wiggins.
What
no
is this
Curry.
thing with the Lakers? And you do have a little bit of an infatuation with the Lakers. I mean, you kind of do.
So
how come?
Are you really
is
asking
it because of
me this
Kobe?
question?
It's because of Kobe.
It's because of LeBron James.
No, you've
LeBron
always had it
James.
since I've known you.
No, I'm telling you, I do not doubt that SOB. And he's got a chip when Anthony Davis is healthy. I'm a realist. I react to new information. And when AD went on that scoring binge and rebounding binge a couple months ago, I said, holy crap, if they get healthy, watch out.
How many
and if
games
you're a
under are
student of the league and you understand what it takes to win a series, it's styles make fights.
Okay.
And you asked the question,
That's
I give it
hackneyed.
to you. That's my original. 5 games under, 27-32. But to me, they just got to get to the 10th. And right now, they're just what? A game? They're a half game. No, they're 2 games back of the 10th spot, OKC. So their margin of error is like yikes.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you got 2 studs, AD and LeBron, and now you got D'Lo.
Well,
you got
how many
cast
games
of
they
characters.
play. You think they're all going to play 23 games? Come on, Goo.
Hey, I'm trying to do my Steiny.
Yeah, the answer is no. Probably.
Well, how many teams are going to have everybody available for the 23? They got a problem right now in the league.
They got a big
and
problem.
Adam Silver
in LA.
saying, well, that was the first time he lost me. Hey, there's no problem with load management. Like, dude, you're lying. I was turned off.
God, it would be so nice if the NBA just said, we're going to do something that no one ever thought we'd ever do, but we're going to do it for the betterment of the league. Shrinking the schedule to 64 games.
Steiny, 64.
Yep. 72, 64 or 72. Let's cut this crap out. 82 is too many anyway. It was too many for Havlicek. It was too many for Magic. It was too many for Tiny.
We didn't even bring up Anthony Edwards being the leader of that, saying
he's cool. Anthony Edwards is pretty cool. He made a mistake a couple weeks ago using a word he shouldn't have used.
I missed that.
He used the word he shouldn't have used. He apologized for it.
On the court or in the interview?
I think like a video or something.
Oh, no, Steiny. Look at Steiny. Got his ear to the street. Anyway, everything he said was spot on. All you old fake injuried ass, get out there on the court and let's ball. And that's how Magic, when it's Boston would come
Different
to town.
era.
Jordan, Isaiah coming to town.
The
we got
science-
bumps and bruises, but let's go.
The science says it's detrimental.
How's the science doing with baseball?
The same thing.
Hemorrhaging sport.
I'm just all I'm saying
I
is
ordered my extra innings package for baseball. MLB.
Why?
I love the game. You do too.
I like
Stratomatic.
Well, that's different. It's a different
You just
era.
got turned off.
Let's see.
Steiny, did you say you like Anthony Edwards?
Yeah, I do. I like him a lot. I like his personality. I like his game too. I like
He's
his game.
a bad dude.
He's. Is he still under 22? He's older.
How did he just go find that?
Because
Anthony Edwards, 21.
Dude,
you know what? I'm going to make an exception for Anthony
That's
Edwards.
incredible. He looks like he's been in the league 6 years, man.
I know. You know what? Let's hear what Tim Kawakami said yesterday about Curry's timeline. And by the way, if you're just joining us, the Warriors sent out a release on Steph Curry's injury. He's making good progress. He was reevaluated today. He's making good progress. He's doing individual on-court work. That's going to continue, and he's going to be reevaluated again in 1 week, which means he'll definitely be out for the next 4 games. Let's listen to Tim Kawakami, see if he's got any insight into this injury.
It doesn't feel like to me, and just from the tone of the way they're talking, even Steve Kerr's like, well, we'll get him back before the playoffs. We know that. Well, that's 24 games. So, I'd say 7 to 10, just in my, if it's aggregated, put it down 7 to 10. I'd say in the 7 to 10 game range, and maybe a little bit more than that, beyond even this. And I wouldn't think he's going to play in the next 5 games.
I'll tell you what.
It goes to 12.
If he misses
12.
They're in trouble.
Hello.
They are in big.
And now we don't
trouble.
know. I'm not adding on, but now this Wiggins thing is something to monitor.
Well, it's not. No, it's not. He's in
the sense of our
you can't
hearts
do
are with
anything
you.
about it,
right? But the impact is still there if he's not playing.
Well, if he's not playing like he's not playing,
I'm saying available, suit up.
I mean,
like
he's had
tomorrow.
He's had one good game in the last 10.
And he couldn't build on that.
So, do you want that same player back?
No, I don't.
Exactly.
And again, I brought it up to Dibs. I said it was the adductor issue. But now if there's something going on with a family member or whatnot, maybe that, was on his mind. It's scary, though, Steiny. It's just another
hurdle. It's not
hurdle.
scary. It's sports. Scary is being on the streets at night and seeing trouble coming.
Right. Well, or trying to find your next meal or trying to pay the rent.
That's right.
I was just, from a basketball standpoint, you didn't see this coming. And it's another meteorite that just hits the Warrior Star Trek Enterprise.
On the good side, Goo, is you will be able to You'll have excuses when the Warriors don't
what
make
would you get
it.
me out to bet?
Huh?
Is there an injury that could get me out to bet?
No.
Did we?
Absolutely not. Doesn't matter.
See,
that's why I made the bet, because they're old. You hate that, don't you?
No, because not true.
Because Curry's on the downside.
Our back is broken.
Draymond's already got in his mind, he's gone. He's already in L.A. Guru.
You didn't hear that?
Anybody could
soundbite
see
with
it from a mile away at the start of the season. The agendas ripped this team apart. It ripped it apart at its core.
I just hate how you use that word.
What?
Contracts are not agendas.
Oh, absolutely.
They're situations.
Joe Lacob's got an
to be-
agenda with Bob Myers.
They're situations that got
Draymond
to
Green
be
had an agenda
addressed.
with Jordan Poole. Mm-hmm.
See, I don't like how you're using. I got to call my girl Mary, your mom. I don't like how you're using agendas.
Did you see my Facebook thing? Oh my God, did I make her night?
I don't know if I got you on
So
block.
is there something going on now on social media with like a challenge where
I'm
you
out.
try to put something on and it makes everybody happy?
Put something
to spread
on what?
joy. Oh man.
Your person or something? Just you got to post.
No,
something.
you post something
I'm out.
that will
Grown
bring people joy.
I'm done.
Hey.
So that's what I'm saying. So you're doing it now. The fact that you even know about it, you're part of the problem.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
Listen to what I did.
I'm going to post a picture of my kid.
Listen.
I love the kids, but I hated that.
Are you going to listen to what I did? I'll bet you think differently.
I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
So a friend of my mom said, "Oh my gosh, Mary, that's so wonderful. You have really brought joy with this challenge." And I said, "My mom don't need a challenge to bring joy. What are you talking about? My mom brings joy. She don't need a challenge to bring joy.
So who'd
she
you say
brings
this to?
joy. My mom."
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And apparently she needed that. She was having a little rough night. Not surprisingly, because of my brother, my older brother.
John.
Bob.
I'll
tell you
Who the
what.
hell is John?
You want to talk? I mean, he's got more issues than Draymond Green.
He older or younger than you?
He's older.
So you're mad at him?
Fossil. Why?
Well, he's got some issues.
Well, not that. No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Did you say, do I like him?
No, are you mad at him?
No. Why would I be mad at him?
Because sometimes siblings have issues and then they drain their parents. I've been there.
I've come to
Or a
accept.
nice little tongue lashing. Hey, look.
I accept all his shortcomings, and there are many.
Yeah.
There are many. He's jealous of He's jealous of me.
Well,
He's jealous of this show, and he's jealous of
12-3, Daddy.
No. God, if he were listening, he'd call in and he would not be happy. He'd be like, first of all, that's not true. Second of all, stop talking about me on the radio in San Francisco.
You ever get in a fight with him?
No, I don't think I did.
That's
and
it ain't weird, but
I only
it's
got in one fight with my sister.
How'd that go?
I hit her once.
Dude.
Pops came
Gretchen.
onto the
That's
scene and
Gretchen.
was like, I'm going to tell you one time.
Okay. Why?
Don't ever hit your sister.
That sounds like Harvey
again.
Keitel.
In what? What movie?
Pulp Fiction. Yeah, look
He was
at you.
Wolf.
Yes, he was.
He
good.
solved problems.
That single-handedly is, dude. He did more than that.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. The Warriors have issued a release on Steph Curry. He's going to be reevaluated in a week. Means he'll miss at least 4 games. At least 4 games for Steph Curry. Warriors have 24 games remaining. After you hear that news, Warrior fans, how are you feeling about the Warriors' playoff chances? 888-957-9570. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. This segment also sponsored by AC Transit.
AC Transit is offering a
Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you on 95.7 The Game. Warriors back in action tomorrow at L.A. They play the Lakers. Then they come home on Friday to play the Rockets. All-Star break coming to a close. Steph Curry was evaluated today. He'll be reevaluated in a week. Warriors say he's making progress, but he will miss the next 4 games. And then next Wednesday, they'll evaluate him again with their next game after the evaluation the following day on that Thursday on 95.7 The Game. You can catch all Warriors action on 95.7 The Game. All right, there's also news regarding Trey Lance, the 49ers quarterback. He had, there's news about Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy is having a surgery/procedure delayed because there's a little swelling in his elbow. So they're going to wait till March. Now, March 1st is a week away. So that's March 1st, though. But I guess they'll check it out again in March, hope the swelling goes down, and then they'll perform the procedure. In the meantime, Trey Lance getting healthier. But it looks like the starting quarterback situation maybe got a little bit murkier. A little bit with Brock Purdy. And my question to you, Darryl the Guru Johnson. Yeah. You trust Kyle Shanahan to do this thing right with the quarterbacks? Starting the right guy, sending the right signals to the guy, playing a guy to his strengths.
Well,
all those things.
You know what? It's kind of, I'll say this. I trusted him when it came to Trey Lance and all that he was going to represent. I had him as the next Donovan McNabb. Like that skill set was a young McNabb. So if this Breer story is correct and people in Ninerville, the powers to be are not happy with this running style, I think that's awful. But what I saw from Trey Lance left a lot to be desired, and I'm not out on Trey Lance being the next franchise quarterback of the Niners, because now when he steps back on the football field, and it looks like it may be sooner than Brock Purdy, Steiny, he will have a dynamic running back at his disposal, along with the more seasoned wide receiver crew and George Kittle. So to answer your question, I do trust Kyle, and I'm not being negative. I went back and watched that game for the umpteenth time, the NFC Championship game, and I think a lot of this is getting lost.
Don't do this.
When you see that hit on that elbow, Steiny, it is violent. And it's the type of hit on an elbow that would need to be delayed because the swelling is what it is. But if you go back and watch that, any thrower of anything, that was a crushing blow.
Could you make a case, and I kind of did last year, and would you say this is a troll job I'm doing?
Because you're
when I asked, do you trust Kyle Shanahan to navigate this quarterback situation, I would say no. Look at what happened last year. He basically started the worst quarterback, replaced him with the second best quarterback, but the third best quarterback was by far the best quarterback. So he got the entire order wrong.
But what about the results, though? You are right. And what if I said you're nitpicking?
They won in spite of him.
Nah, they really didn't. I would tend to lead that what you're pointing out doesn't supersede what they did on the field. So Norm would be like,
basically,
I don't give a damn who did what.
No.
How did they end? How did it work?
No, it worked. Be like if Steve Kerr said, I'm starting Ty Jerome instead of Steph Curry to start the season, and then I'm going to use Ryan Rollins at backup. And you know what? Curry will be my third stringer. But then you get to Curry, and everybody's like, well, Curry's way better. How could Kyle not see, or Kerr not see this?
See, I feel like you're selling Trey. I see you smiling, but you're selling Trey Lance short.
No, I'm not.
And that's what Stinny had. It was a short stint. So we didn't get to see all of his shortcomings and all of the things maybe that would have us feeling different about him. But the dude is not a stiff, and he'll never admit to this. And I told you in Changeover 2 with the guys, Trey Lance, you got action. And I know this is not probably how you wanted to get the action, but you need to get your act together, because I believe the longer this thing goes with Brock Purdy and no surgery, that the Niners, they're going to go get a serviceable backup, but we're right back to last year before Trey got hurt. It's your show, son. Go show us what you got. And it's incredible that we're here because the night that gun went off at Levi's and your boy was the winner against Dallas and it was 12 in a row, I was like, Trey Lance, you may never get the mic again. And here we are.
See, that's where I think
tell me that.
I think he had action.
You think so?
Yeah, I'm talking about Trey Lance.
Yeah, how though?
Because it was
Brock Purdy mania everywhere you look.
Okay, let's say they lose to the Eagles and Purdy doesn't get hurt.
And it's 23-17 and he's not the reason you lost?
You don't think that Trey Lance that Kyle still would not have if Trey Lance is better than Brock Purdy, at some point Kyle Shanahan better play him. So, just because Purdy comes in as number 1 and Trey Lance comes in as number 2, I wouldn't say, well, Trey's got no action. I think he's got plenty of action because if Trey Lance struggles, if Purdy struggles, go to Trey Lance. And now I kind of like the way it's working out now in a way, assuming Trey Lance is going to be okay in 6 months. My bad. Assuming Brock Purdy's going to be okay in 6 months, let him fight it out. Have a competition.
And I was getting caught up in Purdy mania.
None of them prove nothing in this league.
Well, see, I'm a
8 games
fight
and 4 games.
I'm gonna give you.
Sorry,
but in the 8 games that you gave Brock,
you don't get guaranteed. You don't get guaranteed. You don't get a guaranteed starting spot with 8 games.
Well, since we're doing what ifs, what if they would have went on to win the Super Bowl?
They didn't.
Now, that would have knocked Trey out from – you would have been like, Job, and winner is Brock Purdy.
Okay, and then what if Purdy starts the season 1-3 next year?
Damn. I'm going to say highly
Plus, he's going to get hurt because all Kyle's quarterbacks get hurt.
It's incredible, man. That's buzzard luck, right?
It's
you
not.
can add running back to that, Jack.
It's not
you
buzzard's
can add running
luck.
Back.
It's something that has been a fixture of the Kyle Shanahan
But when I bring
tenure.
it up to you, you're like, "Goo, that's just happenstance. That's fluke." But are you saying now that there could be a study that
I'm saying quarterbacks get hurt.
No,
and they get hurt, and the 49ers quarterback get hurt more than others.
But I got to give this. You don't want to put running back next to that.
Next to what?
To quarterbacks for Kyle, because running backs are dropping like flies. For Elijah Mitchell to come back and then get hurt in 1 game back and not be available for the Eagle game, hey, I know you busted your ass to get back, but Steiny, that's bad luck still.
No, I told you what I think. I think.
Physical.
The 49ers running backs hit the hole harder than any other running backs in the league. That's what I believe. There's something about, they ain't messing around. They ain't no cuts. Ain't no dancing.
The collisions.
They are running. When they hit the line of scrimmage, 49er running backs, they're basically at full speed. And think about other running backs who are looking for the hole. That's just what I think.
Well, with the quarterback, then what's your theory there? That's just bad luck.
No, they've got quarterbacks who are injury prone. They have a stat. They have Jimmy Garoppolo has shown during his 49ers tenure, he's injury prone. That's a fact.
Okay. What about Trey, who only quarterback not even 6 games in his career?
Too soon to tell.
Okay.
Ditto
and
with
Brock
Purdy.
All right.
Ditto.
All right.
Too soon to tell.
I thought I was going to catch you.
And what?
And not in a lie. Just
I'm like the road runner, baby. You don't catch me.
Now, if you went beep, beep, I would have gave you a 2.
Nobody catches the road runner.
They need to bring that back.
That'd be a good movie. Like a movie.
Didn't he look like Wild E. Coyote? He had a nose like Dennis Smith.
Wild E. Coyote.
Yeah, I said Wild E. Coyote.
No,
he
D.
had a nose
There's no D. It's not Wild E. It's Wiley. Like a wily veteran.
I went to school with Aaron Wiley. Wow.
Wiley veteran.
Wiley Coyote. His nose looked like Dennis Miller. They had like the same schnauzer. Remember old Dennis Miller, the comedian, did Monday Night
Dan
Football?
Dibley does one of the greatest
I can't wait
Dennis Miller impressions of all time.
Better than Willard's.
It's right up there.
It's right up there.
It's a 5.
All right.
It's a 5.
That's on the docket for
I
tomorrow.
can't do it, but he goes.
Dennis Miller.
He does. He finishes stuff with, yeah, babe. You're Dennis. Yeah, good babe. We're good, babe. Yeah, Dibley's got
bringing it back.
Phenomenal.
Just think that man and
Dennis
Tony
Miller.
Kornheiser were in the booth for Monday Night Football. Go get him, killer.
Go ahead and look at the text line. That's exactly how you spell Wile E. Coyote.
Okay,
What?
Right.
You said you like when I try to help like that. By the way,
what you got?
I just got a text from our guy.
Dibs.
No.
Orlando.
No, he doesn't have my number.
Orlando's number one.
Yeah, by the way, that money's gone.
That's right. Dude, did you see me smiling? And we kind of bonded too, but yeah.
Yesterday I had $5.50. I shouldn't say this.
Yeah, people were saying that you.
Yesterday
you
I had
were
$5 $50 bills in my wallet. You know what I have now? 2 5s. I got 2 5s.
Yeah, I didn't get to enjoy it at all. You kind of kept it moving.
Take that back. Take.
No, I don't want
you
the people to think I was with you though.
4 or.
Nah, hey. No, come on. We don't. Because then I wouldn't get behind the wheel. I probably had about 2. Felt like 4.
You better be careful.
I will, Stephen A. We got to get him back. Remember, he predicted the Dubs. Where you at, Stephen A?
The only way we get him back is when the boss says we get him back. You can't get him. He's too big for us. Seriously.
He put on his IG. Thanks for joining my boys. Steiny and Guru. I still got it on my IG.
Steiny comparing Purdy to Steph. I was smiling. I had that little Cheshire grin on my face. Come on.
Is Brock Purdy the best thing to happen to your career?
Absolutely not.
I'm gonna ask all three of you guys.
He hasn't been around here long enough to punk.
Because this is what I bring to the program.
Curry and I go way back.
When you want to get provocative, call Goo. Kyle, you're in on this. Is the quarterback position the reason Kyle doesn't have a ring? Before you guys answer, I'm going to say no, because he got there and he got in his own way. So as you talk about these injuries piling up to any and everybody under center, I look at Kyle and I say that's not the reason you don't have a Lombardi trophy.
Can I throw this one to Kyle? Kyle, do you have a if you accept Guru's premise about the running backs getting hurt too frequently, do you think there's a reason?
No, maybe. I don't know.
I think that's the answer. It's unknown.
But the
really.
bottom line is you're without.
If it was if it was one type of play that guys continually got hurt on, it'd be one thing. But it's like with the quarterbacks. Like there was a missed block on Jimmy's and he held onto the ball too long, and Hassan Reddick didn't bite on play action, and Tyler Kroft didn't get enough of him and he got hit. Trey ran a quarterback power, which is a play that gets run a lot, and he just went down awkwardly. Like it's just weird. It's just kind of a weird thing, and I think that's what happens with the running backs too.
All right, fair enough,
man.
And the train's off the track. Train's off the track, Jack. It's not Guru.
Now I'm gonna stop because then I don't want to come.
The train's off the track. Yeah, that's somebody just came up with that.
Right. The train's off the track, Jack.
Oh, it's Jack.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's where I come in at.
There's light at the end of the tunnel. That's also Guru.
No, there's light at the end of the tunnel. Thank God it's not a train. Yep. Yeah, baby. That's called. You've never stopped.
Yes.
Stoddy, stop. Lay off. Mama, give me you can't even think of a name. You're trying to.
No, that's
an original KFC, dog.
No, it's not.
God, you just bother me.
No, it's not.
Give me my propers. But Dibs, I can't wait for the Dennis.
Just remember to change over tomorrow.
There's no
for
doubt.
sure.
Yeah.
You should try to do it.
You didn't answer my question, damn it.
Well,
you went
probably
to Kyle.
answered it before I could get a word in.
The reason Kyle doesn't have, you fill in the blank. The reason Kyle does not have a Super Bowl trophy is, I want to hear honestly.
Because his teams weren't good enough. You hate that, don't you?
Tart dropped a pop-up that kids play on the ball
they
at
weren't
the
better.
playground.
There was no team that beat them that wasn't better than them.
They dominated the Chiefs in 2019.
How'd that fourth quarter go?
But
They wore down.
Steiny, that's where I actually disagree with you here.
Okay.
The 49ers top to bottom were better than the Chiefs, I think. The difference was Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
Patrick Mahomes made an individually brilliant play. If you flip the quarterbacks of the 49ers Super Bowl loss to the Chiefs and to their last 2 NFC title game losses, I think the 49ers win all 3 of those games.
But all right, Kyle, real quick. that doesn't change the fact that Mosley on a 3rd and 15 went bonehead.
Give me
then
$5.
last year,
Do you know that for sure? Do you know what the defensive coverage was?
No, I just know he blew it. I knew he blew it. He blew it. And there's no arguing that,
I think he was
Kyle.
supposed to be a nickel.
He blew his assignment. And then real quick, your thoughts on Tart, who dropped
Kyle,
an interception that would have sealed the game.
The reason I answered the way I did was they're not good. They weren't good enough is because, no, I don't believe it's Kyle Shanahan's fault or the specific quarterback position. There's too much that goes into a win. There's too much that goes into a loss.
I was just asking you too.
And you knew you were going to get a
Tart
nuance.
last year dropping the pick in the NFC Championship game.
Okay,
that was everything. So
we don't know that. I mean, it's a big play. There are a lot of big plays in a game.
It could have been the biggest play.
Okay,
you catch that, they win the game. So,
okay, and the biggest right. And if the
Chiefs
Chiefs don't get the pass interference, the hold,
yeah.
Or no, it was a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Never mind.
But I hear you.
But the other thing about football that you got to take into account is the quarterback's just significantly more important than any other player. So you can be kind of out-talented, but a quarterback can make it up. Although the Chiefs are pretty good.
You think? They got two.
Oh, here we go. Here's one that's an original. What is it with the 10-point leads? There you go. Now that's a Guru original.
Nah, we didn't like that one.
Yeah,
there was those.
What?
That kind of wasn't a saying. Those were just facts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But anyway, Warriors Lakers tomorrow. No Steph Curry for the next 4 games.
TNT game tomorrow night.
No Wiggins probably tomorrow.
Man, that's another concern.
And of course, or if you've been listening to the show, one of the things I said earlier is that Guru's just got some kind of infatuation with the Lakers. It's I can't quite put my finger on it. LeBron James has something to do with it, but boy, you're flattering of the Los Angeles Lakers for a team that really hasn't deserved to be flattered.
Okay, how about I do this and see what you guys think? Not only we all love Spadoni. I like to see Spadoni happy.
By the way, why did you say Spadoni's better than everybody else in here this morning? That kind of pissed me off.
What do you mean Spadoni? He's playing, Kyle. But anyway, I didn't say that. My friend that I grew up with, Phil Handy, his job is affiliated with the Lakers. I root for my friends to be happy, not at the Dub Nation expense. We know what it is. It's Warriors all day on mine. But you can't fault me for that.
Yeah, I can.
You root for Finch in Minnesota?
That's my friend.
So is Phil.
You don't even know Phil. He doesn't even know who you are.
Now this is when I ain't
Kyle,
taking it to the
you want to
improv.
repeat the? Right. I mean, Kyle's the one who said it.
No.
He looked at me like I was speaking German.
I called him on it too, Kyle. That bothered me. Who are you?
Thank you,
Daryl L. Johnson.
I took your when you said
I brought him in studio
for the last 5 years when you
didn't do your tippy toe pick then. That's new.
For 5 years, you've been saying you're tight with Phil Handy, and I've taken you at your word.
It's my dog.
I found out today he's not your friend, and you may not even know him.
Come on, people. Just stop.
Your name didn't even ring a bell.
I did ring it up with him. Hey, my guy Kyle, producer Kyle, he said, "Oh, good, I'm busy before the games." Yeah, I was like, it's all good.
Not that busy, man. Rick Sutcliffe.
Now, was he supposed to run and jump in Kyle's lap? Like, Kyle wasn't looking for that.
I thought I was going to get a dap.
Number 3.
Hey, and I was hoping you would, Kyle.
Let me ask you something about Phil. Does he think he's really cool now because he's tight with LeBron James? Or can you say, because you're such great friends with him, Phil's never changed from those days in Hayward?
I'm going to keep it real and condensed. If you go to his IG page, you'll see that the great Mamba was getting trained and his daughter Gigi by Phil, and he sent a helicopter, and in the helicopter was Kyrie and Phil going to train with Kobe. So that's how
Kyrie Irving?
Yeah, Kyrie Irving. And that's how great Phil is. So he ain't getting off on, little stuff.
You saw
like
that story in the Los Angeles Times?
No. You got to pay for it. I ain't paying for the story.
Well, where'd you hear that story? Because I know you didn't hear it from Phil.
Yeah, and it's on his page.
Oh, so it's yeah, exactly. Everybody has access to that story.
What do you want from me?
know.
But Mario Ellie gave me his championship ring to try on. I took a picture of it. Still got it in there.
Oh, God.
You would never put it.
No, it's not mine. It's not mine.
I tried it on, Jack. I had no shame. Look at you.
650. Goose still hasn't gotten Draymond Green onto the show. That was Subway.
I'm not going to participate.
That was Subway that got him on.
On what?
On our show, remember?
And I said,
he had to come, hey, Draymond, welcome.
Dude,
hey,
that's the only
thanks
time
for
he gave
having me,
a
guys. By the way, there's a salami sandwich we're selling now down at Subway.
It was a Philly cheesesteak.
You guys,
Get your facts straight.
Yeah, dude, you guys.
Was it really?
I don't know.
I think Kyle was our producer then.
20 seconds.
I miss you guys.
That's it? Who do they have next show? Oh!
Ray Ratto driving.
Ray Ratto
Is he
is driving.
Alan Stiles.
He's going to hate every
With
second.
Alan Stiles, the Temple Owl. You know what that tells me? He's tough. Stiles is tough.
No,
He went to
I love
school in Philly. Night.
Jim Morrison. It's the end.
Listening to Damon and Ratto has never been easier with the Odyssey app. The regular season. Ray and Battery. You're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Good afternoon, fellow Earthling scum. Ray Ratto here, but not Damon Bruce. He's busy soiling the United States' reputation in another country. So with me instead is the adorable Alan Stiles. Hello,
Hi,
Alan.
Ray.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing, Ray?
Oh, I'll let you know in about 3 hours. In the meantime, there's no alcohol here, so why don't we just get to the news? Stephen Curry got reevaluated today, or at least we got an update on it. And apparently, they bumped up his reevaluation time to a week from now.
Mm-hmm.
And in the meantime, he's going to miss at least the next 4 games, which is tomorrow night at LA against the Lakers, Friday at home against Houston, Sunday against Minnesota, and then Tuesday against Portland. What does this suggest to you about how long he's actually going to be out? Do you think it's just going to be 4 games, or how much further after that?
Well, that's the whole thing about this reevaluation. Whenever you don't have a hard date, it's hard to say. But look, they said all the right things in the release. They said that he's moving in the right direction. He started individual workouts. He's making good progress. So I'm not specifically worried about it. I think he is on track. We all just are in this, and we're going to get into Brock Purdy. Whenever our athletes get injured, it's just this optimistic light that we try to cast over everything, and sometimes you get hit with reality, and this is the reality. And looking at the Warriors and what they're going to have to do to overcome it, this is a little bit more time. But I think that there's nobody in the Warriors organization surprised. Let's say that.
Well, I mean, they're the ones who get to do the announcing, so I can't imagine why they'd be surprised.
Well, when they got the initial news.
But my theory has always been, whenever they say we're going to reevaluate, that usually means add 2 weeks.
Right.
Because they are more conservative than most. And that would take them through next weekend, which is Clippers, Pelicans, and then the start of a 3-game roadie. So I think we're looking at least 6, maybe more than that, at a time when they're down to the final third of their season.
Yeah.
And, they're not out of anything yet, but they can see out of it from where they're standing if they don't do well while he's out.
I think it's to the point now where you start playing with the idea of, and like you said, they never rush anybody back. Maybe if there was some type of race going on, but you haven't shown the ability to play at a championship level for a long stretch of time, right? Their longest streak was 5 games, and that was against not great competition at home, and they had to scrape to get those 5 straight. I think that Warriors at this point are on the other side of things, and they're not, if they're conservative as they normally are, add some more conservativeness to that, and I don't know when we're going to see Steph, to be completely honest. Because what's the point of rushing him back if you can get him back a little bit before playoff time, rushing him back to slide into a play-in spot? I don't know how much sense that makes.
Well, I also don't know how close to 100% they're expecting him to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he is the one exception to the general rule, which is load management ends when the All-Star break ends.
Right.
Because if you're involved in some kind of race, either for the top seed or to get in the top 6 or to get in the play-in, you're not load managing anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's all hands on deck as often as you can get them out there, which brings us weirdly to the Andrew Wiggins situation, wherein he missed the last game and the entire All-Star break because he has a family situation, an unspecified family situation.
Right.
He's not expected to play tomorrow night, and I think, given that it's a back-to-back, that it seems unlikely that he would play Friday against Houston either. I mean, that's just a guess on my part, but that makes them that much weaker because even though he has not been the Andrew Wiggins of a year ago, he's still more helpful than whatever they're going to be bringing off the bench for 32 minutes a night.
No. And GP2 was the addition, but the addition that cannot play right now. So it's a lot of DiVincenzo who's been playing well. It's continued Klay Thompson, attempting to guard the other team's best guard or small forward, and you have Jordan Poole who's going to have to do his thing. And you look up, Ray, and Klay Thompson, outstanding month of January. I would say Jordan Poole played pretty darn well, or has played pretty darn well with Steph out. And you look up, and they didn't come out to be victories, a lot of them. So that's the tough thing about it. Andrew Wiggins adds a dimension to this team offensively and defensively that nobody else matches. And that's Steph included, because Steph obviously beats him offensively. You have defensively, you have Draymond, but there's no other Andrew Wiggins that you can count on at times to get a bucket or stop a bucket. They don't have anybody else.
No, they don't. They've been running with a real thin margin for error all year long. And that's why the defensive problems they've had look as bad as they do.
Right.
I mean, it's just, if you are not going to be scoring 120 a night, which is like Denver Nuggets in the 90s territory.
Yeah.
You can't give up 118. And they are routinely among the league leaders now in games where you allow 120 or more. They're not just inconsistent defensively, they're not good defensively. And I don't know at this point how they get any better. I mean, I think maybe we're looking at the defensive team that they're going to be, which means they're either going to have to be sensational on the offensive end, or they're going to be quick and out.
Where are you at with, it's more of a CYO, young kids playing basketball thing, but where are you at on the whole defense's effort? Is that overblown?
It's the foundation of it. But in the NBA, it's also recognizing schemes, it's nuances, it's not jumping into guys. I mean, there's a lot of things about it, but if you're not going to put in the effort to be good defensively, and there's nothing you can do about that. You can't play rover in the NBA and get away with stuff. You have to be a hard worker, and you got to be sound fundamentally to play proper defense in this league. And I don't think that they don't work hard enough. I think they're just sloppy at it.
Yeah.
I mean, most of the young guys are not very good defensively.
No.
I don't think, I mean, Poole is not good defensively. DiVincenzo's not really there to be a defensive stopper. Kuminga is very hit or miss. So really, who are your prime defenders? They are Wiggins. They are Green. They are Looney. Those are the three guys you can rely on night in and night out that will not only put the effort in, but make it look like there's positive things happening on that end of the floor. But you're not a good defensive team if you only got three guys who can do that.
And everybody wants to continue to go back and compare this team to last year's team. And I'm looking around as we talk about defensively. You have GP2 back. Obviously, you haven't had him, but you have GP2 to the mix. Where is the difference defensively between DiVincenzo? People might think he's a little bit of a better defender than he is, because he went to Villanova, and I just think the way he defends looks like he's a really good defender. He might look like he's a really good defender. He's not a bad defender, but I don't know if he's as good as people just think, because he looks like he's working really hard.
Well, he looks like a good defender this year, in part because you're comparing him to some other guys on that team.
Yes, he's better than the rest of the team.
He is not a swinging tavern door.
No, he's not a safety cone.
No, but he at least will give you the honest effort. And he knows that he's not going to play much if he doesn't do that.
Right. Well, you didn't mention Kuminga.
No, I did mention Kuminga briefly. I think he's hit and miss defensively.
Yeah.
I mean, there are times when he's just eye-opening.
Right.
And other times he's cringeworthy, like any young player. Because defense is not something that you pick up right away. You've got to learn stuff. I mean, Looney was not a great defender for probably the first 4 years of his career. He was just limited physically. Couldn't get up off the ground. He was slow. His hips were bothering him. But now he can lock down guys who are bigger than him.
Right. And going back to the whole last year versus this year thing, I'm looking around at the two rosters, and last year they were good defensively. I don't think Otto Porter Jr. makes that big of a difference. You have GP2 back, even though you haven't had him, and he's not playing right now. But Otto Porter Jr., GP2, and Bielitsa, and you get DiVincenzo and they're this worse defensively? That doesn't make sense.
Well, it's because those guys were bridge players.
Mm-hmm.
Now the Warriors are thin to a point where they need guys who were bridge players to be impact players.
Right.
And I don't think, frankly, they're deep enough to do the things they did last year defensively. I think their limitations become that much more glaring. And because teams now know they can attack, not with impunity, but they know there's an excellent chance of success either by getting the basket or getting fouled.
Right. Well, and then if you don't get the basket or get fouled, you're probably getting the offensive rebound. That's the other piece of this. So that is not a good recipe for a good defensive team.
Yeah. So we should take a break. One, because I'm exhausted, and two, because I'm really exhausted. So we're going to take a break for 6 minutes. We'll tell you that we're sponsored, for God knows what reason, by 5 Hour Energy, and then we'll be back.
Remember college? 5 Hour Energy got you through. The energized feeling you relied on back then still works today. Rediscover 5 Hour Energy. It'll get you through again. Visit 5hourenergy.com.
Bonte and Shasky bring the heat every morning.
It is Brock Purdy really that guy for this franchise to where we're going to say, oh boy, UCL season's over? I'm just like, all right, Brock Purdy has a UCL injury, maybe Tommy John, but I got Trey Lance chilling in the cut.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Finding great people to hire is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. It's pretty difficult, right? Well, ZipRecruiter has mastered finding a needle in a haystack, so they take it to the next level. They make hiring so simple that it's like finding a needle in a needle stack. And that's why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Here's what it's like to use ZipRecruiter. They have so many qualified candidates that it's easier to find the right ones for your roles. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's a lot of needles. So how do they do it? ZipRecruiter's powerful technology sends you candidates who are a great match for your job, and you can even invite your top choices to apply. So if you want less hay and more needles, head to ZipRecruiter.
And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Now it's time to guess who the closer of the week is. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
Well, it's a much-needed break for our boys. The second half of the season should be very interesting. We will need a closer to step up. Who will that closer be? We shall see. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first Pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Why do we turn crumpled up paper into 3-pointers?
Boom! Nothing but recycling bin.
Why do we use rock, paper, scissors to make decisions?
1, 2, 3, shoot!
Yes!
Okay, pizza with pineapple. Again.
Why do we
to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
That's weak lead-in music. How old do you think we are? It's a Warriors Wednesday, which means it's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Not unlike yourself, Alan. So visit friedmansappliance.com today. And that's an order.
Will do.
Hey, guess who doesn't have a healthy quarterback again?
Let me guess. The San Francisco 49ers.
They're the best. Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be the starter. I'm absolutely convinced of it.
Will you stop with that?
No. There's a reason for my madness.
Okay.
One, it will make every host at this radio station pull off their own heads and shower the ceiling in plasma from their rage. And the other thing is it will make the fan base crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, no fan base deserves it more than this one.
Why?
Because they're annoying on an not on an almost daily basis, on an almost hourly basis.
But do you think it's specific to the Niners, or do you just think all fan bases are annoying?
All fan bases are populated largely by sheep, but 49er fans and their obsession with a quarterback is particularly irritating. And not only because they're the ones that confront us most often, but Brock Purdy's elbow can't be operated on today because it's still swollen and red and cranky. So now they pushed it back to, March 5th, I think?
Well, it's just early March.
Yeah,
I don't
early
even know if
March.
there's an exact date.
And that's if the swelling goes down.
Right.
And if not, then he's going to miss time in the regular season because they say it's a 6-month process.
Right.
And if he gets it done on time, which is early March, the season starts in early September. And the fact that they say 6 months doesn't necessarily mean that he's game ready in 6 months. So either Trey Lance is going to A, be cured, and B, be brilliant, or bring back Jimmy.
You don't think he got priced out? You don't think the market, that was the whole thing. Oh, we got Jimmy on a good deal. Jimmy's going to essentially, even if he didn't play this past season, which he did, and he played really well, but even if he didn't play, there were a lot of quarterbacks out there that were garbage, and Jimmy Garoppolo is better than them.
But this is a better shopping offseason for teams that need a quarterback. I mean, you've got Aaron Rodgers. You've got Derek Carr. You know, you've got the usual flotsam and jetsam behind that. If Geno Smith doesn't get franchise tagged for some reason, somebody's going to want him. I don't know if the market for Jimmy Garoppolo outside San Francisco is going to be nearly as robust as people think. Because it wasn't last year either, but there was a reason for that.
Right. And it's the same thing with Jimmy. My question with anybody that is looking to keep Jimmy and why this might lend itself to your argument to have to possibly find Jimmy still in a Niner jersey would just be the injuries. I mean, you're signing, what are you signing Jimmy to if you are the Jets or whoever? How many years do you think Jimmy has? And on top of that, how many years do you think he has versus how good you think he is, right? I mean, the Aaron Rodgers rental, that's a little bit different than a Jimmy Garoppolo 2-year, 3-year deal when he hasn't really proven majority of the time. He hasn't played majority of the season. And I know it's Kyle Shanahan, so maybe people are saying, let's get him out of the red and gold and see what he can do. But I don't know how many teams would be, hey, this is our guy. One, just from a Jimmy Garoppolo standpoint, I think he's a fine quarterback, but just this is the guy that's going to take us over the top. Now you're talking about a bridge quarterback that can't stay healthy.
Yeah, but how many teams are that close to playing in a Super Bowl at this point? Like 5?
Well, that goes right.
And all the other ones have their quarterback. So
Yes.
we're talking about that next tier of teams that is trying to get from 7 and 10 to 8 and 9.
That's the Jets.
And well, it's absolutely the Jets, but it's also Carolina. It's you can go through the list. I mean,
I think I put the Jets above Carolina. I would put the Jets and the Saints in that category, and I don't know what to do with the Bucks.
Oh, I think we know what to do with the Bucks.
Hell, Ray, please go on.
Oh no, they're battered, fried, and ready to eat. But that whole division, all I'm saying is the teams that are going to be shopping for quarterbacks are not the Super Bowl contenders. They're the ones who honestly believe that they could get into the playoffs if they upgraded a quarterback.
Right.
And I think Jimmy Garoppolo would be an upgrade. And I'm not saying that he's going to be back, But I do like the fact that everybody was sure he was gone last year. And Kyle Shanahan said, not so fast.
He went out and said the same thing.
And if he's looking at Purdy's not ready, we've looked at Lance and we still don't like enough about him. Because, look, that's been the real knock on him more than the injury. It's that they don't like his arm as much as they thought they would, and they don't think he's as good a runner as they thought he'd be. Mm-hmm. Why wouldn't Kyle Shanahan just say, you know what? If those are my choices, the injured Brock Purdy or the incomplete Trey Lance, and Garoppolo hasn't signed with anybody, bring him back again. So he's a better backup than any other backup in the game.
But why continue to, even after you knew Brock was injured and you know what can come with surgery anytime you're going under the knife, and you know that there's a lot you don't know with Trey Lance, why sit up there in that press conference and just immediately say, no, Jimmy will not be back? Do you think at this point, Kyle Shanahan just doesn't care? Hey, I can say what I want. It doesn't matter. When the facts change, opinions change.
Yes, I think that's exactly what every coach believes.
Yeah, just say what you need at the time.
Well, yeah, because nothing about what they say is ever binding. Mm-hmm. You're never forced to. And it's not a question of lying. It's just, this is what I think today.
Yeah.
And in a week, I'll probably think something else. And you'll buy it hook, line, and sinker because you want the quotes. So I that's what I think. Now, do I think he wants to bring back Garoppolo? No, it sounds like their relationship is not as good as it was a year ago.
Right.
But he's also an incredible pragmatist. And he knows that Super Bowl windows do not stay open for very long.
Right.
And this one may have 1-2 more years left in it before he's got to start recycling good players. And at that point, if he's looking at no Purdy, don't like Lance, where do you shop? You're going to bring in one of the 40 McCown brothers?
But here's the thing, though. If you keep Jimmy, right, you're going to, again, his market isn't bad. It's just he's going to be more expensive than he was this year.
Yeah.
We can assume. So if you keep Jimmy, Brock is a question mark, but he's not going to be done all season. So then if you keep Jimmy and you're playing Jimmy and you're paying Jimmy, and now Brock is ready whenever he's ready in week 2, week 3, whatever, do you just insert Brock because you felt the offense looked better and you sit Jimmy on the bench and pay him to ride Pine?
That's not a decision they have to make until the decision comes time. But I don't think he wants to go into next season with no quarterback that he can trust.
Look, Ray, you got to move on from Jimmy. Get you a
I don't have to
get you a Taylor Heineke, and let's just keep it moving.
Taylor Heineke couldn't hold his job in Washington.
He's got moxie. He reminds me of
he's got
of
grit
older Brock
too.
Purdy.
Yeah, he's got grit.
He's a high motor guy.
Yeah, he's one of your classic great backup white quarterbacks.
That's right. That's right.
Leave.
You know, he can make the easy throws, Ray.
Yeah. The only thing I'm saying, and I don't think Garoppolo's coming back either. I just would like the Schadenfreude. I would like people to be angry about this.
You want to see the world burn.
Yes. Because let's face it, what has the world done that means it doesn't deserve to burn?
It depends on who you ask, Ray.
Well, I've asked me, and every time my answer is the same.
You know, I just want to give a quick shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line in the YouTube chat, Ray.
Well, you go ahead.
That? What do you think about that?
I don't need to know.
So
no, you go ahead. Shout out whichever one of those reprobate hyenas you want to.
No, I'm just
keep me out.
I am shouting them out as a whole.
Oh, as a class of people.
Yes, I'm shouting them out as a whole for doing what they do, because me and Ray were talking, in the pre-show, and a lot of times I'm doing the night show, and Ray, the text line is never open, so I'm rushing to get ready for the show. Ray's not logged in. I got to log in, so it's very nice, and I finally figured out why Ray makes me log into this stuff. It's because you're just not about that life. You're not about the text life.
I don't want to know what my opinion is, so I'm certainly not going to ask anybody else what theirs is.
Well, I just wanted to give them a quick shout out.
I think you should befriend them as best you can.
But
I mean, they'll turn on you. Don't.
Oh, I know. Oh, trust me. I am well aware.
They're vicious little criminals.
I am well aware. I am well aware.
I find life is easier going home at night knowing I haven't talked to any of them.
Wow. All right. It depends on the day.
As you get older, you'll discover that people are incredibly overrated.
All right. Well,
I mean, not just overrated. There ought to be a bounty on them. And if you could make a decent coat out of human skin, there would be.
Wow. You're not disappointed right now, Ray. But
but it's early.
It is still early, and I did want to let everybody know. So John, who's back here producing, another fellow Alamedan, and I'm thinking tomorrow, Ray, why don't we all carpool together? What do you think about that? We all live in Alameda.
Yeah, well, I ride the boat.
I can ride what time? We'll just hop on in.
You know what? We'll get to a break, and I'll figure out what boat I want to get on.
Okay.
Because I've got stuff to do in the morning.
Let me know.
And I will.
You let me know. No,
the boat's great.
Oh, I love it.
Especially going home when the bar's open.
Okay.
Because nothing says entertainment like washing away the stain of another day here.
After that?
Just pouring something down that's like deeply purple or fizzy.
There you go.
And just, you know what? I want to be half blind by the time I get home.
Wow. Well, you got to be getting after it because the boat ride is not that long, right?
No, it's 20 minutes, which means you have to pack a lot of drinking in.
Yeah, you got to get it in quickly. That's what you got to do.
I order mine with a sippy cup.
Okay.
That way there's less spillage.
Right.
And that's important on a rough night like tonight will be.
Okay. Well,
because there'll be some waves.
People will be drinking if Jimmy Garoppolo does come back.
I'm comfortable with that. I'm completely. I just want. That's the only reason I want him to come back is that it will make the largest number of people angry.
Where would you put him? Where are you at in the Jimmy Garoppolo versus Derek Carr conversation?
You have to define your terms because are we talking about as a 49er quarterback or as just a quarterback in general?
Well, I would say if you are the Jets and it's the same, let's just say for the sake of the drill, it's the same deal. And you are the Jets. The Jets have been sounds like everything went well with Derek Carr. They even said, hey, you win some games here, we'll make you a first ballot Hall of Famer. So they're really going in.
So they're really lying through their teeth.
Lying. They're really just saying whatever they can say. But
you'll be the Nobel Prize winner in chemistry.
You know what, Derek? We're going to turn
You'll be Miss America.
You will. Derek Carr, Jimmy Garoppolo, they're both on line one for the Jets, and the Jets get their pick. Same deal. Who would you go with?
Probably Carr, because the one thing that you don't know about Garoppolo is how he would do in a system that is more quarterback dependent than the 49ers is.
And I think that's a question that we are getting to with Brock Purdy, and it's hard to say that without people thinking you're being disrespectful. We're not being disrespectful. That's just a really good offense with a lot of weapons. It is.
List the most important players on the offensive side. You're going to go through four guys before you get to the quarterback. Start with McCaffrey and or Trent Williams. You can have them 1 and 1A if you want. Then either Kittle or Samuel.
Right.
So there's 2 and 2A. Now, who's more important, your quarterback or your tight end? Normally, it would be the quarterback.
Right.
On this team, I don't think it is because Shanahan has constructed an offensive system wherein you don't have to have Patrick Mahomes for everything to go well because you've got all these other weapons that allow you to do the things you want to do. Because the 49ers scored a ton of points last year.
They did.
And they scored a ton of points in 2019 too. When they went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And they did it with an offense that wasn't high powered and it wasn't throw deep and hope for the best. It was grind clock and run the ball. I mean, people keep referring to the conference final against Green Bay when they only threw the ball 8 times.
Right.
And they think that was a lack of faith in Jimmy Garoppolo. No, it wasn't. It was a lack of respect for the Green Bay runch defense.
Yeah.
He says, we're going to do what works. And this is what's working all day long.
Yeah, but I think that we've learned that's the thing about this whole Jalen Hurts situation. He's going to get the bag. They're going to bring in the Brinks truck, and that's all fine and good. And I hope Jalen Hurts plays very well. We all know his story. We all watched him. He's gotten better every year, but this was his breakout year, and because of the timing, the Eagles are going to have to pay him.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, we know right now what Jalen Hurts is with an outstanding roster. But once you pay him, that roster is not going to look like that. I don't know what Jalen Hurts is. We know what Patrick Mahomes is with a B roster. Dare I call it a B minus C plus roster? I'm not saying this year it was that, but I don't know. I don't know if it was a roster for sure. But it's Patrick Mahomes.
Well, it's Patrick Mahomes, but also Kansas City committed to improving its offensive line, which is the second most important part of any team.
Yes.
I mean, nobody recognizes it because it's not fun to watch.
Mm-hmm.
But part of why Jalen Hurts was Jalen Hurts this year was because Philadelphia's offensive line was regarded by anyone who paid any attention as by far the best offensive line in football. And because it was the best offensive line in football, Jalen Hurts could do stuff that he wouldn't have been able to do a year ago and might not be able to do in 2 more years when some of those guys, signed free agent deals in other places.
So he got paid in part.
And deservedly.
Right. He got paid in part because of their play and his ability, to elude and also their ability to keep him safe. They pay him. Now they can't pay what helped him stay safe and perform at the level. Partly, I'm not taking anything away from Jalen Hurts. So it's this cycle, and I don't know what Jalen Hurts will be with if this was an A roster and they got to the Super Bowl, almost won it, but this isn't horseshoes. You came up against Patrick Mahomes. Now you pay him. Will he ever have this good of a roster again? I don't know.
He could have this good of offensive line again. And
Yeah.
that helps a lot. I mean, who was their extraordinary wide receiver? Who was the one that you say that's the best guy in football? They had two pretty good players. They had two pretty good
A.J.
wide
Brown.
receivers, but not magic.
No, you had.
And the point is, those guys are definitely top 12, top 15.
Right.
And they had time to get open because Jalen Hurts had time to wait for them to get open.
Right.
And that's why I say the offensive line is the second most important part of your football team. Your quarterback thrives behind a good offensive line. If your quarterback thrives, your wide receivers thrive.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think that situation with Jalen Hurts is unique to Jalen Hurts. Again, this is no slight. I think that's how most quarterbacks are.
Yeah.
So then Patrick Mahomes is an alien. We shouldn't even include him in these conversations anymore. I think Joe Burrow to some degree because he hasn't had a great offensive line, but he gets the ball out quickly. So then getting back to Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy, you have them in these great situations. Jimmy Garoppolo, and I think that's why he's probably going to move on. But if I'm another team going back to the idea of paying him, we probably saw Jimmy Garoppolo, the best version of Jimmy Garoppolo this year, because there's no roster that he's going to that's going to be as good as this Niners roster.
Exactly. That's why I think the market for him will not be as swollen as people think it will be.
At the beginning of
if he's still waiting for a home run, he might have to settle for a loud single or a double, maybe from here. And that, maybe that happens in August when Kyle Shanahan sees what he's got and isn't happy with it.
And at this point, Kyle Shanahan, you could almost just make a joke about it. If I'm Kyle Shanahan and I get up there, if Jimmy is back, well, guys, we're back at it again. And the media just laughs and nobody cares that a couple months ago he said, no, he's out of here.
Yeah, because the thing is, I know what Kyle Shanahan wants to do, but he is pragmatic enough to know that if you can't do what you want to do, you do what you have to do.
Right.
And that's what he did last year because they couldn't wait to get rid of him last year, and they couldn't. And so when time came and nobody knew what Brock Purdy was, he was still in the box with the styrofoam peanuts.
Right.
And Jalen Hurts has not made them fall in love with him yet. They go, okay, the best backup quarterback is the one we've been trying to put on the front lawn like a fraternity couch, and nobody took him. So let's sign him. And they did, and people had great laughs about that. Except then Lance goes down, Garoppolo saves their bacon, essentially. Then he goes down.
Right.
And then Purdy thrives. So the result is that now people now believe that the 49ers have a system that doesn't need an elite quarterback. They'd like to have one.
Yeah.
But they don't need one.
But do you think that how people continue to say that and, because of this roster, do you think just looking at, and not that there are a bunch of elite quarterbacks running around, but you could remove some of the eliteness of your roster, and it will be made up with an elite quarterback. I guess, when is the last time a Super Bowl was won the way Kyle Shanahan is trying to win it?
I don't know that it's ever been done that way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when the Ravens won the first time,
right,
they didn't have a great offense under any circumstances, but they had a epical defense.
Right.
They could hold the other team to -3. So they would basically just strangle you.
Mm-hmm.
And then Trent Dilfer would just say, please don't throw 4 interceptions and we'll be fine.
And he said, okay, I got you.
Yeah. And then he'd throw 3.
And he won.
Yeah. But that's probably the closest comp.
Mm-hmm.
But, this is, Kyle Shanahan, and I don't know if this is what he prefers, but this is what he can do. What he can do is, I can make an offense score a lot of points, even though my quarterback is not directly responsible for it.
Right.
And so now he's got that reputation because he's done this with a guy who was Tom Brady's backup. Then he's now done it with a guy who was picked last in the draft. So you are what you show yourself to be. What he's shown himself to be is a guy who, you give him a great running back, you give him competent wide receivers, you give him 2/3 of a good offensive line and a great defense, and I can score 31. You score 31, you have one of the best offenses in football.
Yeah.
It may not look like Kansas City's, and it may not look like Cincinnati's, but not everybody gets to have Burrow or Mahomes. And I would include Josh Allen in that. I would almost include Justin Herbert in that. But the Chargers are such a pie fight.
I don't know.
You
Justin
can't
Herbert.
blow a 27
You can't.
playoff lead.
You can't.
And that's not on him. That's on a shambolic and injury-riddled defense. But Justin Herbert has not done the magic thing yet.
Not yet.
So he's clearly a step below that group.
Yeah. And as we go through each year, though, that list continues to get bigger. We have the older QBs who are now riding off into the sunset, obviously Peyton Manning, and then you have Phillip Rivers and Drew Brees and obviously Tom Brady now. And you have this new regime. And if you're a Niner fan, maybe you think Brock Purdy is this piece of it. Maybe you think Trey Lance is this piece of it. But it does feel like there are QBs that are coming out that are more ready-made than in the past. And that's why everybody's, let's go. Is Tua good enough or not? Are these guys good enough or not? And the guys that aren't good in year 1, year 2, they get question marks. So Kyle Shanahan, he's just on a completely different time period in how he's trying to do it. And who knows? He might have done it if Brock Purdy doesn't get hurt. I have no clue. But what I do know is this. You can score as much as you want in the regular season, but if you don't have a guy in the postseason and you have to go up against one of the guys, I don't know if the Kyle Shanahan template works.
Well, it hasn't worked yet.
It hasn't worked yet.
So he should be fired, is what you're saying.
No.
Well, that's what we're going with until this break is over.
All right. Well, then,
and when we come back, Monty Poole will call you a liar about this 49er thing, I promise you.
All right.
But until then, we are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking and not a single compromise.
The Warriors are 29-29 coming out of the All-Star break.
Back cut by Clay to the rim. He dunked it. He dunked it. Porzingis was a step late.
It's time for the push to the playoffs.
Clay throws it down. Elevation sensation, Clay Thompson.
Catch all the action right here.
Poole straightens up another 3, and he is red hot right now.
On 95.7 The Game.
Come on, man. I thought you said we have better seats this time.
Oh, but we do. With 100 times space zoom on my new Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, we can see everything.
Whoa, are you zooming in on the coach's clipboard?
Yep, and it looks like he might be doodling. The mascot riding a pony?
I can even see the puck that they need to shoot!
So, how do you like our seats now?
I think I just really like your S23 Ultra.
Take advantage of amazing carrier offers now at Samsung.com.
Mom, Dad,
sis.
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Now is the time to make travel your tradition. Celebrate 150 years of excellence with Holland America Line and receive up to 30% off cruise fares, free balcony upgrades, 50% off reduced deposits, and more on summer 2023 through spring 2024 cruises. Choose from over 500 voyages cruising to Alaska, Europe, the Caribbean, and beyond. Join us on board for the time of your life, time and time again. Restrictions apply. Fares are per person based on double occupancy. Call your travel advisor or visit hollandamerica.com for details.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I'm JR of CBS Sports Radio, and I want to introduce you to a new podcast titled Agents of Inclusion, brought to you by Special Olympics, Odyssey, and JR Sport Brief Productions. Every Wednesday, we'll be speaking with a different Special Olympics athlete to share their stories of perseverance, accomplishment, and path towards inclusion. We don't want you to just listen. We want you to become an active agent of inclusion as well. Special Olympics, Agents of Inclusion, find it on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Do better on the music. I'm trying to warn you. I mean, this stuff was a hit before Alan was born. Where's your dignity? This soul eviscerating nightmare is streaming live on YouTube, and don't ask me why. Either way, though, if you feel compelled to bathe in this horror show, head to youtube.com/957thegame to watch us live and see what's going on inside the studio. Don't. I'm just telling you, don't.
Please do.
Like and subscribe for all 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. Again, don't. In fact, here's somebody that I know never watches on YouTube, and he's all the better for it. Monty Poole from NBC Sports Bay Area, who lives and breathes the Warriors, but actually pays attention to other stuff too. Monty, we're not going to ask you about James Wiseman today. Do you want to stay on the line?
Go ahead and ask about Big James if you want, but yeah, I'm good.
Are you locked into the remainder of the Pistons schedule then?
Oh, I'm kind of watching it from afar because, I think James is going to be able to score in this league. I thought he could have scored with the Warriors, but, if you look at the Warriors' recent history, that's not what their centers do.
Oh, I didn't want you to answer. I just wanted you to be horrified by the notion of having to talk about him again.
Yeah. Boring, yes. But James makes it exciting because I'm curious.
Yeah, sure he does. Yeah. Absolute thrill ride. The Warriors updated the Stephen Curry condition, said he will miss at least the next 4 games, but then they will reevaluate him in a week. In your head, what does that sound like in terms of actual missed games?
Mid-March.
Okay.
Mid-March. If they get him for the final, 12 games or so, I think they will take it and run with it. And if they get him for the final 15, they'll be giddy. But we knew going in that he wasn't going to come back immediately after the break. And so another week, they'll reevaluate him again. And at that point, we're probably going to get he's progressed now to on-court activities, maybe non-contact, and then another week, and then he'll be back. That's my forecast. So you're looking at another 2 weeks before I think he probably will be cleared to play. If he comes back sooner than that, man, they will jump for joy.
So essentially the start of that road trip that starts in L.A. and ends in Dallas on the 22nd is what you're looking at.
Yeah. They got 23 games or 24 games to go. And you look at what's left, ideally they want to win. For them to get a chance to get to the top 6, and again, it's going to be difficult. But, if Steph can be around for 15 to 16 of those games, that should do it, give him a chance at least. But if he's going to miss, 10 of those games, that puts a hole in it, I think. So we got to see, how he ends up. But I think at this stage, we can always look back and go, you know what, this team without Steph is not very good. But this team with Steph this year has not been special either. So, you can't expect his return to cure all their ills when most of their ills are on the other side of the basketball on the defensive end.
Andrew Wiggins out tomorrow night. The personal reasons that have been continuing, obviously not here to speculate on anything that's going on. Does it just seem to be a fluid situation, Monty? Is there any type of timeline, or is it just when he's back, he's back?
Yeah, I think it's kind of where when he's back, he's back. When you hear a family situation, then you just kind of let it go. You don't really try and, start trying to ferret out, well, what's the problem? Who's sick or who's this, who's that? I think that becomes dangerous. You just wait it out and see when he comes back and hope everything is going well for him and his family. Now, as to when he'll return, there's been no indication. So, but he's missed big time. He is missed. And he was just starting to find his game again. He was really good the last couple of games. So, that's going to put another hole in the Warriors' hopes of kind of gaining some momentum here to start off not the second half, but to start off the post-All-Star schedule. So it's going to be tough for them to make any progress without Steph, without Wiggins. Talking about, those are the two guys who are their last 2 All-Stars. So they're not in great shape.
When when the Warriors talk about Wiggins and his absence, I know they don't give you any hint about what it's about, and I don't want to know anyway, but do they seem optimistic or pessimistic that he will be back soon, or do they even avoid putting any sense of when they might hope he'd be back?
I think from what I can gather, based on just a feel, the vibe is that they don't want to go to a point where they're swaying one way or the other, because it sounds like something that could be around for a minute or two, and they just don't want to assume he'll be back next week or tomorrow, or he'll be out for a month. They don't want to go in any of that situation in terms of sort of projecting how long he'll be out. So the best guess is that he can come back at some point, and they just don't know when. And right now it's what, like the old coaches say, you got to coach what you have, and you got to play with what you have. And right now he's not there, and he's not going to be there until, guess what? He is there. And whenever that happens, they'll be happy to see him. But there's no indication as to when that'll be, whether this is going to be a week, 2 days, or 2 more days, or 2 more weeks.
Monty, with the heading into the, like you said, post All-Star break, basically the end of the season, who have you talked to connected to the Warriors, or what have you heard or seen? And can you speak to the vibe of the Warriors right now, and do they feel optimistic? I know everybody is going to say the right things, but if you read between the lines, how does everybody feel? I mean, we haven't really talked about the fact that the Suns have Kevin Durant and the Mavs got Kyrie. What is the current vibe that you have taken away from the Warriors right now?
Well, the thing about the Warriors this season is that the vibe and the reality have not been the same. Mm-hmm. And, no matter what gets said, and they often say the right things, but when you watch them on the court, you see it all over the place. There are games you watch them on the court and you think, wow, they look really good. And there's games you watch them on the court and they're like, they look terrible. They look awful. And so the vibe is, it's optimistic, but that hasn't really mattered. When you have a team that can identify its problems, but here we are 4 months into the season almost, and unable to solve those problems, you have a real issue. And so it's hard to know if they will solve the problem at any point in the next 24 games. We know that if they don't, they will miss the playoffs. If they do, they will either be in a play-in or top 6 position. But the vibe is, that we know what we have to do, and we still can do it. But hearing that and feeling that is not the same as actually seeing it, because it hasn't happened. Not at one point this season has this team been more than 3 games over 500. Not once. And so that's not becoming of a defending champion. That's a team that's searching for itself, trying to figure out what they can sort of cobble together to stay afloat and stay in the competitive postseason run. So I think they'll get to the postseason, but it's hard to be optimistic. No matter what people say, it's hard to be optimistic about where they're going to go when they get there, when you've seen no sign, no reason to believe that they're going to make a deep run. I mean, when Draymond went off on the defense after the last game of the season against the Clippers, he was dead on. The defense looks lifeless so many times. And honestly, he was probably too late. Mm-hmm. And we don't know if there'll be any response to that. That's the thing. Because there have been discussions about what we need to do, here's what we need to do, here's what we can do, here's what we're going to do. And they will do it for a game or two. And then they'll come upon a game where it just doesn't show up. So, I mean, let's face it, this team has been swept by the Pistons. It's swept by the Magic. Yeah. And so it's, as much as we want to dress it up and say they're defending champions, a proud bunch, championship core, all of those things, nothing that anybody says right now means a whole lot until it happens on the floor. If you talk to Steph, that's what you're going to hear. We can talk about it till we're blue in the face, but it ain't going to mean anything until we do it, and they haven't done it.
Is there a working theory outside the inner circle of the Warriors as to why they haven't figured it out by now? And maybe they have figured it out, but they can't do it. Is there a working theory that's accepted around the league as to why they have turned this season into what it is?
Well, there's a couple. For one, the first one is last season. The championship last season was, how do I put this politely, unexpected. They did not know that they could do that until they got to the postseason, and then you saw who they were playing, and you saw the feeling they felt like they belonged. This was their turf, and you saw it in the postseason. But in the regular season, they weren't sure what they were going to get to. They weren't sure they could win this thing until they got to the postseason and said, "Okay, we got through Denver. Okay, we got through Memphis. I think we're in good shape now," and they pulled it off. But go back to the beginning of last season, they started great, but that was unexpected. And so I was talking to Bob Myers the other day, and I called it the uh-oh championship because it was the one that they got that people didn't see coming. The first one they got, people kind of saw it coming slowly but surely. The next two that they got, everybody saw it coming, saw those two coming. The last one, people thought maybe they'll compete for a championship, maybe not. So that kind of, I think that changed the perception of who the Warriors are. And honestly, they're a different team than they were last season, obviously, for the roster purposes, but also the league is different. And the way the Warriors play is not the same. It's different from what most teams do in the NBA now. And it can be successful because they're the Warriors, because they have Steph and Klay. When Steph and Klay are on their games, the way they play on offense can work. And by that, I'm saying that most teams go with 4 or 5 shooters. Denver has 5 shooters on the floor. And Jokic is one of those shooters, and he's also an assist guy. He's also a playmaker. So the Warriors have 3 on the floor. They have 3 shooters when Wiggins and Klay and Steph are out there. And you've got Draymond and Loon, who don't really shoot. Loon shoots no threes. Draymond shoots the occasional 3. And neither Draymond nor Loon are considered strong inside finishes. Loon is crafty inside, but they don't have guys who – their best finisher in the paint is probably Michael Green. He's the one guy who can dunk in traffic, and does it, on occasion. So they're playing offensively. I won't say with one hand behind their back, but they're playing a different game on offense. And they need Steph, Klay, Wiggs to be on their games to be able to compete at the highest level. And we just haven't seen that very often this year. And so when you look at that, you talk about the working theories as to what's not happening. What's not happening is that they're playing an unusual style of basketball in today's NBA where so many teams are playing 4 and 5 out. And they're different. And just because you're the Warriors doesn't mean that you're going to get it done that way in today's NBA. And that's why I think, that's one of the things. And the other thing is this. You can get old in the NBA really quickly. And I'm not saying Steph, Klay, Draymond are old. But what I'm saying is that there have been times when you look out there and the guys on the other team, the opponents, are just a little too quick for them. And when you see that, you got to start thinking, okay, is this the beginning of the end? And last year's championship kind of tell people, wow, the Warriors are still great. They were when they needed to be last year. They haven't when they needed to be this year. And getting to I don't think this is a case where you can just say, well, once we get to the postseason, things will be great. We'll figure it out. Nobody wants to play us then. Yeah, that's because you got Steph, Klay, Draymond, and people look at those guys in the postseason and know that they're all animals in the postseason. But is that going to be enough? And I just don't know if that's going to be enough this year with this team.
Hey, I've got good news for everybody here. There's only 2 hours left of this nonsense because this is your welcome to the 4 o'clock hour. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free. God, who is that idiot?
Monty, I did want to ask because you're leading us somewhere, so I'm just going to see if you're going to take us the whole way. Is this the last dance? I know everybody watched The Last Dance with Michael Jordan, and okay, they won the championship. Look, all stories don't have happy endings, and I think the first piece of this, or the most important piece of this quote-unquote last dance, starts with Draymond Green. Do you think he opts in? What happens there at the end of the season?
Well, I think there's 2 issues that will determine that, and Draymond is one of them. The other is Bob Myers, and I think if Draymond opts in, that means that they'll give it another run. But I think Draymond, whether he opts in or not, I think how this season plays out will be a huge factor in his decision. Now with Bob Myers up front in the front office there, he can leave. He can, if he decides to leave, and he just might. That changes everything because the Warriors have built themselves around the triumvirate of Bob Myers, Steph Curry, and Steve Kerr. If any one of those three guys leaves, the whole dynamic changes. Everything changes. And the other two guys, all three of those guys know that if any one of them leaves, it changes everything. And Bob, Bob has a tough job. I mean, Joe Lacob is not easy to work for at times. And so that's, to me, Bob's future being up in the air as it is now. You would think that after they won the surprise championship last year, that would have been the time to, make amends. Hey, Bob, good job, and give him a bump. Didn't happen. It didn't happen. Mm-hmm. So, there's some, I won't say nerves, but there is some concern within the Warriors that this could be the last dance, that this could be it for them, because not all three of those guys are guaranteed to come back next year. And if Bob were to leave, I know Steve will be devastated, and I know Steph will be, he will be unhappy. He will not like that. Yeah. And so that's why some pressure's on Joe to figure this thing out and decide what he wants to do, because Bob is the guy who he grew up in the Bay Area. He likes being with the Warriors, but he also wants to be feel like he is being treated as well as he should be, given what he has done in his job.
Define for us, before we let you go, what unhappy Stephen Curry is like and what unhappy Stephen Curry would do inside the building. Yeah.
Steph is a guy who I think Joe Lacob knows that he can't trade Steph. Cannot. That won't go down with anybody in the building or out of the building. That would be, Lakers trading Kobe. You don't do that. No matter what happens, that's a move you don't make. But do you want to risk alienating him? He did it once before, and it worked out okay in the end. When they fired Mark Jackson, there was some concern that Steph was pushing for Mark to keep Mark, and they went without him, and they defied his desires, and it worked out, and Steph rode along with it because he saw it working. So I think Steph will give anything attempt a chance to work, anything. But again, I think he likes stability, and he's had it now for a long time. He's had the same two teammates at his side for the better part of for a decade now. He's had the same coach for 8 years. And so, again, I think an unsettled Steph, I don't know what it'll look like, but it wouldn't be the same as a Steph who's totally locked in, totally vibing well with where the franchise is going.
And finally, because I never stop this stuff, what would you think about the Warriors getting in to the play-in, finishing 6th, and facing Sacramento in the first round?
Okay, a Warriors-Kings playoff would be fantastic for NorCal. It would be awesome. Right now, simply put, the Kings are a better team. Now, I think in the postseason, I think that could tilt the other way because, again, the Warriors, their core knows the postseason better than any other core in the league. And that's what they have going. That's their edge. That may or may not be enough, but that is their edge once they get to the postseason. But I think the Kings are on the rise. Their offense is really good. Their defense is not so good. So I don't think they'll make much of a playoff dent. But they have enough offense to scare somebody. And the Warriors right now, I don't know who they're going to scare other than the fact that, they are their history. And we've seen teams that can be really good 1 year or 2 years or 3 years or a long time. And then suddenly they're not the same. The Spurs were really, a championship contender every year for a while. And then suddenly they were just another low seed playoff team. And now they're a tank team. A rebuilding team. So with the Warriors, I think a Warriors-Kings postseason would be awesome for NorCal, for both fan bases, because we've never seen it. We've never had it, and it would be a first. And I personally, I would love to see it.
Well, then your mouth to God's ears then. Monty Poole from NBC Sports Bay Area, guy who's in the Warriors up to his neck. Monty, thanks for calling, and we'll bother you tomorrow. In fact, you know what? We'll bother you later tonight. We got nothing to do.
I'll talk to y'all later.
All right. Kings Warriors.
The Kings Warriors would be really entertaining. That is a team, and that I might be just being prisoner of the Warriors in the championship DNA. The Kings are a team I would say, okay, I think the Warriors. And Monty said the Kings are a better team than the Warriors. The Warriors are going to win that matchup. At least that's what I believe.
Yeah, probably. But every game would look like the NBA All-Star game.
Yes. Just no defense.
Oh, none whatsoever.
Yes. Now, I do think there are teams, everybody feels, well, the Warriors haven't lost the West, and they continue to say that. There are teams that could beat the Warriors. I just don't know that the Kings are one of them. They're new. I don't know from a closer perspective, and I'm not disrespecting De'Aaron Fox. I know Kyle Madsen might still be listening, but
he's not listening. Trust me, he doesn't listen when he's working here.
That's true. That's true. But that would be really exciting.
Yeah, it would be hilarious because, yes, the Warriors would be better than the Kings in a playoff situation, but I also think the Warriors, if they were good enough to get to the play-in, it would mean that they've sorted out their stuff finally. And I think they're better than Memphis, too. I don't believe they're better than Denver. I think even at their best, I don't believe they're better than Denver. Because healthy
Denver... You talk about an all-star game. Denver doesn't play any defense either.
No, but they play more defense than the Kings do. And I just don't believe that... Well, one, they'd have no answer for Jokic.
Zero.
And unlike last year...
He's not playing with...
Yeah, they've got Murray, and they've got, well, they're
Michael
healthy.
Porter Jr.
Yeah,
he's got his boys, and he probably has an axe to grind because he had to go up against the Warriors with JaMychal Green was one of his number one kickout targets.
Yeah, I mean, no, I don't know that you can get Nikola Jokic angry in that way.
No,
he'll just go, okay, I guess I scored 30 a game when we weren't as good. Yeah. So I'll score 32 a game and have like 9 more assists.
Exactly. Now his brothers, you can get upset.
Yes, but that's the one team in the West I don't think they're as good at, even if everything's going right.
What about the Clippers?
Nah, I'm not buying that.
Okay. Well, the Clippers, nice stint, but the idea that they're all going to play like this, number one, be on the court for the duration of a playoff run, highly unlikely to me.
Yeah, well, they went out and got Russell Westbrook.
They did.
Case closed.
He's a facilitator, Ray.
Yeah, of course he is. He's facilitated his way to 5 teams in 3 years.
That's true. Sometimes I forget he was on the Wizards, by the way.
Yeah. By the way, that reminds me. If you haven't already, and if you have, I'm ashamed of you, make sure to subscribe to Damon Ratto on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your most miserable podcasts. We'll be back after this.
Fonte and Shasky bring the heat every morning.
It is Brock Purdy really that guy for this franchise to where we're going to say, oh boy, UCL season's over? I'm just like, all right, Brock Purdy has a UCL injury, maybe Tommy John, but I got Trey Lance chilling in the cut.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Let's talk about the tax and crypto attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law. Well, how about this? I'll talk about them, you listen. You've probably heard by now that the IRS is receiving $80 billion to increase enforcement and audits of individuals and small business owners, like Mark Grandy. If that news worries you, and it probably should, if you have years of unfiled tax returns, or you're already receiving notices from the IRS or the Franchise Tax Board, then you need to nail your mailbox shut. And you also need to contact Kugelman Law at sftaxteam.com. They strive to provide effective and efficient resolutions to all your tax or crypto needs while offering straightforward and transparent pricing. So visit sftaxteam.com to schedule your consultation today to get a fair and honest assessment of your tax or crypto issues. That's sftaxteam.com. Alexander Kugelman, Managing Attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. And this paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
If you have an IRA or 401k, please listen closely. My name is Jason Hansen. I'm a former CIA officer and New York Times bestselling author. Throughout my career, let's just say I've been in some hairy situations. And I believe right now the biggest threat facing Americans is they need to protect their wealth, which is exactly what I'm doing for my wife and 6 kids. And I believe the ultimate safe haven is physical gold and silver. You can protect your hard-earned retirement assets with a tax-free loophole that allows you to convert your retirement into physical gold and silver. The folks I use are Advantage Gold, and believe me, I've investigated the heck out of all types of people. Advantage Gold is the nation's highest rated gold company. They have the best process, pricing, and service. If you want to get your free gold and silver investment kit, please contact Advantage Gold right now, and you'll see how easy it is to protect yourself with precious metals. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Call 800-900-8000.
Our company Repurpose has a really cool mission: get rid of plastic. Meanwhile, we had this problem. Our office was all paper, and nobody wanted to file paperwork, print checks, mail them. We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It lets us be digital. Bill saves us paper and time. No matter where our key players are, they have visibility into our cash flow. Goodbye plastic, goodbye paper.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
Why do we turn crumpled up paper into 3-pointers?
Boom! Nothing but recycling bin.
Why do we use rock, paper, scissors to make decisions?
1, 2, 3, shoot.
Yes.
Okay, pizza with pineapple. Again.
Why do we talk into fans?
I'm talking into a fan.
Why do we tell dad jokes?
I tripped over a shrubbery yesterday. I think it was an ambush.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California Lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
The road to the $1 million cash prize begins in San Jose with the Bellator Lightweight Grand Prix. Undefeated champ Usman Nurmagomedov takes on 30-win Benson Henderson. Bellator MMA, live at the SAP Center in San Jose. For tickets, go to Ticketmaster.com.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
San Francisco weather tonight, 41 degrees with a chance of rain.
Weather brought to you by the Specialized Recruiting Group. The Specialized Recruiting Group takes an individual approach, placing people in contract and full-time roles. SRGExpress.com, now placing in accounting roles.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Man, you're on a roll today. Every bit of music you've played has been ghastly.
Not a fan of Childish Gambino? Yeah, Ray, we can't disrespect Childish Gambino, also known as Donald Glover. Do you know who that is?
I do know who that is.
You watch Atlanta?
I may look like the oldest white man in America.
Not the
Because
oldest.
I might be. But no, I know of him.
All right.
This is not my favorite song of his.
Oh, well then what is your favorite?
I have several that are better.
Okay.
I mean, I could not name them because it's usually when I'm in the car with my daughter.
Sure.
She'll put it on and I'll just find stuff that I like.
Got it.
But I don't
Got
have
it.
titles.
I gotcha. If I had played it, yes, this is one of the ones I like.
Okay. Well, then I stand corrected. It's a great song. Thank you, Grandy.
You're welcome.
You're
There
a
you
lovely
go.
man and a disappointing woman.
You're probably more of a Redbone guy, though, Ray. Let's be honest.
If he heard it, he's got to hear it.
Yeah, put it on.
Yeah, put it on when we come back.
No, put it on now. It's not like we're doing anything more important.
This is one of
There
those
it is.
ones. There you go.
I've heard this a number of times. I like it.
There you go.
I wouldn't know it by title, but I do know it by sound.
There you go.
So you're doing a great job, Mark. Thanks. Put yourself in for a raise. Either that or run out and get us both a beer. Because we can't do the rest of this thing sober. I just know it.
We got it.
Okay. Well,
just wait for the boat for that.
You know what we got? We got a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. And you, even though you're just sitting there pretending to work, should visit friedmansappliance.com today. In fact, visit it now. Because what are we going to talk about?
Sure. Let me fire it up.
You know what I thought was interesting? We were talking about Jokic before the break. And there's now this weird sort of NBA Twitter nutcase debate about whether he should be the MVP for a third straight year.
Yeah.
And it seems like the general consensus is he should be, but he's not good enough to be a three successive year MVP. And that last year he shouldn't have been the MVP.
MVP.
Where are you sitting on this?
MVP is the most confusing thing in sports. President's Day earlier this week, I was on with Larry Kruger, and we were talking about different things and ideas and rules you would change if you had the ability to change it in sports. I don't even know what I would do with the MVP, but I would find a way to have a pure MVP title that is the end all be all. Because right now, it literally, when you talk about moving goalposts, they do move, not every year, but every couple years for MVP. Well, your team has to be good, but it can't be too good and not too good without you, because then you're not MVP. But it can't stink, because how can you be the MVP if your team stinks? I think the problem with Jokic is he is obviously not flashy. He is one of the worst all-star game players you could ever find, because that's not what his game is.
Oh, we saw it Sunday.
Well, we saw it.
He played 20 minutes, had 4 points. He looked grossly out of place.
That is not his game. Do I think he should have the 3-time MVP? His numbers might say he should. Again, what is your criteria? And if he's playing as well as he did this year, as he did last year, I think it obviously shows he should have been MVP last year. I don't know what it does about MVP this year. And then you have people that just have the fatigue of picking the same player when you have a Joel Embiid, who is he going to be bridesmaid for the rest of his career? I don't know. And Jokic, I don't know if it was Stephen A. or somebody was saying to be a 3-time MVP and not have in this span and not have even gone to a finals. Sure, you could say that's a stain on it, but it also depends on your definition of MVP. It's not a stain if what was he last year, the 6th seed with guys that weren't his guys, right?
But when you said he was the 6th seed, that's actually incredibly accurate.
Right. Yes, exactly.
He was all there was.
Mm-hmm. And that's why we worry about the Nuggets in the playoffs, because Jokic was a handful by himself, and he's kicking it out to guys at Bones Highland, guys that you're not. No disrespect to Bones Highland, but guys that, okay, we'll live with it guys.
Well, they disrespected Bones Highland because they moved him.
They did.
But no, I mean, to me, it's, well, one, the definition of valuable is properly vague so that people like us can argue about it. Because if the award was best player, well, I mean, that sucks most of the drama out of the debate.
But who would it be this year?
That's my next question. Who, if not Jokic, should be that guy? Is it Embiid? You know, they're third in the East. They're probably not going to be first or second. Denver's first in the West. and it's a regular season award because they vote on it as soon as the regular season ends.
But he won in the 6th seed last year, though.
Yeah.
So, but why would that take away from Embiid being the 3 seed?
Because I think you end up having to go down the rabbit hole of what would the Sixers be without Embiid, and what would the Nuggets be without Jokic.
Sure.
And that's how I think most voters play this, is they construct an artificial scenario in which they can imagine what a team is when a guy who's really important to them isn't there.
Right.
And then go from there, which is why the award, while fascinating sometimes, is also so maddening, because it's not about the best player. Who was the last guy to have 3 MVPs?
Who was the last guy to have 3 MVPs?
I know this. I'm asking you because I think there's a point to be made here.
Was it LeBron?
No.
Who was it?
Larry Bird.
Wow.
That's how far back that is. And in 2 of those years, they won the championship, but Jordan never won 3 in a row. Magic Johnson never won 3 in a row. Kareem never did. I think you might be right about voter fatigue, about giving somebody it three times in succession. But who would it be? Would it be Giannis?
Tatum?
Maybe. There are more candidates, but I don't know that any of them are more compelling candidates than Jokic. Because I think what we saw this year is Jokic, with some support, has either the first or second best team in the game.
Right.
And it fascinates me because the way people chew over this award, it's frustrating, but it makes the NBA very happy, because otherwise it's not really a debate. And in fact, this is one of those rare years where not everybody has made up their mind yet.
No.
I mean, in the year that Russell Westbrook made it.
I was just about to go to that.
Well, people decided before Christmas, this is the guy. He's averaging a triple-double, therefore he must be it. And the year after that, because Harden probably had a better year, he was it from the start. This year, I think there's more sort of debate about it, not because Jokic isn't the leader, but because I think of that voter fatigue. It's just, he can't be this for the 3rd year in a row.
Well, he can't be this for the 3rd year in a row, and he hasn't been to a finals. I do think that hurts him. Not even just winning it, to even go to one, and going back to, I do think he fits in the same mold as what you talked about with Russell Westbrook and James Harden. Last year's MVP, he fit the mold of, I am the do-it-all guy, and I pulled my team wherever it is. Russell Westbrook did that, James Harden did that, and now Jokic. This year is a bit more confusing because he has help, and that has been the conversation. Obviously, it was more extreme with the Warriors when they had Kevin Durant, but it was the same idea. They have Steph and Kevin Durant can't win it because they have too much help. So you have to have a certain amount of help, not too much, not too little. Last year they gave it to Jokic, and maybe, if anything, that should have been Embiid last year. So I think because of voter fatigue, or because of where you want the goalposts, out of these 3 years, Jokic, just because of what Embiid did last year specifically, less this year, even though he's balling this year too, I think the voter fatigue, it might just roll over. You know, when you're watching a game and, oh, that was a makeup call. That wasn't really a charge, but that was a bad foul on the other end. Even if it's not Embiid, this might be a makeup. Hey, we know Jokic, he played really well in this capacity last year. We gave it to him for that version of him. You can't give it to Jokic for even. I'm not saying you can't, because he's playing well, but you can't give him an MVP for every version of him, with help, without help, because historically they haven't done that. It's been, if you don't have help, if you have a certain amount of help, it's been consistent. And he went from not having anybody to having his crew back. So people might feel, well, we just gave it to him for not having anybody. Now we're going to give it to him because he has people. Not to say that he doesn't deserve it.
No. I mean, yeah, his numbers are relatively the same, and the one big difference is the Nuggets last year at this same time were 8 games over 500. This year they're 23 games over 500. And yeah, a lot of that is help, but Jokic has not shown any signs of being any less a player than he was last year.
Sure.
Or any more important.
Yeah.
So I think as far as, award debates usually bore me, but this one's kind of interesting because it's all people arguing about the stuff that was in the rearview mirror.
Yeah.
More than anything else. You can't give it to him 3 times. Well, why not? Because you can't. Yeah, but why not? Well, because you can't. And where are you going with that debate? It's just, it goes nowhere. It just, you either are the guy or you're not. And I don't know who you would take who's better than him this year.
I think it always depends on that definition of value. Because to that point, value, Jokic is at the top of the list.
Exactly. That's what I think. But
yeah.
What do you think of Sacramento? I mean, there are people in Sacramento listening to this, so come off good.
I think they're exciting. I think they are. I wouldn't say. I don't know if I would say ahead of schedule. I think that they're on.
Oh, they're infinitely ahead of schedule.
Yeah. I guess
they haven't
are.
hit the playoffs in a decade and a half.
But that would mean that you're always ahead of schedule. Then.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh, yes, they are indeed ahead of schedule because their schedule for the last 12, 15 years has been finishing a proud 13th.
Well,
but I guess what I'm asking, more than what do you think of them, is could you envision them as a conference finalist? Do you think they're good enough to do that yet?
No, because I'm going to be honest with you, because you said it. Who was I on with? I was on with Bonte in the Morning Roast. He said it. I know, and this is less about the Warriors and more about the team. I know the Grizzlies are immature, and they're the Gens. I call them Team Gen Z. I know that. But I do think that they're being a little bit undersold here. I don't know that they could beat the Nuggets, but I would say the Grizzlies would get to a conference final before the Kings.
Yeah, but you do mention the one thing that makes me a little skittish about Memphis is that they were, for parts of that series against the Warriors last year, they were the better team. And then it's like they freaked out.
Yeah.
Jaren Jackson was dominant in one game and then useless in the next.
He's a head case. You don't know what version of the Grizzlies you're going to get. Jaren Jackson is way too important to that team to get off of the team bus or the team plane and already have 4 fouls.
Yeah.
They're not going to win games with him not on the floor.
I mean, and John Morant got hurt and maybe the series is different otherwise, but it did feel like he was pushing uphill. I mean, because you couldn't guarantee what you were getting from Dylan Brooks. Desmond Bane was the only other guy that you could say, he and Morant are at their game.
Yeah.
And then when Morant went down, you just went, well, I think that's it. But
how about this?
I don't think Sacramento couldn't beat them, is my point.
No, I think they could, but when you look at the West as a whole and you see how everybody is just on top of each other, do you see that? Because obviously Adam Silver comes out and says, I think this is the most competitive that the NBA has been. Do you see the West and you see how close everybody is in the standings and think competitive, or do you think mediocre, lackluster?
Both. Because even 8 mediocre teams will, they'll make their own entertainment. It might not be elite entertainment.
Yeah.
But it will be entertainment. The fact is, when Denver is your best team, with the limitations that they do have, the rest of the conference looks a little threadbare by comparison.
We don't know what the Suns are going to be.
We don't know what the Suns are going to be, but they went from being a team with pretty good depth to a team that has Kevin Durant and Devin Booker, and when he's healthy, Chris Paul.
DeAndre Ayton?
I don't know what to make of Ayton still, because I thought this year he was going to come out guns blazing, and he didn't. And I don't know if it's because he's unhappy that he had to stay. And I found it interesting that they didn't move him at the deadline, which is what everybody thought was going to happen.
Yeah.
So I'm a little confused by him, which is why I don't put him in the group. But they went from being a pretty well-balanced team with a lot of really useful parts to a Brooklyn-style super team. And most of the time super teams don't work.
They don't.
Especially when they're cobbled together at the last minute. Like
They work for the NBA in terms of, we're all going to talk about it.
Yeah.
But in terms of those teams actually hoisting the Larry O'Brien, it hasn't happened often. I wanted to get back, Ray, real quick to Ja Morant, because I got something for you. I want to see what you think of this take, all right? Does Ja Morant, to me, Ja Morant reminds me of a running quarterback. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad analogy at all.
You know, the Derrick Roses, the Ja Morants, exciting as heck when they're playing, but they're almost too athletic for their own body. They defy gravity almost too much, and I don't know. You can't play the same way they say that about running quarterbacks. You can't play like that forever. I don't think Ja Morant can play like that forever. Now, his three-point percentage, his shooting percentage has gone up. He loves his great floater game, but he does remind me of a running quarterback. And I'm not talking about a Patrick Mahomes scurry around. I'm talking about a Lamar Jackson type running quarterback.
Yeah. He is a very early Jason Kidd. And by that, I mean Kidd was a guy who thrived in chaos.
Yeah.
And he played at a pace that very often his teammates neither could match or fully understand.
Mm-hmm.
So he would confuse them often because he could do anything, and he liked to do it at a high rate of speed. And he really came into his own only when he figured out how to govern his pace.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Ja Morant's next thing will be. Because I think his teammates follow him pace-wise, and it's not as good for them.
No.
You know, it's at some point when you're a team leader, and Ja Morant is clearly that guy, you have to learn not only what your limitations are, you have to learn what your teammates' limitations are. And I think Memphis is better this year because they're a little slower. They're a little more controlled.
Mm-hmm.
Now, off the court, different debate.
Who knows?
But on the court, they're not as helter-skelter as they used to be.
Yeah.
And because of that, they now have a discernible night in and night out style. I mean, they can lose with that style from time to time, but for the most part, they've gone from being a tough out to being a borderline elite team. They're immature, but I think basketball wise, they're a lot less immature than they were even a year ago.
That's why I'm not saying, look, the Warriors got bigger problems than the Grizzlies, honestly. They got to get to the Grizzlies in whatever capacity to be able to continue to have this conversation. I do think that these ball-dominant players, call it Luka ball or Ja ball, whatever the case may be, it just doesn't seem to work in the playoffs. And that's the one thing I will say. I mean, the Warriors, they seem to be the only team that is so married to that offense. And they have a star, and that's why the Warriors have had so much success, because they have that offense. And then when things break down, you got yourself a Steph Curry. These other teams, it feels like I'm watching a game after I've lost at the Y, Ray, and I'm annoyed. I got to watch. It looks like that. Let's get the ball to our best player, and he's either going to drive and kick or get to the hole or get fouled or something like that.
You know, a good way to avoid that feeling?
How is that?
Don't go to the Y and play basketball.
I have
you
to.
You have a couch in your home, right?
I do.
You have a remote in your hand?
It's very nice.
You have a drink right next to you?
Typically.
That's how you watch basketball.
All right.
I mean, exercise is incredibly overrated.
Okay.
You know,
I'll keep that in mind.
Heart rate should stay between comatose and sleepy. And this is from years of experience.
Okay.
Now, sedentary life is...
Hold on. I'm jotting this down here. I'm jotting this down. Thank you.
Yeah, when you go to the Y and you're playing basketball and you're with your pals and, you know, getting your heart rate up.
Yeah.
You're not helping yourself.
Nah, not at all. Because if I lose, Ray, I look on this watch and I'm pretty upset, Ray.
See, that's not, you know, why be upset about that? Unless you're betting on these games.
Well, what's funny is it's not even the working out piece. I get the same issue when I'm golfing because it'd be a bad day. And that's not even supposed to get you going.
So you're just a type A.
That's the problem.
Oh, see, well, your wife will fix that. Because you'll type A one too many times.
Okay.
And then she'll start weighing down that pillowcase for your big sleep.
Hopefully not.
Well, no, I mean, at some point you'll do it.
Okay.
And she will think seriously about it.
Okay.
And I don't even know your wife. I assume she's a lovely woman.
Lovely.
But you will come home one day after you've shot 93 or something.
Okay.
And you'll be in a foul mood and you'll say something to her that she won't tolerate, but she'll bank it for later.
Okay.
She'll just sit there and go, okay, you get your free one today, but there will be a time. And I'm not going to tell you when it is, but you're getting the burlap goodbye.
Oh, man. Can't wait for that.
I'm trying to explain this.
Yes.
I mean, the only reason why I'm not dead yet, one eye open.
Okay. All right. This is great. I feel like I'm in class right now.
Well, it's not a class you should want to pass. What was the other NBA thing? Oh.
All-Star game.
The All-Star game.
Yeah.
Lowest rating ever. And people were fretting about, well, how do you save the All-Star game? I'm not sure you can, but I'm curious to know what you think, because I think we are at a stage now in all sports, not just the NBA, where the fascinating part is finding out who got named to the team.
Who got snubbed.
And then it ends. And that's a one-day story, because I think people convinced themselves ahead of time that this was going to be a bad All-Star weekend. And they responded by not watching in droves.
Right.
And so I'm wondering if, while the All-Star game's not going away, whether it's just it's a permanent anachronism that you sort of have to endure rather than enjoy.
I would say that, number one, I'm of the mindset that the Pro Bowl, to me, there are a couple misses, but at least they were doing different things. And the Pro Bowl actually rated higher than the NBA All-Star game. So Adam Silver should be very upset about that. You have guys, I don't even know, they're just trying out new things, the Pro Bowl was. They're playing flag football. But then here's the thing, Ray, you have them playing flag football, and you have Derek Carr, a guy who's looking, not to say that anybody was watching it too seriously, but there was a bit of, okay, Derek Carr, this is an opportunity for you. Take it with a grain of salt. You had some investment in it. The slam dunk version that they did with the catching, that was a miss. They got to work on that. But again, it was the same type of weekend, nothing else going on, and it held my attention. NBA All-Star, Mac McClung, shout out Mac McClung, played for the Warriors for a little bit. Happy for him. I would say this. If I am the NBA, I would nix the game. I've talked about do 3-on-3. Everyone says do 1-on-1, do 3-on-3. These guys I just don't think they're going to give effort. So I would say, if I'm Adam Silver, these are your options. We're either going to continue to play this game and you're going to give more effort. You can fire up, Kobe's speech about the All-Star game, or it's just going to be a fan fest weekend and you guys have to essentially sign autographs all weekend and talk with media and fans all weekend long. Then let's see who starts to give some effort.
Yeah, I think it's going to take more than just cajoling. And I actually thought the high point of the All-Star weekend was Damian Lillard winning the three-point contest. Because
that's the winner.
Because he is the last great NBA anachronism. Staying on a bad team just because I'm planting my flag here, and then doing the one thing that other high-profile players wouldn't do, which is do the skills competition. And I just thought that's very Oakland. That's very Damian Lillard, which is, I'll decide what's cool for me.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And I like that.
Well, he's just appreciative. He's appreciative of the situation, whereas a lot of the players now, hey, I'm here, and I should be here, and I can do what I want.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. That said, I didn't watch it. But I will tell you what I did watch. I watched this piece of paper that tells me that we're presented by Fremont Bank, which is full-service banking and no compromises.
Working hard when you'd rather be playing hard? Wishing you were clearing a level instead of clearing your inbox? Staring at spreadsheets but stuck on shattering high scores? Turn any time into game time with Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. With its large screen, long-lasting battery, and our fastest processor yet, you'll be ready to battle with bosses between meetings with bosses. And even if you rage quit, it'll still be there tomorrow. Take advantage of amazing carrier offers now at Samsung.com.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Now it's time to guess who the closer of the week is. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
Well, it's a much-needed break for our boys. The second half of the season should be very interesting. We will need a closer to step up. Who will that closer be? We shall see. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
3 people you should be 100% certain about. Your barber, your plumber, and your tax pro. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and you can be 100% certain about your taxes. We'll get you your maximum refund guaranteed and we'll back your return for life. Don't be kind of certain or almost certain. Be 100% certain. Switch to Jackson Hewitt today and get 50% off tax prep. Limited time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, just like our customer, Michelle. As an entrepreneur, every day is different. My phone bill from Cricket, on the other hand, always stays the same. Without surprises, hidden fees, or annual contracts, I can work worry-free. That's Michelle, everybody, doing business like a boss. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer, paid for testimonial. See cricketwireless.com for details.
There are so many reasons to get hooked on Church's 8-piece shrimp meal. It's dippable, crunchable, downright irresistible, and it starts at $5.99. The only catch? It's only here for a limited time. Church's Texas Chicken. Welcome to the great state of flavor.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Alan was nodding his head up and down at this tune, so it gets the stamp of approval.
There you go.
At least from Alan.
Mm-hmm.
It's 4:48, and that means only one thing. It's a reminder that for all our best content and this, head to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and click subscribe. You'll see all of our shows live, or in this case, dead. The best interviews, the most interesting segments, behind-the-scenes content from the Warriors, and more. It's all on the 95.7 The Game YouTube page. So subscribe, you fools. We're back.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you saw this today, but I was profoundly amused by the fact that the ratings for the first weekend of the new XFL, or as they're calling it, XFL 3.0, were 60% lower than the first weekend's ratings for XFL 2.0.
Why are they calling it that?
Because it's the third incarnation of this stupid league.
Why don't they just say it's the third season?
Because it's not really the third season. I mean, the first season was the Vince McMahon one, which was a hot mess.
Yes.
The second one, I don't even remember. I don't know if the Vince was still associated with that or not, because I didn't watch a minute of that either.
Okay.
And then I didn't watch a minute of this, but this is the Dwayne Johnson League.
This is the Dwayne Johnson. But the second one Dwayne Johnson or no?
I don't know that he got involved in 2020.
Okay. Maybe I'm confusing it with Ballers on HBO.
Yeah, maybe. He's now a conglomerate. He's now the commissioner of 3 different things that, frankly, nobody cares
and about. A superhero. So, he's living his best life. Ray, I caught some of the XFL over the weekend because there's just nothing else on.
Stop. That's why your wife's going to smother you to death.
What's the problem? I just had to see what it looked like.
And?
It wasn't great. No.
Okay, when you say it wasn't great, are you making a standard comparing it to the NFL or comparing it to what you thought it would be?
But here's my question, though. Back to you.
You're not answering mine. What was your baseline for this?
My baseline was, would I rather watch this or collegiate bowling? Which I will watch. Wichita State is a powerhouse.
Okay, was this better than collegiate bowling?
It's a toss-up. It's a toss-up a little bit.
It's a toss-up between this and collegiate bowling. That game, set, and match for me.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to dog collegiate bowling. I think that'd be a hoot to watch.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't watched it either, but I only have so much RAM in my day.
That's right.
But if the XFL is no better than collegiate bowling, why are they bothering?
Because the idea is, okay, in the NFL, we played on Sundays, then we added Mondays, now we've added Thursdays, and NFL is king. So they figure, I think what we're learning is that the NFL is king, not that any type of football is king. And they're learning it the hard way.
Yeah.
And this USFL, they're probably going to learn the same thing again.
Well, they're going to learn the same lesson that every startup league, except the American Football League in 1960, learned.
Mm-hmm.
People want to watch one thing. And the only reason why the AFL survived and got to merge with the NFL is because in 1960, you only got to watch 2 games a week on one channel.
Right.
And there were only 12 teams. So there was no feeling that, God, we have all the football we could possibly use.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing that helped was when it looked like the AFL was going to die after 3 years, NBC came in and propped them up for another 5 years. And with that, the games became more interesting. The style of game was more sort of throw the ball downfield all the time, run up some scores.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually they forced a merger with the NFL. But the NFL wasn't going to do that again. And every iteration since then has been crap football.
Yeah. I guess
crap football, and let me add this. Crap football at a time when there were 28 teams in the NFL, not 12.
Yeah. Well, and I guess I guess the question is, how much of it, now obviously the NFL is a much better product, but how much of it also is the connection that you have to the teams versus the connections you don't have to, I can't even name one XFL team. Because I'll tell you this much, Ray, when I used to see those commercials back in the day, and obviously the commercials make things look really great, but the commercials, Ray, the San Jose SaberCats, it used to look pretty lit in San Jose for the SaberCats. It felt like they had at least some sort of fan base for that Arena Football League. You don't think and I don't know if Arena Football, if they actually did numbers or if the commercials just looked really great, but do you not think that it might just be too early and it couldn't grow at all once you have, my dad used to take me to enter XFL football team name, and now I'm taking my kid to that. It's just too early, right? There's so much nostalgia that's connected because not all NFL football is good football. How often do we complain about the teams on Thursday night and this is bad? And everybody complained a lot this year about how bad the primetime games were.
But they still watched it.
They still watched.
And the truth is, the AFL example I had put teams largely in places that didn't have football. The XFL teams, St. Louis, they've had football there since the 60s, and they just lost it when the Rams fled. So they're used to football. It's not a big deal to them. Seattle has a team.
Okay.
Arlington, it's right next to Dallas. Houston has an NFL team. DC has an NFL team. Vegas has an NFL team. Orlando, they have a team close enough. Tampa's not very far. And San Antonio's the only other place, and they've had teams in every one of those, made-up leagues.
Yeah.
And none of them have gotten any traction. So I think the market is sated. I think everybody who wants and can afford an NFL team already has one.
Yeah.
And if you don't have one, you could still watch every game.
And I think the other thing is a reason that the XFL might, and they're trying to do the timing thing, right? There's no football going on, and that is why they think that this is the opportunity for us, because if you like football, you got to watch something. But in terms of where these teams are located, you also have to remember college and how much people are in love with their college teams. Because I'm thinking, okay, well, Alabama doesn't have an NFL team, but that nobody would go XFL in Alabama. No, we'll just wait for. We'd rather watch the Alabama spring game than watch XFL.
Oh yeah, no, because college football as it now exists, which is the SEC, the Big 12, the Big 10. I don't even count the Pac-10 anymore.
Come on.
No, I think losing USC and UCLA makes them so problematic as an existing thing that they're hoping that Apple TV will pick up their games.
Cal and
nobody
Stanford
else will.
Got a better shot now, though.
Stanford might end up as part of the next round of expansion in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know how it's viable, long term. Because if you need TV money to not be Conference USA, they're Conference USA.
Yeah.
So I think college football, as it's going to be defined from now on, is essentially the pro league, the NFL for the Southeast and the Upper Midwest. It's just that, and the Upper Midwest has some pro teams, but you can't tell me that the Cincinnati Bengals or the Cleveland Browns are more important to that state than Ohio State.
Really?
I think Ohio State owns that state in ways that neither Cincinnati nor Cleveland can.
Ray.
Yeah.
Cleveland. I'm saying Cleveland, not to
I'm
disrespect
talking about the
Cincinnati,
allegiance of the state.
Yeah.
Not, their importance in the greater sporting diaspora.
Sure. Sure.
I mean,
the Ohio State.
Win a championship again, then tell me about the Ohio. Is there another Ohio State that are trying to separate from? Are they worried that people will confuse them for the Ohio Bobcats?
It's possible. MAC football is all the rave.
MAC football is good one day a week, and that's when they start playing on Tuesdays.
That's right.
The rest of it, it's they have to work hard to be Conference USA.
The Ohio University.
Yeah. A Ohio University. No, but I find it amazing that people with money keep thinking that we can't get enough football when I suggest that we are getting enough football. And we are getting enough of it between elite college football and the NFL that there's not really any room in people's, attention span for anything else.
And I think that the XFL, the USFL, they're underselling the fact that people do need breaks, right? It's nice. The cycle of football doesn't end, but watching actual football that's not high level also isn't appealing. So everybody that loves the NFL right now, what are they doing? They're watching Todd McShay and getting ready for the draft.
They're getting ready for the combine.
They're getting ready for the combine. So they're still filling that football void, but it doesn't have to be. They'd rather have not football, but associated with their team type football than watch random players. And nobody wants, that's why college hits the way it hits, because they're on the way up. Nobody wants to watch Paxton Lynch and players that are on the way down and on the way out. That's just kind of depressing, no?
Oh, no question. I mean, and that's the thing, is just the NFL has basically got control of all the best football players. And America, like most other places, they operate on the theory of snob appeal.
Right.
I want to see the best players doing the best stuff. It's one of the reasons why soccer has made such big inroads in the U.S. Not because the best players are here, but because you can now watch the best players as they're playing in Europe.
Yeah.
You can find a soccer game almost every day of the week, and an elite soccer game with great players who do amazing things. And Americans will watch that. I mean, there's reasons to believe that it won't be too much further before soccer is a bigger sport in America than baseball. And here's why.
We've been saying that for years.
I know they've been saying it for years, but that's because in the past, they were giving us American soccer with American teams. And everybody who pays attention to soccer knows, no, that's not the best stuff. Show us the best stuff. And it's not going to happen right away, and it will not please me when it happens. But baseball's failure to engage a younger generation has allowed soccer to make inroads with young people that baseball's not doing, and to a certain extent, hockey isn't doing either. And I think within 10, 15, 20 years, long after I'm dead, by the way, to give everybody something to root for, I think that's going to happen.
I'll believe it when I see it. I've just been hearing it for too long. And look, I love my baseball, Ray. You got the bat flips going now. They're making baseball fun.
We'll see.
We'll see.
By the way, you're gonna like this even better than the 4 o'clock break, because this is the 5 o'clock break. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free. We're in the last hour. If I had driven in today, I would have had Grandy start my car so I could leave even faster than I usually do. But
you do get out quick.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I got stuff to do.
Every time. Hi, Ray. Bye, Ray.
Oh, you get to see the blue smoke coming off my shoes. You know who would look good in an XFL uniform?
Who?
Brock Purdy. Time to move on.
Time to move on.
He's had his day.
Brock Purdy.
What are the chances you think that surgery, they'll say it went well. What are the chances you think that they actually find something worse? Because that looked like a horrible accident.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, we hope that's not the case.
No, I'm not rooting for it. But
No.
it just had that look of, man, that's a TJ waiting to happen.
And now this inflammation wouldn't help anybody that thinks a bit pessimistically. I think they're going to get in there. I will say this. Unless, barring injury, and that's another question. And we know Kyle Shanahan sticks to his guns, you can't bubble wrap players, but you got Trey Lance going into week 1. I don't know what happens with training camp, but you got to make sure Trey Lance is on that field, and you cannot baby anybody. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think there's any question with this. We did the math. that leaves right now, if Brock did get the surgery on March 5th, that leaves what? It was roughly a week, right, Grandy, until the first week of the NFL, something like that. So Trey Lance, if healthy, will be QB1. He will be.
He has to be by default.
By default, yes. Now, what you do with that situation, they tell you in any type of job, in any type of sport, once you get that position, make it so the coach can't take you out. That's exactly what Brock Purdy did, and that's what Trey Lance is going to have to do. Because here's the question, Ray. If the Niners go, let's say 2-1, something like that, and Trey Lance just looks fine, let's say, okay, I can see he improved a little bit. Now, how he could improve by not playing this whole year, I don't know. But okay, he looks a bit more comfortable. Things are rolling. Brock Purdy's coming back in when he's healthy if Trey Lance doesn't knock somebody's socks off.
I'm now going to give you the speech I always give Damon.
Okay.
You have no idea. And the reason why you have no idea is because the 49ers have proven time and again that nobody has an idea. Because the thing that Kyle Shanahan is actually best at is not finding a quarterback that he can hang his hat on for 10 years. That's almost impossible anyway. But how quickly he can adjust when whatever his new plan is goes awry. And I remember Damon one time said, well, more than one time, he said, Trey Lance is inevitable. I just flat out said, no, it's inevitable. And I tried to make the point, nothing's inevitable in football because everybody gets hurt.
Right.
And lo and behold, not because I'm a genius, but because I can see things happen.
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's inevitable in football. Jimmy Garoppolo would never play another game for the 49ers because that's inevitable. Oh, lo and behold, there he was. Brock Purdy will absolutely be the starter when season starts again. Absolutely inevitable. No, nothing's inevitable in football. And that's the only thing I would caution you, is that we don't know anything about anything. And the tip-off is Kyle Shanahan doesn't know who's going to start week 1.
No.
He might have a preference.
Sure.
But he's had preferences before, and he's had to make radical adjustments to.
I'm not saying I know what will happen. I'm saying if Trey Lance doesn't knock socks off while Brock Purdy's out, Brock Purdy will be inserted back in.
But define knocking your socks off.
That's the issue.
In this offense.
That's the issue.
Because I don't think you get to knock anybody's socks off as a quarterback in this offense.
Well, maybe Danny Gray. I've been making this joke that Danny Gray and Trey Lance are a package deal. He just does not show up unless Trey Lance is playing. Maybe, and I know Brock, I know somebody's getting on my beloved Xfinity mobile text line right now, firing up the text. Brock Purdy can stretch the field. I know. Just hold on. I'm not saying he can't, but Trey Lance has a stronger arm than Brock Purdy. This is the only, Trey Lance just has to excel in the areas where Brock Purdy, for lack of a better term, lacked, which wasn't much, but Brock Purdy is not perfect.
No, he's not. Oh, no, he's not.
Well, be careful now. People want to give him the gold jacket already.
They wanted to give him the gold jacket as soon as he came into his first game. I mean, that's the thing about this town. They love the quarterback who's not playing.
Everybody does, though, right?
No, but not like this, because these people perfected it back in the 50s. They've been doing this for 70 years. They do this with the same facility that you and I blink.
Yeah.
I mean, this goes back to when they had a three-way quarterback controversy.
So hold on. Let me ask you this question then. Do you think Niner fans, there will be a group of Niner fans that are sad if Trey Lance or Brock Purdy, let's say one of them just becomes straight up QB1? Do you think there will be a coalition of Niner fans that will be sad that there's no more QB controversy? You think they enjoy it?
No, they'll invent one.
They'll just invent one.
Yeah. Here's what they did last year. Brock Purdy has his moments. But there were still people who go, well, if Trey Lance had been healthy, this would have been him. Based on what? No evidence at all. They have rooting interests, and they defend them in the face of all facts.
Well, I think there's a big point to that, because going back to Jimmy Garoppolo, there are people that are so stuck in their beliefs on what somebody is. I don't think they would ever want their team to lose, but you have to make a choice when you're a fan. Do I want my team to win, or do I want to be right? And I think that there are a lot of Jimmy Garoppolo haters that when Jimmy Garoppolo does well, all right, I want them to win, but it wasn't Jimmy.
They were still trying to, they were still blaming Shanahan for getting Lance hurt, which I still find humorous on any number of levels. But the other thing was they were actively waiting for the day when Lance would be back because they are pot committed to Jimmy Garoppolo being crushed, even though he's been a hell of a servant to this team.
No, he has.
And nobody wants to admit that because they are blaming him for the Super Bowl they lost, even though the defense gave up 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. And they are blaming him for the conference final they lost, even though Jaquiski Tartt dropped an interception in the end zone that would have cemented the game.
Sure.
They need Jimmy Garoppolo to blame because they're pot committed to blaming him. In the same way that if Lance comes back and he doesn't do well and they bring back Purdy, they will need Trey Lance to blame. First of all, they need their favorite quarterback to start, and they need the other guy to be a hyena. They need the joy of saying, I knew I was right about that guy, even though most fans have picked all 3 of those guys at different stages in their careers.
Oh, of course. And I do think there's a part of this when you hear people in general, we're not just talking about listeners, your normal fan, when they say, I hope I'm wrong about this. No, you don't. You don't. Unless that wrong comes with the Super Bowl win.
Yeah. Oh no, they're never going to want to be wrong. They could win a Super Bowl and then say, yeah, well, we would have won by more if my guy played.
Right. It wouldn't have been as close.
Yeah, they can't. Yeah, it's just it's just exhausting. That's why my text line is blank. In fact, I don't even know where it is.
Don't worry. Next break,
there's a call list
I'll fire
here,
it up
but
for you.
I don't see any calls. I think they figured out that I'm not picking up the phone.
They were blinking for a while.
Leave a message. Yeah, 6 o'clock tonight.
Yeah,
your opinions will be welcome.
There you go.
But until 5:55,
come on, Ray.
Dead air.
Somebody's got to get through. We'll get one caller.
Well, you'll
here.
probably punch somebody up just to be ornery.
I know.
But, what do you think? And don't say the word quarterback. What do you think their biggest need is? What's their biggest shortcoming?
The Niners' biggest shortcoming.
Because they're not as good as Kansas City. That's been proven. They're not as good as Philadelphia. That's been proven.
Right.
They may not be as good as Cincinnati. And I go back and forth on whether they're as good as Buffalo.
Right.
What do they need to make that next leap?
Wow. Well, obviously the defense is really good. I think both sides of the ball, I'm not going to say the word you said not to say, but I do think both sides of the ball are very good, but could be better. The one word that I can't use on the offensive side, the defensive side, the cornerback position, really good this year, what not so good last year, what comes this upcoming year. Then I'd also say who's opposite Nick Bosa. I think that's a big deal because you can't have Nick Bosa disappearing in important games because he's getting double, triple teamed and held.
See, that's why I asked that, because I'm starting to see some of these nitwit mock drafts and all mentioning the fact that Bosa became easier and easier to neutralize as the season went on. And he still put up fine numbers, but
he was the defensive player of the year.
Yeah, but part of his struggles in the postseason were due to the fact that teams said, you're not going to beat us. Let's have somebody else do that.
Call it for the baseball fans out there, Barry Bonds, essentially. We're going to intentionally walk you.
Yeah.
Every at bat.
And, I think, and this is not meant as anything but praise for Bosa because he earned everything he got. But the greatest players show in the biggest times, and the reason why he didn't show is because teams schemed to see to it that he wouldn't show. And if you give a coordinator on either side of the ball enough time, you can neutralize anybody in the game except Mahomes. Mahomes is the only guy nobody's figured out yet.
Yeah, he is. Well, and I would say we got to continue to give our flowers to Andy Reid too. That'll be interesting how that whole thing breaks down, by the way, when it's all said and done. We did the same thing with Brady and Belichick. We'll do the same thing with Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes because Patrick Mahomes Andy Reid won't be there forever. So who gets the most credit? It's going to be Patrick Mahomes,
Well, this time, yes, because Mahomes is also a physical outlier. I mean, he could throw with either hand.
Yes.
He throws underhand sometimes. And he's more of an improviser than Brady ever was.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's better because he hasn't done nearly enough, but he's more out of the box talented than maybe any other quarterback since Fran Tarkenton.
Yeah.
And Fran Tarkenton was the first guy to abandon the pocket with glee. He wasn't going to take, 9 sacks a game. Even on some expansion, even on that expansion Minnesota team back in the day, he fled for his life and basically changed the nature of quarterbacking by doing that. Mahomes is like 2 generations advanced from that. But most quarterbacks, they prefer, we want to know where you are so you can hit the guy you're throwing to in stride and with the right timing. And it's hard to do that when you're running out of the pocket, either by design or out of safety.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that's a debate that won't be had the way that Brady v. Belichick or Montana v. Walsh was.
Yeah, he's out of this
because
world.
While Reed is a great creative play designer and caller, there are things he can't do without Mahomes, and it's clear. I mean, he wouldn't call a lot of those plays if he'd been stuck with Chad Henne.
Or Alex Smith.
Or Alex Smith. And that, to me, is, like, that's the one difference. Andy Reid's going to sail into the Hall of Fame now. He used to be preposterously criticized for bad clock management. Now he's considered a super genius. And he probably was smarter than people gave him credit for before. And he's probably a little overpraised right now. But, I mean, he's an elite coach. He's one of the 5 best coaches maybe in the history of the sport.
Yeah. Xfinity mobile text line, Ray, getting back to your question about what do the Niners need? 650 O-line and DBs. 707 saying need a new right tackle. A lot of love on the offensive line front, which is understandable.
That was just uncalled for.
Don't get me started.
Oh, you already did start.
Nah,
so don't get me started.
Don't poke the bear. I'll read more.
Oh, Grandy, get ready to play some more Childish Gambino.
Oh, I don't mind that. I would never mind that either.
Okay. No, I think the fascinating thing about what I've seen people imagine the 49ers needing is exactly that. Offensive line, defensive line. And the default had always been offensive line secondary. And it sounds like most people, that one Yahoo you just read notwithstanding, nobody is looking at the secondary as a failure anymore. Maybe over 3 years they've managed to fix it so that it's now considered a strength rather than a glaring weakness.
Which is surprising. I mean, there are teams, it feels like the Raiders have been looking for a secondary, honestly, Ray, since I was in middle school. Seriously.
Yeah, Nnamdi Asomugha was probably their last guy, and even at that, he might have been a little overpraised.
So the Brock Purdy question mark, that's always going to be there. But regardless of Brock Purdy or Trey Lance, these are areas of the team that we saw in the game that you could completely remove the quarterback position and you just need to be better. And the thing about the DB position and how you're saying it's been turned around, we still saw that's just the question of everybody was saying the Niners and the Eagles, their records and who they played, they didn't play the best teams, because is it a question of, okay, yeah, we didn't have to face that many elite receivers this year. I'm not saying that as a slight to the Niners, but if you go through the list, I mean, you had to face the Seahawks, so you know what they have up north. I'm looking around, just off the top of my head now, but I think for the most part, it would be more on the side of the DBs did ball out, but there is a part of this that you don't have to face elite receivers every week. But then again, nobody does. So that's not a slight on the Niners because nobody has to.
You can only play who you're asked to play.
Yeah.
So the strength of schedule argument has never moved me because, look, let's face it. It's not like the 49ers had a chance to volunteer to play a tougher schedule.
Yeah.
Or to play a crappier one. You get 17 games and your job's to navigate it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to say, well, the schedule should be balanced so that everybody plays the same strength schedule. Well, A, you can't do it. And B, if you wanted to, you'd have to play like 70 games.
Well, and you don't know, nobody knows what a team is going to be. If everybody thought, okay, the Giants are going to be good. I mean, the Giants, nobody necessarily had them doing what they did this year. Nobody had the Jags doing what they did this year. So the Lions. So when you're creating this equal season, it could end up not being equal because the teams that you thought would be good would be. Think about the Raiders. How many games with the Raiders? Okay, put the Raiders in because they're going to be good. Okay, this team needs to play a good team, so put the Raiders in. And then you end up playing the Raiders or the Broncos with Russell Wilson. So that's the problem with the whole, well, look at their schedule. It was easy. But did you think it was easy at the beginning of the year? No, because you didn't know what the team was.
Well, I had very little regard for Seattle going in.
Yeah.
And I had very little regard for Denver. I thought LA would be better, but I didn't have much regard for Carolina or Atlanta. So, yeah, I did think it was kind of an easy schedule. And I thought it wasn't going to get hard until week 7 when they played Kansas City.
Yeah.
I also thought that the Rams were going to be good. I thought the Chargers would be good. I thought it would get tougher as the year went on. But I thought the early part of the schedule was where they should have made hay. And because they're the 49ers, that was the worst part of their year.
So what you're saying is, Ray, Brock Purdy took over exactly when they faced the toughest part of their schedule.
Well, let's see. Who did he play? Played a dreadfully bad Miami team.
They were rolling at that time.
No, they were already starting to get grousy.
This was a big matchup, Ray.
Well, it was supposed to be, but then remember Tua started collecting concussions again.
That's true.
Tampa, I thought that would be a more representative game, and it wasn't because that was when it became clear that Tom Brady had to throw 55 times a game just to survive.
Right. And technically, you would say that they have 2 elite receivers, going back to receiver conversation, but can utilize them.
Yeah. And then Washington, I thought, would be a nothing game, and it turned out to be. The Raiders, shame on them for keeping it close, but the Raiders are a bad team with some good players.
Ray, he can bring on in. You don't know what's going on with Trey Lance and Brock Purdy. Bring on in Jarrett Stidham.
Yeah, you could do that.
Why not?
I suppose you could congratulate here. Jared, come sign with us. You'll be 3rd.
Well,
you'll be the next Josh Johnson.
Well, what? Actually, I mean, if Jarrett Stidham went in that game against the Eagles, it might have been an okay game. It wouldn't have been what we saw.
Well, no, but he would have gotten hurt too. And the reason why he would have gotten hurt is because the Eagles boat raced that offensive line.
Well, then obviously you talked about the Chiefs and how they shored up their offensive line because they could not touch the Chiefs or Mahomes. The Eagles couldn't in the Super Bowl. Not once.
Oh, no. I mean, we all slept on Kansas City's offensive line, but it turned out that even though Mahomes, sprained his ankle because the pocket collapsed, that happens to everybody. The Kansas City offensive line was excellent last year, and they spent money on it. That's the thing. You've got to spend money on an offensive line. And so when you're looking at a free agent list, if you're a 49er fan, I mean, first of all, God help you, but if you're a 49er fan, you should be looking at some of the offensive linemen on the Eagles who are going to become free agents and going to be looking elsewhere because Hurts is going to get paid.
Yeah.
And some of those, so you've got to make room for some of that. And I think that's one of the places where the Eagles might try to economize. And they'll regret doing it because every time you pay your offensive line and then you decide, okay, we can't afford him anymore, your quarterback's in for a crap year.
Right. And Jalen Hurts, best quarterback in the pocket this season. Now you ask the question, well, did he have the cleanest pocket this season? Probably one of them.
Well, I mean, based on all the highfalutin, PFF grades, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everybody agreed Philadelphia's offensive line was best at keeping Hurts from harm.
Yeah. And look, they went on and got runner-up, and now, okay, well, we got our quarterback for the future. Maybe you do, but what does that roster look like? And I don't know if have they paid Devontae Smith yet? No way. He's too young.
But the the salary cap's going to go up another $30 million.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll find that won't be a problem paying Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
They're going to have to make decisions on Sayamalo and Mailata because those were guys who became forces.
Right.
You know, how much more does Kelsey have in him? You know,
Feels
he
like
might
he's
retire.
the ageless wonder.
Yeah, but he's still thinking about retiring. So
Yeah.
is Kelsey the center for the Eagles, not the Chiefs tight end, for those of whom forget that.
Right. And they are
That wasn't
brothers.
for you. You knew that.
No, I did know that. And they have a podcast, and they're very entertaining.
Are they? How many times do you listen to that podcast?
I watch the clips. And the clips look entertaining. I'm sure somebody listens.
It just seems like sort of dude boy meathead radio to me.
Probably, but I think quote unquote hashtag new media, people just like hearing from athletes. And I do know that Travis Kelce, they're both very I don't know if polarizing is the right term, but they're entertaining. I don't think every athlete, and that's why the whole new media thing with Draymond is interesting to me, because new media only works, you still have to be entertaining.
Yeah.
I'm not going to watch you just because you play a sport if you're not entertaining. There's just too much content out there.
Yeah. And most of that content is not good.
It's not.
And Travis Kelce is kind of annoying in a way, because when he was screaming at the end of the conference final and then the Super Bowl about how nobody respected him, you know, you shut up.
Everybody was trolling a bit.
No,
I think he was trolling.
You know what? He's better than that, because nobody disrespected the Chiefs.
A lot of people picked the Eagles, Ray.
That's not disrespecting. Disrespecting is picking the Eagles and saying, "Oh, the Chiefs have no shot.
All right,
they're not good enough." And even the nitwits who were calling it, you know, Burrowhead, the Chiefs Stadium.
Man.
I mean, that's just childish. Anybody who pays attention to football, and I'm not talking about pundits, I'm talking about people who will watch the red zone. That's how low this bar is that I'm setting. They all knew the Chiefs were special. You know, they didn't know that they were the most elite team because Cincinnati was out there and Philadelphia was out there. There wasn't anybody that I saw who picked the Super Bowl and picked it as a lopsided game. They all thought it was going to be close.
No, but I do think some of this is Travis Kelce caping up for Patrick Mahomes, who there were a lot of people really trying to give the crown to Josh Allen. This year specifically, this was supposed to be their year. Josh Allen MVP, Bills Super Bowl. Will you give me that?
Well, I'll give you that, but I don't think that's disrespecting Mahomes as much as it is trying to find a new toy. You want to be the first to pick the
Going back
team
to
that
the
hasn't been
fatigue.
there before.
Going back to the fatigue. Is Patrick Mahomes fatigue?
Yeah, because the year before, everybody loved Burrow.
Mm-hmm.
And he ended up in a Super Bowl, which is why people loved him this year. So the volume of noise never interests me. It's who are the smart people talking about?
But who is smart?
People I find to be smart. It's a very individual choice, but there are people in the business that I think know what they're looking at. I think Sean Salisbury, for one, who's on the station here from time to time, he understands quarterbacking. And you never hear him say anything other than Mahomes is the best quarterback. And I don't think anybody can make the argument that anybody else is better than him.
And they were saying...
And I don't think anybody tries.
Well, if they were saying if he does lose to Burrow again in Burrowhead, should we start talking about Joe Burrow as number one? But he didn't.
But the key phrase there is, should we start talking about Burrow?
Yeah.
And the fact is, well, no, not yet. Because Mahomes now has 2 parades. One of them incredibly drunk, and I like that about him. And Burrow still has none. And I realize in a championship or bust world, that's an unfair way to judge them. But it is a way to judge them because they're both excellent at what they do.
Yeah.
But we do judge based on performance in the big moments.
Speaking of elite quarterback play, the Niners. And
what again?
Well, I'm just saying, the Niners, as we talk about what they need, there are also some positions you could make the argument they have more than enough. And I would say people would say, they wouldn't disagree. They would say you can never have enough skilled players, right? But if you look at Debo, Kittle, Ayuk, McCaffrey, when he plays Elijah Mitchell, that is quite the crew. And I know the cap hit with Debo, the $28 million, about the trades and all that stuff. But my question is, do you truly think you need all of those skill players? And would you think about moving one of them to get back something that you know you do need? And yes, I am also including the quarterback position, but it could also be anywhere else. Do you think that this team, or because it is Brock Purdy or Trey Lance, hey, we got to keep all of our guys to give our young QBs as much as possible?
Well, let's narrow down what you're asking here.
Mm-hmm.
Allow me to rephrase what you just said.
Please do.
Because I'm sitting in the big boy chair.
I love it.
What you're suggesting is, would you trade Debo Samuel and other stuff for Aaron Rodgers? Because you're not doing this for a Derek Carr. And you're not doing this for nearly anybody else.
Well, Derek Carr is released now, but...
Well, but you know what I'm saying.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
you'd have to make room for him.
You have to make room for him. Yeah.
Would you get rid of Debo Samuel to get Derek Carr? I suggest you wouldn't. Because who is he going to throw to? And it's not like he's going to beat you with his feet.
Well, here's the question. If Derek Carr... Now, he didn't have Darren Waller for a good bit of the season... But
he had all the Devontae Adams he could eat.
He had all the Devontae Adams, the golden corral of Devontae Adams, and he didn't have Hunter Renfrow, but Hunter Renfrow ended up coming back. If you look at what Derek Carr did with that skill group, and now you give him the Niners skill group without a Debo, what do you think Derek Carr, with an elite defense? I don't know, Ray. I'm thinking we might have something.
I think, okay, we might... But here's why I'm not convinced. Say what you want about Derek Carr, but his last 3 years have been progressively worse.
Agreed.
And part of that is because the Raiders are run by monkeys. I mean, they literally don't know what they don't know.
Yeah.
Except that, hey, there's a wide receiver out there. Let's give him all the money in the world, and then not be able to figure out how to keep our quarterback upright.
Yeah. You know what it strikes me as? It strikes me as when you go out, and on the Xfinity mobile text line 925, Carr had the best. The Carr had the best running back. Josh Jacobs did ball out this year. That's a good point.
Yes, he did.
That's a good point.
But the problem that the Raiders have is that even with Josh Jacobs, even with Devontae Adams, they couldn't score enough points because the defense was yet again awful,
atrocious.
Since Derek Carr has been there, I saw this stat the other day, and I think it's Josh Dubow from Associated Press who loves to skewer.
You would love Josh Dubow.
I know him.
Oh, okay.
He's a lovely man.
Yeah.
Well, he's not lovely. He's tolerant.
Yeah.
In the 9 years that Derek Carr was a starting quarterback for the Raiders, if you took those 9 years together, their defense ranks 32nd.
It's awful.
And you can't rank 33rd unless you're playing in the Sun Belt.
Or the WAC.
Yeah. The WAC.
Actually, the WAC's been...
It's not even it exists for football, but it's like a Division I AA. But it's hard to know if Derek Carr is on the way down as a player. And if so, is it because his team, his organization did not support him properly with enough good players? That said, I think let's say you get rid of Samuel. I think the drop off in that department is more significant than whatever upgrade you perceive going from a healthy Purdy to Carr.
That's probably the best point. Brock Purdy with Debo is not, from what we've seen, is close enough to whatever we think Derek Carr would be without Debo.
And as it turns out, I mean, even that might be a fallacious statement because who was Purdy's favorite receiver? It was Kittle.
It was Kittle.
But all that aside, that's all chin music because the offense revolves around McCaffrey. It doesn't revolve around Kittle or Debo or Purdy. McCaffrey makes that thing go. And if he gets hurt, then it doesn't matter who the quarterback is. They're screwed. Because Elijah Mitchell doesn't do what McCaffrey can do coming out of the backfield catching passes.
Well, Elijah Mitchell doesn't stay on the field enough to even be considered. So
but
now you're looking at even if he did,
McCaffrey is clearly superior. I don't think anybody would make an argument, even start to make that argument.
No, I think the only argument would be, I mean, if you need someone to just bust it up the gut with no regard and be a battering ram.
If you need to chew up time when you've got a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter, Elijah Mitchell is fine.
And that's not to say that McCaffrey couldn't do that. You just wouldn't want him to.
You wouldn't want him to do that.
Yeah.
But if you're down 10 going into the fourth quarter, Elijah Mitchell's not going to save you.
Right.
You know, you're going to have to do some extraordinary stuff. And one of the reasons why the 49ers record in the last 4 years has been as good as it is because they rarely go into the fourth quarter down by 10. Yeah. They don't have to be heroic. I mean, that's part of the design.
Well, they can't, I shouldn't say they can't be, but they would rather not.
Well, everybody would rather not, but they're particularly good at not having to be heroic.
Those, not necessarily this Chiefs team, but Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, they do seem to, I don't know if they like it. I don't know. It's not by design. They really do seem to like to play with their food, though.
They did this year, for sure.
They love a good comeback, a good comeback. They love playing down to their competition. They love it.
I mean, this is apropos of next to nothing, but they tied for having the best one-loss record in football.
Mm-hmm.
They were the second worst team in football against the spread, which means that people thought, they'll beat them by 2 touchdowns easy.
Right.
They almost never did.
Right. And
I don't know if that's playing with your food or it's they didn't really realize what they had in Isaiah Pacheco until it was late.
7th rounder.
Yeah. You know, it's hard to really know, but they didn't really crush people the way you think Kansas City should crush people. Because they were in a division where the second best team was the ever flighty Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
The Raiders were bad. The Broncos were worse. You know, their schedule was not overwhelmingly difficult.
Yeah.
And yet they won a bunch of games by a touchdown or less, which is not the way you imagine the Chiefs and that offense to be.
No.
And what it suggests to me is, A, their defense was better than they got credited for, and B, the offense needed a while to get going, particularly the offensive line.
And Mahomes,
because it got better as the year went on.
And he still won MVP.
And should have.
But I think the difference is, and obviously there are more games, but it does remind me of, and I don't know how many times, again, more games, it reminds me of the Warriors when they had Kevin Durant. There were a lot of times they would play with their food. But I think because of just the nature of basketball and how there are literally less players on the floor, it was more apparent to people that the Warriors just were mailing it in for the night, longer season than football. With the Chiefs, for a while, they had people confused because they weren't just playing with their food, they were losing games.
Yeah, well, they lost 3, so it wasn't like they lost a lot of them.
But it felt like a lot.
It did feel like a lot because you always imagine, the Chiefs are not going to win. They're going to cover the spread by 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
And they didn't always do that. And the Warriors analogy you raised was interesting because in 2017, they actually did beat the living crap out of everybody.
Right.
I mean, they won 67 games, and then they went 16-1 in the postseason. And the only reason they didn't run the table is because they took Game 4 of the final off.
Yeah.
I mean, Cleveland beat the snot out of them. And it was almost as if the Warriors said, well, go ahead, we'd like to play one more game at home. Let's just mail this one in.
Yeah,
because they looked awful.
They looked awful. And those teams, back in the day when they had this luxury, the Warriors, when they mail it in, they really mail it in. Those teams, when they were rolling, you shouldn't even got off the plane.
Yeah, and then but in 2018, they were a drama-riddled team.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so they weren't a solid fist anymore, and I think that showed in their play too.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, I remember very distinctly when they won the 18 title. They asked David West about the culture, what a glorious place it is, and David West said, "Oh, you guys don't know the half of it."
It was coming. And
he was basically said, "Oh, this was a lot harder than you know." And it in fact did come.
Yeah.
So, that's the thing. The Warriors' best team was the 16 team in which they vomited all over themselves in the final. Second best team was the 17 team. The third best team was the first one. The 18 team was the one that, quite frankly, if the playoffs had broken differently, they might not have won. I mean, that seems ridiculous to say.
Yeah.
But they had some sort of psychic flaws. They were playing despite the chemistry, not because of it.
Was that the Kawhi Zaza year?
I think that was the year before.
That was the year before. Because I was at that game. It was for Mother's Day. And I cashed out, got my mom there, got my little sister there. I'm watching the game, and the Warriors were getting spanked against the Spurs, and then everything happens. Kawhi goes out, they win the game, but I still think they win that series. But they had some close calls, same idea, to the point where you couldn't tell, is this team not figuring it out, or are they just playing with their food? I don't know.
Yeah, I think one of the things about the Warriors, and this has been true since the get, is they have to be of one purpose, or the flaws that they have display themselves. Like, they've always been too small. They've always been turnover prone. They've always had difficulty out-rebounding big teams. When they play at their best and they play as a unified force,
right,
they overcome all that. The turnovers don't matter. And, they find a way to rebound better. And they defend so that even if they have a poor night shooting, they're still winning because they can't shoot so poorly that they can't defend their way out of it. And one of the things we've got this year is the fact that they can't defend their way out of it. So now they are very definitely a make or miss team in a make or miss league.
Well, and that is what you just spoke about, though, is exactly what people will say. That is the closest we'll get to quantifying the championship DNA, right? When they are focused with nothing else, just complete tunnel vision, when you get to the playoffs, that's when you see this. The problem this year is that they couldn't even tap into that enough throughout the regular season to put themselves in a decent position for the playoffs. And that's the issue. And now you're up against the clock. You're up against a number of games with Steph Curry now still sidelined. Andrew Wiggins don't know when he'll return. And you can sit there and still have that glimmer of hope, because I do too. It just literally might just not be enough time.
But it's more than borderline conceivable that the Warriors might end up being, I think, the third team in NBA history to win the final one year and then miss the playoffs the next.
Would that be considered missing the play-in?
Yeah. If you're not in at all, to me, that would be, in my mind, if you don't get to play an 83rd game.
Okay.
That's it.
Even if it was a play-in, you would count that.
I'd say if you don't make the play-in, you definitely
right. It's more about if they did make it.
If you make the play-in, I'll give you at least enough credit to not use that stat again.
Yeah.
But that reminds me, we're sponsored by Pfizer.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Fonte and Shasky bring the heat every morning.
It is. Is Brock Purdy really that guy for this franchise to where we're going to say, oh boy, UCL, season's over? I'm just like, all right, Brock Purdy has a UCL injury. He may be Tommy John, but I got Trey Lance chilling in the cut.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Come on, man. I thought you said we had better seats this time.
Oh, but we do. With 100 times space zoom on my new Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, we can see everything.
Whoa, are you zooming in on the coach's clipboard?
Yep, and it looks like he might be doodling. The mascot riding a pony?
I can even see the puck that they need to shoot!
So, how do you like our seats now?
I think I just really like your S23 Ultra.
Take advantage of amazing carrier offers now at Samsung.com.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit?
Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network.
Go on.
Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity Internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Now is the time to make travel your tradition. Celebrate 150 years of excellence with Holland America Line and receive up to 30% off cruise fares, free balcony upgrades, 50% off reduced deposits, and more on summer 2023 through spring 2024 cruises. Choose from over 500 voyages cruising to Alaska, Europe, the Caribbean, and beyond. Join us on board for the time of your life, time and time again. Restrictions apply. Fares are per person based on double occupancy. Call your travel advisor or visit hollandamerica.com for details.
Hey, what's going on? It's Mark Willard for the Game Time app, fastest growing ticketing app in the country. Let me tell you why. Amazing last-minute deals on tickets. That's the thing. You actually get rewarded for not making your plan too early. As the game or concert or event gets closer, the price will come down. I've been using the Game Time app for a year. It nails it every time. It is incredibly user-friendly. Once you download the app and put in the city where you want to buy, all the events pop up and you can go in and see what the view will be like from your seat before you buy it. Giant season is coming. The prices for opening weekend keep going down. I've been watching. Beyonce is on the way. Cirque du Soleil, Joe Coy, all the events you want to attend at your fingertips. Here's what you do. Download the app, enter your email, and use the code THEGAME for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Download the app, enter your email, and use the code THEGAME for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Lowe's always has more ways for you to save. On top of our everyday low prices, pros can save big when buying in bulk. Or if your purchase is over $1,500, ask about our Volume Savings Program. A pro associate can provide a customized quote. Ask about our Volume Savings Programs today. It always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. While supplies last, minimum purchase required. Selection varies by location. Lowe's reserves the right to limit quantities. Volume discount pricing quotes are valid up to 7 days. Visit your local pro desk to learn more and start saving. Offers subject to change and may not be available in all Lowe's stores.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Hi. Who's this?
Buzz. He appears whenever you eat Honey Nut Cheerios.
Like a genie?
Sure.
Ooh, does he grant wishes? I wish I lived in a giant boot. No, I wish I could swim with a humpback whale. No.
I can grant you a delicious bowl of Honey Nut Cheerios, which can help lower cholesterol as part of a heart-healthy diet.
Ooh, with heart shapes, too.
Happy heart-shaped Cheerios are back for a limited time. Pick up a box of Honey Nut Cheerios at your local store for an easy, delicious, and heart-healthy start to your day.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
It's still a Warriors Wednesday. It hasn't stopped being Wednesday yet, so it's a Warriors Wednesday. And it's still brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. That's 101 years. I mean, you'd have thought by now that they might have sold to somebody else or changed the name. But anyway, it's a trusted name since 1922. So visit friedmansappliance.com today. That's an order.
Beautiful.
So what's eating you?
Me?
What do you want to know?
Are you watching that Full Swing on Netflix?
No.
Okay. I haven't yet, but some people are all about it.
In what way?
Well, they just really like being able to follow the golfers, Brooks Koepka, a couple guys. So.
Oh, God.
It's not your
I
thing?
could not imagine anything more terrifyingly gruesome.
Okay, well, what
Following golfers.
Yeah, you get
that's like staring at a grilled cheese sandwich for 5 hours.
What about the quarterback one with Mariota, Mahomes,
and Kirk Cousins?
Kirk Cousins.
What a lineup!
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the algorithm was.
The
on that.
aggressive, the well compensated mediocrity, and the guy hanging on by his teeth.
Yeah, actually, that's a good call. Each level.
Yep.
Each level.
You got something to say, Mark?
I was going to say, I don't like the way you're disrespecting Marcus Mariota right now.
You forgot to say "Go Ducks" like the annoying fan you are.
Go Ducks.
Yeah, see, never miss an opportunity. Every time he refers to a player from the University of Oregon, it's this weird Pavlovian twitch where he goes, "Go Ducks."
Yeah, you have to.
And it's like Damon when he starts to fetishize about the University of Indiana. You know, go Hoosiers. You know, why are you telling me that? I'm not a Hoosier, and I'm not going anywhere.
He's just, he was very high on the Hoosiers this season for college basketball, and I don't know that they've lived up to his expectations.
They never do. And I noticed that he's off in another country the night they lose to Michigan State.
Oh, that's right.
So
that's right.
They're finished.
And he was
Mike
said,
Woodson's
Allen,
he could be fired at any minute.
Allen, I'm telling you, is Sweet 16 this year. That's what he told me.
Yeah. Like that's an accomplishment. They've been like 11th in the country.
Yeah.
That's like a depressing, that's just barely meeting expectations.
March Madness is around the corner, though. And I would say, I was telling you this during the break, I would say Warriors basketball is similar to college basketball in terms of just the dribble around and chuck up a three, but the Warriors don't wait till the end of the shot clock like college basketball. They just get it out the way as soon as they cross half court.
Oh, yeah. They don't get the best shot very often.
Yeah.
They get the first shot.
Yep. They get a shot.
And it's always good to see Steve Kerr pulling his hair out in clumps when that happens. Because that's one of the things he thought he had drilled into all of them over his 8 years coaching this team. And it turns out, no, they got to relearn it every new year.
Do you think part of that is because of their turnover issues? Well, if we take a shot, he won't be as mad as if we turn the ball over.
No, because they turn over the ball over a lot all the time.
And take bad shots.
Yeah, well, no, they usually are much better at shot selection. The turnovers are always going to be high because the ball moves around more, which means that there's more chance for somebody to miss it or throw it away or bounce it off their knee.
That's all, and it's not even an excuse because we talked about the different teams and how Warriors move the ball around. Other teams, it's just give it to your star and let them work. But the thing this year with the turnovers is some of them have just been very much CYO B team. I mean, just not.
Bad hockey.
Not good. Not good. So I think.
But you would tolerate them if they won that game at the end rather than lost it.
Yes.
Because this is about the same number of turnovers they have every year. But the timing is worse and the results are worse. So they all look worse.
It's crazy to think about the whole, and we talked to Monty Poole earlier. Go check it out on YouTube if you didn't catch it live. It's crazy to think about the questions of The Last Dance and where this season is going to go and how we're having these question marks. And Ray, I was at that game. I'm just thinking off the top of my head. What do you think would have happened if the Warriors in that game against the Grizzlies at home, when Jordan Poole took that ridiculous shot and Steph got thrown out, they ended up winning it? What happens if they lose that game? Because it's not as if it propelled them to some type of victory or some type of run. What happens if they lose that game?
Probably nothing, because even Curry having a tantrum would regather himself and get back to that outward zen that hides the inner frustrations of this year. he's one of the most controlled athletes I've seen in this town ever. I mean, Montana was like that too, but for the most part, you'll see emotion from most guys.
Yeah.
I mean, even at that, Curry's got more technicals this year than he's ever had in any other year.
Yeah. I mean, I can count on one hand or maybe two hands the amount of times Steph has quote unquote lost it. There was, count the 3 mouthpiece throws. He kicked the chair last year. The one where he's in the bubble and he's screaming, or they're not in the bubble. It was before the bubble, and he's screaming at the team. He's screaming at Kai Bowman, whoever was on that team at that time. That's 5 off the top of my head, and I could probably get to 5 more, but it would be tough.
Yeah, and I think he's got more bite than he shows.
Mhm.
I think he's a snippier guy than you would imagine. But he doesn't show it very often. So when he threw the mouthpiece, there was a part of me was hoping that he was throwing it at Poole instead of just into the stands.
Would he still got ejected for that? Probably not. Can you throw a mouthpiece at your own team?
Well, if it doesn't go into the crowd, you got a shot.
That's right.
But then you might have to fight.
Draymond, well, not with Jordan Poole again. Draymond did get a tech a couple years ago for yelling at Wiseman. The ref thought he was yelling at him. So
yeah. Well, but then again, with Draymond, he's guilty until proven guilty.
That's right.
Because he's got 15 this year.
Well,
his next one, they ring him up.
Yeah, and they had him mic'd up for one of the games, and he said, "Oh, I'm gonna be on my. I'm always nice," or something like that. He said to a ref, and the ref is like, "You're especially nice today because you're mic'd up." And he's like, "No. I'm always nice." And then it was a national game, and they said, it's hard for Draymond to come off and say he's always nice when he's got the most techs in the league.
Yeah, he's not nice, and if he was nice, he'd have been out of the league by now.
Yeah.
Because I believe that Kerr's right when he says Draymond needs to be that. I think we're done.
We are.
I mean, I know I am. But
Same.
You know what's coming up? I mean, other than our dinner? Here's what's coming up on the game. It's brought to you by Fremont Bank, and it's Best of the Game. It's an hour of what they're calling the best content, although God knows how they determined that. And it's best content from the day on 95.7 The Game, hosted by our own peripatetic elf, Mark Grandy. He's going to be playing Steiny and Guru's interview with Zaza Pachulia. We're going to replay Monty Poole. And then Mark's going to do magic tricks for the kids from 6:45 till 7. So don't fail to miss it. And speaking of don't fail to miss it, it's time for us to go. But I got bad news for you before we do. You got to come back tomorrow.
Darn it.
So remember, sports don't build character. They destroy it.
Why do we turn crumpled up paper into 3-pointers?
Boom! Nothing but recycling bin.
Why do we use rock, paper, scissors to make decisions?
1, 2, 3, shoot!
Yes!
Okay, pizza with pineapple. Again.
Why do we talk into fans?
I'm talking into a fan.
Why do we tell dad jokes?
I tripped over a shrubbery yesterday. I think it was an ambush.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California Lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart and go farther and faster with the new G430 woods and irons from Ping. The Ping G430 woods introduce the next generation of speed with new face technology for longer and more accurate shots. The new Ping G430 irons are designed with pure flex technology for faster ball speed and more distance. Swing into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Ping G430 woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Bear Robotics makes robots for restaurants. Automated servers to do the heavy lifting. But get this, our office, it wasn't automated. Paper invoices going in and out, getting lost. We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It automates our finances the way we automate restaurants. With Bill tracking our invoices and planning payments, we can focus on growing. The old way, not going back there.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
The road to the $1 million cash prize begins in San Jose with the Bellator Lightweight Grand Prix. Undefeated champ Usman Nurmagomedov takes on 30-win Benson Henderson. Bellator MMA, live at the SAP Center in San Jose. For tickets, go to Ticketmaster.com.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari,
Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. When part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. That way, you can get the parts you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
I switched to Boost Mobile and got a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Want to know the best part?
It was free?
Nope.
The fact that it's on America's largest 5G networks?
Nope. It's the ding.
Oh yeah, love the ding.
Right? It's all about the ding. It's the dingarooski, the dingaroner, the ring-a-ding-ding.
Unleash your power to save with Boost. Get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone when you switch. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power.
And the ding.
Limited time offer. New customers only. Available on select networks. 5G not available everywhere. One device per line. Tax excluded. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Welcome to the best of the game. We're highlighting the best interviews, topics, and sounds of the day.
Hey, everybody.
On 95.7 The Game.
Welcome into your best of hour right here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Randy with you for the next hour as we run through a basketball-heavy best of on this Wednesday. After all, it is a Warriors Wednesday. 3 different interviews to get to. The morning roast, they had on Frank Isola earlier today. Steiny and Goo, of course, as part of the executive show, had on Zaza Pachulia. And as you just heard a little bit ago, on Damon and Rado, but with with Ray Ratto and Alan Stiles. They talked to Warriors insider for NBC Sports Bay Area, Monty Poole. You will hear all three of those interviews coming up over the next hour, but we start with the executive show with Steiny and Guru and Zaza Pachulia. So without further ado, let's kick off your best of hour. Steiny, take it away.
Zaza, we like to, open up usually with something maybe non-basketball related. So I am going to ask you to talk to me about this big poker tournament that happened over the All-Star break, in which money was donated to the Warriors Community Foundation. Apparently all the players played in it. You raised over $3 million, but how much did you win?
That's definitely I was not expecting for the question, but it's fun because honestly, this is my favorite event I ever done with any NBA team, and I love all the teams I played for, and I love all the communities that I interacted with. But this is the favorite event that I've experienced, the poker tournament the Warriors does annually. And, I believe we was a record that we broke over $3 million that we raised that's going to go to amazing causes. And, Nicole Lacob and her whole team is doing a phenomenal job, to make these things happen. And it's just great to be part of it. To answer your question, I don't know what you mean with the win, but I think we all win because I know the money we raise going to make the difference in our community and so many amazing nonprofits that we work with, the Warriors Foundation is working with, and bottom line, we all win because doing something positive for our community, for this city and the people we interact with, and as far as they getting something out of it, we all win. So that's what matters the most.
Zaza, everybody, was in euphoria last year, and rightfully so. The Warriors win the chip. And right now, Zaza, at the break, they're 29-29. What would Zaza tell Dub Nation? What would you give them to lean on to be confident that this team can get it together and try to go or get as close to back-to-back as possible?
Right. I remember when we won the back-to-back, first year in 2017. If you guys remember playoffs, it was 16-1 record that we won the championship. And obviously next year we're the same team, maybe one or two players changed, and it was not 16-1, it was 16 and more than one losses that we got throughout the playoffs, right? But to win is very hard. It's very hard, and I think I already feel fortunate to be even mentioning and discussing about back-to-back championships, hopefully again, for this amazing franchise, so it's already a positive sign. Looking at so many teams not even having this conversation, fans not even thinking about playing in April, May, and June. And we've been already been fortunate to be experiencing, and now in the Chase Center last year, we got to celebrate, right? So we have a chance. We have a good chance, but at the same time, it's going to take a lot of work, some luck as well, and most importantly, a lot of healthy bodies. So we need healthy players for us to make this happen.
Zaza Pachulia joining us on 95.7 The Game. It is the executive show. The ratings for the All-Star game, not apparently, they were the lowest of all time. Zaza, how are we going to fix the All-Star game? What you got any ideas, buddy?
That really concerns me, honestly. That really upset me as well because I love this game, and I've been fortunate to be part of this NBA family that we call it for more than almost 2 decades, right? And maybe it's a 2 decade right now. And I'm grateful for that. So it really worries me when I read the stories like that. The ratings are lowest as ever. I think everybody can definitely help this cause, and everybody has to commit. Most importantly, I think it starts with the players. To obviously they deserve to be there, right? They deserve to be called All-Stars, but at the same time, it's a commitment, and for them to. And I'm pretty sure they see all this news and all these updates, that we see on the internet, right? So I think it's more care coming from the players to take it more seriously. And when I say me taking it seriously, dunks are fun, but nothing better than competition. And the fans, that's what fans wants to see, I believe. And there's no exact answer what should be done, but I think everyone should do their job a better way. And obviously, me as a former player, I would just love to see players, taking it more seriously and focusing on competition more than just a show. Because I believe those best players that are going to be out there, if they compete, shows is just going to happen itself, right? So, and plus on Adams, the Adam Silver's comments that I listened during the All-Star weekend, that it's all-time high when it comes to the season, the tickets sold, the ticket revenues and renewals, ticket season renewals. So, it's obvious that the fans want to see the competitive basketball out there, right? Numbers, they're definitely backing up. But when it comes to the All-Star, I think it's a little more show, and, people want to see more competitive basketball.
Zaza, I need your help. My partner and I, speaking of gambling, we got a bet. I got the Warriors going back-to-back. He has the field. And I got to be honest, Zaza, I'm a little nervous right now, and I know this is go time, but you know what it takes to play in this league, longevity. Talk to me about Andre Iguodala. He's my wild card, but can you speak to Dub Nation, Zaza, on is it really realistic for me to expect him to come back and have an impact?
Well, that's a good question. First of all, it's very difficult to be in that age and have all those miles and wear and tear, and still play whole season, right? But if somebody understands and loves this game and wants to be out there, it's Andre. And I'll be fortunate to know this guy for on and off the court for years now. And see him in the gym, coming early, leaving late, working on his body, his health. I assure you guys that he's trying his best, and he's doing his best to help this team, because he understands how important, how valuable he is. And he's been, from him to winning the MVP, obviously in 2015 finals, and every single year we won because of Andre, because of what he brings for this team in the locker room, on the court, and hopefully to see him. But it's tough when you're that old, for the basketball. Obviously, I'm talking about for he's a young man, just general, but for this game to be that age and to play whole season, it's very, very difficult. To some extent, we had this expectation for him not to be able to play a whole season, but here we are. It's only 24 games left, and hoping to see him back on the court sooner the better. Obviously, because we're not in a situation to have the luxury of resting the players or and not having the guys. We're already dealing with some injuries with obviously Steph and GP2. And sooner we're going to get those players, the better it is for us. And because the clock is definitely winding down. But Andre knows it, and we're just hopeful to see him back.
Zaza Pachulia joining us on 95.7 The Game, and all guests appear via the Bud Light guest line. Every year in the NBA, guys have decisions to make on free agency. And, just like, Bob Myers doesn't have a contract yet for next year. Draymond Green has an opt-out. I'm not asking you what do you think they're going to do, but what I am curious about is, because it happens all the time, is that something that your teammates ask you about, or stuff like that? Do they just say that's his business, I don't worry about it? Or you check in with Dre, hey, how you feeling about stuff? Is it? Do you guys consider that kind of a private thing? Or do you check in on guys when their future might be uncertain?
Yeah, that's a really good question, guys, because here's my idea about it, right? It's kind of selfish to talk about yourself or your future while you are in the season. And while you not necessarily have margins of errors, right? And every game matters, every win matters for us. And we've just been talking for like 10 minutes. We've been talking about back-to-back and what it takes to win, and, the guys that we're missing, and Andres and Steph's injuries, and, GP's absence, obviously. So I think this is the most important thing right now. And, what Bob and Draymond approach, they definitely understand it as their more personal side, but, we should always put the team first. And, because there's, millions of followers, the millions of the fans throughout the world the Warriors has. And I think we open another amazing and unforgettable season, hoping that, we're going to make playoffs, hoping we're going to have a deep run, hoping that we're going to play the finals and win another championship for this franchise and for our fans. I think that's what matters the most. Rest is just, like I say, of course, for them it's important, but I'm pretty sure they feel the same way, because even if you have to leave, and I'm not talking about necessarily about Bob or Draymond go to the different team, there's nothing better than leave any franchise as a champion. And I experienced that. And when I left Warriors, after winning the back-to-back and, went to play for Detroit Pistons, there's nothing better feeling, right? And, for the confidence and with everything else. Yes, 4 championships sounds amazing for both guys' resumes, but what's wrong with having 5 championships? So I think that's the most important thing, and I'm just gonna stay with that and focusing on about this year, because, like I say, first of all, it's not easy to win, and second of all, right now we need everything is possible and everything that necessarily for us to fix this. How are we gonna get out from this, 500? The standards we have, right? So how we can get better, right? How we can put the wins in a row. I mean, that's the most important thing, So I would love to, focus on that more.
Zaza, you mentioned you being a champion, and you know what it takes. Phoenix got KD. We know they improved. Kyrie went to Dallas. The Clippers made some moves. Enhancements everywhere you look. I always tell my partner and the listeners every day, the Warriors got that pedigree. Steph, Clay, Dre, Iggy, they've done it before. Can you speak to how important that actually is? Like, when it is go time, and I know it is as soon as they tip off tomorrow in L.A., but how important is that, Zaza, that pedigree that guys like me speak of that the Warriors have?
Yeah, we saw obviously there was a lot of movement, and there was change. I think I believe that what I read and saw as a stat is 10% of the players, changed the team, right, and got moved before the trade deadline. And you saw some teams got better. You saw some teams just focusing on off season and just giving the chance for the younger guys to experience and to play, get more minutes. That has been part of the game for years and years now, and especially the West. Especially in the West, there are teams that made moves, and it's going to be interesting how it's going to end up. Obviously, change always might look good on the paper, it might not look good, but it's important to see how it's going to translate on the court, right? With the result, with wins and losses, right? So. We're going to find out, within the next couple of weeks and months. And we made a small change, obviously. Well, not a small change, but it's big for us. Obviously, we, to letting number 2 pick and James Wiseman to walk away and getting into a GP2 in our situation, and it's a big move for us, right? And the whole thing is going to work. And last year GP2 was a very, very important part of our success and championship run, I believe, and especially seeing what Western Conference and we might face in that particular position as a guard position, and GP2 going to be even more important this year, I believe. First of all, we just need to get him healthy. So it's going to be interesting how this thing's going to turn out. Like I say, it's February, right? So there's only 20 to 25 games left for the teams. Is it enough time for those teams to, find a chemistry on and off the court, right? It's not like, we're in the preseason. It's only 20 to 25 games left. So Now everything is on the table, and we are all in. I think all the teams who are thinking about championship or deep run, they're all in. It's a matter of the efficiency now, how the team's going to benefit from these moves and changes.
All right, and that's Zaza Pachulia on earlier today on the Executive Show with Steiny and Guru. One of 3 interviews down. Up next, Monty Poole's conversation with Damon and Ratto with Ray Ratto and Alan Stiles. Of course, Monty Poole from NBC Sports Bay Area, the Warriors insider. A lot of great insight in this interview. Of course, the context you need is before this interview and after the Zaza Pachulia interview, the Warriors released an update on Stephen Curry's injured knee. They discussed it here at the beginning of the interview, but essentially Steph Curry will be reevaluated in another week, and that means he's missing at least the first 4 games out of the All-Star break for the Golden State Warriors. So without further ado, let's get to Monty Poole, again, Warriors insider for NBC Sports Bay Area. Here he is, with Ray Ratto and Alan Stiles.
The Warriors updated the Stephen Curry condition, said he will miss at least the next 4 games, but then they will reevaluate him in a week. In your head, what does that sound like in terms of actual missed games?
Mid-March. If they get him for the final, 12 games or so, I think they will take it and run with it. And if they get him for the final 15, they'll be giddy. But we knew going in that he wasn't going to come back immediately after the break. And so another week, they'll reevaluate him again. And at that point, we're probably going to get he's progressed now to on-court activities, maybe non-contact, and then another week, and then he'll be back. That's my forecast. So you're looking at another 2 weeks before I think he probably will be cleared to play. If he comes back sooner than that, man, they will jump for joy. They got 23 games or 24 games to go, and you look at what's left. Ideally they want to win. For them to get a chance to get to the top 6, and again, it's going to be difficult. But if Steph can be around for 15 to 16 of those games, that should do it. Give him a chance at least. But if he's going to miss 10 of those games, that puts a hole in it, I think. So we got to see, how he ends up. But I think at this stage, we can always look back and go, you know what? This team without Steph is not very good. But this team with Steph this year has not been special either. So, you can't expect his return to cure all their ills when most of their ills are on the other side of the basketball on the defensive end.
Andrew Wiggins out tomorrow night. The personal reasons that have been continuing, obviously not here to speculate on anything that's going on. Does it just seem to be a fluid situation, Monty? Is there any type of timeline, or is it just when he's back, he's back?
Yeah, I think it's kind of where when he's back, he's back. When you hear family situation, then you just kind of let it go. You don't really try and, start trying to ferret out, well, what's the problem? Who's sick or who's this, who's that? I think that becomes dangerous. You just wait it out and see when he comes back and hope everything is going well for him and his family. Now, as to when he'll return, there's been no indication. So, but he's missed big time. He is missed. And he was just starting to find his game again. He was really good the last couple of games. So, that's going to put another hole in the Warriors' hopes of kind of gaining some momentum here to start off not the second half, but to start off the post-All-Star schedule. So it's going to be tough for them to make any progress without Steph, without Wiggins. Talking about, those are the 2 guys who are their last 2 All-Stars. So they're not in great shape.
When the Warriors talk about Wiggins and his absence, I know they don't give you any hint about what it's about, and I don't want to know anyway, but do they seem optimistic or pessimistic that he will be back soon, or do they even avoid putting any sense of when they might hope he'd be back?
I think from what I can gather, based on just a feel, the vibe is that they don't want to go to the point where they're swaying one way or the other, because it sounds like something that could be around for a minute or two, and they just don't want to assume he'll be back next week or tomorrow, or he'll be out for a month. They don't want to go in any of that situation in terms of sort of projecting how long he'll be out. So the best guess is that, he can come back at some point, and they just don't know when. And right now it's what, like the old coaches say, you got to coach what you have, and you got to play with what you have. And right now he's not there, and he's not going to be there until, guess what? He is there. And whenever that happens, they'll be happy to see him. But there's no indication as to when that'll be, whether this is going to be a week, or 2 days, or 2 more days, or 2 more weeks.
Monty, with heading into the, like you said, post All-Star break, basically the end of the season, who have you talked to connected to the Warriors, or what have you heard or seen? And can you speak to the vibe of the Warriors right now, and do they feel optimistic? I know everybody is going to say the right things, but if you read between the lines, how does everybody feel? I mean, we haven't really talked about the fact that the Suns have Kevin Durant and the Mavs got Kyrie. What is the current vibe that you have taken away from the Warriors right now?
Well, the thing about the Warriors this season is that the vibe and the reality have not been the same. Mm-hmm. And, no matter what gets said, and they often say the right things, but when you watch them on the court, you see it all over the place. There are games you watch them on the court and you think, wow, they look really good. And there's games you watch them on the court and they look terrible. They look awful. And so the vibe is, it's optimistic, but that hasn't really mattered. When you have a team that can identify its problems, but here we are 4 months into the season almost, and unable to solve those problems, you have a real issue. And so it's hard to know if they will solve the problem at any point in the next 24 games. We know that if they don't, they will miss the playoffs. If they do, they will either be in a play-in or top 6 position. But the vibe is, that we know what we have to do, and we still can do it. But hearing that and feeling that is not the same as actually seeing it, because it hasn't happened. Not at one point this season has this team been more than 3 games over 500. Not once. And so that's not becoming of a defending champion. That's a team that's searching for itself, trying to figure out what they can sort of cobble together to stay afloat and stay in the competitive postseason run. So I think they'll get to the postseason, but it's hard to be optimistic. No matter what people say, it's hard to be optimistic about where they're going to go when they get there, when you've seen no sign, no reason to believe that they're going to make a deep run. I mean, when Draymond went off on the defense after the last game of the season against the Clippers, he was dead on. The defense looks lifeless so many times. And honestly, he's probably too late. And we don't know if there'll be any response to that. That's the thing. Because there have been discussions about what we need to do, here's what we need to do, here's what we can do, here's what we're going to do. And they will do it for a game or 2. And then they'll come upon a game where it just doesn't show up. So, I mean, let's face it, this team has been swept by the Pistons. It's swept by the Magic. As much as we want to dress it up and say the defending champions, a proud bunch, championship core, all of those things, nothing that anybody says right now means a whole lot until it happens on the floor. If you talk to Steph, that's what you're going to hear. We can talk about it till we're blue in the face, but it ain't going to mean anything until we do it, and they haven't done it.
All right, I hate to cut you off there, Monty, but we got to take a quick break here on Best of the Game. We will revisit and finish that conversation with Monty Poole. Again, from earlier today on Damon and Ratto, Alan Stiles, and Ray Ratto, with Damon off this week. We're in for that conversation with Monty Poole. So we'll finish up that conversation after this quick break. And then, of course, after that, we rewind all the way to the morning roast with Bonte and the Butcher. They had a conversation as well with Frank Isola talking about the Warriors, the NBA, and kind of a national perspective on where the Warriors currently are. So we'll take a quick break here on Best of the Game. When we come back, more Monty Poole. That's on the way right after this on 95.7 The Game.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity.
Now, back to the best of the game on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back to your best of the game hour here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Randy with you. As promised, more Monty Poole coming up in just a second. And again, a reminder, after the conclusion of Damon and Rado's conversation with Monty Poole, Frank Isola from the Morning Roast, that will wrap up your best of hour. But again, Monty Poole on Damon and Rado. Alan Stiles in for Damon today. So conversation between Monty Poole, Ray Rado, and Alan Stiles. Some interesting topics here to close out the conversation, including Bob Myers' future and the overall future of this organization. So without further ado, here is the rest of Monty Poole on Damon and Rado earlier today. Here is Alan Stiles.
Joe Lacob is not easy to work for at times. And so that's, to me, Bob's future being up in the air as it is now. You would think that after they won the surprise championship last year, that would have been the time to, make amends. Hey, Bob, good job, and give him a bump. Didn't happen. Didn't happen. Mm-hmm. So, there's some, I won't say nerves, but there is some concern within the Warriors that this could be the last dance, that this could be it for them, because not all three of those guys are guaranteed to come back next year. And if Bob were to leave, I know Steve will be devastated, and I know Steph will be, he will be unhappy. He will not like that. Yeah. And so that's why some pressure's on Joe to figure this thing out and decide what he wants to do, because Bob is the guy who he grew up in the Bay Area. He likes being with the Warriors, but he also wants to be feel like he is being treated as well as he should be, given what he has done in his job.
Define for us, before we let you go, what unhappy Stephen Curry is like and what unhappy Stephen Curry would do inside the building. Yeah. Steph is a guy who I think Joe Lacob knows that he can't trade Steph. Cannot. That won't go down with anybody in the building or out of the building. That would be, Lakers trading Kobe. You don't do that. No matter what happens, that's a move you don't make. But do you want to risk alienating him? He did it once before, and it worked out okay in the end. When they fired Mark Jackson, there was some concern that, Steph was pushing for Mark to keep Mark. And they went without him, and they defied his desires, and it worked out, and Steph rode along with it because he saw it working. So I think Steph will give anything attempt a chance to work, anything. But again, I think he likes stability, and he's had it now for a long time. He's had the same two teammates at his side for the better part of for a decade now. He's had the same coach for 8 years. And so, again, I think an unsettled Steph, I don't know what it'll look like, but it wouldn't be the same as a Steph who's totally locked in, totally vibing well with where the franchise is going. And finally, because I never stop this stuff, what would you think about the Warriors getting in to the play-in, finishing sixth, and facing Sacramento in the first round.
Okay, a Warriors-Kings playoff would be fantastic for NorCal. It would be awesome. Right now, simply put, the Kings are a better team. Now, I think in the postseason, I think that could tilt the other way because, again, the Warriors, their core knows the postseason better than any other core in the league. And that's what they have going. That's their edge. That may or may not be enough, but that is their edge once they get to the postseason. But I think the Kings are on the rise. Their offense is really good. Their defense is not so good. So I don't think they'll make much of a playoff dent. But they have enough offense to scare somebody. And the Warriors right now, I don't know who they're going to scare other than the fact that, they are their history. And we've seen teams that can be really good 1 year or 2 years or 3 years or a long time. And then suddenly they're not the same. The Spurs were really, a championship contender every year for a while. And then suddenly they were just another low seed playoff team. And now they're a tank team. A rebuilding team. So with the Warriors, I think a Warriors-Kings postseason would be awesome for NorCal, for both fan bases, because we've never seen it. We've never had it, and it would be a first. And I personally, I would love to see it.
A really good conversation there with Monty Poole from earlier today on Damon and Ratto. And now let's wrap up your best of hour by rewinding to the morning with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. They had Frank Isola on to talk about basketball, the Warriors in specific, and a look at the Warriors from an outsider's perspective. What does the national media and what does the East Coast think of this Warrior team specifically? Frank Isola has all those answers. Again, he was on with the Morning Roast earlier today talking about the Warriors and basketball across the entire league. Let's close out your best of hour right now with Frank Isola.
Frank, let's start here. Before we get to the Golden State Warriors and whether or not they're cooked this season with 24 games left, your overall impressions on the All-Star weekend, because it was, to me, it was a bummer. Everything from Adam Silver saying that it's been the most competitive league in league history. That was laughable. Pinocchio. All the guys sitting, no doubt about that. The All-Star game being a travesty. What was your overall takeaway from Salt Lake City?
Yeah, I was there, and, Salt Lake City did a nice job. The weather was fine during the day. At night it got cold, but that's fine. Everything was in walking distance, which makes it good. But, the Saturday night stuff, you knew that the NBA would do that right. There's a reason why Mac McClung was going to go last. Obviously, the NBA knew what they were getting into. There's a reason why he was the last guy to dunk, and he put on a good show. I thought Adam Silver's comment, I'm guessing that because, you hear at the All-Star game, if he's being truthful, he says, of course load management's a problem. We need the guys to play more. Maybe he probably doesn't want that to be the headline with most of the NBA stars in the city that day, but you can't sit there and tell me that it's not a problem. But then the game itself, it tells you everything you need to know. You're talking about load management in a city where John Stockton and Karl Malone played, two guys that never miss games. Mm-hmm. And then the game itself, like even Jason Tatum, God bless him, he's out there trying, but he's only scoring 55 points because no one's trying.
Right.
So even that becomes tainted somehow. And everyone trying to come up with 9 million different ideas on ways to improve the game. Just try a little bit more.
Right.
No one's asking you to play 100 miles an hour.
Right.
Can you play at 60 miles an hour as opposed to 20? And that's always my thing about All-Star Weekend. We spend all this time, what could they do Saturday? What could they do Sunday? Let's worry about the 82-game regular season. Yeah. That's really the issue right now, not one weekend in Salt Lake City.
Well, Frank, I'm glad you bring that up. Me and B have been arguing for a couple of years, and I told him it's not just basketball. Baseball had this opportunity simultaneously. When COVID hit, we had an opportunity to recalibrate calendars, recalibrate how we envision, the business models moving forward. Every business in America has pivoted and evolved when it comes to business strategy, whether that's work from home, direct to consumer, etc. Yet the NBA and the Major League Baseball are like, we have got to play X amount of games because that's what we've always done, and we can't go backwards. It's clearly not working. Why are they so resistant to change?
Yeah, and a lot of that has to do with money. I think everyone realizes it's just a different day and era. 162 baseball games is too much.
Way too much.
82 regular season games in the NBA is too much. If you look at the regular seasons that really seem to matter. You look at college football, you look at the NFL, look at the Premier League in England where, the top teams, there's 20 teams, everybody plays each other twice, so there's 38 games, you win a championship for that. In the NBA, the players proved to you that the regular season doesn't matter. And then, to me, the league made it worse by adding the teams to have this play-in tournament. Because here's my thing. The play-in tournament's going to happen, and one of the games will be good, and everyone will say, see, the play-in tournament's great. Yeah, but how did we get there? We got there from, look at LeBron and the Lakers, basically cruising on, if we want, we'll probably finish 10th. It's the wrong attitude. I would go for less playoff teams as opposed to more.
That's a great point. Frank Isola here on the Morning Russell 95.7 The Game. ESPN's Around the Horn, PTI also Sirius XM NBA Radio, the starting lineup Monday through Friday from 7 to 10 a.m. Frank, you bring up the Premier League. Chasky and I talk about that. I love the table format. I love getting points for wins. I love getting points. Now, obviously, you're not going to get draws in a basketball game, but if you did, that'd be kind of cool to get a point for a tie or whatnot at the end of regulation. You do know overtime in the regulation in the regular season, so I'm with that. I like that format a lot. But what about the officiating as well? Because it's not just the load management. It's not just all the games and people taking games off. The officiating, I've never seen it worse, Frank.
Yeah, I know, and I guess the big one was the LeBron play where the league admitted that they made a mistake. And do you know, I love somebody had done a story how the Lakers had benefited from more calls going their way in the last teams in the league. LeBron, he's had obviously a brilliant career. The guy's a great player, but isn't it beneath him to behave that way? To be carrying on like a temper tantrum? All right, the referee got it wrong. Guess what? You get away with a lot of stuff where they don't call fouls on you. It was a bad missed call. But you know what happened to the NBA? A lot of the older refs retired and brought the new crew of people in. There's just too many inexperienced referees right now, which is a big part of the problem. And also, well, let's face it, one missed call now, if back on the East Coast, if there was a game between Portland and Sacramento, there's a bad missed call. Maybe we're all not going to see it. Now, not only do we see it from like 4 different angles, how bad of a missed call that it was. I just think the NBA would do themselves a favor if they let it be a little bit more physical. This way you're not calling every single foul. But I feel badly for the refs because to your point, they haven't had a good year.
No doubt.
Well, and not only that, guys are crying on every play for 82 nights. Like, Luka spends his entire game palms up complaining. I'm like, dude, I get it.
I'm glad you brought that up because you guys know how it used to work.
It drives me nuts.
The guys that the referees would tolerate would be the coach, the star player, and the second guy. So if we're looking at the Chicago Bulls, it would be, well, let Phil Jackson complain to me, Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen. Nobody else. Judd Booster and Steve Kerr, no offense, you're not allowed to complain. You have rookies coming into the league. How about the way that they behave towards the referees? Why do the referees put up with that? You think Joey Crawford back in the day is going to let some 21-year-old kid in his first year in the NBA constantly roll his eyes every time he makes a call?
Absolutely
I think that's a big problem as well.
I agree. Jordan Poole, who he's a good young player, he's on the come up, but he does not get the same leash as a Steph Curry, for example, nor should he. Yes, exactly. So let me get into the Warriors here because this trade that happened with James Wiseman, there's so much, back and forth. Is James any good? Can he help them now? They acquire a guy who's injured, and then there's some arguing whether Portland pushed him out onto the court, whether he even wanted to play for Portland. There's just so much. I've never seen a trade like this. I can't even remember something to this degree. There's some Darko Milicic in the James Wiseman thing. What's your overall read on just James Wiseman and the trade for Gary Payton?
Yeah, I mean, let's remember, so the Warriors are in practice with this guy every day. So they're seeing him on a day-in, day-out basis. They know how good he's getting, how much work he's putting in. When you get sent down to the G League as a number 2 overall pick, that speaks volumes. And clearly they were hoping that he would give them something this year. I think they know that it's just not going to happen for him. And if you look at his career, the biggest issue with him, he doesn't play enough games.
Right.
He didn't play in college. He barely played with the Warriors. And when you're getting traded, was Gary Payton a second-round pick or he went undrafted?
He went undrafted. Yeah, he was in the G League. He's a journeyman.
Bounced around.
I mean, you're getting, the number 2 pick is getting traded for a guy that went undrafted and obviously was an important player for the team last year. For me, it should be more of a wake-up call for James Wiseman. Obviously, the Warriors have to chalk it up. The draft pick was a disaster. When you're picking that high and you miss, it really does set you back. If you pick that high and you get a player that helps you, it changes everything. I guess who else would have been picked that high? I guess LaMelo Ball was the next pick.
Right. And does LaMelo Ball...
It wasn't a great draft.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
And Frank, and I don't think LaMelo fits here because what happens with Jordan Poole? What happens if LaMelo goes to the bench? Now you got his father complaining, and he's not starting over Clay and Steph. Maybe that first year when Clay's out, but once Clay gets back, there's no way LaMelo started. We're talking to Frank Isola here in the Morning Roast. James Wiseman or whatnot gets traded to Detroit. My issue with the Wiseman stuff, Frank, is that I feel like Steve Kerr didn't do a good enough job of playing the youngsters early. They all had a quick hook, whether it was Kuminga, Moody, and James Wiseman. I thought, first 10 games, let them play 15 minutes, play through their mistakes. You're the champs. The regular season doesn't mean as much to you as, say, the Denver Nuggets or the Dallas Mavericks or the Portland Trailblazers. What would your assessment be of Steve Kerr's job this season, the way he's handled the team?
Yeah, I think this season overall has been a mess for them, and I really think a lot of it goes back to the Draymond Green, Jordan Poole situation. Why I still don't think the Warriors handled that the right way. I can't believe the guys at the ring ceremony. What was it? 2 weeks
opening night.
So you would have suspended him essentially.
I don't get that.
What would you have done with Draymond?
I think you have to be suspended. The idea, Adam Silver at the press conference said, "Well, the only reason everybody's making a big deal of it is because it was on video." Yeah, that's right. That's right. We're making a big deal of it because everyone got to see one player get assaulted by the other. I'm not saying he should be kicked out of the league, but there should have been some kind of suspension. Having him there, just the whole thing of having him there on opening night and embracing the commissioner, I just thought that was a bizarre scene overall. That to me made no sense. I think it just set a bad tone. I mean, Draymond Green's admitted that.
Right.
That has kind of set a bad tone for the entire season. But again, with the young players, I would only say this. If guys aren't getting it done in practice and their teammates kind of see it, and then the coach is playing them, you know how it works. And players are thinking, wait, who's running the team here? Are they telling him to play this guy? Because we all know that he doesn't deserve to be out there with the way that he works. He doesn't put the effort in or the time in the film room and things like that. So overall, let's face it, guys, and I know everyone said it, maybe you guys do as well. Oh, no, wait till they all get back. I still think they'll be dangerous. I don't see it. That hasn't happened now. All of a sudden it's going to happen. What is it, 58 games that they played in their 500 team? And there's so many good teams now in the Western Conference. And, of course, with Dallas adding my guy Kyrie and then, Kevin Durant with the Phoenix Suns. The Western Conference got better over during the trade deadline. I'm not so sure that the Warriors got better.
Yeah, I don't know if GP2 is enough to get them over the top, as you just said, Frank. Phoenix and Denver and the Clippers loading up, even though I don't get the Westbrook move. But you mentioned 58 games in. They have 24 games left, 14 against teams over 500. Their offensive rating is 14th. Their defensive rating is 15th. We don't know when Stephen Curry's getting back. Andrew Wiggins is away due to personal reasons. You don't think it's going to end well for the Warriors, huh, this season?
No, I just don't think. I think last year, it's like anything. You got to get a little lucky. I think they were obviously good, but they were a little lucky during the playoffs last year with the teams that they didn't have to face. I just think this year they're having no luck. And Klay Thompson was slow to get going. And remember, what did he say? He wasn't playing at all during the summer, which is a guy that always plays. In the Steph Curry injuries. I think the big thing is the development of the young players. I think that's been the biggest disappointment. It's almost like what the Lakers have with LeBron. He's 38 years old, and he's thinking, all right, I need you guys to carry the team at some point. And I think, especially with Steph and to a certain extent or lesser extent, Clay and Draymond, they're looking at the younger guys. Where are you guys? We need you guys during the regular season, and they're just not providing it.
Frank, on your way out the door, I know you're Mr. New Yorker. I'm letting you know this as a fifth-generation native San Franciscan who is furious with Aaron Judge. I swear to God, if he takes one swing in opening weekend, I'll allow you to use this take. If he takes one swing opening weekend against my Giants, and I will be so angry at Gabe Kapler. He needs to be walked and thrown at the entire series. I don't want to see him take one swing. That premeditated free agent fakeness that he did where he was just using the Giants to get a couple extra million from Steinbrenner, I'm furious about it.
Well, I'll say this about the guy. He and his agent handled it really well.
No, brilliant.
Because they didn't say anything. Then it looked like, because I had heard from a couple of people. I'm not too far from the MLB Network studio, so some of their on-air talent live in my town. I run into them. I'm not going to give up the names, but a couple of times, oh no, he's going to the Giants. He believe me, he's mad at the Yankees. So everyone kind of had this feeling that he may go there. So he ends up signing with the Yankees. At the end of the day, they end up increasing their offer for him. So on the Yes Network, and I do the games there, they have a commercial with Aaron Judge, and it's one of these things where they show it in black and white and slow motion and the home runs. And then at the end it says, he said yes. I'm thinking, you're the New York Yankees. What, he didn't do you a favor by signing for $390 million or whatever it was. They're making it seem like he's doing charity work now. So Aaron Judge, to his credit, he handled it really well, and he got his money in the end, and I guess he got the team that he wanted to play for. Sorry for your Giants.
No, yeah, trust me, we're
Frank,
sorry.
Not one pitch to hit.
I'm
telling you.
Hang on a second. The Yankees haven't won since 2009. What are you worried about? It's all like
we don't have Aaron Judge.
That's this century.
Listen, Frank, I'm wearing a Bo Jackson jersey today because there's not a jersey I want to wear with the Giants. We got no star players.
Our last 30 home run guy was Barry Bonds.
Well, you know what the problem is also?
What's that?
And I went to a game there 2 years ago. The stadium is so nice, and the air, it's such a cool thing to do. You're always going to get the fans. So then after a while, it becomes, what's the incentive to really spend crazy money to get players when we still have fans showing up for these games because we've got such a great ballpark?
Yeah,
that's an issue.
The fans stopped coming last year, Frank, and I think they're not going to come this season.
Hang on a second. You guys were, I think, top 10 in attendance.
Yeah, but I mean, attendance is down in baseball. This was the lowest attendance, I believe, in Oracle Park history last season.
Yes, it was. Yeah,
they're usually drawing 3 million. Last year, what was it, 2.4, 2.3, or something like that? And I think that's a lie.
Yeah. They should all come to the Willie Mays statue and lay a wreath every time they come to the great New Yorker, Willie Mays. How many great New Yorkers did we send out your way? What a joke.
Rick Barry's New Jersey.
Yeah.
We got, obviously,
well, thank you for Chris
DiMaggio.
Mullen. Yeah, thank you. You got DiMaggio. We got Chris Mullen.
Exactly.
Oh, that's right. Where was he from? Martinez, right?
Yeah, Martinez, California. But then they also lived in North Beach. Dom DiMaggio, Pesky Pole, all that. Yeah. So we got a lot of DiMaggio love out here.
All right. You got a lot of good Oakland guys, too.
No doubt. You know it, Frank. Frank, we'll talk soon, man. It's always fun catching up with you.
All right, guys. Take care.
All right, there's the great Frank Isola on earlier today with Bonte and Shasky on the Morning Roast. And that wraps up your best of hour here on 95.7 The Game. We'll get back to Brock Purdy and the 49ers. That's coming up next with Dan Devone. Of course, the Niners and Brock Purdy has delayed his elbow surgery because of some inflammation. What does it mean? What are the timelines? What does it mean for the 49ers offseason at this point? We just don't know. Dan Devone will get into it on the other side right here on 95.7 The Game.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter
Hi again, everybody. We're ready to go. This is Dan Avon. We got you for live sports talk radio for the next couple of hours. And my man Cam. I'll tell you what, nothing like it, man, going solo and talking about when people challenge you, Cam, and say, look it, man, there's no basketball because of the NBA All-Star break. Yeah, they get 9 days off. They just negotiated that. God bless. Do what it is you do. Back in action tomorrow against Houston, a team, by the way, you better be able to handle. Not only that, there's no football. Season just ended. What is it we're going to talk about? How are we going to handle this baseball, spring training? Who cares, man? Until you start playing that thing and I can sink my teeth into some real meat. Spring training, pitchers and catchers. This is what we have. In fact, we broke this, Cam. Breaking news. Not often will we supply you with breaking news here in the evening. It happened once before when Christian McCaffrey, I believe I was doing the show, and Christian McCaffrey, it was made official, was traded to the San Francisco 49ers. We had it for you, and the rest, as they like to say, was history. Changed the entire trajectory of that football team and the entire composition. They became legitimate when Christian McCaffrey arrived. We had the breaking news, of course, right here. And then, of course, last night, we're just humming along. What the hell are we going to talk about? Well, the news comes down, and it may not be up there with Christian McCaffrey. It's not there with, Carlos Correa in a blown physical, but it is rather noteworthy regardless. And, of course, I'm talking about the delayed surgery involving the quarterback Brock Purdy of the San Francisco 49ers. And what does that mean? Well, we're going to get into it because I've heard a lot. Since we broke it, Cam, we didn't break it, but we one of the first to go with it here locally. And I've heard a lot. I don't want to talk about what I've consumed over the last 24 hours, but really quick, just to give you the rundown, our old buddy Jim Kozimore. Oh, Coz in the two-hole. He's ready to join us coming up in about a half an hour. Kozimore now living out in Knoxville, Tennessee, just getting caught up with one of my good friends in the industry, a legend here in the sports. When you come talking about sports, synonymous with sportscasting, NBC Sports Bay Area, we all know Coz. Coz will join us coming up at 7:30. At 8 o'clock, a gentleman by the name of Brad Porter, also a friend of mine in Kansas City. He handles sports radio in KC. You want to catch up on what's going on with the Chiefs? We'll talk all things Patrick Mahomes, Eric Bieniemy, the Chiefs. We'll let him bark and howl at the moon for a couple of minutes. Also, Brian Peacock, locally, we bring it back home. He'll join us at 8:30 to talk about, once again, getting into Brock Purdy and the ulnar collateral ligament, UCL. Goodness gracious, man. I'll tell you what, if someone was to say, Dan, you want to be a 49er quarterback, going to make a lot of money, right? You're a single guy again. You want to be a football player? You want to get back out there, make a lot of coin for the 49ers quarterback? Can I get back to you? Because I think you built that stadium on a burial site. There's a whammy. There's a hex on that position. Maybe it's the Jimmy Garoppolo. You screwed him. You weren't nice to that guy. And Jimmy Garoppolo is this is the payback of good-looking Jimmy. Jimmy Garoppolo and his beautiful hair, they're getting a little payback on the 49ers, although he was part of the bad luck as well. We'll talk to Brian Peacock, who hosts, of course, the show Locked On Niners coming up at 8:30. And Paul Loeffler, who is going to round out the show at 9 o'clock. Who's Paul Loeffler, where he happens to call play-by-play for the Fresno State Bulldogs. Why are we going Fresno State? Why are we going Central Valley? No, not because the Kahuna's career started there. That's right. It all started out there on Shaw Avenue in Fresno, California. That's right. That one cow town, beautiful place. Used to do the Jerry Tarkanian show and hosted his show at CBS Sports. But no, Paul Loeffler, the play-by-play voice for the Fresno State Bulldog football team. What do we want to dive into there? Jake Haener. Is he this year's Brock Purdy? I want to know more about this Jake Haener kid. Could he be around for the San Francisco 49ers, who desperately, and I mean desperately, need a quarterback? That is where we start things. Oh, 5-0. 5-0, my man. I know you'd have me. What do we got here, Cam? All right. Thank you very much. But I just want to throw a little love out to the 5-0 because it's now 75 consecutive shows. Way to keep the streak going. He hits me on the text line with a Jimmy jacket, but he's throwing in a Jimmy Kozimore instead of my man Jimmy Garoppolo. And for those of you that don't get the inside joke, well, just call up 5-0. He'll catch you up. All right, Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy. Let me just start here, all right? Now, since we broke the news and had it here locally, we didn't break it. I know somebody out there is going to get caught in the semantics and call me up from a competing station and say, you didn't break it. Relax. We had it on the air. When it comes to Brock Purdy, and I've heard doctors on Sports Talk Radio, both here at 95.7 and around town. I've heard from the so-called experts, the timetable, and, just sort of listening and keeping an eye on this sort of stuff today, in and out of my own personal meetings. I have arrived at this conclusion when it comes to the starting quarterback position for the San Francisco 49ers as it relates to one Brock Purdy. Nobody knows. Nobody knows, including the physicians, including those who are sitting up here and lowering their voice and trying to pretend that they can tell you what's going to happen with Brock Purdy and the surgery he's about to undergo in a month. Doctors are telling you, you know what? Essentially, despite you have to, be very careful. You have to sift through sort of the doctor speak when you get these physicians up here. And, after these guys are dropping these 5-syllable words, I arrive at the same conclusion. They don't know. Nobody knows. And quite frankly, you at home, you on Twitter, any of you coconuts with a blog, a vlog, who turn on your camera phone and think you have a show, you don't know either. Nobody knows. But I can tell you this, that when you postpone a surgery that was slated for today, all right, and everybody's counting the days and trying to measure this thing out perfectly, okay, he's gone for 6 months, which means he'll be back in August. He'll be ready to go at the beginning of the season. And then they're in the pre-op, right, prepping you for the operation, and they find swelling still. There's inflammation. That ain't good. That I can tell you. And you can spin that any way you want. Swelling is never good. All right? No, I didn't play quarterback in the NFL for the San Francisco 49ers, nor do I want to at this point, because guaranteed I will pull a hammy or tear my ACL should I sign that contract. But if there is swelling and if there's inflammation, that is just not good. All right? That's all you need to know. So they want to get that brace in there. The doctor won't know until he slices them open and says, okay, yeah, we can do the brace. Or no, we got to do reconstruction. Or no, you need an entirely different tendon. Then you're getting into Tommy John surgery. But nobody knows, all right? And I know that sort of, it sort of contradicts what it is that we do up here with a live microphone, and we think we know everything when it comes to sports, and we're all knowing we're the omnipotent ones. No. It's okay to say it. We don't know. But I will tell you this, that swelling ain't good. And I've lived long enough and twisted enough ankles and had enough injuries in my life where I know that if they're still swelling, because typically, right, you turn an ankle, whatever it is that you do, what do you say, right? What does mom say? What does dad say? What do you say to yourself? What do you say to a buddy? Wait for the swelling to go down. Just wait for the swelling to go down. And then we'll assess things. And when you're still swollen nearly a month after the accident, and you can't perform surgery, I'm just saying, I don't know whether he's getting reconstructive, whatever. That ain't good. And you could be, worst case scenario, looking at a scenario where you do not have Brock Purdy available for an entire season. In fact, how about this? Just put this on for size, all right? Just put this on your tongue and before you digest things. 49er fans, if the season, for whatever reason, was to start a month from now, all right, let's just say Roger Goodell says, hey, listen, you know what? We got issues in the fall. We need everybody back in camp. We're starting the season 2 months from now. You got a month to ratchet things up, cut your offseason short, Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes. You and your wacky wife and your crazy brother-in-law, or is it his brother? That's his brother. Knock off the TikTok. We're going back to work. If the season were to start in a month, if the season were to start tomorrow or in 2 months, the San Francisco 49ers, stay with me here, do not, and I repeat, do not have a healthy quarterback on that roster. They do not have a healthy quarterback. There is no go-to. They don't have a quarterback who can throw the football. Nobody. And this isn't just, I'm not embellishing here, right? This isn't a take. This is just fact. There is no, you can't even go to Josh Johnson. He's done. He's gone. We know Trey Lance is still recovering. Brock Purdy is Brock Purdy. We'll find out much more. And Jimmy Garoppolo, whoever knows where the hell Jimmy is. He's not on the side field playing catch to himself. I'm willing to say Jimmy's gone. The 49ers do not have a starting quarterback, and this thing is getting to the point where it's bizarre, right? It's getting very, very strange when you're talking about the 49ers and that quarterback situation. And a lot of people will say this, well, look it, man, it's just, what do you want Kyle Shanahan to do? And I often am on that side of the fence. What's the coach going to do? This is just freak luck, man. It's football. This stuff happens. Or is there something in terms of him being able to control his own fate? Now, just stay with me here, all right? I might be reaching here, but just tell me if there's any plausibility. You can hit me up. Is there any connective tissue that some of this could have been avoidable? Or is this just the 49ers and their quarterbacks, they play football, and guess what, Dan? When you play in the NFL, things are going to happen, and oftentimes they're not good. You can get dinged, and you're going to get injured. But when you think about the San Francisco 49er quarterbacks, and I'll start with Brock Purdy, does that happen to any other quarterback aside from a guy that's Mr. Irrelevant that stands at maybe 6 feet, that gets blasted by Hassan Reddick because he didn't step up in the pocket, because maybe as a young quarterback, he didn't know to get rid of the ball, and that we talked about yesterday, he was growing some warts and not seeing that first read, bailing a little bit too early. Does that happen? If that's Jimmy Garoppolo back there, or a taller, more conventional quarterback at 6'5", 6'6", a Justin Herbert, is the angle the same? But because he's diminutive, he's vulnerable at that elbow or at that ulnar nerve, wherever the hell that is. Does that happen if it's not Mr. Irrelevant, a 6-foot, smaller-esque quarterback whom the 49ers drafted and were rolling the dice on? That was the kid that was taking you to the promised land. Well, we all love him. I'm just saying, is there a connectivity? And just stay with me here. And Trey Lance gets injured. Why did Trey Lance get injured? Well, he was running the football. Not only was he running the football, he wasn't going RPO on the outside like that of Lamar Jackson, right? No, he was going A-gap. He was going Tom Rathman. He was going full-on Woody. He was going use check. He was trying to run over tackles. And I know, listen, I love me some Sean Salisbury, and I'd love to have the discussion with him because I know there's counter arguments to that. Look, if you play football, you're going to get hurt. And quarterbacks in this day and age, Dan, they run the football. I don't know, man. I think the reason he was running that football is because what happened the week before. And what happened the week before with Trey Lance is that he wasn't very good in Chicago. And he hasn't been accurate with the football. And that's something that continues to plague the young man. And because he wasn't accurate with the football, there wasn't a lot of security with Kyle Shanahan in letting him getting into 5 or 7 step drops, going through a progression, and then throwing the football. Much like that of Jimmy Garoppolo when he lost faith in Jimmy Garoppolo back in 2019. You remember that? In the NFC Championship game where he threw it just like 7 times against Green Bay. Why? Because Kyle Shanahan, if he loses faith and confidence in you executing his game plan, he'll go another direction. If he has a running game, he will run the football, and then he'll run it some more. And when it came to Trey Lance and that injury, to me, and you'll never convince me otherwise, Sean Salisbury on line 2. Sean, call me up, man. I know it's Houston. What is it, like 9:15 out there? The reason why he was running the football as predominantly as he was is because Kyle Shanahan, who will never admit this, had lost faith in him throwing the ball from the pocket. He was getting creative. He was creating wrinkles. And what happened? Well, when you run off that A gap and you're going off tackle, man, defenses are going to square you up sooner rather than later. And that's exactly what happened. And then Jimmy Garoppolo. Why didn't anybody have the conversation with Jimmy Garoppolo and some of the decision-making this man's made? Now, when you say, well, Jimmy Garoppolo, come on, man. What are you going to do? Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt, and nobody's been a bigger defendant for that of Jimmy Garoppolo than yours truly. All right? I think I actually love the man. I think I have a male crush on him. I got to take down the life-size poster I have hanging in my bedroom with one Jimmy Garoppolo. But Jimmy Garoppolo, come on, man, as they like to say on ESPN. You have got to make better decisions. And for a guy that studied and was a protege to the greatest of all time at knowing what to do when you sense pressure, Tom Brady, just fold like a tent. What did Jimmy Garoppolo try and do? Well, Jimmy Garoppolo tried to extend a play for a guy who can't run to begin with, and Jimmy Garoppolo making the worst decision of his career to try and carry 2 defenders literally on his back. Jimmy, go down to see another play. That's avoidable. So is there a connective tissue here? Were all of these injuries avoidable? Is it the 49ers that maybe you get a more of a conventional quarterback that's not Trey Lance who's running a football, that's not Brock Purdy who gets drafted in the 7th round at 6 feet tall, or Jimmy Garoppolo making a bonehead decision trying to carry 2 dudes on his shoulder, and then the heel gives out and boom, end of season. Jimmy, just go down. You go down like that of Tom Brady. You want to know what Tom Brady played until he was 45 years of age? That's why Tom Brady would recognize pressure and then just live to see 2nd and 10 or 3rd and 10. He's not trying to carry anybody. I mean, listen, the minute anybody got any sort of pressure on one Tom Brady, see ya. Going down to the turf. I'm going down to my safe place. Meanwhile, Jimmy Garoppolo, I mean, you might say, like, yeah, that's after the fact. You can't tell me that someone shouldn't have had that conversation. Jimmy Garoppolo, man, you need to pack it in. As a quarterback, let's have this discussion, before things go wrong. Instead, they go wrong. So is there any culpability on that of the San Francisco 49ers? I know it may sound like a bit of a reach, but stay with me here. I mean, Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, and Jimmy Garoppolo, were they avoidable, or is that just football? And is it time to get a quarterback in here, 6'3", 6'4", granted, not a quarterback that's going to run the football, because I don't think you can do that in this day and age, and I know I've had conversations with people here at 95.7 The Game and the listening audience, and they always throw Josh Allen at me, but sooner or later, there is no sustainability the way football players today, you're talking about linebackers who go at 245, 235 with less than 5% body fat that run sub 4.5 40s. You're going to get squared up, man. I don't care who you are, if you're Josh Allen or whomever. That's just the nature of that beast. So running quarterbacks, no, you're out. Smaller quarterbacks, I've never been in on smaller quarterbacks, and it's not just simply because I want a guy to look like Jimmy Garoppolo or I want a dude at 6'4". It's not, what do they call it? Shaming, people who are, smaller. Well, I'm sure there's some sort of hashtag for it in the PC world we live in today. I'm sure that there's something. There's smaller people out there that feel as though they're shamed from grown men from 5'5" to 6 feet, and that's not what I'm doing. I just think as a smaller quarterback, you take on a much bigger. The burden is already tough enough as a rookie, but as a smaller quarterback, you want to bail out of that pocket. Why? Because instinctively, once you get to the outside and extend a player, you begin to see again, right? You realign your vision because you get out amongst all the behemoths and the trees, and once you get to the outside, you can realign your vision, and now you can see downfield. And that's instinctively what smaller quarterbacks want to do. For the 49ers, and this is just generally speaking here, maybe I sound like some coconut who's maybe I'm the one who should be calling into a sports talk radio show. They get a conventional quarterback at 6'4", 6'5", who's in the pocket and just lives and dies from that pocket. Not going to run the football, not a smaller guy that's going to get licked by Hassan Reddick coming off the corner, and not Jimmy Garoppolo making a bonehead decision to try and carry 2 dudes on his back. So maybe all of these injuries aren't just freak luck. Maybe it's not because that stadium was built on a burial ground, or maybe it's not because the whammy or the hex or whatever that Jimmy Garoppolo put on the 49ers. Maybe none of that's true. That is just simply the 49ers need to go in a different direction when it comes to anointing and or locating whoever the hell the next quarterback is going to be. And if it's Trey Lance, my man, if you want to run, just let that be a last option. But as of right now, the San Francisco 49ers need to go ahead and find their next quarterback. And it could be Trey Lance. And if you're telling me that it's Brock Purdy, all I can tell you that if there's inflammation, that is never a good thing. And I'm not going to go as far as to say he's going to miss next season or he's going to miss a good chunk of next season. I'm just saying, man, it's already a surgery where, even the specialists are telling you, I don't necessarily know, right? Although they won't say it in as many words, but if you're to read between the lines, that's what's going on here. Nobody knows when it comes to Brock Purdy, man. Nobody has any idea what's going on with this man and what's happening as far as the severity of this injury. So that leaves you with one One quarterback, and that's Trey Lance. And he's not even healthy. So stay with me here. Trey Lance, are you willing to bet? Are you willing to bet the kid's college fund? Are you willing to bet what's ever in your bank account that Trey Lance is 100% and will be ready to go? Now, he should be, but hang on here. So he had the surgery, right? And it sort of, went undercover here. He had a second surgery, which is always another red flag. Like, whoa. If you have an ACL tear or if you have reconstructive surgery, you want to do that thing once, right? Once. Get it over with. Start the rehab. Get you back in camp. When you go under the knife a second time for the same injury, and it was because of irritation, again, I have no idea. I'm sure he's fine. But then he had to pull back at the Super Bowl when he said he misspoke because he said he'd been cleared to throw. He hasn't been cleared. Nobody has cleared this dude to take part in drills and or to start throwing a football again. Are you willing to bet after what it is that you've witnessed with Trey Lance that he's going to be good to go? He's 100% come OTAs, come football camp next year. Hey, listen, probably 90%. Yeah, the guy he'll be ready. But there's just a cloud of, when a guy's pulling back, hey, you know what? Let me just clarify for the record that I misspoke, that I am not, I have not been cleared to throw. It's telling me you're not 100%. And when you have that second surgery, are we sure that are we thoroughly convinced that Trey Lance is going to be 100% as far as his health meter is concerned? Because I'm not there yet. And this is getting a little bit strange. So Trey Lance isn't healthy. Brock Purdy's situation. Jimmy Garoppolo, it all started with him in the shoulder a year ago. Josh Johnson's out of the picture. So at what point, if you're Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, do you look at yourself? Because you always have to take personal inventory and just say, is some of this on us? And maybe it's not. Maybe it's just, maybe you're right. Maybe it is just freak luck. Maybe it is just playing in the NFL. And this is sort of, the quote-unquote price you pay. But it is a little bit bizarre. And you're talking about quarterbacks, one that got hurt running a football that had no business running it in that part of the field. Secondly, you're talking about a guy barely at 6 feet that just got absolutely blown up. What do you think was going to happen? And then Jimmy Garoppolo making a bonehead decision, trying to lug two dudes on his back. Was it avoidable? I don't know. You tell me. But the San Francisco 49ers, as we sit here tonight. Cam, what's the date today? 24th, 23rd, 24th, 22. The San Francisco 49ers do not have a healthy quarterback on that roster. Is that any level of concern for you? Where are you at when it comes to the San Francisco 49ers, man? Because this is not a place you want to be. All right. As I talked about, we're going to get into our man, Jim Cozumar. We'll talk all things Coz. I will bend the ear of Coz and find out what it is, of course, he thinks of what's going on with one Brock Purdy. Also talk about the Kansas City Chiefs and what's going on with the defending champs. And I do want to get into, just to tease, this man, Jake Haener, because a lot of talk about Jake Haener. Has Brock Purdy, the healthy Brock Purdy, has he changed the way everybody now evaluates young quarterbacks in the NFL? Now, typically you would say Jake Haener. All right, next. What's worthy of discussing about Jake Haener? A third-round pick, maybe out of Fresno State? It's not Derek Carr, man. It's not, it's not Trent Dilfer, both the pride of Fresno State. Shout out Devontae Adams. Nah, it's just it's another dude, barely 6 feet, 6'1". Here we go again. But after what it is that Brock Purdy was able to do, our NFL scouts saying, you know what, man? Maybe we ought to put the stopwatch away. Maybe we ought to stop just, it's not all about how fast you run the 40, how many reps can you do with barbells, and how far can you throw a football, and let's go to your quarterback day, crank some music, put on the gym shorts. Oh, man, you look good. Throw a football. Man, this is the guy I want. Maybe it's the Brock Purdys of the world that everybody overlooks, that now suddenly you're like, you know what? I just want a guy who knows what to do with the football pre-snap. I want a guy that is just cerebral, doesn't turn it over, can execute my offense. And yeah, you couldn't pick out of a lineup because he's just that homogenous. He could walk down the street and you would have no idea that's a starting quarterback in the NFL. Did Brock Purdy sort of become a trailblazer for guys like that of Jake Haener? Well, the play-by-play voice, when Paul Loeffler is going to join us to discuss that very subject. But up next, as advertised, Cam, we're going, man. Here we go. It is one Jim Kozimor. He'll join us next. We're just starting here on 95.7 The Game. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this. all these people coming out of the woodwork who don't say a word to me when I'm hosting here solo, but they hear Jim Cosmore and suddenly like, Coz is coming on. What time it's Coz? So first of all, let's just catch everybody up. How are things? How's life? Where are you at? And what's going on? Take us through a daily routine.
Sounds good. It's interesting being retired. It's not something I'm used to, so I'm still trying to figure things out. I'm about right now, Dan, a semi-professional pickleball player, as I'm getting ready to play tomorrow morning at 6:30 in the morning. So that's pretty much what I do with most of my days: play pickleball or watch pickleball videos. My kids are transitioning, doing a great job here in Tennessee. They're loving where they're at. My wife is back into real estate here, and so we're just getting in and trying to get used to what life is like back in the middle of the country. But quite frankly, I'm always keeping one eye on what's going on in the Bay Area as well. You talk about Lori in Phoenix. I had to set her straight on Twitter the other day, so I know my girl Lori's got to be listening right now.
No, she's here, believe you. So first of all, let's back it up. Pickleball, which is the new rage. They do it obviously out here in California, and I get a lot of people, friends of mine that play tennis. They're going, you know what it reminds me of? I'm not a skier. And I'm not a snowboarder. It reminds me in the early stages of snowboarding, you would have the traditional skiers that are like, get off of our mountain. What are you doing? No snowboarding, man. And so a lot of these tennis players are like, hey, this is not a pickleball court. Get the hell out of here. There seems to be that back and forth because it hasn't been fully recognized, but it is taking serious steps. LeBron James bought a professional team. There is a professional league that is looming. I'm assuming television contracts are on the way. Talk about the ascent of pickleball in all seriousness.
It is incredible the amount of people who play the sport, and it was the fastest growing sport of all of the participatory sports last year. About 158% more people playing pickleball than the previous year. It has taken over where I live. We have moved out 2 tennis courts and put 6 pickleball courts in. There are pickleball facilities. There are gyms that have closed down basketball courts to put up pickleball courts. It is that big of a sport. And you're right, LeBron's involved, Draymond Green's involved, Kevin Durant's got a team, Drew Brees has a team. Everyone in another major pro sport is buying a pickleball team in this pro league that Mark Cuban's a part of. So it is a big thing. TV contracts coming, so jump on the bandwagon, Dan. Everyone thinks it's an old man's game. I'm telling you, the best player in the world is a 15-year-old girl, and she is phenomenal.
Well, you know, it started, the birthplace is in Bainbridge Island, which is out in Seattle. Well, in the Seattle area. Yeah. It's one of the islands, maybe 20 minutes. You take a ferry ride out to Bainbridge.
Beautiful island. Beautiful. I've been there. I didn't know pickleball started.
Yeah, that's where it started. That's at least what it's accredited as starting to. So just really quick, what's the rush? I mean, when you play it, it's an abbreviated paddleball. I mean, what are we doing here? It's sort of a condensed version of tennis. Can you walk us through the sport?
Yeah, it is. That's a really great description. I know some people who play tennis don't like that description. Some people who are pickleball experts don't like that. But it really is a hybrid of tennis and a little bit of ping pong involved with the way you play angles. It's a smaller court surface, and so more people feel that they can play this game in an active way. And you're not standing on the baseline trying to hit, 2 serves in and all that business. Tennis can be a little bit more daunting, and pickleball feels like it's an easier game to play. It's a game played in doubles, and that means you only have to cover half of that court, but it's a faster game than tennis. And so not that the ball travels faster than a 100-mile-an-hour serve, granted, but the game it moves quicker and there's more action. And you really do get a good workout. And I think more and more people are getting involved in it. It's just a fun game. And it also appears, Dan, when you watch it, like go online after the show. You get home tonight, you're winding down, go to YouTube. Just start watching pickleball matches on YouTube. And it looks like a game you can play. And that's part of the appeal, is that people are always coming to it thinking, oh, that looks like something I can actually do. I can't jump and dunk a basketball. But I certainly can't stand on a pickleball court and slap it around a little bit.
It's kind of like why, the guys with the bowlers, the big boilers that I swim with, do what they do is because they can swim. Meanwhile, they can't ride a bike anymore. They can't compete in a lot of the other things that are more physically demanding, but it's something that just about appeals to everybody. This is why I miss you, in all seriousness. Like, I didn't know we'd be talking. Cam, I had no idea I'd be talking pickleball with my man Coach.
Exactly.
But this is...
you and I always got off on tangents.
Yes.
And then after the show, we'd get phone calls from management saying, hey, can you guys stick to the rundown?
The Warriors are about to win an NBA championship. How about talking about them, Dan? Well, speaking of which, let's appease the suit and ties upstairs. You keep an eye on the Warriors and your thoughts on a team that's 29-29 at the All-Star break.
It's something. And the problem with it is that you won all those championships. So 29 and 29 is Panicsville, and you got to worry about being a seller at the trade deadline or not being a seller at the trade deadline. Are you going to get Pat Bev, and is Patrick Beverly going to put you over the top? But this harkens back to those times, Dan, prior to winning championships. And I always maintain the first title, remember, there was one of the 70s, yes. But with this core group, that first one was sweetest because of the 2 previous years leading up. And you saw them get into the playoffs, get into the second round. You saw them have some struggles with the Clippers at one point in the playoffs. And you saw the building. Well, now you're seeing a team having to fight through some struggles. And I think there can be some joy in watching that. And you also have this in your hip pocket. Steph Curry's hurt, and he's not around for right now. When he comes back, you can probably bet that they're going to be a better team. Right now, they're not what everybody expects or everybody wants, but I don't think there's a team in the Western Conference that would like to face the Warriors in the first round of an NBA playoff.
So now that you're on the outside looking in from afar, do they carry the same cachet? Are they still the team to beat? Do they still demand the respect? Or because so many teams have been able to either catch up or pass them by, they no longer walk into the room and everybody scatters for shelter? I mean, what is the perception from where you live and on that part of the country when I say Golden State Warriors?
That's a great question. You can just go back to last year when they were playing Memphis, and I was still in the Bay Area, but you're playing the Memphis Grizzlies, and I had come back here to Tennessee a couple of times. We were preparing to make a move, and just getting to know the people in Tennessee, there was a fervor about playing the Golden State Warriors. The Memphis Grizzlies felt they could win a title. They just had to get past the Golden State Warriors, and it didn't happen for them, and they were bitter about it. But now you fast forward, 6 months or more, and they're not the Beatles anymore. The Golden State Warriors come into your building, and they're not the Beatles anymore. It's like when Jordan and the Bulls were coming to your town, it was, it was the Fab Four coming in. It was the Beatles every time. It was screaming teenagers just waiting to see these guys. And that's how the Warriors were living for an extended period of time. But now, because of injuries, because of attrition, because things haven't gone the way you had hoped, this team that's 500 is just another team with laundry. That's it. And until Steph Curry comes back and plays the best he can, and you hope that everything is great with Wiggins, and you hope that everyone can kind of rally around playing as a team as the season comes closer to an end, maybe they can be that dangerous team. But I don't think there's that same, right now there's not the same glow around the Golden State Warriors. And all you have to do is look at the fact that you watch, whether it's TNT or ESPN, guess what? I get a steady dose of LeBron and the stinking Lakers. And you'd think I'd get a steadier dose of the Golden State Warriors, but I still think that I see too much Lakers when I'm watching my NBA.
The Bay Area legend Jim Kozimor joining us here tonight on 95.7 The Game. So, Jim, now that you're in Tennessee, Memphis is your team. Do you see any similarities with this young Memphis team on the rise like that of Golden State pre-dynastic or pre-championship days?
I see some, Dan, but I don't know if they've got the it factor. I don't know if they've got the dog factor in them. The Warriors building as they were towards being a regular championship contending team. You had the super duper star and the one everyone loved. That was Steph Curry. Well, they've got Ja Morant with the Memphis Grizzlies. He's a guy that you can watch. You pay money to see. But I don't know if they have the dog that Draymond Green was. At least you can argue they might have some factions of it. And maybe I was too close to being around the Golden State Warriors and seeing what Clay could do and what Draymond can do and the way that Bob Myers was able to fit the right pieces around those three guys to continue to be competitive all the time. It was Andrew Bogut in the beginning, for crying out loud. It was a piece of this puzzle, and they kept moving things around and getting better and better. I see some small bits of it, but I don't see a team that's going to be a dynastic run team. I see a team that's going to be in the discussion. You could seriously say the Memphis Grizzlies are in the discussion in the Western Conference with the Phoenix Suns to be a team that gets out. But I just don't think they've got that it factor that the Golden State Warriors ended up having.
Text line 510 really quick. Miss Scrub Saturdays with Kozimor and Whitey. You know what's funny is that they do the Warriors show before my show yesterday, and Kevin Dana, who does the play-by-play for the G League, I believe, out in Santa Cruz, and he made a reference to Whitey. He just inadvertently said, and that was, they played a clip, I think, from Whitey was hosting a show yesterday, and said that was Whitey Bulger here on 95.7.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that. Whitey was.
What have we been reading to come up with a Whitey Bulger?
Yeah, no idea. Whitey, I think our Whitey maybe is. He's not leading organized crime and racketeering, and we're not aware of it, is he?
Not that I know of, and if I did, I'd keep my mouth shut. That's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. So living in Memphis, it's got to be. It's the Grizzlies, right? But I mean, so tell me the pecking order. Do the Tennessee Volunteers football team, is that the go-to? Because I know in L.A., everybody talks about, well, you got the Clippers. It is a Lakers town. I don't care what the Dodgers do. It is about the Lakers. In Tennessee, where you're at, is it all about the Vols and waiting for September, or are the Memphis Grizzlies growing up people? Where are people going with that? Where are they spending that entertainment dollar?
So real quick, I'll give you some geography. I'm closer to Nashville, but in the state, you've got an NBA team in Memphis, so that's kind of the state team. You've got a hockey team in the Nashville Preds, that's the state team. You got the Tennessee Titans, you got the Tennessee Volunteers, you have Vanderbilt, and then you have some other mid-level colleges that are around, and so that's kind of the sporting landscape right now. I'm nearest to Nashville, and this morning I'm listening to Nashville Sports Talk, and in unison, the three hosts of the show said, I got to be honest with you, I'm not even bothering watching the NBA. I won't watch it until the last probably few games of the season, then I'll get ready for the playoffs. That's how little it's talked about in the Nashville portion of Tennessee, whereas in Memphis, where I'm friends with their radio and TV crews, Memphis is involved in it. They're in it. They really are. It's a part of their DNA because it's the one thing they have. Think of Memphis, Dan, as Sacramento. Sacramento has the Kings, and they will always live and die with the Kings, even though you're 90 miles from the Bay Area. The Kings will always own that town. So the Grizz own Memphis. But in Nashville, we kind of keep an eye on them. I get all the games. I get all the Atlanta Hawk games I can watch while I'm here closer to Nashville. The setup is Tennessee Volunteers, Tennessee Titans. That's what they talk about nonstop every day. And if it's not the Titans, it's what's going on in their division. If it's not the Volunteers, it's what's going on in the SEC. And for this area, the state does bleed orange. So you're right. It's Tennessee Volunteers. Everyone's gearing up for the spring game because that's a big deal. I'll tell you this, the greatest sporting event, and I've seen 100 sporting events, the greatest sporting event I ever witnessed in person at Tennessee, Alabama, Tennessee Volunteers this last year, and the Volunteers win on a field goal as time expires. The most thrilling event with 100,000 people going crazy that I've ever witnessed in person.
I'm just the messenger here tonight. So the text line, 415, I love Coase. Coase needs to come back to talk about his favorite restaurant in Chicago and in Japan. I'm assuming there's a story behind all of this.
You know what? So we just, as you know, because we often got in trouble for it, we would go off on tangents. And there are times when I would just start talking about whether it's, using the big green egg, and then I'd start talking about different restaurants, and then we would talk about different restaurants. I used to, in Chicago, there's a place called Twin Anchors. If anyone's going, and I used to say this, remember when that weekend, the first weekend of the NFL season, the Giants were playing the Cubs at Wrigley, and the Niners opened up at Soldier Field, and I had so many people who were listening to us on 95.7 The Game, and I said, if you're going, you got to go to Twin Anchors to get barbecue spare ribs. Sinatra used to go there. Sinatra used to cater from that place when he would play the Chicago Theater. That's how old and great it is. And so I would always give him tips on that. And we would always go off on tangents on what to get and where to get food. In San Francisco, I was always looking for a meal called timpano. Have you ever had timpano, Dan?
No, I don't know what it is.
It's based on it's Italian for like a timpani drum. It's a big drum of pasta and hard-boiled egg and sausage and meatballs and red sauce and cheeses. And
is it like a cioppino but without the seafood element, or?
Right. It's not. But it's baked into a dough that is like a cake, and you slice it like a cake, and you serve it on its side, and you pour more red sauce on top of it with garlic, and it is spectacular.
Like a calzone, sort of.
Exactly. We did a whole segment on the show on where I could get some timpano in the Bay Area, and people were calling, "Oh, you can get it at this place in Marin County. You got to mention so and so." It was awesome. It was a fun time. So yes, I can't tell you how much it makes me happy and smile when people text in things like that, because listen, we're here to talk about sports, and the Bay Area is so blessed with great teams and exciting times that we've had over the last 10, 15 years with the Giants and the Niners making everyone excited and the Warriors making everyone excited. So we've been blessed, and that was great. We were here to talk sports, but it was always fun to get off on a tangent from time to time as well.
Hey, listen, not to get overly sappy here, but, listen, sportscasters come and go. But when it comes to you, when you left the area, I am telling you, not only tonight, but continuously, there are shout-outs. There's the random where's Co's like I've never seen before. You clearly struck a chord with the people here, and there is a relationship that will never die between you, the viewing, and the listening audience in these parts, and they clearly miss you. But I'm not done with this interview. That's not our segue to wrap things up here, but I just had to get that out there. So have you found it?
And I will tell you this, real quick, I'll just say real quick, is that the one thing that I've been blessed with, and I'm probably going to tear up, is that I've been in some great places and had a chance to do a lot of great things. But Northern California will always have a part of my heart. I met my wife and had my kids in Sacramento. We moved to San Francisco, the Bay Area, and the greatest time of my career, Dan, was working in San Francisco with NBC Sports Bay Area and you guys at 95.7 The Game. And it really, it just makes me so, I'm getting chills right now to think of all the great things that I had a chance to experience there. And a lot of it was with you side by side. So when you say such nice things and the audience, to connect with such a great audience like we have in the Bay Area, it just means the world to me.
So tell me, what are the go-tos out in Nashville or in the area? Have you found a restaurant that you're like, all right, I need my fix? Is there some place that's now a go-to spot for Jim Kozimor?
When you come and visit, then you better be ready for, and I know that you have a different palate, but you gotta open up to the red meat. You got red meat out here.
All right.
It's a steak-eating town, my friend. It's a steak-eating town with a lot of great old dive bars, a lot of great honky-tonk places, a lot of places that play a lot of rock. If you like live music, this is the place to be. Food, if you like barbecue, I'm telling you, you will never run out of barbecue out here. You'll never run out of steak places out here. I've probably put on a couple of pounds, so I'm going to try to loosen that up a little bit. I got to get back on the straight and narrow. But there are you know what it is? It's like going to a different country and you experience a whole bunch of different things. And that's kind of the phase where I'm at right now. I'm still trying to explore what there is in Middle Tennessee. I just finished a tour. I got back the other day. I did South Carolina, North Carolina driving tour and saw a bunch of neat things. And so just trying to enjoy life a little bit.
Yeah, so South Carolina has always intrigued me. I have a lot of buddies in New York. Matter of fact, there's sort of been this mass exodus from friends of mine in New York who have left to South Carolina, in Charleston specifically. Have you been to Charleston?
Beautiful.
Yeah, no, that's apparently the call. And they're going to hate me for saying this because they're like, listen, do not get the word out, man. Just keep that under wraps. So
yeah, that's a big joke around here. There's two jokes around here. One, I've moved to Tennessee, but I've yet to meet a Tennessean because everyone where I live is from California, Illinois, New York, New Jersey. They're from somewhere else. I'm still waiting to meet someone who's from Tennessee. And the other one is when you talk to the people from back home, tell them, oh, it's not what you think. It's totally different. Don't come here because it's so great that you don't want the word to get out. So you're right. Your buddies are going to get mad at you.
I got friends. Okay, so guys that I know are also really into bourbon. They'll go out to Kentucky. Much like that, people will travel to California.
Bourbon Trail.
Yeah, well, people will travel to California, right, to go to the wine vineyards.
Wineries.
Yeah. So that's sort of, they make it analogous to that's what Kentucky supplies. So Tennessee does whiskey as well. Can you give some sort of insight to the whiskey sort of phenomena going out in that part of the world?
Exactly. And the one thing that I learned when I moved here was I always thought that you could only call it bourbon if it was made in Kentucky. That's not true. Kentucky, the lawmakers have tried to make that a thing. But really, you can make bourbon anywhere. I didn't know. I was on a tour. There's a Leaper's Fork distillery is 10 minutes from my front door. So when you come visit, we will get an Uber and we will go there and do a tasting. And I was telling the person I was with, it was my first time on the tour, I said, yeah, you can only call it bourbon. So they don't have bourbon here. They have whiskey and they have something else. In the middle of the tour, she says, who thinks you're going to only make bourbon in Kentucky? I raised my hand. She goes, you're wrong. You can make it anywhere. She went into this long, elaborate story. And so it was really funny because I was trying to let everyone. It's like, you know what it is? It's like you taking your friends on a winery tour and giving them this great bit of wine knowledge, only to have the sommelier tell you exactly the opposite of what you just told your people. Oh,
discredited right there on the spot.
Yeah.
All right, so
but it is great. I will tell you, if you like bourbon, if you like to drink whiskey, you got to come out here and do the tours. It is fantastic everywhere you go. And with that said, I got to tell you this: I just gave up booze today for Lent. So I will be going 40 days with no booze, my friend.
Okay, 40 days, but you'll come back to us sooner or later.
Yeah, exactly. I'll be coming back strong, too.
Thank you very much. So really quick, let's talk a little 49er football. The latest Brock Purdy surgery, which was scheduled for today, has been pushed out a month. I don't know if you're following this stuff, but sort of the freak luck when it comes to the quarterback situation for the Niners, starting with Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance, and now Brock Purdy. How are you seeing things so far when you assess the quarterback situation for the 49ers?
I know that injuries have to play a part in our decision here, but if I'm Kyle Shanahan, I'm sitting back with a huge smile. I've got a young quarterback in Trey Lance who should be on time and ahead of schedule and ready to come back and be a quarterback again. And I've got another guy who I didn't know for sure what he could do in Brock Purdy, who can also play the position. And yes, he's got to have a surgery, and hopefully he'll be back around August and be able to compete. But he's got two quality young quarterbacks who do two different things. Remember, Trey Lance, when healthy, can move around. They can run a different offense with him than they can with Brock Purdy. I think Kyle Shanahan's in a great spot because he's got two underpaid quarterbacks, which means he can still fill out his roster with tremendous amounts of talent, which get the most out of both of those quarterbacks, and it doesn't make them put all the pressure on those two quarterbacks. I think they're in a great spot. The sad thing is everyone's got to be patient because of the injuries. But you can't tell me by midseason, just like last year, Dan, when midseason, when things started to crank for the 49ers again, I guarantee you Kyle Shanahan will have this team ready at midseason, and he's going to have two options on what to do at quarterback. Remember Trey Lance in the year that Jimmy Garoppolo was the starter? Remember that first game against the Detroit Lions in which that first drive, Garoppolo moves him right down the field, boom, boom, boom. And what does he do once they get in the red zone? Let's bring in the rookie, give him the ball. He gets a touchdown in his very first time that he's under center for the 49ers. I think he's going to be able to do the same thing with Purdy and with Trey Lance, and they're both not highly paid, so you're still going to see a stacked roster.
Brada, you've been back to Hawaii.
Oh, Brada, I miss Hawaii. I was telling my wife today, because here it was a little humid today. We had a little rain, and when I stepped outside, you know that feeling, Brada, when you walk out and it just rained, you're getting ready, you can walk over to Kailua Beach, my friend.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I turned to my wife. I said, God, I just got a feeling that I'm in Kailua for a second, just by the humidity, just by the feel. And so I think we got a little trip cooked up. But also, I'm going to be sneaking back into the Bay Area here pretty soon. And maybe I'll
you got to come by. You got to let us know.
You know. Maybe
Love to
I'll
get a
sneak
drink
on by if I can. I'm coming in for a weekend in a few weeks.
Yeah, listen, man. We got to see you. You got to make an appearance. You're amazing stuff. You know, I seriously, I don't think, you know me, I'm going to live and die in this sewer called San Francisco, but I just had friends visiting from Paris, believe it or not. So they were visiting their mom, who's 80 years old, lives in San Francisco. I'll tell you the story really quick. They come down to the Dolphin Club to visit me.
Oh.
And so while they go to the Dolphin Club, they see, and so my friend has she has twins, a boy and a girl, and they're 13 years old. And the girl had her cell phone out, and she was taking videos. And as they were pulling into the Dolphin Club, because, right down in a really touristy sort of part of the city.
Yep.
And they witnessed, these teenagers get out of a car and then immediately start to break into 5 different cars over the entire parking lot. They could not believe what they were seeing. And then right after that, they tried to forget that and get it out of there. But this girl had everything on her video camera, and then she had to give, the police came and she showed them what was in the video. Anyways, they said, where can we go get Mexican food? So I said, go down to the taqueria in the Mission District. They go down to the taqueria in the Mission District. Same thing, only this time it was sort of these gang-looking people that like to have this confrontation. They were so afraid. In the restaurant, they were parked 2 blocks away from the restaurant. They called an Uber to get back to their car because they were so afraid of the area. They're supposed to be here for another 3 days. They were scheduled to go to Alcatraz. They're back in Paris 2 hours ago. So I'm going to live and die in the city, but I understand it, man. I completely understand it. But we do miss
hopefully it'll turn around and you'll be there for the greatness again. And It's so sad that happened. That because people do remember it is one of the most beautiful places on the planet. Hopefully, it can get turned back around and it could be right again. That would be fantastic. But I'll say this: I hope. Tell me if I'm wrong, Dan. Do you think there's a team in the Western Conference that wants to face the Warriors in the first round if Steph is back healthy and everyone's ready to roll?
Jim, I hear a lot of that, and that seems to be sort of the overall collective sentiment, not only here, but I think nationally. But I still think sometimes that maybe they're trying to tell everybody, look, the king is naked. We're just a 500 team, and nobody wants to see it. Everybody's sort of giving them that benefit of the doubt.
You know what? And you've always been great at keeping it real that way. I'm a Pollyanna. I want it to be great all the time. Knowing full well that it can't, because quite frankly, everybody, Father Time is undefeated.
Sure.
Steph's not going to be able to do that 82 times a year for very much longer, and it's just the way life is. But I'm hoping that they can put it all together, because that's when it's fun again. You might not win a championship this year, but boy, you can have some fun watching a team do some pretty exciting things and knocking off some teams that don't know how to play in the playoffs. And the Warriors certainly do.
Hey, so really quick, before I let you go, we got a guy coming up who's going to join us named Paul Loeffler, and he calls play-by-play for Fresno State football. And the reason we're bringing him on, they have this quarterback by the name, and you might be familiar with, Jake Haener, who is Julie Haener's
very familiar with him.
Exactly, out of Monte Vista. And now the thinking is, because of what it is that Brock Purdy did, sort of a trailblazer for these guys that typically either Mr. Irrelevant or they go in the 4th or 5th round, that now maybe you should keep a closer eye on someone like that of a Jake Haener, because, typically in a normal year, he's not somebody that you're going to draft very high, but maybe you should pay attention because of what it is that Brock Purdy was able to do in shocking the world. Any insight on this kid, or did you know him growing up in that part of the Bay Area?
And that was my town. So I lived in Danville, and I saw Jake play an awful lot. And we know, I think everyone knows the story, right? They know who his mom is, right? So,
Julie Haener.
Yeah, exactly. He does a fabulous job. Jake Haener is a guy who fought through some things. Remember, I believe he went to Washington first, and things didn't quite go the way he had wanted. He was searching and trying to find the right place.
Yeah, I think his first collegiate pass was at Cal with everybody watching, family and friends. He threw a pick six, and it lost him the game.
Yeah. And so he had to fight through some things. Then he had to find a new home in Fresno State. And then at Fresno State, remember, there was a thought that he was going to transfer out after what would have been 2 seasons ago, that he was going to transfer out or go pro or do something else. And they were trying to figure it out. He stays at Fresno State and has a really, really good year. I think if he's 6'3", we're talking about him being in the top 10 in the NFL draft, but he's not 6'3". I think he's a guy you certainly keep an eye on. I can't wait. In fact, I'm going to listen in on the app, and I'm going to listen to the interview because I'm excited about Haener. I've been saying if I'm an NFL team, I'm looking at Haener, and I'm looking at Hendon Hooker, the Tennessee Volunteers quarterback, who's a guy who can throw and run so he can play the modern NFL style of football, and he's coming back from a knee injury. Those are the 2 quarterbacks I'd keep my eye on. But I think there's a big, bright future for Haener, and he's got a shot with an NFL team. So I think it's great that you're talking to the guy from Fresno State because you're onto something there. I'm a Haener fan. I think it was great that it was the Senior Bowl. He had the big lights-out numbers, and this is how big it was here. The morning show from the local sports station here did a full week from the Senior Bowl and talked to everybody. That's how big football is in this part of the country. And they came away just wowed about the guy. So hopefully it goes well, and I can't wait to hear what Fresno State has to say about him.
Jim, we're over, as I'm sure you're well aware, and I feel as though I could keep talking to you for the next 3 hours. And I mean that. Like, it would fly by.
This was easy. Anytime, I'd love to come on again. It's always a pleasure, and I just want to thank everyone in the Bay Area. Everyone has been so kind, so nice. They're so sweet on social media. On my last day at NBC Sports Bay Area, they sent me a video, some stuff. I watch it once a week, and I tear up because you guys meant so much to me. So, Dan, it really, you made my day when you sent me that text earlier today. So, Brada, I miss you, my friend. I miss you very much.
Brada, you know what? I tell you what, I speak for not only myself, but the entire Bay Area. We miss you, and I love you. Let's talk soon.
Hey, love you back. Hey, love you, Bay Area. Good luck, guys. We'll talk again. And, quick prediction. I'll make it real quick. I think the A's stay in Oakland.
Really?
I think the A's stay in Oakland. I think that once they survey everything they've got, they build that ballpark right on the water and then build out from there. I don't have any inside information, but I just looking at things and reading things, I just think their best option is to build their own ballpark in Oakland.
We got to come back and contextualize that.
I'll do it.
Tell us some more.
I'll be there. I'll put a shovel in the ground when David Cavill knows how to do an opening. I'll be there with a shovel in the ground.
That is the one and only Jim Kozimore. Jim, thank you so much, buddy. We love you. We'll talk soon. All right, Jim Kozimore, of course, now in Tennessee, formerly the legend sportscaster out in these parts, and one of my favorites. We're over here, so we got to get to a break. Coming up next, we're going to talk a little Kansas City Chief football. That's right. We'll go out to KC, catch up on the defending champs with one Brad Porter. We'll do that next here on 95.7 The Game. You got Kelsey. This team is going to be in the conversation each and every year. We're going to get out in a matter of moments and talk to our man, Brad Porter from Sports Radio 810. Brad standing by to join us to talk about the Kansas City Chiefs. Brad, my buddy, how are you? Long time no talk. How are things this evening?
I tell you what, you couldn't have started off the segment better with Warren G coming out of the break. That's totally my jam. And I heard your last segment with Jim Kozimor. I think I met him 25, 30 years ago when he was covering the Houston Astros, if I'm not mistaken. That was a long time ago, but that name kind of struck in my memory a little bit.
I'm sure it was him. He knows everybody, and Coz has been around the block a couple of times. Let's just focus on Kansas City here for a second because, believe it or not, for a team that just won the Super Bowl, I don't know if it necessarily qualifies as drama, but Eric Bieniemy, before we get into LaShawn McCoy and Bieniemy going to the Commanders, let's just start here. Was this guy the offensive coordinator, or was it Andy Reid, or how much do you put that on Patrick Mahomes? Where in that dynamic do you give the proper credit to what it is that Eric Bieniemy supplied to that offense that obviously is head and shoulders above everybody else in the league?
Well, let's put it this way: if you're around that Chiefs offense and the way they've performed the last 5 years, you're doing something right. And you look at the head coaches who have been hired in the last 5 years, and you judge, whether or not how much input they had on whether or not they're offensive coaches, defensive coaches. None of them have the experience and success that Eric Bieniemy has. Now, I cannot explain why he has not gotten a head coaching job. I think it's baloney that people say he needed to make a lateral move to Washington to prove himself. I don't know what he has to prove. I really don't, Dan. I don't know what he has left to prove. But apparently there's something out there that people just they don't want to hire him, and I don't understand it. I don't get it at all.
Well, I think it's called racism, quite frankly, and I don't necessarily want to go down that road, but nothing adds up aside from the color of his skin. I mean, you can't tell me when you look around the league and you see assistants, whether it's the 49ers or whether it's Sean McVay, and listen, there was a guy by the name of Joe Judge who was a special teams coach with the New England Patriots that got an opportunity. So you can't tell me, well, not necessarily sure whether he's calling the plays. Hey, listen, as long as you're part of that winning dynamic and you're in that coaching staff and you're one of the guys that's responsible, what part of the pie as far as attributed to you and the success of that offense, I have no idea. But as long as you're associated with it, we have seen historically, and especially recently, where assistant coaches from winning programs get head coaching opportunities year after year. The fact that this guy has not, I'm sorry, at the end of the day, there's only one thing you can point at, and that's his pigmentation, the color of his skin, and the fact that there is, subtle or otherwise, racism at work here. But let's talk about Eric Bieniemy and what it is that LaShawn McCoy, a former player for the Kansas City Chiefs, and what it is that he had to say about Eric Bieniemy. And essentially, and I'm paraphrasing here, he said that, look, Eric Bieniemy was not the guy, and it wasn't even necessarily the offensive coordinator, and quite frankly, is not somebody that's credible or ready to take over the offensive coordinating position for the Washington Commanders. How did you perceive and swallow all of that?
You know who's not credible? LaShawn McCoy. He was in Kansas City for about 5 minutes. And I think you've seen, I'm sure your producer too, has seen all the responses on Twitter from current and former Chiefs players. And let's bring Tyreek Hill into the conversation. He's been critical of just about anybody. And he responded to LaShawn McCoy saying, you know what? He called you out because you didn't know how to tuck the ball. And that was a reference to the fact that LaShawn McCoy had a fumbling problem during his season in Kansas City. And when that started, the Chiefs took him out of the lineup. And he was putting up pretty decent numbers, but the Chiefs could not put up with his turnovers. And he found himself on the bench. So he has, a bone to pick, something in his craw, pick your cliche, whatever. But I don't think LaShawn McCoy has an ounce of credibility with anybody who's judging coaching choices in the National Football League.
We're talking to Brad Porter. Brad, who, of course, covers the Kansas City Chiefs, has done it for decades. When you're talking about inside knowledge with the Chiefs, this is the go-to. Hey, Brad, let's just talk about this coconut Patrick Mahomes. My goodness. I mean, is he on the trajectory? Can he walk down Tom Brady? We were thinking, look, nobody's going to get 7 rings. We're never going to see this in our lifetime. Does he have a legitimate shot here?
Look, predicting 7 Super Bowl championships is a fool's errand. I'm not going to go anywhere near that. But if there's someone who can make a run at it, yeah, Patrick Mahomes. He's the ghost, the GOAT. He's the unicorn. And I tell my kids are teenagers, I said, you don't realize how lucky you are to grow up in this era of Kansas City Chiefs football. Because I have never, and I've been doing this for 30 years. Dan, you've been doing this a long time too. I have never seen a quarterback like this. I have never, and you can say, oh, the sidearm passes, the underhand passes, and all that stuff, and it's all trickery. You know what? He's just damn good at what he does. And I've never seen a quarterback do the things that he does. And with all due respect to Tom Brady, he's great. He was on championship teams. And to win that many times, you have to be a great leader. And Tom Brady is a great leader. But I've never seen anybody do what Patrick Mahomes is doing. And I look forward to how many every years he has left to do it. And if he makes a run at 7, I'm here to watch it 100%.
Does this make sense? This is sort of my go-to line when I think about this guy. Tom Brady is the greatest quarterback of all time, but this kid is the greatest quarterback I've ever seen. Does that make sense? From an individual standpoint, Tom Brady couldn't do this stuff. Nobody has played the position like this ever. Are you willing to make that? Are you there? Are you right along with me on that?
Oh, 100%. And you know what? It's not just the passes, but you saw in the Super Bowl, he had the high ankle sprain. He could, he's hobbling around. He can barely move. And then when the pocket's collapsing, you see it. I think Dan Orlovsky broke it down on ESPN. He saw maybe 1 inch of open space and took off on a 25-yard run. And he's barely able to move. And he's gone. And the Philadelphia defense did not account for it. And it's just crazy what pops into his head in the moment. It's not just the preparation is one thing. Preparation is fantastic. Andy Reid, Eric Bieniemy, the whole team. But what pops into his head in the moment is unbelievable. I don't think that happens to maybe 1, 2 other, maybe 3 other quarterbacks in the NFL. It doesn't happen very often. He's special.
All right, stay with me here. I don't know if you've heard this, and I typically don't go down these roads, but there are these, I don't know, look, and I'm not a Twitter guy. I'm not somebody that's keeping an eye on this stuff, but apparently there are these pictures that had Lamar Jackson and a Commanders, like, merchandise, not a uniform, but a jacket on, wearing Commanders gear. Now, he lives in the Virginia area, and people are trying to connect some dots. Obviously, he's got the contractual situation out there in Baltimore where he's not signed for next year. Was there, and this is sort of, and I think Mike Florio broke this, or at least this was his hot take of the day, that the reason why Eric Bieniemy left to become the offensive coordinator of Kansas City, because you're saying, why would you leave Kansas City? For crying out loud, you got Patrick Mahomes, who's very much in his prime. You got Andy Reid. Why would you leave that and be the offensive coordinator of the same position in Washington, who has nobody, who essentially, I don't even know who their quarterback is. It's not Taylor Heineke. He's out the door. You got nothing.
Hey, you got Heineke out there. Come on, man.
Well, I don't even think it's Heineke. But the rumor is that there was a discussion and Ron Rivera blew in his ear and says, listen, you want to be here because Lamar Jackson's on his way. Have you heard this, and would you buy into it?
I have not heard it, and I'm not buying it for a second because I have. You know what? If a player is his own agent, I don't know what to make of that situation. So I'm not buying it for a second until I hear something different. I don't know. It's going to take a boatload of cash, and my opinion, if I were a quarterback and looking for a good landing spot, Washington ain't it. Just simply because the ownership is in flux. Who knows who's going to be in charge of that team 6 months from now? I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. But that's me. I don't play quarterback in the NFL.
When you think about Kansas City going forward, who are they losing? Is this team going to run it back? It looks as though they're the team to beat once again. Handicap Kansas City, although it's early for the upcoming campaign.
They've got decisions to make. Absolutely. So you look back at, and believe me, I trust Brett Veach, the general manager, 100% in what he's done in his time with Kansas City. He's the one who, when he was an assistant, and this story is well known, he would walk in every week to the GM's office and Andy Reid's office with a videotape of Patrick Mahomes from Texas Tech and say, watch this tape. This is the guy. We have to get this guy. And then going up to the draft, he convinced him, we got to trade up, got to get to number 10, got to get ahead of Houston so we can get Patrick Mahomes. So I trust him 100%. And they have decisions to make on, Juju Smith-Schuster at wide receiver. When Tyreek Hill left, it was, well, who's going to catch the ball other than Travis Kelce? Well, they went out and got Juju Smith-Schuster, who I think they had interest in the year before. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, or as we call him, MVS. Mid-season, made the trade for Kadarius Toney from the Giants. And Brett Veach is famous for this, getting other teams' first and second round picks who are, quote, flameouts, and then resurrect them with Kansas City. And what did Kadarius Toney do in the Super Bowl? He had the longest punt return in Super Bowl history. He had that touchdown where they had the mirror plays with him and Sky Moore. They had the same exact play, but mirror images of each other. So got him. They drafted on the offensive line. They had a major problem. They drafted Creed Humphrey at center, Trey Smith at guard. They went out and signed Joe Thuney from the Patriots, Orlando Brown Jr., and he comes under criticism, rightfully so. But, if you don't have him, who else are you going to get? And then he goes into the draft this past season, and he drafts George Karlaftis to play on the defensive line and linebacker. He was outstanding. He got Colin Saunders from Western Illinois. He was able to keep Chris Jones, and there's a decision to be made on Chris Jones based on the money. Can they keep him? He's the best defensive lineman in the National Football League. Frank Clark, who came under criticism for the last Super Bowl for things that were, or the previous playoff runs for a play he made that wasn't good. Drafted Nick Bolton out of Mizzou. And then you look at all the ridiculous 5th, 6th, and 7th round picks. Trent McDuffie, who started in the Super Bowl. Justin Reed, who came in to replace Tyrann Mathieu. What are we going to do without Tyrann Mathieu? Well, we got Justin Reed. Juan Thornhill got back healthy. L'Jarius Sneed, just one after another. And Josh Williams and Leo Chenal, who made big plays in the Super Bowl. Jalen Watson. And you just look at all those draft picks. I have full confidence in what Brett Veach and his team are going to do in the draft this year, because you know how many picks the Chiefs have right now?
What is it?
They have 11 picks.
Wow.
So they can afford to fire off some ammunition and move up, move down, whatever they want to do. And I think they're going to do. I think they're going to do great things. I believe in what they're doing.
Yeah, that's a great point, because a lot of people, when you think about the Kansas City Chiefs, immediately you go to Patrick Mahomes and company. But they, I believe, played more rookies than any other football team this year. So not only is that a team that's veteran laden and has the best player in the league, but they're also young, which is a very scary combination. And what I've always wondered, and maybe you can shed some light on this, is Andy Reid. Because Andy Reid, everybody talks about how Andy Reid is he did it one way in Philadelphia and getting them to a Super Bowl with Donovan McNabb, and then he's able to go and be a complete chameleon and do it a different way with a young quarterback and learning an entirely different system. Talk about the Andy Reid component, a guy who's encroaching 70 years of age and is still very relatable and well-respected in that locker room. Speak towards Andy Reid and what he means to the success of that team.
Yeah, but don't sell him as too old. He's only 64, I believe.
Oh, all right. He just looks like he's 75.
Yes, and then they tried to sell that story during the Super Bowl. Oh, he might retire. He's not retiring. He stays young because of the players and the coaches around him. And he had a great quarterback in Philadelphia and Donovan McNabb. They just didn't get it done. They went to 5 NFC championship games and 1 Super Bowl, and they didn't win that, and it just didn't work out. And that's how it goes sometimes in football. I mean, when I started covering the Chiefs many years ago, this is my age, it was Marty Schottenheimer. And I thought he was a great coach, and I think he deserves to be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He just did not win the big one. Well, Andy Reid finally got there, and now he's won twice. And I think he gets I think he stays young because of the guys he's around and what they're able to do and how they're able to absorb his play calling and his system. And if you think about that Super Bowl, okay, the first half was not going the right way for the Chiefs, right? They were down, and they've been through that before. In Super Bowl 54, when they won a few years ago, they were down in every single playoff game they were in. But they made the adjustments at halftime, and you saw what Andy Reid did in this Super Bowl. They were down, 24-10 at halftime? Came back and boom, score. And they just kept doing it. And I talked about those mirror image touchdowns with Kadarius Toney and Sky Moore. That was him sending a signal to the other team, guess what we're going to do? And even if you guess right, we're still going to beat you. And it was a master class. It was a doctoral thesis on how to coach offensive football. And it was brilliant. And it didn't matter who was in there. Kadarius Toney just got there at midseason from the Giants, and he missed a couple of games because of injury. Sky Moore was a rookie, and his career did not get off to a great start because he was fumbling punt returns. He was muffing punt returns. But he puts those guys out there over and over and over again saying, we believe in you. You're going to do it. Just do how we told you in practice. And then at the very end of the game, Jerick McKinnon, who is in his second year with the Chiefs, who came over from the year before and then was re-signed in June.
Former Niner.
Yeah, and he did not play in that Super Bowl with the Niners. He was injured, so he did not get to play. And so at the end of the game, they put the ball in his hands. They had, 10 yards to go to the end zone. He gets to the 2-yard line and slides so he can down the ball and run the clock, because they are taught that every day in practice. And I'm telling you what, Dan, one of the things that frustrates me, whether it's high school, college, or pro, is when players do not understand time, clock, and circumstances. They rehearse that every single day in practice. And so Jerick McKinnon said this. He's been asked this question multiple times. Why did you slide? And so we practice this all the time. I knew we had this lead. We had a 2-score lead, and the clock is running down. All I got to do is slide. I can get into the end zone, and I can tell my kids, my grandkids, whatever, I scored in the Super Bowl, but he slid to keep the clock moving and the Chiefs in a position to win the Super Bowl. And it's brilliant. And that's Andy Reid and his entire staff. It's just brilliant.
Brad Porter, our guest. Brad, like always, my man, I wish you all the best out there in Kansas City. Let's catch up and do it again. And a shout out to Pops. Is the old man watching or listening tonight?
Yeah, I know he is. He loves listening.
All
By the way, for your you were talking earlier about your friends from Paris who had a bad time in San Francisco. Yes. I've been to San Francisco a couple of times when I used to travel with Major League Baseball. I love San Francisco, so I've never had a problem.
All right.
And Little Italy is my favorite part of town.
North Beach. All right. No, I live in this city, so regardless, man, these are my people. Hey, Brad, I love you. We'll talk soon. Thanks again.
All right. Appreciate it, Dan. Anytime.
All right. That is Brad Porter from Kansas City. When we continue back to the 49ers, and Brian Peacock, who, of course, is the host of Locked On Niners, talks about Brock Purdy and the injury. We'll do that and more right here on 95.7 The Game. been the head coach over the last 6 years, but specifically over the last 2 years when it comes to the quarterbacks. Is that just one of those, hey, listen, man, it's the price you pay of playing football in the National Football League, or is there some sort of a connective tissue? Because it's just getting flat out weird at this point.
It's pretty remarkable. And look, I don't think Kyle Shanahan has done the best job protecting his quarterbacks. I think the best example of, him having a hand in his quarterback getting hurt is probably Trey Lance, because, asking your quarterback, the one guy that you can least afford to get hurt, to be taking on 300-pounders and 250-pounders on a semi-regular basis is the best way to get a guy hurt. So, look, the Brock Purdy thing was freak. I know there was the singled-up tight end, but Brock was supposed to get rid of the ball sooner. Now, could he have had help like Andy Reid did when he was trying to block the same pass rusher in Hassan Reddick during the Super Bowl with the tight end? He did have a little bit more help there, and obviously he has a veteran quarterback that knows when he needs to get the ball out quicker. So, you can point to Kyle Shanahan in some of this, but a lot of it is just crazy luck, and it's been pretty unbelievable, this run of injuries that the 49ers have had, not only at quarterbacks, but really everywhere on the roster. And then when you think of, how amazing is Kyle Shanahan of a coach, though, that potentially spending 3 first-round picks on a quarterback and him not working out, and he could still have his job. That's remarkable in its own right, because it could end up being Brock Purdy long-term, and Trey Lance ends up not being the guy, and Kyle Shanahan will still have a job, which I didn't think would have been possible when the 49ers moved up to number 3 in 2021.
You mentioned Brock Purdy long-term. What do we know? And I started the show by saying we don't know anything. It's a lot of conjecture. Even physicians are telling you, essentially, once you sift through the doctor speak, we don't know. What can you deem from what it is that we've learned over the last 24 hours since it was recognized that the surgery now has been postponed due to swelling or inflammation in that elbow of one Brock Purdy?
Yeah, and obviously we'll learn that the doctors will tell us what's happening inside of his elbow once they actually cut in there. And right now, it wouldn't be helpful for any of us that don't have, PhDs and aren't doctors to speculate on that. But from what they tell us, they're still hoping it's a 6-month timeline, but they won't know until they get in there. But even at the 6-month timeline now, what we do know is if you add 6 months to March, you're talking about September. And so you can really kiss all of camp and now all of preseason with the new updated timeline for Brock Purdy. And we still don't know exactly what that timeline is going to be, aside from hopefully sometime in March. That makes things very difficult for Brock Purdy to be able to play football, even if he's cleared right before week 1. In the best case scenario, it's going to be hard for Kyle Shanahan to go to a quarterback that has been hurt all offseason. Now, there is the window between 3 and 6 months with this injury that you're supposed to be able to start throwing. So that is the real gray area here, is if everything goes perfect with surgery, everything goes well, and he's on the 6-month timeline to be fully cleared to play, how much can he throw between months 3 and 6? And will he, in month 4 or 5, be able to throw enough where he can be involved somewhat in training camp, even if he's not, doing 11-on-11s and he's not able to get hit? Can he still throw and work through some of the drills that gives him some possibility of being a part of camp that might make the 49ers feel like they could turn to him in whenever he's deemed healthy and fully cleared?
Yeah, it's reminiscent of the injury to that of Jimmy Garoppolo. When he went down early on in the season, people were forecasting, okay, well, he's going to be out, but he could be back by the playoffs. But, here's a guy who hasn't thrown a football and to be reliant, and as it turned out, he wasn't available. But, there's a difference between, okay, he's no longer injured, but as far as not taking any reps and getting into, playing shape and or game shape, we're talking this is going to be an extended injury that I think is going to cut into the season. We'll find out whether there's reconstruction, they need a new tendon, whether we're talking Tommy John, because if we don't know anything, then I think you have to also look at the worst case scenario that he could be gone for the entire campaign next year. And if that indeed is the case, or even if it's not, if you take a look around that quarterback room, you have one, and he's not even healthy. It astounds me that right now there is not one healthy quarterback on that roster, including Trey Lance. So where do they go from here Who do they bring in, do you think? Is it a veteran? What do they do in the draft as far as bringing some bodies into that quarterback room for the Niners?
Yeah, and I think this is where the timeline really does change things for the offseason plan for the 49ers, because at this point, when free agency opens on March 15th, the 49ers are going to have to make some decisions on who they sign at a lot of positions, including quarterback. And they're going to be in the market to sign some veteran quarterback, and that's a sliding scale on how much they were willing to pay. And I think that dollar amount goes up, and the importance of who that quarterback is goes up, because they still might not have known, they still might not know the outcome of that surgery by the time free agency opens. And that means that once he does have surgery, maybe it does turn out to be Tommy John. And then they didn't go out and get the best backup quarterback they can find. And then Trey Lance gets dinged up again. And now who do you have at quarterback? So and there's also the draft too. So they could go probably cheap in free agency. And I would throw out two really obvious names who have been in Kyle Shanahan's offense before, that being Nate Sudfeld, who was around last offseason, shouldn't cost much. Wouldn't be a threat, but is a player that they like enough that he could be a number 2 or number 3 guy for them, depending on what happens with Purdy. And then another guy is Nick Mullins, who obviously knows Kyle Shanahan's offense as well. But here's the key with Nick Mullins, which I really like him for the 49ers. And A, he'll be cheap. But B, he's actually the only guy in the league that's had the exact surgery that Trey Lance, that Brock Purdy is going to have. So you talk about someone who's been through that rehab and knows the process. Just having him around might be worth whatever free agent contract Nick Mullins gets.
We're talking to Brian Peacock, the host of Locked On Niners. And Brian, I don't know, you may have frightened my audience when you're talking about the two prospects, R1 Nate Sudfeld and bringing Nick Mullins back. That's not generating a lot of excitement around here.
Oh, I've got a really good name for you then. And this guy's not a free agent yet, but I believe he is going to be released by the Indianapolis Colts, and that is Matt Ryan. And I could really see Kyle Shanahan get stars in his eyes, especially with Brock Purdy being up in the air. And we know how things went with Kyle Shanahan and Matt Ryan in the past, and each of them had their best offensive seasons together with the Atlanta Falcons in 2016. And how about that for a storyline if the 49ers brought in Matt Ryan and Kyle Shanahan and Matt Ryan end up going and winning a Super Bowl together to finally make up for that 28-3 debacle in the Super Bowl against the Patriots. But I could see Matt Ryan at this point in his career. I don't think teams are going to be knocking down his door to be a starter. So would this be a good scenario for Matt Ryan to maybe play another year, 1-year contract with incentives, similar to the Jimmy Garoppolo contract last year, to play under Kyle Shanahan? But also, would he be willing to take a back seat and know that, hey, you're going to be on the roster. We might need you to start week 1. We might need you to start 17 games. But you also might be the backup to Trey Lance. You might be the backup to Brock Purdy. You might be the number 3 to Purdy and Lance. And he'd have to be okay with that. And very similar to what we've seen with Joe Flacco at this point in his career with the New York Jets. So Matt Ryan, to me, is a really interesting name, not because he'd come in with a big dollar amount and be the savior, but could you bring him in on a deal that made sense for both parties and give yourself the best veteran option out there on the free agent market? And I would probably, at this point, with the history of Kyle Shanahan and Matt Ryan, take Matt Ryan over, Jacoby Brissett or Taylor Heineke or some of the other backup names. And those guys, Teddy Bridgewater, some of those guys might be able to go get a better stopgap job that, maybe they could even start some games before, for a team that's going to draft somebody really high or something like that. But Matt Ryan is a very intriguing name that I don't think enough people are talking about.
I think one of the reasons, if not the reason, that both Trey Lance as well as Brock Purdy were attractive as potentially whoever is going to be the starting quarterback, whether it was Purdy and or Trey Lance. The reason why it made sense for Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and company is simply because the numbers fit. I mean, these are two guys on rookie deals. And when you talk about Brock Purdy, the guy's making $750,000 a year. So financially, it made way too much fiscal sense, obviously, to keep these two. But worst case scenario, let's say Brock Purdy's not available. Say Kyle Shanahan still does not have enough security with the accuracy or the lack thereof when it comes to Trey Lance. Where are they at in terms of Lynch giving Kyle Shanahan or an allowance or a number? How much money will they spend? Obviously, they're not going to go after the Aaron Rodgers or the Derek Carrs or get into that market, but can you handicap it? Is it 15 to 20, 20 to 25? Would they be willing to spend some money on bringing in somebody should the situation get dire?
This is where it gets dicier with the Brock Purdy, the new timeline. If Brock Purdy had his surgery today and Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch got word from the doctor, hey, everything went well, it looks like we're hopefully going to be on schedule. It's probably going to be a 6-month process. They're like, okay, he's going to be back for the season at worst case scenario. Might even get a preseason game in there. Might be able to throw a little bit in camp, and then we'll see and we still like Trey Lance, right? And so we're going to be fine there. We'll sign a cheap veteran, and we won't have to spend much money. We'll draft the guy too. We could draft a guy, Jake Haener. If there's anybody that's going to be the next Brock Purdy in this draft, I'm sure a lot of your listeners love Jake Haener from Fresno State, local kid, and you don't have to spend a high draft pick on him. Maybe that's the route you go if you're the 49ers. But not knowing really makes me think they might spend a little bit, but I still think it's Lance and it's Purdy, and that will be the plan. I don't see them spending $20 million. I don't even see them spending $15 million. I think it'll be more like $10 million or less for a backup that they're okay with playing a couple games, but they expect it to be Purdy and Lance for the most part.
They always talk about, and we're talking to one Brian Peacock, the host of Locked On Niners. By the way, man, so much for an off season of you heading to the beach in Cabo and just taking some time off, man. This is just 365 when it comes not only to the NFL, but certainly the San Francisco 49ers. We talk about this team in the window being open to win that elusive Super Bowl. They essentially are bringing everybody back. I mean, this is a team that's going to be in that conversation. Obviously, you got to stay healthy. But there are a few. If we were to nitpick and looking at defense, can you shed some light on Jimmy Ward? What is his situation? Obviously a free agent. And I think maybe some of this is predicated on Tashawn Gibson, who is contemplating retirement. What can you tell us about Jimmy Ward's future as a 49er?
Just hearing Jimmy Ward speak after the season, too. He didn't like what he saw was a demotion to the nickel corner spot instead of his free safety spot that he lost. He fought unfairly to injury. And Tashawn Gibson played so well, and I think on the free agent market, Gibson would come a lot cheaper than Jimmy Ward, even though they're really not that different in age. It feels like Gibson's a lot older than Ward, but I think he's only about a year older. If they can bring back Gibson, I think that would for sure seal it for Jimmy Ward, and he'll be on another roster, maybe even the Houston Texans over there with his old defensive coordinator. I just see that one ending. I just don't think safety is the position that the 49ers can afford to spend a lot of money on. And we've really seen how they've become a safety factory. And everyone Jimmy Ward was hurt, and there's a second-year guy in Hufanga that I thought was even a borderline linebacker coming out of the draft. Wasn't sure how that was going to look. And they were fantastic back there. Jaquiski Tart was really good for the 49ers at either strong safety or free safety spot, and he was on the street, and nobody even wanted to pick him up. So I think the 49ers have done a really good job of being able to coach up and put guys back there that they would probably be emboldened not to spend a lot of money there. And especially if they have to spend on quarterback, it's going to take some money from some other places. But, this team is built on the lines, and I think they're going to go back there. And I think if they're going to spend anywhere, they're probably going to have a number in mind for Mike McGlinchey. I think he's probably going to get too much there. So if they're going to spend, probably it would be whether it's those 3 third-round picks or, maybe some free agent dollars. I would probably say defensive tackle, defensive end, center, or right tackle. Those are really the positions that you can't come into training camp not feeling good about some of those positions because they're too important. So I would start there. And to be honest with you, I think the biggest money they're going to spend in free agency might be on one of their own guys, and that'll be Emmanuel Mosley. And if he can come back on a 1-year deal coming off the torn ACL and then hit free agency next year fully healthy, I think that would benefit both sides. And I think that would be a real key to the 49ers bringing things back and spending a little money on some of their own. I'm going to say that it's Emmanuel Mosley is the most likely to come back.
Forgot all about that, man. Yeah, he was having such a good year. Brian Peacock, you can catch him Locked On Niners. You drop that thing daily, right?
Oh, daily, yep. And I'm also doing the Peacock and Williamson NFL show daily, talking about the entire league with former NFL scout Matt Williamson. So we're doing the whole league. We're doing the 49ers every single day.
Brian Peacock has got you covered. He knows the 49ers as well as anybody. Brian, thanks for taking part of the evening out and spending some time with us here on 95.7 The Game.
Absolutely. Anytime, Dan.
That is Brian Peacock from Locked On Niners giving us some insight. We got some calls here at 888-957-9570. Really quick, the 510 says, why fight it? Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be the starting quarterback. This is just like last offseason. before we completely say goodbye, Jimmy, it's not happening until I see that dude in another uniform slinging it for somebody else. I'm not convinced the ghost of Jimmy Garoppolo has left the premises because we have heard this before. Jimmy Garoppolo is definitely not coming back to this team. Meanwhile, he's still ruminating. Before you know it, he's hanging out on a side field. Before you know it, he's back in the locker room. Can't get rid of this man. He's like the cockroach when it comes to the 49ers. All right, 888-957-9570. Finally, have an opportunity in tonight's show to open up the phone lines and take some of your calls. We'll start things out in Oakland. Just give me Will, who wants to chime in. What's going on, Will? How are you tonight?
What's happening, gentlemen? Before I start, you guys have the best nighttime show of all time.
Appreciate that.
There's nobody else that can compare because I listen to East Coast stuff and everything. But we were talking about something earlier about quarterbacks. Who do you think that will ultimately be the starting quarterback for the 49ers next year? Like opening day, I'm not talking about 4 months into the season. Who do you guys think is going to be the guy on opening day?
Will, before you go, who do you think?
I have no idea. That's why I call the professionals, baby. That's why I call the dogs, man. And everybody hates Garoppolo so much, but I'm like, he's not that bad. And our guy is hurt. So is Trey Lance going to be the starting quarterback on opening day? I just wanted to get your guys' opinion on that. You guys are actually pretty smart.
Will, appreciate it. Well, I think that it is Trey Lance. And I say that because Brock Purdy is not going to be available. So your starting quarterback is going to be Trey Lance for this football team. Now, there's a lot that can happen between now and then. That's me talking on February 22nd. Okay, first of all, I started the show this way, that I need to be convinced that Trey Lance is healthy, all right? Like he had the reconstructive surgery on the leg, and then he went in for another surgery, which is sort of like a red flag. All right, why are we going in again? And, listen, PR teams, especially for professional franchises, they know how to spin things. Everything's fine. Nothing to see here. Move on. But if you've lived a little bit, Cam, and you've been around the corner, when you go in for a second surgery, that's usually sort of a bit of a red flag. And now he still has not been cleared to throw a football. So I'm going to assume, which is never good to do, that he'll be at full strength, but I'm not thoroughly convinced that he's at 100%, and I need to see that this isn't a lingering injury. But once he comes back, the big question with Trey Lance, and I think anybody who listens to the show knows where I'm going with this, it just becomes, it's accuracy, man. Where are you at? Are you still an accurate quarterback? Or can you be an accurate quarterback? Can you hit the shallow cross? Can you do those things that Kyle Shanahan wants, which, quite frankly, is not a lot when you think about it? Jimmy Garoppolo was hitting his head against the wall saying, let me throw the ball outside the numbers. Let me get back to 2017. Let me stretch the field. Let me throw the ball. And if Kyle Shanahan does not have the confidence that you can do that effectively, he's just going to minimize things for you and just take things off your plate and oversimplify it. Well, what Trey Lance has to do is to show to everybody, especially Kyle Shanahan, that he can do what it is that's being asked of him. He can do the least of what it is, that the very minimal of what it is that's being asked of him, and by that of Kyle Shanahan, that he can just simply be an accurate quarterback, that he can dump it off in the flats, that he can hit somebody in the seam route, that he can just execute the offense. Forget about being able to break to the outside, extend a play, and throw it 75 yards in the air for a touchdown while everybody goes nuts. That's not sustainable in Kyle Shanahan's offense. So I think it just really is on the shoulders, first of all, on Trey Lance's health. And then secondly, where's he at with the accuracy issue? And then thirdly, if you were to ask me who's the starting quarterback, who is it that they bring in? Is it somebody that is going to get an opportunity to compete? And should Trey Lance, whether it be preseason or during the summer camps where he's not accurate and this other quarterback is, and just it becomes so apparent, much like that of Brock Purdy and Nate Sudfeld, where a lot of this was behind the scenes before he knew it. Nate Sudfeld was no longer on the roster, and they were handing the keys to Brock Purdy as the number 3. If it's something that a veteran quarterback or somebody who's been in the league for a couple of years comes in here and does a better job than that of Trey Lance, and it's clear to everybody that that should be the starting quarterback, well, then whoever that person is will get the opportunity. But as of right now, where we sit on February 22nd, just a process of elimination, it's Trey Lance that's your starting quarterback. But again, there's so much that has to happen between now and the start of the football season. First of all, it's the health of Trey Lance. And secondly, who's coming to camp to challenge Trey Lance? And thirdly, can Trey Lance hold that person off and show Kyle Shanahan and everybody else that he's taken that step and now deserves to be the starting quarterback of the 49ers? All those questions to be answered. All right, when we come back, as advertised, we're going to talk to Paul Loeffler. Who is he? He's the play-by-play voice of the Fresno State Bulldogs. Why are we talking Bulldogs football? Well, that's right. It's all about a kid by the name of Jake Haener. Jake Haener, of course, was their starting QB for a team that was nationally ranked. A lot of people said, hey, this is the Brock Purdy of the draft 2023. Could this be a landing spot for the 49ers? What do we know about this kid? How tough is he? How good is he? We'll find out next. Paul Loeffler standing by. We talk Fresno State football and, more importantly, Jake Haener. When we continue right here on 95.7 The Game.
It's out here.
You know, I used to work out in the Central Valley a long time ago. In fact, my broadcasting career got started as the sports director and a television sportscaster for what was then Channel 47. It's the CBS affiliate. Nothing but good. I loved Fresno, man. That was Shaw Avenue and that Fig Garden. I mean, that's all good living. What part, do you mind if I ask what part of the Central Valley you live in? Just, I'm getting sentimental here. It has nothing to do with Jake Haener and the Bulldogs, but just take me home for a second.
Well, I live in Fresno. I grew up in the center of the universe, a little place called Los Banos, which is kind of in between where you are and where I am. And I started at Channel 47 a couple years after you left, so I was going through archives with that slick-looking crew cut on the old set. And yep, so I've seen plenty of your stuff from back in the 90s.
Oh, that's awesome. That's good stuff. Hey, Paul, thanks for joining us. And are you still doing TV, or is it strictly play-by-play these days?
Mostly play-by-play. I do a little TV stuff here and there, just a couple national events a year. But I got off local TV when I took over football and basketball. I've been doing the baseball games on the radio for almost a quarter century now, but been doing football and basketball for about 15, and that's when I stepped away from the everyday TV gig.
Yeah, no, he is. For those of you that are not familiar with Paul Loeffler and Fresno State, this is the man. He is synonymous with that. He is the Bob Fitzgerald. He is the Lon Simmons. He's the Kruko and Kipe and Kruko of Fresno State football. If you want to know what's going on with the Bulldogs, there's only one guy, quite frankly, and not to offend anybody else out there that's in the media that covers his team, but this is the pulse, and his name's Paul Loeffler. So you know where I'm going with this. It's the kid out of Monte Vista that he's created a lot of buzz, especially with the draft now right around the corner, that he could be this year's Brock Purdy. And Brock Purdy's sort of been a trailblazer that's opened doors for somebody that otherwise maybe people are just going to overlook and draft him in the 5th or 6th round. But that may not be the case, because he could be, again, that player that doesn't look like much, but he's smart and he's tough as nails from what I know. But you clearly have a much closer and a more accurate perception of this guy. What can you tell us about the young quarterback, Jake Haener?
I think you hit on a lot of the elements of who Jake is. And the irony is, since you led off talking about Channel 47, he exists because of that little TV station here in Fresno, too, because his mom, Julie, was anchoring the news there when she met his dad, who was from here. And, of course, Julie's been on TV in the Bay forever and does a fantastic job. And just struck by that little small world wrinkle there, Dan. But Jake is...
Wait, let me just back that up. I don't mean to interrupt, Paul, but that is really good knowledge. So, yeah, Julie Haener, who was I forgot all about that. She was a news anchor at the same station I was at. She was there before me. So she met her husband, the father of Jake Haener, at Fresno. Is that correct? And then the family moved, or they moved, obviously, to the Bay Area?
Yeah, they met at a Fresno State football game.
Wow.
Or not. And Ryan Haener, Jake's dad, had played high school football here. In fact, he succeeded the Fresno State legend Kevin Sweeney at quarterback, a little high school called Bullard. Kevin Sweeney's number 9 was retired, and when Jake got here, he had to ask permission from the guy his dad used to back up to say, can I wear your retired number 9 for Fresno State? And Kevin, of course, said yes, and Jake represented that so well, especially this last year, in ways that he never anticipated, but I think in ways that have strengthened his potential at the next level.
That is really, really good stuff. I am telling you, man, that's a nugget that's only – we've got breaking news. You know what? That is something that nobody else is going to be able to dig up. So go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. Tell me some more about this kid, some of the physical tools, and if you were to make some sort of a compare and contrast of Brock Purdy, or is that not even fair?
Well, it's kind of funny that comparison gets thrown out just because of the size. But, I mean, there are some similarities. The other guy who was undersized, who Jake really modeled so much of his game after, and another reason he's worn that number 9, was Drew Brees. A guy that made his living on accuracy and reading and, reaction time. And that's what Jake has done. And we've seen steady progression from him. He started out at the University of Washington, didn't win the job. Jeff Tedford, who he'd known from the East Bay since he was a kid, got the job at Fresno State. Jake transferred here. All of a sudden, Jeff had to step down because of some heart trouble before Jake ever had a chance to play. The next coach, Kalen DeBoer, comes in. Jake gets his chance, and you've got COVID. He only plays half the season. I mean, it's just this soap opera that just kept delaying his real opportunity. But once that finally came, he made the most of it. And he starts out this year with, phenomenal promise, a lot of buzz, knowing this was his year to make it count, his last year of college football, 6 years out of high school. And finally he can have a real season and make some things happen. And they open the season at a sold-out, stadium here in Fresno against Oregon State. He leads them down for a go-ahead touchdown, with just a couple minutes left, and then the defense just needs to stop to win it. And on the very last play of the game, after a field goal try would have forced overtime and a timeout convinced Oregon State not to kick the field goal and go for the do-or-die touchdown, they got it on the last play of the game, and he loses that opener. It's a heartbreaker, right? But then they go to USC, and all the build-up for that. Fresno State, some of that history. 1992, the Bulldogs beat the Trojans in the Freedom Bowl, and people here have never forgotten. And here's another chance. Pat Hill almost did it in 2005 when USC was the best team for years running in college football. And Coach Tedford and Jake Haener are going to make it happen. And Jake's driving them down. They're going to get within 4 if he scores a touchdown, and they give up a sack off the edge, and he breaks his ankle. And, I think everybody thought his season, his career was over. The doctors told him his season was over, and he just wouldn't accept that. He said, we need a second opinion. Jeff Tedford calls Aaron Rodgers' doctor back in Green Bay. He says, no, you might be able to try it this way. And Jake, at that point, just committed himself to doing anything possible to get back on the field. He's getting stem cell injections. He's having the bone stimulator on his ankle. And 6 weeks later, against all odds, he comes back and leads them to this miraculous comeback win over San Diego State, where they scored 15 points in 13 seconds to win that game. They didn't lose the rest of the year. They're the first team in college football history to start 1-4 and end up winning 10 games. And his determination and leadership were just such a huge part of that. And a lot of that was so much greater than anything he'd ever had a chance to display, because he was never faced with that kind of challenge before. But I'll wrap this up by saying he's got the arm strength as much as anybody who's ever played here, right up there with a David Carr, who was the number 1 pick in the draft. He's got the quick release that Derek Carr had that's made him millions in the NFL, but he's got a level of accuracy that nobody here has ever had, and his ability to throw on the run, moving in either direction, is really impressive. He's a student of the craft. He's as dedicated as they come. On off days, he's getting private coaching and working. He works his mental game. He's got his own sports psychologist. He is all consumed with his passion for doing this at the highest level, and I think we're going to see that happen.
Wow, that is high praise coming from you. Obviously, a guy that has seen Fresno State and the quarterbacks that you just mentioned. You were there at the mic calling all of these plays and these teams, and knowing these guys personally, as well as calling the game. So the common denominator seems to be here when it comes to Kyle Shanahan. In fact, this is David Lombardi. I was reading and listening to what it is that he has to say. He covers the 49ers for The Athletic. He's also a Central Valley guy as well. And what Lombardi was saying is that Kyle Shanahan is attracted to, and he likes toughness. Brock Purdy is a guy with a UCL tear. He didn't have a tendon in his elbow, for crying out loud, yet he tried to make a go of it and actually went on the field in the NFC Championship game. We saw him play through injuries even during his brief stint in his body of work in those 7 games. And the same holds true with, when you think about Jimmy Garoppolo trying to play through high ankle sprains, and C.J. Beathard. There is this connective tissue of tough guys that Kyle Shanahan likes. And that clearly seems to be one of the main attributes of Jake Haener. Again, and I know you sort of touched on it, but can you, because there's video of that UCLA game where he's literally like, can give some detail and just contextualize that a little bit, because from what I saw, the guy's, I don't even know how he played. He's literally clearly hobbling when he throws the winning touchdown. What's this guy made of? Should he even been playing in that game?
That's always the question with him, and the thing that makes it so beautiful is there's no poker face there, right? He's not fooling you. When he's banged up, but he doesn't care. He just wants to keep competing, and there's something that kicks in for him when it gets to crunch time, when it's time where someone needs to clutch up or it's going the other way. When he gets the ball last, you're going to win the game. He's just proven that. And that UCLA game is a great example. He marches them down the field in less than 2 minutes. It hits a former walk-on receiver, Eric Brooks, for the go-ahead touchdown, even though, like you said, it looked like he needed a walker or a wheelchair or a knee scooter or something. and that's him. He's tough. And he felt all that year. And he went back in the offseason and said, hey, I need to get stronger. I need to beef up. He added about 15 pounds. He changed his diet. He hit the weight room. And in his mind, he's getting more durable. And then USC breaks his ankle, and so much for that plan, right? But then that's when the resilience really showed up, and I think his maturity showed up. He'd be the first to tell you that, as devastating as that was at the time, it's one of the most important things that's happened for him, because he found out just how much he wants it, how much he's willing to sacrifice. And you talk about all in. Everybody wants a guy who's all in. When you have a quarterback who's all in, who sets that standard, everybody else has to live up to that standard. And I think that's what he's going to bring to a quarterback room, to a locker room. He's as competitive as they come. And, not only does Kyle Shanahan love that, I mean, that's the history of the Niners, right? I mean, how tough was Steve Young? The touchdown against the Vikings. You mentioned Lon Simmons. I still hear him calling that play. And Lon's running out of breath at the same time Steve Young does. And what's the stereotypical 49er game-winning drive of all time? Montana to Taylor against the Bengals, and the John Candy moment and all that, where here's Joe keeping it loose. But he was as tough as they came. And that's what Jake is, right? If something happens, if he's wearing some big bulky brace on his ankle that he shouldn't even be able to run in, he doesn't care. He's going to say, hey, what are we focused on? And his ability to zero in on those moments and perform under pressure is right up there with anybody I've seen. And I have to imagine that's going to serve him well at the next level.
We're talking to Paul Loeffler, the voice of the Fresno State Bulldogs. So, Paul, try and handicap this, because I've heard this guy going anywhere between the second round and or the seventh round. Where do you see him falling? And do you think because of the success of Brock Purdy and because Brock Purdy is, quote-unquote, trending right now, do you think that maybe he goes a little bit higher had it not been for what it is that Purdy did last year?
No, it has to help, right? Because someone can visualize it, and that's so much of it. I went to a funeral here recently in Fresno for a guy named Bill Tatham, who used to own the USFL team, the Outlaws. And one of the tributes during that funeral was Doug Williams. And, he sends in a video, and Doug Williams, famously the first black quarterback to win a Super Bowl. And Doug introduced himself, in his Louisiana drawl, and he says, I was the first African-American quarterback to win a Super Bowl, but I need you to know that never would have happened without Mr. Tatham giving me my opportunity in the USFL, because he saw me for who I was when nobody else could. All they could see was the color of my skin. That's an extreme example of people couldn't visualize it before that person did and gave Doug the chance to do that. And now look what we had in the Super Bowl this year. Now, this is a little different. We're talking about size. But, until you can visualize that, until you can see someone who fits that profile having that kind of success, you're looking at everybody else and saying, well, they're afraid to do it. They're afraid to do it. Maybe I'm afraid to do it too. And I think Brock Purdy helped all quarterbacks who aren't the Justin Herbert size, who aren't the 6'5" behemoths with the cannon. Jake's got a cannon, but it's just on a smaller base, But he's pretty nimble. He's worked on his athleticism. Like I said, his throws on the run. If you want to see a fun one, cue up their bowl game against Washington State down at SoFi Stadium, which was a blast. Cue up the very end of the first half. It was the last play of the half. They didn't get to score because they ran out of time. But he made a throw on that play, running backwards toward the sideline, throwing against his body in between two defenders with the perfect touch. I don't know who makes that throw. Maybe we've seen Josh Allen or Pat Mahomes make that throw. But, I mean, the throw that he made there, it's just a testament to what he works on, all the different things that he works into it, and what he's capable of. So you put that with a brain that can read defenses, that has learned the hard way what chances not to take, but isn't afraid to take the ones that are smart to take. I think that's a pretty good recipe for success in the NFL.
And really quick, just talk about, before I let you get out of here, his sojourn to where he's at right now. Because I remember I saw his debut in college when he was at the University of Washington, and he spelled Jake Browning. And I do believe, correct me if I'm wrong, his first collegiate pass was right here at Cal Memorial Stadium in front of family and friends, and mom was obviously on hand. And he went to Monta Vista in the area, and his first pass, his first pitch, was a pick six the other way, and it turned out to be the difference in a loss for the University of Washington. And obviously, he transfers and goes to Fresno State. But can you sort of detail his journey to where he's at right now and sort of how it all started out in Washington and that interception to where he's at right now?
Yeah, that was the deal, and he had moved past that unfortunate moment, which he owns, and he was driven by that, and he had a down-to-the-wire competition when they brought in Jacob Eason, the transfer quarterback there, and they made Eason the starter, and Jake said, well, okay, I need to go somewhere where I can play, and this was before the transfer portal and the no-sit rule, so he came here and he sat for a year. And then the guy he came to play with, the quarterback guru, Jeff Tedford, had to step down. So I think he was a little rattled, didn't know what to expect. But Kalen DeBoer, who's now at Washington, ironically, did a great job with Jake, helped him to continue to develop. And Jeff Tedford's feeling better. He jumps back in. Jake has this awesome senior year. But in between, when DeBoer left for Washington, Jake hit the transfer portal for about a week. And he had fans here going nuts and putting up signs that weren't too flattering for Jake. And it was a real soul-searching time for him. And he had to talk to a lot of people. He had to evaluate his NFL future. He really did ask some good questions, talk to the right people, and he decided, I think I can really make a mark in Fresno. I think we can win a championship. If my teammates will have me back, I want to come back. And he ended up playing in the bowl game after he had been in the transfer portal, in between the end of the regular season and the bowl game, led him to a win. And then, we already talked about the senior season he had. And since then, of course, he's gone to the Senior Bowl and impressed everybody in that week of practice, then being named MVP of the game. And what I've really enjoyed in getting to know Jake, who's a ton of fun to talk to. If you guys get him there in the Bay, he's going to be so much fun for sound bites. Maybe over time he'll polish this a little bit, but he's pretty unfiltered. He tells you what he's really thinking, especially on the field. I mean, those emotions are raw, and he has a lot of fun with it, and it's fun for everybody else. But he's just a fascinating young man. He's got a big personality. He loves his teammates. He's not afraid to work. And, watching him mature from a guy who was a little brash coming in to someone who really had the perspective of having the game taken away from him because of that injury and maybe never being able to play again in college, to then seizing the opportunity when it came again. I think that's really going to color his future in how he embraces every opportunity. And he's ready. He's driven. He believes. He's got the talent. He's going to make a roster. And you said, where's he going to go? I mean, I think you're right. It's all over the map. He just needs the one team to fall in love with him. And I think that, the Senior Bowl help, the Combine's going to weigh in a little bit. But I wouldn't be shocked at all to see him go in round 2, because people that take the time to get to know him and see who he really is, they end up falling in love with him.
Paul Loeffler, the voice of the Fresno State Bulldogs, joining us here. And Paul, before I let you get out, so obviously the Pac-12 missing the 2 Southern California schools. It's a conference in flux, if you will. There's been some talk that Fresno State potentially could join the conference after the national ranking last year. Where's that situation right now as far as Fresno State getting bumped to the Pac-12? Any chance that would happen?
Well, I think the biggest barrier is right there in your backyard. I think, the conventional wisdom is Cal and Stanford want no part of Fresno State in the Pac-12. It's not too far away. It's a short drive. It's more recruiting competition. The admission standards at Fresno State are a little different than they are in Berkeley and Palo Alto. And they don't want that competition in their conference. So I think that's the word I'm getting, is that they'll do everything they can to block the Bulldogs from being there. But there's a lot of optimism here in the Valley for a Fresno State candidacy in the Big 12. And there are a lot of reasons why. But those conversations are ongoing. My belief is still that the Big 12 is trying to wrangle in some Pac-12 teams and steal them away. But if they're unable to sway in Arizona, ASU, Colorado, Utah, somebody like that, I think they're ready to pull the trigger and bring a couple group of 5 schools in. And I think Fresno State is right there in that mix with UNLV and maybe a Boise State. Memphis has been discussed too. But, the Big 12 said they really want to be in all 4 time zones, and Fresno State gives them a real quality football program for those late night games on a Saturday if they're able to do that.
Paul, the elbow room's still there?
It's still there and going strong, man. They still have that open-faced steak sandwich, so anytime you want one, just come on down, let me know.
I'll tell you what, man. I spent many an evening at that place, and that's good to know. 2 things I need. The cornerstones of Fresno, Cam. I don't know if you spend a lot of time in the Central Valley. Is my man Paul Loeffler behind the mic. and the elbow room. That's all you need. That's true Fresno right there. Hey, Paul, I really appreciate you taking out part of the evening. I wish you all the best with Fresno State. All the best to Jake Haener. And if he ends up in these parts, man, let's all three of us not only go to the elbow room, but let's do this again.
Sounds good. We'll make sure David Lombardi joins us, too. He's getting married here pretty quick, so he's going to need a little bit of escape every once in a while.
So do you know David Lombardi? I referenced him earlier during our interview. Are you familiar with David?
Yeah, I helped him out a little bit when he was coming out of Stanford, and we worked together a little. I've kept in touch, and I'm just so proud of his success. He does real quality work. He
really good
cares
stuff.
about it, and he's got the inside scoop, man.
Yeah, he really does. And he and I belong to the Dolphin Club. I always try and work the Dolphin Club into just about every conversation. So it's a group of us that swim literally in the bay this time of the year. I know we're not right. Actually, I haven't seen David. You can be a polar bear, meaning if you swim 40 miles between the winter solstice, which is December 21st to March 21st. I know we're lunatics, but David Lombardi is part of that Dolphin Club. So that's just a side note to everything else. He's a Dolphin Club member, as well as being a good guy who apparently is engaged and is on top of the 49ers like nobody's business. Paul Loeffler, my man, we appreciate it. Let's talk again soon.
Next time I'm swimming Millerton Lake here, I'll think of it. Good knowledge.
Man, he's taking me back. Thanks again, Paul. That is Paul Loeffler, who covers the Fresno State Bulldogs, and really good insight when it comes to the man that has been compared to Brock Purdy, and a guy that, 49er fans, as well as, teams throughout the NFL, that this guy is not just going to fly under the wire. He's not going to be Mr. Irrelevant when you're talking about Jake Haener and what it is that Brock Purdy has set him up for, which is potentially a guy who could go as high as the second round. But listen, if it wasn't for Brock Purdy, who knows whether this guy even gets drafted. Could have been a free agent. So we'll find out. But we know a lot more about him than we did, say, a half an hour ago, thanks to our man, Paul Loeffler, who calls Fresno State football. All right, we continue. We wrap up the show. I want to hear from my man, Chuck Walter and Shamari Block. That's right. Phone calls better be on the way from my two boys, and we continue on 95.7 The Game.
going to play practice baseball games, to eventually play actual baseball games, man. It's fascinating stuff.
Do you know the origin of hot stove? The name hot stove?
No idea.
Well, it's pretty obvious. It's how during the off season, because baseball is played during the summer months, that during the winter months where you stand around a hot stove and you get warm, you talk about baseball and you make baseball trades. It's baseball talk around the hot stove because you're getting warm. What? You think
That's not obvious unless you were alive in like the early 1900s, man. We got heaters. We have just central heating and stuff in 2023, man. Hot stove. Yeah.
So what's going on? So
you don't burn wood.
Where are you at with Brock Purdy? I know last night you were trying to tell me and trying to convince me that there's nothing to see here. The 6-month timetable is still on track. Do you not? Is there no element of fear here that this could be a lot more serious than people are letting on?
Only because Kyle Shanahan goes through quarterbacks like Kardashians go through famous athlete husbands. And that's it. I mean, you used 4 last year. Jimmy Garoppolo's been down basically every other year. Trey Lance played 1.5 games. So, yeah, you got to be concerned. But Brock Purdy is good, and Trey Lance will be all right. So, no, there's not a lot to worry about just because I trust Kyle Shanahan to figure out a way to score 24-ish points a game. And I see this defense, even though you're going to lose Alshire and a couple other dudes, you still got all your main guys. Bosa, Warner, Ward, and Green, and Armstead. So that's all you have to worry about, man. And then figure out a way through scheming and Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle and all those dudes to put 24 points on the board. You telling me you can't put 24 a game?
Hey, this is a name that somebody kicked around on the text line. What do you think of Matt Ryan for a year?
No. No. Did you not see what happened in Indianapolis? Did you not see that? Matt Ryan.
Yeah, but again, we're talking about Kyle Shanahan, reuniting those two. Actually, it was my last guest, Paul Loeffler, who calls Fresno State football, threw that out there. So I think, listen, you squeeze one more year out of him, he knows where to go with the football. He knows Kyle Shanahan.
He does, but you don't need. You just saw Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo combine for a 13-game winning streak, 12-13 games. I'll be honest. When Kyle Shanahan first got here, he was like, Kirk Cousins. I'm like, and aim higher than Kirk Cousins. But I don't think it's not that he wants to aim higher. I think that he's like, I can make it work. Okay, remember Big Shanahan, Big Daddy Shanahan, and he was just turning out 1,000-yard rushers from Olandis Gary to Tatum Bell to Mike Anderson, Clinton Portis, you name it. Everybody who got in that backfield rush. I think we've hit a point with Kyle where he can get wins with just about any quarterback as long as you are above the Mullins-Beathard line.
That's not a very.
I say you get Gardner Minshew in here, okay? I think Gardner Minshew.
Gardner Minshew. He enjoyed success with Jacksonville. It's not. Don't dismiss Gardner Minshew.
Yeah, I mean, he did. Well, that's my point, though, is that he was in Jacksonville, and then where'd he go? He went somewhere awful, and he didn't play well there. But, you get him in his offense. He can Brock Purdy. He's got a little moxie. He's a heady player. I think Shanahan would love to have Big Shoe in town.
Every joke that you've said from the Kardashians, everything that you're saying, I am laughing. I'm hanging on every word. You know why? Because I don't want to lose you. If you hang up this phone, I'm all alone. I'm like a guy who's in solitaire. Like, if you go to Alcatraz Island, they put you in the prison, they put you in solitaire. That's where I feel like I've been at for the last 2 days. And somebody's calling, and it's my man Shamari. I'm like, don't go. It's a live voice. What's up? What were you saying?
You're good, man. I was listening on the way home about 8:30, man. You sounded good. You're doing the thing, man. You're killing it.
So,
if I wasn't right now, I'm in training. And then next time you need me to pinch hit, man, I got you.
So I got a question about the Golden State Warriors before I let you get out of here. In all seriousness, I was pulling up numbers the other day, how people were talking about, hey, listen, and you're one of those turning on the proverbial switch. I'll give you some good numbers. Because a lot of people, you know what they're doing? A lot of people have a tendency to conflate last year with this year, saying, hey, look at last year. They had problems, they had issues, and it was a team that, once they got into crunch time, that pedigree, the Hall of Fame 3, they turned it on, and that's what they did. Last year, they were 24 games over 500. Last year, they won 20. They lost, Shamari, 29 games. They were 53-29. They're 29-29 right now. In order for them to repeat last year's record, they have got to win the remaining 24 games. They got to go 24-0 in order for them to repeat the record they enjoyed a year ago. So even last year, as much of it was sort of atypical from regular seasons in which they went on to win NBA championships, was far better than what it is we're witnessing this year. I maintain, look at 29-29, Warrior fans, if you're still thinking that, hey, listen, we'll be fine, you have really lowered the bar, and you're not watching what is in front of you, which has been a 500 team right from the jump.
Okay, I got some math for you, okay? You said 24 games above 500, right?
Yes. 53-29 was their record.
Okay, they got out to an 18-2 start. So at the end of 20 games, they were 16 above 500, right? So the rest of the way, they were only 6 games above 500.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter whether you start at 18-2 or you have that 18-2 record in the middle of the season or you finish at 18-2. 18-2 is 18-2. There's been no 18-2 with this year's team. They're not capable of it.
Well, but they played most of last season the way they played this season. That's what I'm telling you. And it's not about just last year. It is a decade of Warriors dominance with Kevin Durant, without Kevin Durant, with Leandro Barbosa, with Patrick McCaw, with Ian Clark. You get what I'm saying? They figure out ways to get the pieces to fit in around Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and I'm putting Kevon Looney into the mix now as an integral part of this dynasty. Now, Andre Iguodala, I don't know what's going to happen with him, but he fits in this piece puzzle somewhere. And when the playoffs come, I'm not saying they're going to go on it. I'm not saying they're going to win it all. I'm just saying, why not the Warriors? Why not? Because you know who I don't believe in? You know I don't believe in?
Who's that?
Everybody's,
Phoenix?
Oh my God, this is going to be the most insane match. I don't believe in the Suns.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think you could just drop Kevin Durant because he's still injured. He's not even playing with
March 1st. March 1st.
You can't drop Kevin Durant.
They've given the date March 1st. He's going to be back. So about 2 weeks.
Okay, you drop Kevin Durant and he plays with them for a month, and then now they're just smooth sailing. And I know Kevin Durant, he defies the X's and O's, but really think about this. You tell me. One, how much more? See, here's my thing. Everybody thinks, Kevin Durant averages 30 points a game, and DeAndre Ayton averages 20, and oh my God, and who's the guy? Who's the guy? I'm drawing a blank right now.
What guy?
The main guy, the shooting guard.
For who?
For the Suns.
Oh, Devin Booker.
Yeah, hello, yeah. So you throw Devin Booker's 30 points and DeAndre Ayton's 20, and you add Kevin Durant's 30 into that, and he doesn't increase their scoring by 30 points a game. He increases it by like 4 or 5. So the idea that the Suns is going to be this unstoppable offensive juggernaut is kind of true. But you're not adding Kevin Durant's 30 points a game onto your already 120. You're taking shots away from other people and giving them to Kevin Durant. So the overall game is probably like maybe 6 points a game average.
But couldn't you use that?
And then,
sorry, go ahead.
Huh? And then you have to factor in, well, they have to play together. How's the defense going to work? What's the chemistry going to be like? How much is Kevin Durant going to step on Devin Booker? Because they kind of do the same thing. So how much better are the Suns really?
But could you apply that same logic to the Golden State Warriors when he came over to the Bay Area from Oklahoma?
Well, yes, except for Kevin Durant with the Warriors at the time, he inhabited a space that no one else did. Kevin Durant was, we have a guy we can get the ball with, and he can get a bucket at any point. At that point, Steph Curry was mostly a shooter. He didn't really The Steph Curry we saw last year that could score anyway, anytime he wanted to, that's not who Kevin Durant played with. He played with a shooter that was more of a passer and a finesse dude, man. And Kevin Durant added way more to the Warriors than he can to the – because you also got to think about this. Klay Thompson's shots went down a little bit. Draymond Green stopped shooting altogether. Steph Curry took less shots. Chris Paul takes a lot of shots and needs the ball. Devin Booker has the ball a lot. When he came to the Warriors, he came to a place where he could have the ball almost as much as he did in Oklahoma City. I'm just telling you. And I'm not saying they're not going to win it all. I'm just saying that the foregone conclusion that when you add Kevin Durant, you just become the most unstoppable basketball team in the history of basketball, that's not what's going to happen. And I can see the Warriors taking them down, because Kevin Durant hasn't been healthy for all but like 1.5 playoffs the last 3 seasons. Chris Paul is bound to get injured or get coronavirus, something always happens to Chris Paul. And I like the Warriors against the Nuggets, and they already have beat the Memphis Grizzlies twice this season, not even at full strength. I'm just saying, the Warriors, they're not cooked. Charles Barkley, they're not cooked. They got a shot.
All right.
I don't know how good of a shot it is.
I got to tell you,
shot as anybody. You got to agree with me on this.
Well, Phoenix does scare me. Kevin Durant joining that team with. Now you're right. Health is a whole nother issue. It's true for every team. If you're not healthy, you ain't going to win it. Certainly, the Los Angeles Clippers, who have been able to put it together, but getting Russell Westbrook made no sense to me. But when you think of Phoenix, assuming them being healthy, though, Kevin Durant, I think that's as much as you're going to see as far as an impact, a guy like that of a Pau Gasol. We talked about this joining the Lakers or Bogut coming to the Warriors, where immediately you can see that they're a different team and they're going to begin to win as soon as he arrives. And I think I could see that. I mean, come on. You going Durant, Booker, Ayton, and Paul. I mean, that's just too much, man. That is too much. But you're right. It depends on health, especially when you think about Chris Paul, who usually checks out at about this time of the year, and Kevin Durant. Are you comfortable betting on this guy making it to the finish line? But, hey, I wanted to go here.
LeBron, Bosh, and Wade. Huh?
Go ahead.
LeBron, Bosh, and Wade lost to Dirk, and they lost to the Spurs. And one team was a one-man team, and the other team was the teamiest team in the history of teams. And the Warriors are teamy. They're a teamy team.
Can I give you
together?
Can I give you a? I thought of this on my own. All right, so I got to spit it out. Are you ready for this? This is going to be the new nickname that's going to stick next year, but some things have to happen. So Detroit, my man James Wiseman, Jimmy Wise, is now with Detroit.
Oh, yeah.
I'm officially a Jimmy Wise fan now, because even more so than he was here. I want to see that dude just erupt. But Detroit is a team they're bottom feeding. They're right there. The 3 worst teams are Detroit, Houston, I think San Antonio. So they're going to be in that lottery. They're going to get some ping pong balls. They're going to have a good a shot as anybody for landing Wembanyama, Victor Wembanyama. And I think that Victor Wembanyama is going to Detroit to change the culture. We're going back to the Motor City being the town, the central point of basketball, because they're going to dominate it with NBA championships. And you know what they're going to call that front court of Wembanyama and Weissman? W2. What do you think?
W2?
Yeah, like
okay.
your W2 form. W2.
Like taxes. Yeah, I got you.
Weissman and Wembanyama.
But don't you feel like, Wembanyama spells adios to James Wiseman?
He's what?
So, like Wembanyama is whatever nation that language is. It's Wembanyama is peace James Wiseman in that country that Wembanyama's from.
Are you meaning that
if you have Victor Wembanyama,
Weissman's out the
James
door.
Wiseman, huh?
Weissman's out the door in Detroit?
Because he's a center. He's a center that shoots and handles the ball and does all the James Wiseman things, but better. Okay? So Wembanyama, he becomes James Wiseman gets Wally picked. Like, James Wiseman better try to play his way out of the bottom three. Because every ping pong ball that goes in there for Detroit is a ping pong ball that has Wiseman on his third team in 2 years.
But Wembanyama he's not a center. This dude can play anywhere. He can handle like a point guard, shoot it like a 3, shoot it like a 2. He can play the center spot. Nah, man, they're going to rewrite the way things are done. I want the bigs to return. I want to see a Twin Towers in 2023. This whole idea that let's go to Europe and find 7-footers that just dance outside and shoot threes and don't hurt me. Don't come in the paint.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, man. You know who I'm in love with? I've told you this. Zach Edey. Zach Edey is he's my Jimmy Garoppolo of college basketball. Like, I have a man crush on this.
You realize Wembanyama is everything you just described. Like, everything you just like the 7-footers. He's French. He's from France. He's literally the exact the poster child of everything you said through again.
No, so what I've seen of him, though, he likes to get inside and he rim protects. So I want my bigs. If you don't want to play with your back to the basket a little bit, at least on the defensive end, be swatting shots, be a presence in the paint. Like, let people know you're there.
That's where Wiseman always fell short, man. Yeah. I think that Wiseman's offensive game was good enough. I think that the defensive end is where he was lacking. And I don't know that that's ever going to be his strength. And I don't know that if that's not his strength, that he's going to get enough playing time to be this offensive dynamo with no defense at 7'1".
When did
the rebounding,
Go ahead.
Yeah, the rebounding, his first game with the Detroit, I think he had like 12 points. He had 6 rebounds in 20-something minutes. I'm like, no, you don't get to be over 7 feet tall and have 6 rebounds in 20-something minutes. That's just not how that works.
You know, I'm listening to you. Obviously, you're sitting across from me, but because you're calling in, I got you on the earphones, and your voice is even deeper on the phone, which is even scarier. I got a question. When you wake up in the morning, is it even possible that you drop a couple of octaves?
Probably.
It's actually deeper in the morning?
Probably, I don't know. I just know I'm grumpy in the morning. I'm a morning grumper, and that's all I know. So maybe probably just on grumpiness alone, I'm probably down here like this or something. Who knows? Yeah.
All right. I'm just telling you, Shamari Block, keep an eye on a gentleman by the name of Zach Edey. And he's going to get unveiled here in the NCAA tournament because that's what centers are all about, man. I love that. I love he's 7'4". He can't play. He plays 5 feet from the hoop, and that's it. That's it. I love it. And everybody in the NBA is like, oh, you can't draft him. No, you can't draft him. Come on, man.
Yeah, and offenses that run the ball 40, 50 times a game, too, right? It's like, hey, 40 runs, 10 passes. Right?
All right, before we get
I dig it.
All right, any final thoughts before I let you go?
Hey, check it out, man. So Kyle Harrison, if you're looking for a reason to watch Giants baseball, man, Kyle Harrison, he's not their number one prospect. He should be, though.
No, he is. He is. Let's be honest, man. Enough of this Liriano crap or Luciano. It's this guy. It's this dude, man. He's a lefty who's actually going to play.
Harrison, I can't wait to see Kyle Harrison pitch, man. So I'm going to tune in to the Giants baseball, watch Kyle Harrison. His fastball is only mid-90s, which, you say only, but in 2023, it's like people throw 104. But it has late life, and he has like a upper three-quarters release, and he still is a flamethrower, man. So I've only been reading about these things. I don't watch the Sacramento River Cats, right? But I've been reading about it. I can't wait to see it. And that's what you pay attention to until Steph Curry gets back.
By the way, Farhan's not going to be platooning as much this year, so that's a good thing for you, right?
I mean, if it works. It's not the matter of that he platoons. It's the fact that instead of looking for players that can hit from both sides of the plate, he gets half a center fielder, another half of a center fielder, half a right fielder, another half a right fielder. I'm like, well, can we have one whole baseball player in this lineup, please?
On that note.
So if he stops with the platooning and everybody's batting 160, then no, that's not going to be okay either.
there's only one guy who can give you that sort of take, and that's my man Shamari. Shamari, thank you so much for joining me tonight. Let's do it soon. Stay safe. Be well.
Oh yeah.
And for my man Cam and Shamari, this is Dan. Cam, we did it, man. We did it. All right, that'll do it for us. I hope you enjoyed it, everybody. Good night.